Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Capablanca saga. We are back at the Rice Memorial Tournament of 1916, played in New York, and Capablanca with the black pieces faces David Janowski once again. And this is the second to last game we're going to show from this tournament. We're going to show one more, and then we are heading into a different direction in our Capablanca saga. And I know it might seem like we are dealing with this Capablanca saga for a bit too long, but if you remember, prior to the Capablanca saga, we were covering the Bobby Fischer saga, and it took us I believe, some 5 months to cover it, even though we only covered years 1970 to 1972, just the Palma de Mallorca Interzonal, the candidates matches of 1971, and then the 1972 World Championship match against Boris Spassky. So I don't think it's too long, but you know, we're not going to be here forever. So and it's going to stay on my channel forever. So we do have to finish it, and I hope you enjoy that. So without further ado, let's check out the game. Janowski has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6, knight to f3 by Janowski, d5, c4, and now c6, the same Slav. We have knight to c3 by Janowski, and bishop to f5. There's been a lot of talk about bishop to g4 in this position, but it leads to some of the crazy lines, and I'm just going to show one that comes up after knight to e5, attacking the bishop, and if the bishop retreats, let's say bishop to f5, now comes captures, and e4. And here you have so many options as white already. Bishop is threatening to come to b5. Let's say after knight captures on e4, knight captures, pawn captures, now you go bishop to c4. Already you're threatening checkmate with bishop captures on f7, and only after black blocks this with e6, preventing the bishop from controlling the d7 square. Now you give this check, bishop b5 check, and now a lot of good things can happen. For example, if you block here, you just lose a piece, so you have to block with knight c6, and then after knight captures, you can't recapture because the bishop captures, you have to go queen d5 to attack the bishop here, but now just queen b3. And now you can either capture the queen, then capture the knight, and you will again lose a rook as it will be checked, or you can try a6, and after bishop to a4, again, you can try captures, and then capture here, you will again lose a rook, or if you try b5, then just captures, and bishop b3, white keeps the extra piece, and of course will win the game easily. So this is one of the reasons why not bishop to g4, but rather bishop to f5 by Capablanca, which is usually not the case. It's principled to put your piece as deep into the position as possible, but here it just doesn't work tactically. So queen b3, and now queen to b6, and Capablanca mentions that he felt that this was very nice for black. He will go into a slightly worse endgame, but you know, black does have competition with the semi-open a file. With queen captures on b6, a captures on b6, captures on d5. With knight captures on d5, Capablanca wants to trade even further. Knight captures, c captures, and now e3. And this is the position we've talked about. Janowski has an intact pawn structure, while Capablanca has a double b pawn, but he does have a semi-open file for his rook to use as he pleases. So okay, knight to c6 with bishop to d2, and now a very exciting move by Capablanca. Bishop to d7. I know it doesn't look like a very exciting move, but it actually is when you hear Capablanca's explanation. He wants to keep control of the b5 square, as white's bishop also controls b5. He wants to push his double pawn to b5, so he wants his bishop to defend this. Then he wants to go knight a5 and put this knight all the way to c4. And white will not be able to prevent this by playing b3, because then the knight will have by playing a3, because then the knight will have a nice outpost on b3. And also after the knight comes to c4, white will have to give up the light square bishop, and only then will Capablanca get this pawn all the way to c4. So this is Capablanca's plan. We'll see how he executes it. We have bishop to e2, and now comes e6. The dark square bishop is ready to be developed. We have castles, and now bishop to d6. Rook f to c1, grabbing hold of the only open file on the board. We have king to e7. Castling is also possible, but you know, it's the end game. You want your king in the center of the board, not somewhere on the king side doing nothing. We have bishop to c3, and now comes rook h to c8. Capablanca also takes control of the open c file. We have a3 by white, and now comes knight to a5. So here, you can see that Capablanca's plan is moving forward. The b5 is the plan, knight to c4 is the plan, and you do want to prevent knight to b3, which would win material, so knight to d2. And here, Capablanca doesn't rush with b5. First, he goes f5. With g3, he's not worried about b4. If you try b4 to kick it away, even though you don't have b5, Capablanca will still go knight c4. And now after knight captures, you would capture with the d pawn, and now this bishop wouldn't really be all that impressive. Bishop f3, just rook to a7, and now it's, well, you have a backwards a pawn, b5 is coming, this rook is coming to a8, you're going to bust open the queen side, and you're going to play there with the black pieces. So after f5, we have g3 by Janowski, and only now b5 does Capablanca continue with his plan that started with bishop to d7. We have f3, preparing e4 at some point, and now comes knight to c4. And now the b pawn is under attack. You don't want to do something like b3, the knight can even capture on a3. So here, you could capture with the knight, but then again you get this position, and well, with this pawn structure, the light square bishop isn't going to be of much use. So Janowski decides to capture with the bishop. We have bishop captures, b captures on c4, and now e4. A nice principled move. We have king to f7 by Capablanca, and now you have a choice here. Either you capture here and then play f4 and then bring the rook over to e1. You can exchange both pairs of rooks and try to play this bishop and the knight against two bishops, or you can play the way Janowski played in the game, e5. He closes the center and he says, okay, Capablanca, you don't have nothing here. You don't have anything here. I'm very happy with a draw with the white pieces. And this is sometimes a problem, as Capablanca is the favorite here. Everyone knows that. But still, if you have the white pieces, you should always strive to achieve something. You should do that with the black pieces as well, but especially with the white pieces. With b5 by Capablanca, his idea is rook to a4, bring the other rook over to a8, and then if white doesn't react, even push b4, as there will be a lot of pressure along the a line. Sorry about that. We have king to f2 by Janowski, and now comes rook to a4, as planned. King to e3, with rook c to a8, and now comes rook a to b1. Now if white isn't careful, b4 is coming, and you will not be able to capture a captures on b4 because of the pressure along the a file. So rook a to b1, and now comes h6, just preparing g5. With knight to f3, and Capablanca goes g5 nonetheless. His idea is if captures, and h4, he wants to go g4, and then transfer the rooks over to the g side and play there. Janowski doesn't allow this, he goes knight to e1. Just waiting to see if Capablanca will capture or push all the way to g4, but Capablanca first transfers the rooks over to the king side. We have rook to g8, now comes king to f3, and now g captures on f4. G captures on f4, and now rook a to a8. Now this rook has plans of going to g4, and then rooks will be doubled along the g file. And here you could go for knight to c2, then the knight can come to e3, you can go rook g1, but Janowski tries a different idea. He goes knight to g2, and Capablanca just continues, rook to g4, and well, the best course for white now would be rook to h1 actually, and then after rook a to g8, go knight e3, kick away this rook to g6, and then the game simply continues. Black would be better, but the game continues. Here we had a different plan, rook to g1 by Janowski, and okay, you do defend the knight, but after Capablanca's rook a to g8, which was played in the game, you no longer have the option of moving the knight, as you will lose the rook on g1. So bishop to e1 with ideas of blocking the rook there with bishop to g3. With b4 by black, Capablanca sacrifices a pawn with plans of activating the bishop with bishop to a4 and c2. It doesn't matter if white recaptures with the bishop or with the pawn, the idea is the same. We have a captures on b4, bishop to a4 now going for c2, and now rook to a1. Bishop to c2 going for e4, and now you can see that the rooks are attacking the knight here, and because the knight cannot move, that makes this bishop to e4 check a real problem for white. So bishop to g3 blocking, but it doesn't help white all that much. Capablanca goes bishop to e4 check, king to f2, and now h5. Now the plan is h4, which would force the bishop to move, either win the bishop or force it to move, and then win the knight on g2. So here you have an option. You can go knight e3, but then Capablanca's idea is the same. Capablanca's just going to go h4, and after knight captures on g4, you would play pawn captures with check, rook captures, and now you would only capture here. The pawn is defended, and Capablanca would have two bishops for a rook, which is of course much better for black. So after this h5 move, Janowski finds a different plan. He plays rook to a7. He pins the bishop and has hopes of attacking the pinned piece with bishop to h4. But Capablanca calculates properly. Bishop captures on g2. We have rook captures on g2, and now of course h4. And here you have the option. But the problem is after rook captures on e7, if this was Janowski's idea, king captures and bishop to h4 check. Capablanca will not recapture here on h4. He's just going to move the king f7 or king e8. Of course you want to go to a light square, and now he's just down the exchange, and he will have a much worse endgame. If rook g2, Capablanca can just transfer his rooks over here and start winning, picking up the queen side pawns. So after h4, we have bishop captures on h4, just attacking the pin piece, but rook captures on g2 with check. King to f3, and now rook captures on h2. Rook here is not possible because king captures rook, so you have to move the rook away from the king. Now comes bishop captures on e7, white is only down the exchange now, and rook to h3 check. King f2, and now rook to b3. So both of Capablanca's rooks are on light squares, and all of the pawns are on light squares, so there are no good discoveries or any nasty discoveries. Bishop to g5 was played, now comes king to g6, and now rook to e7, going for the e6 pawn, but black is faster here. Rook captures on b2 check, king to f3, and then now comes rook to a8, just going for this check and mate idea. Here rook captures on e6 was played, Capablanca moved away, just king to h7, and it was in this position that David Janowski resigned in the game. Why did he resign? Well, after a few checks, let's say rook e7 check, king g6, rook e6 check, king f7, or king g7, doesn't really matter. Bishop f6 check, king f7 attacking the rook, rook e7 check, king f8. There are no more good checks available for white. You will have to move, otherwise you're going to get checkmated here, and then, well, that's the pawn is covering both e4 and g4 square. You'd have to move the king, but then just rook to a3 check. King would have to move, and then rook to g2, and here there are no good moves for white. If you move the king, then comes, well, you could try this, but then just check. You have to block, and then you will lose the bishop here, and well, pretty much any other sequence loses for white as well. But yeah, it's a really interesting game. It really shows what happens when you play against a stronger opponent. He has black pieces, and you're satisfied with a draw from the start. You choose a line that doesn't really offer white all that much, and you hope that by blocking everything, you will just force black to accept the draw. But black, well, Capablanca tried. He pushed, he opened lines, and in the end, he prevailed. But as you can see here, this was an interesting moment. Let me just check here. After this f4 move, when I said that after this e4 move and king f7, that Janowski had an option of captures, and then maybe playing along the e file. He rather decided to push the e5 pawn and then close the position with f4. But now if you look at the pawn structure here, all the pawns are on dark squares, and also he has a dark square bishop on c3, which is basically a pawn. If I didn't tell you it was a bishop, you might have mistaken it for a pawn, as it's basically part of the pawn chain. So not something you want to have. But yeah, a very nice game and a very nice endgame skill demonstrated by Capablanca. So I do hope you enjoyed that as well. And sorry about me coughing. I have no idea why my throat is sore. Really no idea. And I haven't prepared my water, so you know the joke's on me. But yeah, that's the game. Like I said, we will show one more game from the Rice tournament of New York in 1916, and then we are moving forward with the Capablanca saga. Not really sure if we're striking to the Alaska versus Capablanca World Chess Championship match, or we're going to check something other than that before that. But I'm going to decide on that tomorrow. But yeah, I would like to thank Rolf Mink, Max Steiner, Jeff Graves, Bernard Blue, and Irina Sanamo for their contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Most likely continue the Capablanca saga, but if anything important happens in the world, we're going to show that as well. And of course, I'm going to check up on your suggestions. And also, if you're new to this channel or new to the Capablanca saga, there will be a link in the description below. The first thing you will see will be a link that takes you to all the videos that we've made so far in the Capablanca saga. So I hope you enjoyed that if you're more interested in learning about Hosiyar Capablanca. So once again, thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Saturday or Friday. Have an excellent rest of your Friday. Hello everyone, I hope you're all having a great day. Now this game here, it comes as a suggestion from several subscribers, and it does make sense to cover such a game by the winner of the Reykjavik Open, Bhaskaran Adiban, and as we do have time, all of yesterday's games and the candidates finished with a draw, although that Arnan Grishu game was extremely interesting, but we should definitely cover it. Now, I always mention this, the first time I saw a game by Bhaskaran Adiban, the first time he came onto the big scene, maybe not the first time, but the first time I noticed him was in the Tata Steel tournament when he faced Wesley So, and he opened the game with the white pieces and he played the King's Gambit. So that game ended in a draw, but nevertheless it was a very exciting game, and I knew that Bhaskaran Adiban definitely is a very interesting player. So here he faces Richard Rapport, and this is the final round of the Reykjavik Open tournament, and prior to the last round, both of them had 6.5 points, so it's fairly sure that whoever wins this game will be the winner of the Reykjavik Open tournament. Now, I couldn't find a photo of the two of them from the Reykjavik tournament, but I did find a photo of the two of them playing in the Tata Steel tournament. And it was also in the final round of the Tata Steel tournament, and Bhaskaran won that game. But okay, that being said, let's see this game. So Adiban opens with d4, we have d5 and c4. c6, the Slav defense, knight to f3, knight f6, knight to c3, and d captures on c4. e4, and now the immediate b5. So we've entered the Geller Gambit. And here, if white would proceed with e5, we will go into the main variation, but Adiban goes for bishop to e2. So now e6. Pushing b4 here doesn't really achieve anything for black. You can win the e4 pawn, but after knight a4, you can capture it. But white can simply immediately capture on c4, and as you don't really have a d pawn anymore, and the b pawn, well, you do have it, but it's on b4, the white knight will have a knight outpost on c5. So not really much for black here. So after bishop to e2, e6, we have castles, bishop to e7, and now a4. Immediately trying to break that pawn structure on the queen side. b4, and here moving the knight really makes no sense. Moving the knight to any square would be terrible for white. The only move is e5. So we have b captures on c3, e captures on f6, bishop captures on f6, and b captures on c3. And now bishop to a6. Guarding that c4 pawn. Knight to e5, and this is definitely the first critical moment of the game. That knight on e5 is extremely annoying. You kind of don't want to give your dark square bishop for this knight, but on the other hand, you don't want to leave it on e5. So what are black's options here? The best idea for black is to actually give up the c6 pawn, but it's hard to make such a decision. For example, if you develop the knight, then this knight can capture on c6. This would in fact be black's best option. After knight to d7, allowing knight captures on c6, and after queen to c7, attacking the knight goes to b4, attacks the bishop, and after bishop to b7, black would definitely have counterplay here with also having the bishop there. The bishop on b7 is a very nice piece, and the game goes on. Here, after knight e5, Rapport decided to immediately capture it. The bishop captures on e5, we have d captures on e5, and queen captures on d1. Rook captures on d1, and now knight to d7. attacking d5 pawn. We have f4 here, and now knight to b6, guarding this c4 pawn twice, but more importantly, trying to reach this d5 square. If this knight ever gets to d5, black's position will be fine. But Aliban doesn't allow it. He plays the immediate rook to d6, attacking the c6 pawn. And here, you do have quite a lot of options for black. It's very hard to decide what to do, as you do have a double c pawn. Those pawns are very weak. If white grabs both of them, it could be scary. So here, you could play a move like rook to b7, sorry, bishop to b7, try and defend it, but then rook to b1, a5 is coming, and it's a very uncomfortable position for black's bishop. Another thing, you could try something like c5, but this will lose the game immediately, as a5, you have to move the knight, and you lose the bishop on a5, on a6. Another thing, you could try and play rook to c8, simply defend it this way, but after bishop to f3, attacking this twice, bishop to b7, now you can play bishop to e3, and again, white will prevail here, a5 is coming, bishop captures, and a7 is coming. Definitely a good position for white. So after this rook to d6, we have castles by rapport. So, okay, getting ready to bring the other rook into the game. Bishop to f3, it's not about winning the c6 pawn. The c6 pawn will fall eventually, but it's important for this bishop to assume the position on f3 to control this very strong diagonal. And here, again, it's a very critical position. Black has to play the most precise moves to maintain equality here, or at least try to maintain it. And here, knight to d5 would be the best defense for black. For example, knight to d5, you give up the c6 pawn, bishop to b7, now activating this bishop, allowing white to capture even the c4 pawn. So after rook captures, now rook to c8, and after rook captures, now bishop to d2. Defending this pawn, but black can even capture it, not immediately, but first bishop to a6, putting this bishop on a nice square, and now you're controlling this pawn cannot be pushed to c4. If white wants to prevent this pawn from being captured, he either has to play rook to c1, after which black can set up a nice blockade, or he has to give up the bishop pair, and then black will be able to equalize. But after this bishop to f3 move, Richard Rapport made a move, this is only move 17, but here he actually makes a move that loses the game. Here he played knight to c8. He had a different idea. Here, rook captures on c6 was played. Bishop to b7, and this was Rapport's idea. Now, if, for example, you move the rook to c5, then simply bishop captures on f3, g captures on f3, and rook to d8 with a tactic. Now, if white goes on and grabs the c4 pawn, then rook to d1 will give black a lot of activity. This was probably his idea. I don't think he actually missed Adiban's killer move. But here, of course, Adiban didn't move the rook to c7 or c5. Here, Adiban played rook captures on c8. Now, it's hard to say if Rapport actually missed this move. If any of you saw any interviews from this game, from the Reykjavik Open, do share in the comments. Maybe he just didn't find that nice defense with knight to d5 with giving up both of the pawns. But yeah, now, of course, if you capture with the bishop, you lose the rook here. You don't really have the option of capturing the bishop first, because then rook captures with check, king captures, pawn captures, so now you're up a whole piece. So after this rook captures on c8, Rapport played rook captures on c8, and now bishop captures on b7. Now, Adiban has a bishop pair for a rook, and this is completely winning. Here, rook to b8 was played, bishop to a6, now rook to b3, trying to grab that c3 pawn, at least gain something, and now not the passive defense with bishop to d2, rather he plays the bishop to a3. He attacks Rapport's rook on f8, we have rook to d8, and now bishop to b4, attacking it this way, and now the only thing white has to prevent is something like rook to d2, rook to b2, with some perpetual checking ideas, but he does that. Here, rook to d2 was played, now we have bishop captures on c4, as Adiban definitely has the time to even grab a pawn, rook to b2, and now bishop to f1, and now this bishop is completely safeguarding the white king here, the rooks are powerless against it. H5 was played. Here, a5, simply controlling all of the pawns on the queen side, so no funny business can happen. A6, here, bishop to c5, and here, after Rapport played g6, it was in this position that he resigned the game. He resigned it, okay, sometimes a rook can counter two bishops, but definitely not in this position, as black's plan is fairly simple. He will simply move the dark square bishop, make room for his passed c-pawn, and now the c-pawn lunges up the board. Black really doesn't have anything to do here, he can simply wait. He can move the rook, now c4 is coming, the bishop on f1 is not only guarding the king, but also safeguarding the passed pawn. You have to move the rook, now even rook c1 is possible, putting a rook behind the passed pawn, and if black would try to maybe gain some counterplay by capturing on the queen side, doesn't really matter. c5, black can even capture it, now c6 is coming, rook has to stop the pawn, but now c7, rook stops the pawn, and now c8 simply wins the game. Of course, the endgame can continue another way, but it's one of the ways it could happen. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. It was quite an intense last round, as like I said, both of them had 6.5 points before the last round, and whoever won it will win the Reykjavik Open. And Richard Rapport also had some very exciting games in this tournament. His round 7 victory over Alexander Lenderman was also a very nice game. So yeah, I mean, you get the black pieces against Adiban, and like I said, Adiban really is deadly with the white pieces. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I almost forgot I prepared the final standings of the tournament for you, so you can also check that out. Here we have Bhaskar and Adiban, first place with 7.5 out of 9. Then Maxime Lagarde, Mustafa Yilmaz, Gatakamsky in 4th, and so on and so on. I think Richard Rapport got 10th place. Here you have Indian superstar Ramesh Babu Pragnananda on 13th, and I believe Nihal Sarin is in 21st place, which is definitely a brilliant result. And out of 247 players that totally participated in the tournament, it's always good to be in the top 20. So yeah, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Don Dugan for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check through my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Capablanca saga. We are back at the 1911 tournament of San Sebastian, where Capablanca faces none other than Karl Schlechter, Austrian chess master, who only a year before this tournament in San Sebastian challenged Emanuel Lasker for the title, and he was this close to winning the match. We already mentioned that first 4 games ended in a draw, then Schlechter won a game against Emanuel Lasker, then 4 more games ended in a draw, and then Schlechter just needed to draw a game and he would be world champion, but he started an attack against Lasker in the final game, then he blundered, which resulted in a drawn position, and then he blundered again, and basically lost the title. Some historians suggested that perhaps Schlechter needed a 2-point margin to actually become world champion, but there were never any evidence to these rumors. So it's, I mean, Capablanca also mentioned it in his magazine that he was editor-in-chief in. He said that maybe Karl Schlechter just didn't want to win the World Chess Championship title over a fluke, as Lasker blundered in Game 5. Either way, it's a shame, because this gentleman, Karl Schlechter, could have been a World Chess Champion after Emanuel Lasker. But that will be reserved for someone else. And he was also known to be a great gentleman. He's much older than Capablanca here, much more experienced. Here Capablanca is 22 years old, Karl Schlechter is I believe 37. And yeah, he was a really huge gentleman. If you were late for your game and the time on your clock ran out, he would then fix the time on his clock, so he would have the exact same time as you, even though you're the one that was late for the game. And also, if you said that you were ill, you weren't feeling all that great, he would offer you like a mercy draw. Not a lot of people would do this. So maybe he just saw, I don't think anyone ever came up with this theory, but maybe he just saw that he could become world champion, he could beat Lasker, and then he just went in for a suicide game and let Lasker have his title. But who knows? And also, here's a pretty weird image. We already saw one image of all the participants, or well, not all, but maybe all, of the 1911 tournament of San Sebastian. Here is an image from the newspapers. There you can see it. But although it names all the players, there you can see in the upper row you have Bern, Marozzi, Leonhardt, Widmar, and Mises. Mises did not participate in this 1911 tournament of San Sebastian, but even though it says Mises here, then sitting in the bottom row from the left you have Marshall, Bernstein, Duras, Rubinstein, Janowski, Spielmann, Capablanca. In the middle, everyone can see him. Nimzovich, Teichmann, and Tarash. So there is no Karl Schlechter in this drawing that was in the newspapers, but Mises is there, and he was not playing in this tournament. So that's a bit weird. I don't know what happened there. Maybe Schlechter just wasn't there when they were doing the drawing, or I don't know. Maybe someone just thought that Mises was in the tournament instead of Schlechter. But it's almost more than 100 years ago, so it's hard to say what happened. But if anyone can shed some light to this mystery, feel free to do so. We would all be very honored to increase our knowledge. But getting back to the game, Capablanca has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have d5 by Schlechter, knight to f3, knight to f6, and now e3. Bishop to f5, the goal system, and now we have c4. Capablanca makes room for his queen to come to b3, as this was his favorite idea when the bishop was the light for bishop was developed very early, so he could develop the queen while pressuring the b7 pawn. We have c6, queen to b3, now with more pressure to the d5 pawn, but also the b7 pawn is under attack, and queen to c7. In modern times, most likely queen to b6 will be played here. Rather than queen to c7. You'll see why later, but I also thought of a crazy idea. I thought, what if this was actually used once to draw the game? Like, let's say queen d1, queen goes back, queen b3, queen goes back, and I checked the database, no one ever did this, which I'm very glad. I mean, it would be a crime against chess if this happened. But okay, queen b3, queen c7, and now knight to c3. Capablanca keeps on developing, pressures the d5 pawn, e6, adding more protection to the pawn, and now bishop to d2. Knight bd7, Schlechter keeps developing. We have rook to c1, and now you can't continue developing because there's the threat of winning the pawn. For example, the bishop e7. Now you can see that the rook and queen are occupying the same file. Simply pawn captures, knight captures, and queen can capture. The queen on c7 is undefended. Here you capture and you lose the queen. White grab the pawn and we'll enjoy a much better position. So after rook c1, queen back to b6 now. Here black has to waste a move for this queen c7 to queen b6 maneuver, and you can see that it would be much better if the queen came to b6 instead of c7 altogether, which is why today queen b6 is the move that is played. But okay, bishop e2, we have h6 and now castles, and bishop to e7. And here Capablanca decides to trade off queens. We have queen captures, pawn captures, and now a3. The knight can now move, the pawn on a2 is no longer a target, and black has to be better here, as black has the semi-open a file for his rook, but on the other hand his pawn structure is somewhat messed up. But it's messed up towards the center, so black has to be better here. We have castles, and now rook f to d1. Capablanca brings another rook into the game. We have rook f to e8. And now Capablanca goes knight to e1. He wants to make room for his pawn to come to f4. We have bishop to d6, getting the bishop to a more active square. We have f4, and now as Capablanca has pawns on d4 and f4, he does have a hole here on e4. And Schlechter uses it. We have knight to e4, knight captures, and now bishop to d3. Capablanca wants to trade off everything. We have knight to f6, bishop captures, knight captures, and sorry about that, knight captures, and now rook to c2. With ideas of bringing this bishop to c1. If this bishop can come to c1, then Capablanca can push b4, and the position will be very nice. The bishop from c1 will be guarding the a3 pawn, and the rooks can be doubled depending on what black plays, either on the c or on the d file. And here is a position where black is definitely better, but Capablanca often went into endgames and he would just outplay his opponents. But here, to his misfortune, Karl Schlechter plays the absolute best idea. Here he goes rook to a4 with a double attack against the c4 pawn. So Capablanca has to capture. You cannot go b3 or something, as the a3 pawn is weak. So we have pawn captures, and now pawn captures, and now there is this threat. For example, if you play something like rook dc1, then capturing the bishop is a threat, because now your pawn on e3 is no longer guarded. Simply rook captures, and the black would continue, most likely winning this game. But after e captures on d5, we have bishop to c1, as Capablanca planned. Now b4 is definitely an idea, and the a3 pawn will be protected. We have b5, Schlechter grabs more space here. Rook to c4 will be an idea in the future, and here we have knight to d3. Capablanca also wants to use the very nice e5 square for his knight, much like Schlechter is using the e4 square for his knight. And here f6 was played, which is a good move. It prevents the knight from jumping to e5, but Spielmann suggested that maybe rook to c4 was a better idea. Maybe knight to e5 isn't such a threat here, because after rook captures and b captures, now you're going to force the knight to e5 either way, and now after f5, then black would have a better game here, with the white dark square bishop not really seeing all that much action. This rook can come to a8, you can push b5, b4. It would be black would have some moves to play, while Capablanca not really. But okay, we have f6, and now comes knight to f2. Capablanca used this maneuver, threatening e5 to remaneuver to f2, and now he wants to trade off this very strong knight. And here, if you try something like, let's say this, to push b4 or something, then white can simply capture, and after pawn captures, now white indeed can go b4, prevent black from going b4, and now everything's protected. The bishop is protecting the a3 pawn, and black will not be able to break through here. So after knight to f2, we have rook a back to a8. Now if knight captures, the rook can capture on e4, and then black can, if he wishes so, double up rooks on the e file. Knight captures on e4, Capablanca does go for this. We have rook captures, and now king to f2, bringing the king into the game. We have g5, and now g3, strengthening the f4 pawn. King to f7, king to f7, king to f3, bringing the king closer into the game, and now h5. And here Capablanca finds a very interesting solution. He plays h4. Now either trying to get black to push g4 to completely close down the position. After king f2, black's going to go f5, and now after b4 is played, it will be very hard for black to break through here. So Schlechter decided to go for a different approach. G captures on h4, and now not capturing here and allowing rook g8 for black to take hold of the open g file, but instead rook to h1. A very nice idea, because now if you go something like h captures on g3, it's not a problem. Rook will capture on h5, and this pawn is weak. It will be captured very soon. After king g6, rook h3 is coming, and now after rook to e8, pressuring the e3 pawn, we'll just have rook captures on g3 check, king f5, or f5, king f5, and now the other rook can come to h2. The bishop is guarding the b2 pawn, the e3 pawn, this rook can come to h5 and deliver check. It's actually Capablanca who would be better here. So after rook to h1, we have f5, allowing white to capture on h4, and then the king will block the position. We have rook captures on h4 here, king to g6, and now rook c to h2, pressuring the h5 pawn, and now Schlechter has to move the other rook all the way to the king side to help out with the defense of the h5 pawn. We have rook to h8, and now comes b4 finally from Capablanca, and now the whole position is completely blocked. There there is no way to break through here, and it was in this position that Jose Capablanca and Carl Schlechter agreed to a draw in round 9 of the 1911 San Sebastian chess tournament. The a3 pawn is protected by the bishop. There's no breaking through here. Capablanca has a very firm grip on the c5 square, so any breakthrough will not be possible. This rook cannot move. It constantly has to keep an eye on the h5 pawn. This rook, if you gave it all the moves it wants, it would still not find any purpose. So there's simply no way of black to break through here, but also there's no way for white to break through here. So a draw is well, an understandable result. That's round 9 on the 1911 San Sebastian tournament. I do hope you enjoyed it and that you are enjoying the coverage so far. Once again, if anyone can shed some light on this mystery from the newspapers, why Mises is there and Carl Schlechter is not, I would be very happy. But you know, it's just weird. I would like to thank Fernando Esteves de Oliveira, Paul Hurst, Henry de Vries, Damian Potvares, and Marcel Fernandez for their contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. Thank you all, and have an excellent rest of your Friday. Hello everyone. Some of you may have heard the big news, some of you may have not, but Vladimir Kramnik announced that he's retiring from professional chess. He said that he made the decision a few months back, but now Tata Steel has officially been his last, professional tournament. He will of course stay in the chess world. He will use his great influence and knowledge to, pass the knowledge on. I'm sure he will coach kids, be part of organizations that promote chess, and do what he can to, be included in every possible way in chess other than playing professionally, such as, for example, like Garry Kasparov. He's still extremely active in promoting chess, but like I said, as for playing, he will no longer be playing. So a lot of you said we should show a nice game as in honor of Big Vlad. So it wasn't an easy decision which game to show. It had to be against someone very strong, against someone in his prime. So I thought which better game than a game against none other than world champion Garry Kasparov. This is a game from 1996. It was played in Dos Hermanas in Spain, and it was a tournament that featured 10 of the strongest players in the world. We're going to talk about the result of the tournament after I show you the game, but it's a really beautiful game, really an explosive game. It's like Kasparov is playing against Kasparov, but it's people do say that prior to Kramnik's match with Kasparov for the World Chess Championship, Kramnik's style was a bit different. In order to overcome such a challenge and to defeat Garry Kasparov, Kramnik had to become what he is today, the positional machine. But in those days, anything could happen. So let's see what happened in one such game as this one. D4 by Kasparov, we have D5, C4, and we have C6. The game was played in 1996. I don't know if I mentioned that. Knight to C3, we have Knight to F6, Knight to F3, and D6. So the semi-Slav defense is on the board. E3 by Kasparov, Knight B to D7. We have Bishop to D3, and only now that the Bishop has been developed, does Kramnik capture on C4, forcing Bishop to waste a few tempi. We have Bishop captures on C4, B5. Bishop goes back. This was all standard theory at the time, and it still is today. Bishop to B7, developing the light square bishop, and as long as Black can at some point play C5, as the Knight and Bishop are very nicely controlling C5, the light square bishop on B7 will come alive. This rook can come into the game via C8, or perhaps the queen moves to D8. So all is well for Black at the moment. Kasparov castles, and we have A6 here, strengthening the B5 pawn, and so C5 is the plan. We have E4 by Kasparov, and now E5 is a pretty big positional threat. For example, if you play slow move like Rook C8, E5 is definitely coming, and after knight E5, knight captures, C captures, and then after, let's say, A4, you attack the B5 pawn, B4, and then A5, and it's really hard for Black to play this game. You really take away a lot of squares from this knight, can't really go anywhere. After Bishop B7 developing, you will castle and play the game, but White will just be much better. The Bishop pair already very nicely eyeing that king side. White will just have a much better game. But that was also all very known at the time. So after this E4, C5 by Kramnik. This was still part of theory. Black cannot waste time. D5 by Kasparov, we have C4, forcing the bishop back, bishop to C2, and now queen to C7, developing the queen, and also leaving the option of castling king side, but also both queen side. And here we have knight to D4. And what's interesting about this knight to D4 move Kasparov played is that, well, a lot of years after, 15 years after Kasparov played it, Magnus Carlsen also played it in the 2011 Biel Chess Festival against Alexei Shirov. And after Shirov went E5, Carlsen went knight F5, and Carlsen was able to win a very nice game. But this 15 years before that game, Carlsen versus Shirov, Kramnik went knight to C5. And we have a completely different game. Well, obviously, as it was played 15 years before that game, but I'm sure both Carlsen and Shirov knew about this famous game between Kasparov and Kramnik in 1996. So E5 was supposed to serve as a most likely as a surprise to Carlsen. But okay, getting back to this game, B4, Kasparov now forces things with C captures on B3 en passant, A captures, and now B4, kicking this knight back, and this will result in this E4 pawn, well, being defenseless. By doing this, Kasparov basically, Kramnik basically wins the pawn. With knight to A4, and now comes knight C captures on E4. So Kasparov decided to sacrifice this E4 pawn. We have bishop captures, knight captures, and now D captures on E6. So Kasparov grabs the pawn back, and it's very interesting. Can Kramnik take back the pawn? If you play F captures on E6, then you get knight captures, and then all hell breaks loose. Your queen is under attack, your bishop is under attack. You have to react to this. Queen E5, now comes knight captures on F8, rook captures, and here comes bishop to B2. Now the knight on the ring comes very handy as it protects the bishop on B2. The queen is under attack, queen has to move, now threatening all sorts of ideas if this knight moves. So H4. This is quite a forced line, and both Kasparov and Kramnik surely calculated it out. Queen captures, and now F3. Everything is now defended, the knight has to move, knight C3, bishop captures, B captures, and now knight to C5. And here, White will just be much better. The bishop is under attack, queen D7 is the threat of checkmate, you have to react to this, you have to go bishop C6, control D7, and get the bishop out of danger, but then queen D6, and it's very unlikely that Black will be able to survive all this pressure. The rooks cannot come into the game, and it's just not, Black will not be able to defend all the threats. So after this, D captures on E6, Kramnik does not capture back, rather he plays bishop to D6, pressures the H2 pawn. Kasparov grabs the F7 pawn as well, we have E captures on F7 with check, queen captures, and here again it's a very delicate position. Kramnik's king is still in the center of the board, but Kramnik's pieces are also all eyeing Kasparov's king. So what do you play here? If you play something like bishop to E3, then Black can castle. Now there's a lot of pressure against the F2 pawn. After F3, trying to kick the knight back, you get knight to C3. Knight captures, B captures, and here, after queen to D3, Black can go queen to H5. At some point, this queen to H5 will always come, and Black will create threats against the H2 pawn. And now, let's say if F4, queen D5. Again, you pressure the G2 pawn, and however White continues playing this game, Black will always be better. Black will always be able to find one more resource to be able to continue the attack. Let's say rook F3, rook 8 to E8 is coming. And you can see that Black's position is just much more active. After White makes a move, you can go bishop captures on F4. This rook cannot move due to the threats of checkmate on G2. So after bishop captures, rook captures. Now your knight is threatened as well. After you move the knight, rook E2 is coming. Now rook G4 will be an idea, and everything will pile up against this G2 pawn. seems like it would be too much pressure for white. So Kasparov plays the absolute best move. He plays f3. Immediately he forces Kramnik to decide what to do here. But one thing this f3 pawn does, it prevents the queen from keeping an eye on the h5 square. So instead of reacting to this, Kramnik simply goes queen to h5. And it is the precise idea. Now if Kasparov captures the knight, queen captures on h2 is deadly. King f2, you can castle with check, king has to move, and now you go queen captures on g2. The king will simply not be able to survive on e3. White doesn't have any good moves here. So after queen to h5, we have g3, now keeping an eye on that, and now Kramnik again has to make a decision. Kramnik already decided he will part with his knight, but will he do it in a way that he will allow Kasparov to capture it, or would he sacrifice on g3? There is the possibility of knight captures on g3. If h captures and only then castles, it's still a lot of pressure for Kasparov to handle. But after rook to a2, it seems the white to defend. Let's say bishop captures here, but now rook can come to g2, and it seems the white successfully defended against everything, and Kramnik does not want to allow that. After g3, Kramnik decides to castle and allow Kasparov to capture on e4 if he wishes so. Kasparov does capture, it is the best move. We have f captures on e4, and now queen to h3. And this is now a very important moment in the game. Kasparov has to decide how to continue this game. If he can somehow survive this attack, he is up a piece. For now, his extra piece is this knight on a4, which isn't doing all that much. But if he can defend, get this knight into the game, then he will have an excellent game. Here, Kasparov played knight to f3, and he allowed Kramnik a bit too much. With queen to e2, he would prevent this bishop captures on g3 idea. One such line would be bishop captures on g3, and now white ignores black and goes knight f5. And here, everything just works out for white. Now you have to move the bishop. After bishop to e5, you can go bishop b2. Again, you can use this weird knight on a4 as a protector of the bishop on b2. After bishop captures, now knight captures, the knight also can come back into the game. Rook a8, now queen to c4 check. And after king moves, knight goes back to g3. The knight now very nicely defends this pawn. Everything is connected. The rooks are connected, and white is able to play this game on. But Kasparov went for a different line. He went knight to f3, and now Kramnik's idea works out. He plays bishop captures on g3, and then now again, if you play h captures on g3, it's just game over for Kasparov. Queen captures after king moves, and now comes the bishop captures on e4. There's a triple attack against the knight on f3, and whatever you do, let's say you want to introduce another defender into the game, then simply rook captures, and it's all over. Rook captures, bishop captures, you have to give up the queen, captures, and after king moves, now you simply bring the other rook into the game. You can go rook e2 check. It's all over for white. So after this bishop captures on g3, Kasparov went knight to c5. He wants to eliminate the bishop on b7, which is a pretty terrifying piece. But now, by doing this, he also says that I'm not worried about rook captures on f3. Rook captures on f3 removes the defender of the h2 pawn. So if rook captures on f3, the queen is then allowed to capture back. So Kramnik goes for this. We have rook captures, and now, again, Kasparov has to make a decision. Either he will capture or he will go rook to a2, which defends the h2 pawn once again. In the game, Kasparov captured, which was not the best course of action, but at least it's hoping for something. If you go rook a2, then Kramnik can simply trade it down into a better endgame. For example, queen captures, you force a trade of queens, queen captures, king captures, and now rook to c8, a very powerful move. If now captures, then you can capture on c5, and after bishop to e3, now you have bishop to f4. You get your bishop out of the way, and also after bishop captures, you will capture here, and you will have this endgame, an opposite color bishop endgame, where Kramnik would be up a pawn, but with also a better position. So it's one way to do it, but Kasparov did not want to go into this with the white pieces, it would seem. So after rook to f3, we have rook captures on f3. You have to capture with the rook, so as after the queen captures, you make room for the king on f1. Queen captures on h2 with check, king to f1, and now comes the move that perhaps Kasparov missed. Otherwise, he would have most likely gone into that opposite color bishop endgame where he's down a pawn, defending a worse position. But feel free to pause the video here and try to find how to continue this attack with black in the most precise fashion. I'll give you a couple of seconds, just so you get into the mood. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent player. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move Kasparov most likely missed is bishop to c6, preparing bishop to b5, and this check will be deadly. And there's not all that much you can do. If you decide to play something like rook a5 after bishop to b5 to give up the exchange, simply bishop to c7, attacking the rook. And now after white tries some sorcery with bishop to f4, with ideas of forcing black to capture back, then queen h1 check. King e2, now you can capture, queen captures, and only now will you eliminate this rook here. So this would be excellent for black. So here Kasparov tried bishop to g5. Kasparov's idea is that he wants to meet bishop to b5 check with knight to d3, and he doesn't want to allow this rook to come to d8. So bishop from g5 very nicely defends the d8 square. But okay, bishop to b5 check. Kramnik does play this. We have knight to d3, but now rook to e8, and it seems Kasparov doesn't have all that much to do here. Kasparov went rook to a2, hoping for queen captures rook, so the rook can at least eliminate one of the attackers. But here Kramnik just ignored him. Well, here comes the only bad part of this game, in my opinion. Here Kramnik has a forced checkmate in 4 moves, but the problem is Kramnik found a different win, so he stopped looking for a faster one. But you are, comfortable in your own home, I presume. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the forced checkmate in 4. Vladimir missed here. I'll give you a couple of seconds, as usual. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. You are an excellent, seeker of checkmates. But for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, bishop captures on d3 with check. It's not very often that when you have to find the correct idea, it will start with check, but this is one such occasion. Now you are in check, you have to capture. We have rook captures on d3, and now comes queen to h1 check. It's similar to the idea Kramnik had in the game, but through a different move order. But now after king e2, you have queen to g2 check, king to e3, and now the queen very nicely controls the d4 pawn here. Rook captures on e4 will be checkmate. Kramnik's idea was different. Kramnik first started with queen to h1 check. We have king to e2, and now if you go queen to g2 check, the queen will no longer control the e4 square because the rook is on f3. You did not capture on d3 first. So now after king to e2, first the rook captures on e4 was played by Kramnik. We have king to d2 and only now queen to g2 with check. King c1 and now Kramnik wins the rook on a2. We have queen captures on a2, rook captures on g3 and now queen to a1 check. King to c2 and now queen to c3 check. We have king to b1 and here Kramnik just played rook to d4. Attacking the pin piece, and it was in this position that Garry Kasparov resigned the game. Why did he resign? Well, your knight is attacked 3 times. There's no way to further defend it. If you try something like king a2, get out of any checks and hope to continue the game, it will not work. Simply bishop captures, and after, let's say, you try queen c1 to trade queens, rook d5. You will force white to trade, and after queen captures, you will play pawn captures, and now you have a very dangerous pass pawn here. Whatever white plays, let's say d4, you go c2, and now, let's say bishop h6, you pressure the pawn here, but to g6, and now after rook to g2, black will simply enjoy this. It's still an opposite color bishop endgame, but Kramnik would be up 3 pawns, and with the pass pawn on c2, it will not be possible for Kasparov to defend it. And also, this one will be very weak, as the king will have to be included in the defense, well, in stopping the pass 3 pawn. pawn. On the other hand, after rook to d4, you could try something like knight to c1, or for a queen trade, you capture my queen, I'll capture yours, but it doesn't work. If rook captures on c3, now b captures, king c2, yes, you will eliminate the pass pawn, but after rook to f1, king captures, now you're down the exchange, and also Kramnik is up 2 pawns, so again, a completely winning position for Kramnik. So yeah, after rook to d4, Kasparov resigned the game, and like I said, the only bad part about this game is that Kramnik didn't go for the forced mate in 4, and he could have finished the game much sooner, but he found a different win, so it's just the same. Something that will happen very often when you find a win, you no longer care if there's a faster win, I'm beating world champion Garry Kasparov here, I don't care how I beat him. And I also did prepare the final standings after the 1996 Dos Semanas tournament. There you have it. As you can see, Kramnik won the tournament alongside Topalov with 6 out of 9. Then with 5.5, you have Anand and Kasparov tied, which means that if Kasparov didn't lose this game against Kramnik, meaning that either if he drew the game, then Kasparov would be tied with Topalov for first place, but if Kasparov won against Kramnik here with the white pieces, then Kasparov would be the sole leader of this tournament. So definitely an important game for both Kramnik and the final tournament standings. Then you have Ilescas Cordoba, the Spanish favorite player, Gatakamsky, Boris Gelfand, and Vasily Ivanchuk with 3.5 out of 9. Not the greatest tournament for good Chucky. Alexei Shiro with 3 out of 9, and Judith Polgar also with 3 out of 9. So an excellent victory for Kramnik, and also an excellent tournament victory for Vladimir Kramnik. So as you can see, today you will know Kramnik mostly as the extremely precise positional player that punishes every slight imprecision like a machine. But in the old days, before he became world champion, he would often have a game like this against none other than world chess champion Garry Kasparov. And also, I prepared something very exciting. Well, I hope it will be something very exciting. I prepared for you scores between Vladimir Kramnik and some of the world champions throughout his life. So here we have one such score between Vladimir Kramnik and Anatoly Karpov. As you can see, Kramnik and Karpov in classical games. So Kramnik won 2 games, Karpov won 2 games, and 10 draws. So out of the 14 games, they are tied in classical chess. Then we have Kramnik's score against Garry Kasparov. As you can see, in classical games, Vladimir Kramnik beat Garry Kasparov 5-4 with 40 draws. So in classical chess, Kramnik has a positive score against Garry Kasparov. Just something to show you how strong Kramnik really was. Then we have Kramnik's score against his lifetime score against Vishwanathan Anand. As you can see, Vladimir Kramnik tied Vishwanathan Anand 11-11 with 71 draws. So many games between these two rivals, and in the end, it's a tie. Again, his lifetime score against another world champion. Then it wouldn't be much of a showing if we didn't show his lifetime score against none other than the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. Here it is, Kramnik's score against Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen beat Vladimir Kramnik 6-5 with 16 draws. So against a player that is considered to be he is considered to be the strongest player in history. Kramnik only loses by a 1-point margin. So 6-5 with 16 draws. And it wouldn't also be much of a showing if we didn't show Kramnik's score against none other than the great Chucky, not a world champion, but definitely a strong player, especially in those days. When he was just beating everyone, everyone knows that Chucky can lose against a 2100 player, but on a good day, even Alpha Zero would think twice before challenging Chucky. As you can see, Kramnik against Chucky, Vladimir Kramnik beat Vasily Ivanchuk 11-6 with 31 draws. So the only one out of these 5 extremely powerful players that has a positive score against Vladimir Kramnik is Magnus Carlsen, and only by a 1-point margin. So that's how good Vladimir Kramnik is. And like I said, although he retired from professional chess, he retired from playing Cubal, of course. I believe he will be included in the chess world for the rest of his life, but we'll just have to wait and see. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and it's a bit too early to start a Kramnik saga, maybe in a few years, but we'll definitely get to that. I would also like to thank Kenneth Sebda, Theo Drivas, Gregory Laird, Mick van der Drift, and Bojan Savicevic for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with another interesting game. As usual, I hope. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, we are taking a short break from the Capablanca saga to check up on Leela Chess Zero and Season 14 of the 2019 TCEC, the Top Chess Engine competition. Now for those of you who don't know what Leela Chess Zero is, it's a similar entity to Alpha Zero, only the developers of Leela Chess Zero do not have the resources that DeepMind has to really quicken the development of Leela, so they are using basically computers from the entire planet. Whoever wishes can give Leela access to your computer, and then Leela can also use your resources to better herself. And she's already quite strong, rated somewhere, I think, a little bit below 3,500, and we're going to talk about the results of the championship after we check up on this game, but it's a really impressive game. And Alpha Zero is a bit busy at the moment playing StarCraft and such, but they call him Alpha Star now. If you've seen, he really destroyed some elite players in StarCraft. Those of you who follow StarCraft, sure, I'm sure have seen that, but if you haven't, just Google it. It was very impressive. I was watching it live. But getting back to this game, Leela has the white open, the white pieces, and she opens with d4. And the thing with the TCEC, they are using opening books. So the first few moves are always they have to use them. So we have d4, d5, c4, e6, we have knight to f3, c6, so the Slav defense, we have knight to c3, and now d captures on c4. We have a4, this is the node boom variation, and now bishop to b4. We have e3, b5 now, bishop to d2, unpinning now, and here we have a5. And this is a pretty standard line. It has been used plenty, a lot of times in top-tier tournaments as well as in some weaker ones. A captures on d5, first bishop captures on c3, bishop captures on c3, and now c captures on d5. And now, as you can see, Black has this very nice pawn chain on the queen side that is ready to push, but on the other hand, Black is lacking in development. As you can see, Black really hasn't developed any piece other than the dark square bishop that was traded. So b3, attacking the very strong pawn chain, and bishop to b7. We have bishop back to b2. Up until this point, it was all in the book, I believe, as they didn't say, and I don't have access to every line of the opening book, but I believe bishop to b2 was the first move out of book by Leela, but it's not the first time the move was played. But okay, knight to f6, Houdini keeps developing. We have b captures on c4, and now b4, now creating 2 pass pawns on the queen side. Bishop to d3, preparing to castle, Houdini castles, Leela castles, and now comes knight b to d7. Continuing development, we have knight back to d2, and now queen to c7. So as you can see, Black has 2 very strong pass pawns on the queen side, and also Black has a lot of pressure here against the white king. If some mate threats are about to happen, white could get in some trouble, but it's all worked out. We have bishop to c2, and now comes h6, first preparing to keep the black king a bit safer. And this position has been reached a few times in human chess, and there is one game where e4 was played, but here we have rook to e1, and it is as of this moment, this move 17, that we have a completely new game and a position that was never reached. So rook f to e8. Any queen to c6 immediate threats, you can just play e4, and it's not a problem. d5 is coming. Black doesn't really have a way to threaten the white king just yet. So after rook e1, we have rook f8, developing the rook, and now comes h3, taking away the g4 square from the black knight, and now comes e4. e5. Now comes d5. White would rather grab more space in the center than exchange in the center. And also, now, yes, black does have two connected pass pawns on the queen side, but white has two connected pass pawns in the center. And here we have knight to b6. We have e4 strengthening the center, and now what's the idea here? Why does white allow black to capture on c4? This is the, well, first cool moment we have in the game. If knight captures, then knight captures and queen captures, and now, well, bishop to a4. You attack the rook, but also free the c file for the rook to attack the queen. And now you have to give up this exchange. If you play something like rook to e7, then you get d6, the rook is under attack, and if you play something like rook to e6, then bishop to b3 would win the exchange once again once the queen moves. So you would have to part with the rook. So after e4, we first have rook e to c8. Rook a to c8 seems like a more natural move as this rook was already developed, but you don't want this rook on e8 to stay here, so the bishop can attack it via the a4 square. So we have rook e to c8, and now comes rook to c1. Knight f to d7, preparing to push f5 in some variations, but also perhaps getting the knight to c5. And here, you can see that everything is happening. Will white be faster in pushing in the center, or will Houdini be faster in pushing on the queen side? And here, Leela takes the opportunity to do something awesome. Here, Leela makes a rook lift. We have rook to e3. Now, Leela will transfer the rook to g3 and start a powerful attack against the black king. We have a4. Houdini waits no time. Houdini wants to play a3 and start pushing those pass pawns as soon as possible. We have rook to g3. And now, what happens here if black proceeds with a3? Well, then queen to g4 will start an attack against the black king, and this a3 move will be pretty much a waste of time. You will have to weaken your position with g6, and then the bishop will just move, and nothing happens really. So after rook to g3, we have g6 first defending against this queen to g4 move that wasn't even played. But now Leela takes this opportunity and plays queen to h5 as the pawn is pinned, so this is a different way to bring the queen into the game. Again, if you go a3 here, then you allow some ideas like rook captures on g6 with check, captures. You will lose the h pawn as well, for example, king f8. You can capture here, and it's hard to say. The rook sacrifice might not be entirely justified, but you will at least have a draw. So Houdini doesn't allow this, and it's not that hard to believe that this rook can also make a nice rook lift and finish the job. So first king to h7. Houdini defends the g6 pawn, doesn't allow the rook sacrifice, and now comes queen back to f3. Now the f7 pawn has been weakened, and Leela attacks it. And again, you can't defend it with something like knight to c5. So the queen attacks it because of queen to f6. Again, a very strong move, and now it's hard to defend. The bishop captures on e5 is a huge threat, which would come with an attack on the queen and also the threat of checkmate. So black would have to defend the pawn, but then comes d6. The queen is under attack, and after the queen moves, now you will be able to capture here, and well, the threat of checkmate is here. You will have to do something, most likely give up the exchange here, and white will again be better. So after queen to f3, we have f6. Now the knight controls the f6 pawn, so there's no danger here, and we have h4. Now Leela wishes to create more weaknesses. We have queen to d6, and now comes h5. We have g5, of course. Houdini does not want to open lines, and queen to f5 with check. We have king to h8, and now comes f4. This is the beautiful attacking move because you can see that the king is perfectly aligned with the dark square bishop on this b to h8 diagonal, and with f4, you will either play g captures, and then white gets a semi-open file for the rook. Rook g6 will be deadly, or if you capture with this pawn, it's not much better. Then comes rook captures on g5, and after h captures, then comes e5, and white is blasting through. You have an attack against the queen, and also the bishop and queen battery threaten the checkmate on h7. So you would have to defend queen e7, but then comes e captures on f6, and it's just all over. Queen f7, then comes queen captures on g5, and there are simply too many threats. Knight f8, bishop g6, you can capture, but pawn captures, and you can see that now the pawns will finish the job. f7 is coming, queen g7, and queen h6 will be checkmate. So a very interesting move, f4, and we have a3. Houdini ignores the pawn and attacks the bishop. Bishop to a1, and now comes queen to e7. And here, Houdini didn't really give Leela all that much advantage, only a little advantage. And Stockfish, that was watching the game, Stockfish said, it's not all that impressive, but then after seeing a few more moves by Leela, even Stockfish agreed that Leela had the advantage here. We have f captures on e5, even though the other engines were suggesting rook to f1. But okay, e captures, f captures on e5, Leela would definitely want to open up this diagonal from the bishop to the king. We have knight captures on e5, and now bishop to b3. Solidifying on this c4 pawn, and also these two bishops now are a constant threat for the rest of the game against the black king. For if the position opens up, then the bishop pair will be just a monstrosity. But okay, we have knight b to d7, strengthening the f6 and the e5 square, and now comes knight to f3. And now you could trade here, knight captures, but then you have problems. Rook captures, there's a triple attack against the f6 pawn here. Rook to f8 the defense, but then comes queen to g6. And again, white is just breaking through. Queen g7 defends the h6 pawn, but then c5 comes, and white is just so much better here. So after knight f3, we have queen to h7. Houdini offers a trade of queens, but queen back to h3, just keeping the tension. Now this knight cannot move. Well, okay, it can move with check, but it also has to keep an eye on this knight, as the queen is a bit preoccupied with the king side. We have rook to f8 by Houdini, and now comes knight captures on e5. We have knight captures on e5, and now not immediately starting to push your pass pawns with c5, because you would have bishop to c8 here, attacking the queen, and the queen doesn't really have a good square to go to. You have to move the queen, and then the e4 pawn falls. So you do have to defend against these two threats. The queen is attacking your e4 pawn, and also bishop to c8 would be quite a nuisance. So rook to e3, defending the pawn and making some room for the queen. We have bishop to a6 now. Queen to g3 by Leela, and now rook 8 to e8. And here it's very interesting. Yes, you do have a lot of options here. You could just start pushing your pass pawns, and while you could do this, Leela finds a different approach, and it's quite a beautiful move. Leela plays bishop to d4. The threat is bishop to c5, attacking the rook on f8 and also the pawn on b4. So how do you prevent this? It's not all that easy. If you try something like knight to d7 to defend this square here, you get queen to d6. You allow the queen into the game, and then with the queen here, it's just the position plays itself. Another thing you could try after bishop to d4 is rook to f7 with ideas of, okay, if the bishop attacks, I could defend with this, but then just c5, and the rook is really awkwardly placed here. Then the placement of the rook will just help white push the pass pawns. And yet another thing you could do is queen to b7, just trying to prevent everything with the queen, but again c5, and white would just use the awkward position of the black queen to advance his pawns, or Leela's pawns. So after bishop to d4, we have queen to g7. Leela decides to give up the exchange for some counterplay. We have bishop to c5, and now comes rook to b8. The other rook defends the b pawn, which is the defender of the pass pawn that's already on a3, and Houdini decides that this is much more important than the rook on f8. First, bishop to d6. Leela says, okay, I will grab the exchange, but only when I have to. So here Houdini forces it. We have rook f to d8, attacking the bishop, and only now does Leela capture the exchange. Bishop captures, and now rook e to e1. Connecting the rooks back again, there will be increased control of the a1 square, and also it frees the e3 square for white's queen. So the white queen can now, well, not by this means, but can perhaps infiltrate black's position. We have queen to d7, and now comes rook e to d1. Now both pawns are protected here, and it's a nice principle in chess. You don't want to put your rooks behind your passed pawns. We have king to g7 by Houdini, and now finally Leela starts pushing the passed pawns. We have c5, bishop to b5, and now comes queen to e3, as the e3 square was so conveniently free for Leela's queen. We have knight g4 attacking the queen. Now comes queen to h3, not allowing this knight to move. You can't repeat moves here because here queen captures just wins on the spot if you just try to repeat moves. Knight captures, c6 is coming after the knight moves. You can push c7, and after rook c8, d6 is coming, and there's just no stopping this. If bishop d7, then rook d4. Now all of black's pieces are tied, controlling the pawns here, and black will just start picking up the queenside pawns, or you could just say the rook will gobble them up. So after queen to h3, we have rook to a8, preparing to push the passed a pawn. But now rook to e1. Rook back to f8, black decides to wait and see what Leela will do, and now comes bishop to d1, threatening to capture the knight here. We have knight back to e5, and now Leela finally trades queens, as this was forced. Queen captures, we have bishop captures, and now not immediately pushing the pawn, because if you push then you get knight d3, it will fork the rooks, and also the rooks are undefended, the bishop is between them, they are not connected. So after bishop captures d7, first rook e3, not allowing the knight to go here, rook to c8, and only now c6, attacking the bishop. Bishop to e8, pressuring the h5 pawn, but now rook to b1. Knight to c4, attacking the rook to d3, and now knight to b2, attacking the rook and the bishop. We have rook to b3, and now comes a2. And this was Leela's plan now. Leela decides to give back the exchange. We have rook 3 captures on b2, a captures on b1, promoting to a queen, or to any other piece, doesn't really matter here. As a joke, Houdini actually brought the bishop into the game. Rook captures on b1, and now comes b3. b3 with the idea, okay, if bishop captures, then the bishop no longer guards the h5 pawn. This bishop can just capture it, or if rook captures, perhaps Houdini's plan was to give up a piece for 2 pawns here and try to hold this to a draw. But Leela doesn't allow it. Leela doesn't capture it, but first bishop to g4, and it's really an impressive move. Now, there's not all that much you can do here. For example, if you move the rook to c7, then rook captures on b3 is coming, and now if you try to bring your king back into the game, rook b7, captures, and you cannot stop promotion on the dark square. So after this bishop to g4 move, Houdini tried rook captures on c6. It's a desperate move, but Houdini decided to try something. We have d captures on c6, bishop captures on c6, and now rook captures on b3. And now, as you can see, Leela is up a whole rook. Houdini played a few more moves, king f7. Bishop to f5, king to e7, and here after king to f2, Houdini played bishop to e8, and it was in this position that Houdini resigned the game. Or as it is with engines, I believe, it simply took him too long to decide on playing bishop to e8, so there's like an algorithm that decides that Houdini actually resigned. But yeah, this was the last game. They played a match, and all of the games were drawn, and then this was the final game they played before going into the tiebreaks, and Leela was able to win it with the white pieces. So very impressive, and I did prepare this, but it's quite large, so I'll just have to move it for you to check out how Leela played this entire championship. There you can see, first Leela chess 0 against engine Tucano 8-0. Then Leela played against Sifos or Shipos, beat him 6-2. Then Leela advanced against Ansax and defeated him 5.5 to 2.5. And then here we have the semifinals. Stockfish versus Houdini. Houdini was able to beat Stockfish 6-5 against 5-5, and Leela was able to beat Komodo 10-8. And there we have the finals. This is the last game from the finals. Leela chess 0 versus Houdini, 4.5 against 5.5, so beating him by a 1-point margin. And third and fourth place was decided between Stockfish and Komodo. And it's like that in every season. It's always Houdini, Stockfish, and Komodo, and then now this is the first time that Leela chess 0 was able to win this championship. But this is only the finals. Now Leela goes into the super finals where she faces a stronger version of Stockfish. I will also put a link to that in the description below. It will be the first thing you will see. Sorry, the second thing you will see. The first thing you will see will be a link to the Leela chess 0 blog where you can follow up on all of the Leela chess 0 news. But the second link in the description will be a link to the live. This match is going on now. Leela will play 100 games against the stronger version of Stockfish. And I believe so far all of the games have been drawn, but you're welcome to check it out and follow this match live. And the winner of the super finals will be proclaimed the season 14 TCEC champion. It would be really cool if Leela could win this, and then perhaps Perhaps it could be used to promote such a match like maybe Leela chess 0 versus Alpha 0, if DeepMind would be interested in such a match. But it would be really, I think it would be, I don't know, it would, the entire world would be watching that, as I think that would be the first time where we would have two different self-learning neural net artificial intelligences facing each other with, I believe now, with even a different architecture. But yeah, who knows? First, Leela has to defeat this superior version of Stockfish, and then maybe sometimes in the future we'll have a match Leela 0 versus Alpha 0. I think that, I don't know, I'd be pretty psyched for that. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and that Leela will have a successful match against Stockfish, and yeah, hopefully we will see a Leela Alpha match in the future. I don't know, I would just be very happy for that. Obviously now there's no point in continuing this game. White is up a whole rook. I would like to thank Lester LaForce, Tyler Davies, Dieter Patrick, Paul Staples, and Joaquin Dr. Riedel for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Most likely continuing the Capablanca saga, but also, as always, checking up on your suggestions. So thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to a most interesting game. A lot of you have requested it, and for a good reason. It's from the Bucharest Superbet Chess Classic that started yesterday. It's a game from round 1, Bogdan Daniel Dietz versus Anish Giri, young Romanian grandmaster. I think he's 20 years old against, you all know, Anish. And it features a great move that was not played in the game, but that's where you guys come in and you guys will try and figure this out. So it's a 10-player classical round robin, so it's a classical tournament, not a Blitz or Rapid or Bullet or any of that thing. Normal tournament, and it's the first tournament that's part of the 2021 Grand Chess Tour, and well, you know what that is. Last year it was cancelled due to the COVID-19, but now it resumes, and this is the first event in the series. So we're going to discuss about who's playing, who's not playing, but for the moment, let's just enjoy this game, because we always just show the game when we start covering an event. So that's opens with d4. I don't know if it's pronounced that way. I'm not really a master of pronouncing Romanian names, so I hope it is that. But if it's not, I will cover at least one more game to improve upon it. So d5 by Anish, we have c4 and now c6, going for the Slav defense. We have knight to c3, knight to f6, and now knight to f3. We have e6, so just closing the structure, going for the semi-Slav, and now bishop to g5. So nicely developing pieces. We have h6 and now bishop to h4, the so-called anti-Moscow gambit. And now, well, g5 is very sharp. First, nowadays people play d captures and c4 first because our Silicon friends say we should do it like that. We have e4 and now only now g5. So bishop to g3 and b5. Black will try and defend this pawn, and there are a lot of ways white can counter this. The most popular one is to just continue development. We have bishop to e2, bishop to b7, and now queen to c2. And here knight b to d7 is what is usually played here, kind of continuing development. That's how chess openings work. But now we have knight to h5 by Anish. Now already attacking this bishop here on g4. Also might considering something like knight to f4. Then, for example, if we have early castles, you can bring a knight to f4, and the white can't really capture this because then you just get the semi-open g file for your attack. And here there are a few games that reach this exact same position. More notable one is one from the 2017. Anton Korbov had this against Dean Liren, and the game ended in a draw. Bishop to e5 was played there, attacking the rook here. But here for this game we have rook to d1 by that, and it is now already as a move 11 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Anish deals with this new idea. He starts by eliminating this strong bishop. We have knight captures, h captures, and now knight to a6. So now it's very unlikely that black will castle kingside. White already has a nice semi-open file for his rook. Black already expanded here, so it's well, it is possible. Maybe it'd be easier if black just castles queenside, but we'll see what happens. We have a3 here, and now bishop to g7. I know some of you are considering, but why not just attack white here, and then white can't really go anywhere. If you do this, it kind of makes sense because the knight covers this. Then d5 just creates too much problems for black because the queen occupies the same file as the rook. And now if you grab the piece, just for example captures on e6, we attack the queen, and once the queen moves, you can simply play something like queen captures, attack the rook here. Once the rook moves 95, and that king is never leaving that square. E captures on f7 is a terrible threat. And if queen captures, you can even play bishop to g4. Now attack the queen once again. If the queen moves, bishop d7 check, and this game will be over very quickly. So this kind of a move sometimes does make sense, but it loses the game on the spot. So bishop to g7, Anish just continues development. We have e5 now, and this e5 move is just beautiful. It completely puts the dark square bishop out of the game, and for the moment you don't really have your light square bishop into the game either. c5 will be played at some point. That's definitely going to happen, but not for the moment, because for the moment it's defending this b5 pawn. So here queen to e7, we have knight to e4, and of course black castles queenside. So what do you do here? Knight to d6. There was no way to stop this knight to d6 idea. Just to go back a little bit, when this e5 was played, white just created this e4 square for his knight, and there's no good way to counter this. It's the knight is coming to d6 whether you like it or not. So here we have queen to e7, knight to e4 and castles like we said, and now knight to d6 with check. But this is what Anish wanted, as here he will give up the rook for the knight. We have captures and queen captures. He was already up a pawn, so now he's up 2 pawns for the sacrifice rook, and that knight was worth more than a rook. Let's be fair. So here black does not have any complaints. He's up 2 pawns. He has the bishop pair. If he can get it to be operational, then he should have a great game. We have castles by white, and now as black also wants to create some sort of an attack on the king side, he starts pushing. Here we have g4, knight to e5 now, saying that okay, a nice temporary pawn sacrifice. Black will accept this. We have bishop captures, pawn captures, and queen captures, but now bishop captures on g4. But this only allows Anish to start pushing here. So h5, we have rook f to e1, a nice efficient soup, first getting the rook into the game. Queen to f6, and now bishop to f3. And now what do you play here? Well, there are a lot of interesting ideas for black. Something like knight to c5, maybe bringing the knight over to d3 is an idea. But Anish starts by pushing right away. He starts with h4. He wants to bust open the position and maybe checkmate to the white king. But now white plays b3. White also wants the same thing, as the king is still kind of in the center of the board alone there on c8. And with his bishop and knight completely out of the game, it's not like black has any actual defense. So here we have c captures on b3. You can't really start grabbing here, because if you start grabbing here, then we capture on c4, and now we could, for example, play g captures on f2 check, queen captures, and now queen to h4, threatening checkmate and also threatening to just trade off queens. But now you don't care. You can just trade here, captures, and capture on b5. After c captures, you're going to capture on b7, and then rook here delivers check. Then you're going to pick up this pawn, then this pawn, and you're still at the exchange. So here you should win. Whether black would be able to hold this, it's hard to say, but most likely not. So instead, after b3, here goes b captures on c3, or rather c captures on b3, and now comes queen captures and h captures on g3. So now it's a bit different. We have f captures and queen to g7 now, going after the g3 pawn. And now that doesn't even bother with the g4 to prevent this capture. He just plays queen to d3. He wants to create some attacking chances here in the center of the board. Black not really worried because he can always just hide his king. White doesn't have a dark square bishop. But now we have a very interesting move, and that is knight to c7. If you go for queen captures on g3 right away, you could play this, but then we go into something like queen d7 check, king to b8, queen captures on f7. And although it looks very dangerous, queen h2 check, king f2, we're going to play queen h4 check. We can even play g3, and after one more check, bishop g2, and white is very happy here. Let's not forget that white is still up the exchange, and black's pieces are kind of out of the game. So here instead, after this queen to d3, we have knight to c7, and he's trying now to activate his pieces, but now and also not allowing knight to d5 to completely block off the queen and the rook. So here queen to d6, and now comes a move that really puts a lot of problems for black. So here, if you just go knight to d5, the problem is we can just eliminate it. Bishop captures, and now what do you play? If pawn captures, you can just play rook to c1 check, and that's it. You don't have any more moves. You have to block, and then we're just going to continue capturing and checkmate the black king. So what you could do here after this queen to d6 move is play something like rook to g8, and this could be what is best for Anish, but it will still not be very easy. The idea is just to capture here and then try and trade off queens. And if g4, then we go queen to f8, we try and trade, and now we go into this into this line, basically what was planned all along. Queen captures, rook captures on d6, rook captures on g4, and now we go after the 7th rank. Bishop captures, king captures, rook d7, and now you play this. But now it's a little bit better than the other line, but it's still very hard to play. You constantly have to worry about this, knight about this. With perfect play, probably a draw, but it's hard to say. It's a classical game, so most likely. But after queen to d6, Anish played c5 here, a very active move, releasing his dark square bishop from his imprisonment. But this completely blunders the game. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the move that may or may not have missed while I give you a couple of seconds here. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredible idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook to e5. And this is such a wonderful move because it attacks this pawn and then we threaten checkmate, but also because it allows queen g3. Now the queen is no longer covering the g3 pawn. But this is what's actually hard to see, because after queen captures on g3, now we have rook to h5. Now threatening to pick up the black queen, but also the rook here. So here black has nothing better. He has to capture the queen. Now we eliminate the rook with check, king to d7, and now we eliminate the queen. Rook captures, king captures, and bishop captures on d7. You are up a whole rook and you are winning this game. Yes, black is up 3 pawns, but a rook should be able to handle that. And another thing, after rook to e5, you might try something else. You might try something like, let's say, bishop captures on f3. But now we go for our actual threat, which is rook captures on c5, and that's it. You can play f5 to try and defend this, but it doesn't matter. G captures on f3, and you got nothing. For example, if you try e5, try and bust open the position a little bit, you can even play g4. That's how good white's position is, because after f captures, black will never get the capture here, because we have simple queen a6 check, the knight of course is pinned. Once the king moves, we're going to play rook captures on b5 with check, and now after the knight captures, queen captures with check, and after king to a8, now we're going to play rook to d7, and you cannot capture because the queen falls, and if the queen moves, then queen to b7 checkmate. So while this is a lot to take in, for a classical game with a lot of time on the clock, it is possible to find such things. But okay, in the game, he's playing against a much higher rated opponent, so of course he's not expecting such things to exist on the board. After queen to d6, he played, after c5, he just played queen to d7 check, and now after the king moves, just bishop captures on d7. King captures, and now rook captures on e6. So now if pawn captures, the queen gets eliminated, but now queen captures on g3, and now comes queen to c6 with check. Rook to e7 is fine going after the pawn, but the queen is already guarding this guy here. So here, queen to c6 check, here you add additional support to your g-pawn. You don't need it at the moment, but still. King d8, and now queen to d6, offering a queen trade. It's incredible, but this knight actually serves as a very nice defensive piece, and that doesn't find anything better here. So here we have queen captures, rook captures, and now king to b7. So it's 4 pawns against 2, but that is up the exchange. So here, rook f6 going after the pawn, Anish defends it, and now rook to d7. Now you're just threatening to win the pawn. So b4, black creates a pass pawn here, a captures, c captures, and king to f2 now. We have a5, now these 2 pawns are incredibly dangerous, king to e2, and now rook to g7. And going after the g2 pawn, we have rook f captures on f7, and now of course rook captures on g2 with check. And now you might be thinking, well, what about the knight here? The problem is white can never move the king out of check. So here, king to d1 was played, rook g1 check, king to c2, we have rook to e2, rook to g2 with check, king to b1, and now we have a repetition. Rook g1 check, king b2, rook g2 check, king b1, rook g1 check, king to b2, and now rook g2 check, king to b1, and after rook g1 check, he was in this position on move 47 that the players agreed to a draw, or rather it was a draw by 3-fold repetition. The problem is if you try and hide your king, for example, let's say king b2, rook g2 check, king b3, then we just deliver rook g3 check, and now if you try and hide here, you can even get checkmated. The knight is covering b5. So many a player has lost the game this way, myself included. So here if you go king c4, then we can just deliver this check, and we're still going to be defending the knight. King to d4 doesn't really matter. Rook c6, and now it's only black who's pushing for the win here. So there's nothing better after rook to g1. They agree to a draw, and even a draw is here a great success for that, as he's playing against a 2021 a candidate, one of the players that played in the candidate tournament. So that's a very impressive result. Missing that win will be hard on him, I imagine, but I mean, no one sees everything. But yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. A lot of you have requested it, so keep suggesting games. I will of course cover every nice game from this tournament, as it is a part of the Grand Chess Tour. So hopefully there will be more nice ones. But yeah, that's the game. Once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Tyler Melenbacher, Noah Kilgus, Chad Reuter, Expanding Your World, and Anthony Boto for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Grand Chess Tour first tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very exciting game from round 11 of this year's US Championship. There are 13 rounds in total, so 2 more will be played, and it is Hans Mokeniman versus Alexander Lenderman, and as the title suggests, very good moves were played in this game. So let's check it out. I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. Hans opens with pawn to d4. Alexander replies with pawn to d5. We have c4, c6 going for the Slav defense, knight f3, knight to f6, and now pawn to e3. We have bishop to g4, pinning the knight, and knight to c3. We have pawn to e6. Now the bishop has been developed, so you can put your pawns on light squares, and the dark square bishop will be able to roam freely in between. h3, bishop to h5, and now g4. As this is 2022, we are not shy to push our pawns. Bishop to g6, and now knight to e5. An excellent square for the knight. We have knight b to d7, and now Hans just grabs the bishop on g6. You don't have to capture it. You could continue pushing with something like h4, h5, and it has been played before, but this is considered best. So knight captures, we have h captures and pawn to g5, grabbing more space on the king side, and h4 will cement that pawn on g5. So knight e4, knight captures, d captures, and pawn to h4 now. We have bishop to b4 with check, bishop to d2, and now queen to a5. So again, nothing new here, all been played before. Pawn to a3, attacking the bishop, bishop captures on d2, queen captures, and now we have a queen trade, captures, captures, and pawn to f5. Now this is the absolute best move, and again, this has all been played before. Pawn to c5, grabbing more space here, and also freeing up the c4 square for the bishop, and it might seem like you're creating a sort of an outpost on d5 for the black knight. The problem is the knight doesn't really have a way of reaching the d5 square. You can't go to b6, then to d5, you can't go to f6, then to d5. So for the moment, the d5 is not an issue. And there is a game where Wesley So played against David Navarro. Navarro played rook to d8, and Wesley was able to win the game. But here we have king to e7 by Lenderman, the best move by the engine. So obviously he improved on the game Navarro played against Wesley So. And now again, there is a game that Dean Liren played against Ivan Šarić, where bishop to c4 was played right away. The game ended in a draw. But here Hans knows what's what, and he goes for pawn to b4. And now there are a few games where a6 was played, but here we have rook a to d8, and it is now as of move 18 that we have a completely new game. And this is where our game basically begins. So king to c3, improving the position of the king. We have pawn to e5. You have to figure out how to get this knight into the game. Like I said, you can go b6, you can go here, you can go here. I mean, you can, but there are pawns in g6 and e6. So by playing e5, you will trade down this pawn for the d4 pawn, and you have also created an outpost on e6 for your knight. And okay, bishop to c4. We have e captures on d4, e captures, and now knight to f8. This is how Lenderman will activate the knight. We have pawn to f3. The black king is in the center of the board, so of course we want to open up lines in front of the king. E captures on f3, and now rook a to f1. First, you're going to grab the pawn, and then you're going to go after the king. For the moment, the white rook on h1 has to remain here to guard this pawn, so you have to play the other rook to f1. We have king to d7, rook captures on f3, and now knight to e6. And here, Hans has to figure out whether he wants to play a rook endgame or he prefers keeping the bishop and knight on the board. Now, capturing the knight is not a terrible move. It can actually be played, and you can get quite a lot of play from this. For example, captures, captures. Now rook to e3 with check, and of course you can't go here, because if you go here, rook to e5 is checkmate. So you would have to go up the board, and after you go king to d7 or something like this, then pawn to d5. You give up a pawn to free up the d4 square for the king. And okay, c captures, king to d4. And now the problem is you can't really defend the pawn. You can't go here, you can't go here. If you go here, then rook to e6 check picks up the g6 pawn, then g7 is weak, f5 is weak. So it would be troublesome to play. For example, f4, rook to f3. You can play rook d to f8 now. And now, okay, king captures on d5, and you will get this position. Still equal material. White should be a little bit better, but still nothing spectacular. You can't really activate the rook because this pawn is constantly hanging. So it's fine, but definitely not much. So instead, after this knight to e6 move, Hans goes rook to e1. For the moment, it's okay to leave the h4 pawn on free because the knight on e6 is hanging. So knight to c7, now preparing to come to d5 with check, and now rook to h3. Now this rook comes to help out with the defense of the h pawn, and now rook to d8. Interestingly, if you go knight to d5 check right away, it's not all that great. For example, bishop captures, c captures, and rook e5. Again, how do you defend the pawn? There's no good way of doing it. You can't go here again. You can't go here because of check. picking up the g6 pawn, so you'd have to go up the board, and then rook e7, and then if rook d7, rook e6 goes after the g6 pawn. So this would be winning for white. So you have to be very, very careful. You want to activate your knight, but not in a way that it loses you the game. So rook d to e8, and now rook captures on e8, king captures. This rook should remain here, so the white rook cannot be activated, and now pawn to a4. You do have a 4 to 3 advantage on the queen side, so maybe if those pawns just start marching forward, you will at some point end up with a passed pawn. And now king to d7. Again, knight to d5 check is an option, but we don't like it. Pawn to b5, and now we have knight to e6. So what's the idea behind knight to e6? Obviously, knight captures on g5 is a threat. Then if h captures, the rook on h3 will hang. But Hans just plays king to b4. He says you can have the g pawn. I'm going all out here. And can the pawn be captured here? You could capture it, but then comes rook to g3, attacking the knight, and then the knight moves. You lose the g6 pawn. So again, it's not spectacular. Another thing you could do is play knight captures on d4, but then rook to d3 pins the knight. Now you can't move the knight, and if rook captures, defending the knight, king to c3, and now the knight definitely hangs. So instead we have knight to f4, attacking the rook, rook to h2, and now king to c7. So Linderman playing absolute best defensive moves here. Pawn to a5. Hans continues pushing on the queen side. C captures. We have bishop captures, and now pawn to a6, chasing away the bishop, but now bishop to a4. And this is what Hans wanted to achieve. He wanted to get to the passed d pawn. He has the d6 square guarded by the pawn. He has the d7 square guarded by the bishop, and now he will at some point start pushing this pawn. So knight to e6 goes after the d4 pawn, also the g5 pawn now maybe, and pawn to d5, offering the g5 pawn. And now, okay, the knight captures on g5. And what do you play now? The problem is if you go rook to g2 now, then rook captures on e4 comes with check, so you don't really have to worry about the knight hanging here. So instead, after this knight captures on g5 move, Hans plays pawn to d6 with check. And now this is the moment where it all happens. The position is actually a draw, but you have to play a perfect move. And now, just for fun, feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on putting the king anywhere except on d8. But king to c8 is best. King to b8 is maybe even king to b8 can be played, but the king should be a bit closer to the action. So king to c8 is a move you have to play. Now I will show why, because Linderman played king to d8. So congratulations to everyone who decided against king to d8. Even though it kind of seems like a reasonable move, but the problem is, and it's really crazy after king to c8. Point is that now after you play c6, b captures and bishop captures. Look at this. All of these squares are now covered by the bishop and by the pawn. There's not all that much you can do here. And even if you don't capture right away, even if king to c5, you want to improve the position of your king. Let's say knight to e4 check and king to c6. There's rook to d8, and this is the main problem for white, because now the pawn is hanging here, and you can't really save it. The knight and the rook are attacking it. The bishop does not guard the d7 square for you to push the pawn to d7, and the knight also prevents rook to d2 as the knight covers the d2 square. So that's why king to c8 is so amazing, as it allows the rook to come to d8. But in the game, Linderman played king to d8, and well, now at the end of that line, we will be missing that rook to d8 move. So here, pawn to c6 by Hans, b captures on c6, and now king to c5. You can't really defend the pawn here. There's no way to do it. If you go here, of course, just bishop captures with check, and if you go knight to e4 with check, just king captures on c6. And now again, all of these squares are covered. Rook to b2 is coming, rook to b8, unstoppable threats here. So Linderman tried to go for some counter-attacking ideas with pawn to f4, but now rook to b2 by Hans. And the problem is, you can't defend. If you go for something like rook captures on h4, there's always the nasty rook b8 check, king to d7, bishop captures on c6 with check, king to e6, and now bishop to d5 check. If king back to d7, rook b7 check, king to e8, and now just king to c6, taking away the d7 square from the black king. And look at this, all of these squares are covered by the pawn, by the bishop, by the king, and rook to b8 will be checkmated. There's no way to prevent this. You could try this tricky knight to f7 move, but just bishop captures on f7. Of course, white is not silly. So after rook to b2, knight to e6 check. This was one final attempt by Linderman, and now king captures on c6, knight to d4 with check, king to d5, and now knight to b5, blocking the b file, so the rook does not have rook to b8. But now just bishop captures, pawn captures, and now king to c6. There are also other moves. You could also start pushing the pawn, but this is much cleaner. For example, if a6, f3, a7, you can play king d7. Now rook guards the queening square, which is still winning for white, but you give black too much ideas. So Hans plays it perfectly, king to c6, and now after king to e8, just king to c7, going after the d7 check move. So king f7, pawn to d7, and he was in this position on move 45 that Alexander Linderman resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So brilliant game by Hans, going for the endgame basically right out of the opening, 18 moves of pure theory, and then improving on existing theory, and then just playing a perfect endgame. So there was a way for Linderman to save it, but that king to c8 or king to d8 move, it was not an easy choice to make. So here you resign because whatever you do, and it really doesn't matter. Let's say pawn to f3, just a d8 queen, and after you give up the rook, you are just up a full rook. Of course, the rook is more than capable of handling all these pawns, and that's just it. So after d7, Linderman resigns, and a wonderful victory for Hans Mokeniman in round 11 of the US Championship 2022. Now, what does this mean for the standings? Hans did not have a great start to the tournament, but now he picks up his second win in a row, and there are 2 more rounds to go, so we'll see what happens. The leader of the tournament still Fabiano Caruana with 7.5 points, followed by Ray Robson with 7 points, and then Samuel Savian and Linier Dominguez with 6.5. So we'll see what happens. 2 more rounds to go. Who will be the US champion of 2022? So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As you can see, it's very important to study the end game, because even if you know 20 moves of pure theory and you play a nice middle game, there's always the end game waiting for you. So once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Jimmy LeBlanc, and I would like to thank Anderson Vera, Torkel Stanquist, Ravishing Grapples, YouTube, and Trevor Terrace for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone! I know we're in the middle of covering the Bobby Fischer series and the Beal Chess Festival, so it might be odd to add a game from yet another tournament into the schedule, but I thought it was important to cover this one. It's a game from round 3 of the Danjiao International Grandmaster Tournament. It's being played from 27th of July to 3rd of August. It's being played in Danjiao on the South China Sea Island province of Hainan, and it's an 8-player single round robin where the prize fund is $60,000 and $20,000 goes to the winner of the tournament. Here we have a game between Vidit Gujarati and Sam Shanklin. Sam Shanklin, he won the US Chess Championship, so he's the reigning US champion, and it's interesting that so far in 2018 he did not lose a single game, and he has been undefeated for the previous 62 games, so quite a nice unbeaten streak. and he faces Vidit Gujarati, who is India's third highest rated grandmaster and the fourth grandmaster from India to ever cross the 2700 rating. The only higher rated chess players in India after aside from Gujarati are Vishwanath Anand, who is the highest rated, and Pental Hari Krishna. So without further ado, let's check out this game. We even do have a photo of the game. There we have it. It's only 2 moves have been played. It's taken from keepi.org.cn, so feel free to check it out if you feel like it. So yeah, that's the photo. Let's check out the game. C4, the English opening. C6, the Karakan defense against the English. D4 and the D5, transposing into the Slav. Knight to F3, Knight to F6, E3, Bishop to G4, H3. Black has to decide whether to go back with the bishop or to capture on F3. We have captures, and now E6. So here you can see Shankland got rid of his light square bishop. He put all his pawns on light squares, and now his dark square bishop will be able to cruise along, in between them. Knight to C3, Bishop to B4. Pinning the knight, and now knight, bishop to d3. We have castles, and knight b to d7. And here, while white does have a lot of options here, white plays a most interesting move, queen to d1. Definitely a home preparation, as it is one of Ancient's favorite. We have queen to e7, and now queen to b3. So interesting, bishop captures on f3, queen goes to f3, then queen goes back to d1, then queen goes to b3. And it's only move 11. We have rook to b8, so now the bishop from b4 can move, and the b7 pawn will not be under attack. C5, opening, now the queen is no longer guarding the bishop on b4, so the queen is attacking it. Bishop to a5, and now queen to a4, attacking the bishop yet again. Bishop to c7, and now f4. Improving the control of d5 square. We have a5, a3, preparing to push b4 at some point. Rook to a8, and now comes bishop to d2. The other rook comes to b8. We have queen to c2, preparing to push b4. Black cannot close this with a4 because the knight and queen both are attacking the a4 square. So b6, and now comes b4. A captures on b4, a captures on b4, b captures on c5, b captures on c5, and now not exchanging the rooks immediately, but first bishop to a5. We have rook to a4, preparing to double rooks on the a file. And Shankland captures on c3. Bishop captures, and now knight to f8. We have rook f to a1. We did doubles rooks on the a file. Rook captures, and the knight to g6. And bishop to a5 now. You can see that here Gujarati has 2 bishops against 2 knights. So as it is a pretty close position, this light square bishop doesn't seem like it has all that much to do. All of these ones are on dark squares. The knight should definitely be better. But Gujarati finds a very nice plan, and he transfers this bishop from c3 all the way to d6 here. So let's see how he does it. Bishop to a5. We have rook to a8, and now comes the bishop to b6, offering to trade rooks. Queen b7. We have queen to a2, now forcing a rook trade, or otherwise rook to a7 will be coming. Rook captures, queen captures, and knight to e7 now. Queen to a5. We have king to f8, and now comes bishop to c7. Knight to e8 with a double attack on the bishop, and now comes bishop to d6. So now the bishop is a very active piece, and it's not all that easy to get rid of it. For example, you can't simply capture it, or when white captures back, you have just lost the game. Wherever you move the knight, it's going to be queen to d8 checkmate. So after bishop to d6, we have f5, making some breathing space for queen, and also not allowing this bishop on d3 to target the h7 pawn. Queen to d8, now with a double attack against the e7 knight, and we have king to f7, unpinning. And here, again, a very nice move by Gujarati, bishop to a6, trying to deflect the queen. Here, if you capture, of course, you will lose the game immediately after king g6, capturing here, and, well, you can go here and get checkmated in 6 moves, or you can go here and you will get checkmated in 1 move. So, which, if you already have this option, make it a nice one. Bishop to a6, and now queen to a7, of course, not accepting this very nice offering. King to h2, knight to f6, we have queen to b6, offering a trade of queens, and queen to d7, of course, not trading queens. If you trade queens here, then after c captures on b6, the bishops are controlling all of the squares. This pawn needs to be promoted to a queen, so of course you are lost here as black. After queen b6, we have queen to d7, declining the trade. Queen to b8, and here comes knight f to g8. It's not all that easy to find a move here for black. If you play something like g6, make some more breathing space for the king, you get bishop captures, and after queen captures, you get bishop to b7. Going after the c6 pawn. And now you have to be very careful, or black will play knight to g4 check. And here you see you can't capture the knight. You have to move the king, and then black will have some counterplay after knight captures on e3. Because if you capture, then of course it will be a draw by repetition of moves, and black will be very happy to achieve this. But of course it doesn't work, as you don't have to play bishop to b7, and of course you don't have to capture the knight. But no point in doing it if you're not sure about it. So knight f to g8. We have king to g1, and now queen to e8, offering a trade of queens. But here it would actually suit black. Queen to a7. Now again pinning the e7 knight. We have queen to d8, and now bishop to b7. Threatening to capture the c6 pawn, as the knight here would be pinned. King g6, unpinning, and now queen to a6. Again with a double attack against the c6 pawn. Queen to e8, defending the c6 pawn, and now king to f1. We have h6, queen to b6, king to h7, and now queen comes to c7. White slowly but surely improves the position of his pieces. King back to g6, king to e1, king to h5, and now comes bishop to a6. We have king to g6, and now you either have to be satisfied with a repetition of moves, or you have to push for the win here. And Gujarati goes for it. He plays g4. And here you probably want to play something like f captures, h captures, bring the king over to f7, and allow white to simply keep on improving on his position. And Shankland knows that Gujarati is much better here, so he doesn't go for this. He plays queen to a8, which seems like a terrible blunder, but it's the only hope for black, it seems, as he has to give up some material in order to perhaps be able to draw this game by checking the white king and repeating moves. So let's see what happened here. Bishop captures, knight captures, queen captures, and now of course the e6 pawn is undefended, so queen captures on e6 with check. We have king moves, and now queen captures on f7 with check. King moves, now a slight repetition of moves, queen f8 check, king moves, queen f5 check, king moves, and now comes g5. So to push, you have to allow black to give some checks. Queen a1 check, king f2, queen to b2 check, king f3, and now queen to c1, you do have to allow white a move. Here, pretty much any move will be sufficient for white. Gujarati goes for g6, now threatening queen to f8, or queen to c8 checkmate, doesn't really matter. We have queen to f1 check, king moves, queen to g2 check, king moves, queen to e2 check, and now queen to g4. Of course, black is down material, he cannot afford to trade queens, but at least he prevented checkmate as the queen had to block. We have king to h4, a very nice move. You can't threaten anything with the queen immediately, because then black queen will harass the white king once again. So first king to h4, getting the king to a nice dark square, queen to a8, and now queen to d7. Again, putting the black in sort of a Tugzwang, as the black queen is now stuck guarding the c6 pawn, the black queen is stuck guarding the entire 8th rank. Any move by the queen on the 8th rank will be checkmate, so black doesn't really have all that many moves. Sure, you can waste a move with the king, but it will not help you. Here we have h5, trying to give up a pawn, but Gujarati doesn't really want it immediately. We have king to g8, king to f3, and now h4. Queen to e6 check, king to h8, and now queen to e7. And it was in this position that Samuel Shenklin, or Sam Shenklin, yeah, I believe Sam Shenklin is his full name. It's not like short for Samuel, but I will have to check. I'm pretty sure it's Sam Shenklin. Resigned the game. He resigned because there's nothing to do here. After any move you make, this pawn will be captured, and then white will be simply up too much material. Being up 3 pawns is too much. So yeah, after queen to e7, he resigned the game, and this is his first loss of the year 2018, and it was to Vidit Gujarati of India. So there you have it. After 62 games going undefeated, the streak finally ended. Now, some of you may not know this, some of you may do know this. The person who holds the record for largest unbeaten streak is actually Mikhail Tal, and the person who holds the record for highest, longest second unbeaten streak is also Mikhail Tal. So there you have it. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. This was just, I will not be covering this tournament anymore. It's just one I had to show since, breaking an unbeaten streak of 62 games, is definitely something to show. So I do hope you enjoyed it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon returning to the Bill Chess Festival and the Bobby Fischer series. Thank you all, and I'll see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game from the FIDE Chess Olympiad that was played online in 2020, and this is one of the games that I think should win the Brilliancy Prize. FIDE contacted me alongside some other chess streamers and YouTubers and said that we should make a list of our top 3 games for the Brilliancy Prize, and I published my list on Twitter yesterday, and this is the game that I think, is the nicest one for the Brilliancy Prize, so to say, the most awe-inspiring game. But you can also be the judge of that, so without further ado, let's check it out. It's Italian Grandmaster Daniil Dvirni versus Alexei Shirov. It's no wonder that a game, maybe qualified that may win the Brilliancy Prize involves Alexei Shirov, but we should see what actually happens in the game. So without further ado, let's check it out. So Dvirni with the white pieces opens with d4. Sorry about that. And we have d5 by Shirov. C4 and C6. So we have the Slav defense. We have knight to f3 and knight to f6. And it's going to be quite a long main line of the Slav. We have e3, bishop to f5, and knight to c3. Black finishes the development of the cage while the bishop is out of the cage. Knight to h4 going after the bishop, and bishop to e4. f3, pushing the bishop around. Bishop back to g6, and the queen b3 now going after the b7 pawn. So all standard stuff. Queen to c7, Shirov defends the pawn, and now bishop to b2. White says that he is ready to castle queenside. Bishop to e7, and knight captures on g6 now. We have h captures and a queenside castle. Shirov continues development. We have knight b to d7, and now we have a trade on d5. Captures, and as the king is still on c1, rook to c8 is probably coming. We have a nice prophylactic move from white. King to b1. We have a6 preparing to continue pushing on the queen side with b5, and now rook to c1. And here there are 3 games that reach this exact same position, and in all then queen to b6 was played, offering a queen trade. However, in this game, Shirov goes queen to b8, and this is a new move. So already as a move 14, we have a completely new game, and now Dvirni is on his own to crack the position. So what happens now? We have h4, preparing the development on the king side with the g4, h5. Probably Shirov will castle king side as he wants to bring this rook into the attack as well. So you should be ready. And h4 gets ready for that. We have b5. Now Shirov starts pushing on the queen side, and a4. Dvirni basically offers a queen trade. If captures, then you can just trade all the queens, pick up the pawn, and everything will be fine for white. However, Shirov castles here, and now he says, okay, you can even grab my pawn here, but we have castles of opposite sides. So grabbing the pawn on the side that your opponent wants to attack you isn't really the greatest way to go about it. For example, if you go after the pawn, it looks nice, looks like it's playable, but rook a6, then the queen moves, the other rook comes to a8, and you will have problems on the queen side definitely. So here Dvirni decides, let's close the position on the queen side, and let's shift the attention of the game on the king side, as that's where I want to attack. So rook to c8, Shirov does get his rook into the game, and bishop to d3 now, continuing to develop pieces. G4, h5 is incoming, and Shirov, of course, a great attacker himself, knows that this is coming, so he blocks the g pawn with his queen. Queen g3, while also threatening to just pick up the base of the pawn chain. So rook c to g1 defending, and now, Shirov kept the queens on the board for a reason. He wants to attack, but where is his attack? That's the question. Here he makes the attack sort of happen by playing rook to c4, and now he's preparing the other rook to come to the c file. He wants to play b4, bust open the queen side, and enjoy a very nice attack. And if you capture the rook, then d captures or b captures can be played. It's hard to say what you had in mind. If d captures first knight e2, attacking black queen as well, and after the queen returns, now the white queen moves somewhere, or even rook to c1 can be played. All in all, it's a very tricky position. Of course, Engine will hold this with white and even probably a human in a classical game, but in rapid game, and especially against an attacker like Alexei Shirov, you do not want to play white in this position. So after rook to c4, we have f4 by white. Here, the sneakiest way for white to continue his attack is actually h5. And then after pawn captures, now you kick away the queen, make room for the g pawn, and after the queen moves, now g4, and now white's attack is happening a little bit faster. But Dvirni goes for f4 instead, and now rook a to c8. Shirov just continues piling up on the c file. We have queen to d1, now controlling the g4 square, so rook h3 might be played, forcing a queen trade here, and now Shirov continues with b4. A very sneaky idea here was rook captures on d4. Now, if white captures, then you do get to capture this with check, for example, captures with check. However, white, of course, doesn't have to capture. White can play knight e2, and now you have problems, as now the queen and the rook are under attack. This was possible a move ago, forgot to mention this, while the queen was still here, instead of rook a to c8, there was the option of going rook captures on d4. And now, for example, if knight to e2, you have the in-between rook captures on d3, attacking white's queen, but you still have to give up the exchange, and now you move the queen, and, it is a nice position to play with black. But okay, like we said, Shirov decided to do this maybe afterwards, so first he brings another attacker into the game, queen d1, and now, like we said, this no longer works, but now b4, continuing the attack, the knight has to move. We have knight to e2, here rook to h3 is also very nice, trying to get a queen trade in, for example, queen g4, you can trade the queens, captures, and now you play bishop captures on, knight captures on g4, and now bishop captures on c4, grabbing that rook, d captures, and now you move the knight. And now, again, white is very comfortable here, black has a very nice pawns here, and the game continues with white being up the exchange. However, Dvirni doesn't like that. He first goes knight to e2, attacks the queen, gets the knight out of harm's way, queen to g4, and now knight to c1. So the knight is out of harm's way, the rook is hanging, the queen trade is being offered, and here you could do a lot of things. So you could capture the queen, you could maybe move the rook, you could do a lot of things, but you could also do the move that Alexei Shirov played. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the move Shirov played here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the incredible knight to e4. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, this is the move that Cheeto played. So offering a full queen, and if the queen is captured, then all hell just breaks loose. For example, if queen captures on g4, then you capture on d2 with the knight. Of course, this comes with check, and now it doesn't matter what you do. If king to a2, then you just allow this instant b3 with check, and now it doesn't matter what you play. If knight captures, then rook to a4 is checkmate, and if you don't capture, if you just go back, you could go here, then just rook to a4 check yet again. The knight has to block, and now rook captures on a2 is checkmate. So this is what would happen if the queen sacrifice was accepted. So of course he doesn't accept the queen sacrifice. He tries something else. Capturing the knight is actually the safest way to go about this. Just capture it, and now the queen is really undefended. So here Cheeto would have to trade. You capture on e4, and the game continues here. With black having a lot of pressure on the queen side, but white should be okay. However, after this knight to e4 move, we have bishop to e2, just attacking Cheeto's queen. Cheeto now plays queen to f5, threatens a lot of nasty discoveries here as the queen and king are on the same diagonal. Bishop back to d3, now blocking the nasty discoveries, and now Cheeto just continues like nothing is hanging. Knight d to f6, and indeed nothing is hanging here. You really have to be careful what you do here. There are a couple of moves you could do. Knight to b3, the safest way to go about things, as you really want to defend this bishop on d2. However, here g4 was played as it's nicely defended twice by the rook and by the queen, but now it's actually Cheeto again who is winning. So feel free to pause the video and win the game for Cheeto while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the exact same queen sacrifice again. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight captures on g4. You just eliminated this pawn, and now white really doesn't have a good way of continuing the game because he just blundered a pawn, and there's no good continuation. However, Dvirny persisted with his idea. He played rook captures on g4, probably expecting knight captures with check, queen captures, and then just queen captures rook. But Cheeto, of course, played queen captures on g4. And now white runs into the exact same queen sacrifice because you can't move the queen, otherwise you hang the bishop with check, and there's not much you can do here. So Dvirny accepted the queen sacrifice, but now knight captures on d2 with check. And again, if king a2, then b3 check, king a1, rook a4 check, everything is happening nicely. Rook captures with checkmate, the knight covers the b1 square. So of course, after knight captures on d2 check, king a1 was played, but now king a1 was played, but now the problem is that only one rook is guarding the knight, so it's even faster. Rook captures with check, and it was in this position on move 29 that Daniel Dvirny resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Of course, if you move the king, you're getting checkmated. If you accept a trade once, you're also getting checkmated. Again, if bishop to b1, then just rook captures with check, king a2 and b3 is checkmate, and if you play king to a2, then just b3 is checkmate on the spot, as the bishop covers the a3 square, so you don't have an escape route here. So after rook captures on c1, Dvirny resigns, and what a game and what a victory with the black pieces for Alexei Cheeto. Now, it wasn't easy going through, millions of games deciding which game to get my choice for the brilliancy prize. That, of course, is a joke. FIDE sent me some 15 games that, caught their attention to choose from, as, most of the games are just positional snooze fests, so it wouldn't make sense to go through all of them. But very happy that they, narrowed down the list and that I was able to choose from like 15 of them. But yeah, this is the one I thought was the most interesting one. If you guys like it, we could also show my choice 2 and my choice 3. But yeah, that's basically the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and I think today or tomorrow FIDE will announce who they choose for the which game they choose for the brilliancy prize, and maybe it will be this one, maybe it will be some other game. Either way, we're going to show the one they choose as well. So yeah, once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Grant McGregor, Steven Yaffe, Mario Fabri, Wolfgang Schmidt, and Nick Vitolo for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Morphe stuff, the saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Friday. Hello everyone, I do hope you're having an excellent Sunday because we have an amazing game from the penultimate round of the 2018 Isle of Man chess tournament. I'm sure you've all heard of the German Bobby Fischer, the 13-year-old Vincent Kamer. I'm not sure if he's 13-year-old anymore. The last time I did a video on him, he was 13 years old. And I will put a link to that video in the description below as well if you want to check it out and learn something more about him. That was from the Grand K Chess Festival, where he won the open section of the Grand K Chess Festival this year in 2018 with an astonishing 8 out of 9 points, beating Richard Rapport in the final round. The link in the description below will lead you to that game where Vincent played against Richard Rapport in Grand K Open chess tournament. But this game, it's from, like we said, I'm Chess, and he faces the legend Boris Gelfand. Now, we do have one nice photo of this encounter. There you have it. It's a photo by John Saunders. He's taking a lot of photos of this event. He's the official photographer. I will also put a link to his own profile so you can check out some more of the photos from this tournament. And it's hard to say what Gelfand is doing. It's as if he's sleeping, but I don't think that's the case. But it did happen if you remember. Magnus Carlsen fell asleep a bit during his game against Viswanathan Anand that one time. But okay, without further ado, let's check out this very nice game. And I always say without further ado, and then I want to say something more, but usually when there is a great game played, I will receive a lot of messages on different social platforms. And for this game, I received a lot of messages, so I knew that it was going to be a great game, but only after I have seen it, I knew that it indeed is an excellent game. But okay, now really without further ado, Vincent opens with d4. So not afraid of any lines Boris is ready to throw at him. He's open to a great fight. Knight to f6 by Gelfand. We have c4, e6, knight to f3, and of course d5, we enter the queen's gambit. We have knight to c3, we have c6, e3, and knight b to d7. So this is now the main line of the semi-Slav. Queen to c2, we have bishop to d6, bishop to d3, we have castles, and rook to e8. So this has all been played before. We have e4, now pawn captures on c4, bishop captures on c4, and e5 now. We have rook to d1, and here, interestingly, in 1997, Karpov had this exact same position against Vasily Ivanchuk in Monte Carlo, where Ivanchuk continued with queen to e7, and that game ended in a draw. But here, Gelfand has a different idea. He plays e captures on d4, and already on move 11, we have a game that was never played before, so this position is not available in any database. So any move from now is straight, comes out of creativity, out of calculation, out of not out of preparation. Knight captures on d4 by Gelfand, sorry, by Kamer. You don't want to capture with the rook, as this rook would really feel silly on d4. So knight captures on d4. The knight is much better here on a nice central square. We have queen to c7. Gelfand now develops the queen while also attacking the h2 pawn, and here g3. It's interesting. h3 seems like a better move, as it's a move, for example, I would probably play. Perhaps not if I immediately had if I thought about the move, but seems like it does the same job and also prevents this knight from ever jumping to g4. But that's why Vincent is an international master, and I'm not. He places all of his pawns on a dark square, and this bishop will now be able to cover all of the pawns via the light squares. Knight to e5, attacking the bishop on c4, and now bishop back to e2, controlling this knight on e5, and also perhaps at some point f4 will be a possibility. Bishop to h3. Gelfand now takes away the light squares away from the white king, as now this formation with the dark squares allows this move. And it seems that all of Gelfand's pieces are on excellent squares. The bishop is really an amazing piece on h3. The rook will at some point come to d8, and black's position is definitely great. Bishop to g5, and now knight e to g4. Also guarding the knight on f6, so now you will not have to capture with the pawn if bishop captures on f6 is played. But by playing knight to g4, the bishop on h3 doesn't really have all that many squares. So here, Vincent simply attacks it, forces a trade. We have bishop captures, rook captures, and now bishop to e5. Makes room for this rook to enter the game. Also comes with an attack against the undefended knight on d5. Vincent goes knight to f5, and now even g6. Gelfand doesn't mind weakening his king side position a bit, as he does have a dark square bishop, which he can use to cover the dark squares. I forgot to mention the profile photo of Gelfand here on the left is also by John Saunders, the photographer whose photo we've already seen. We have knight to h6 check, knight captures, and now knight to g4, attacking the bishop on h6, bishop back to d2, and now finally rook 8 to d8. Gelfand fully mobilizes all of his pieces, and his position is quite excellent. King to g2. A very nice move by Vincent, as f4 seems like a move you want to play, but it would be a bit too hasty because, for example, queen b6 check. You have to do something about this. King to h1, and now bishop captures on c3. For example, b captures on c3, and now comes knight to e3, attacking the queen and the rook. You have to capture. Bishop captures, and now the rook is coming to d2. After rook fe1, attacking the queen, you will simply attack the queen, and now after captures, it will be a much better endgame for black with the weak c and the weak a pawn. Black should be able to win this game. Perhaps it's not straight, winning, but Gelfand is confident in his abilities to push this for a win against young Vincent. So first, king to g2 by Vincent, and then now comes queen to e7. We have h3, kicking away the knight to f6, and then now comes rook f to e1. Queen to c5 now. Here, Gelfand wants to move the queen, as you can't really win any pawns here if you play bishop captures. Of course, now comes bishop captures, sorry, not queen, but bishop captures and now knight captures will win a pawn, but only briefly, as f3 will simply attack the queen piece, and you will lose this knight, as the rook will be attacking the queen if the knight moves. So after rook fe1, we have queen to c5, rook 8 to d1, and now queen to c4. Now, again, pressuring the pawn, but now from c4, and here we have bishop to g5, offering a trade of rooks. Gelfand accepts, we have rook captures, and now comes b5. Here, Gelfand is threatening b4 to kick away this knight, and then the queen will be undefended, but also the knight is guarding the a2 pawn. So we have f3, strengthening the center, and it does seem like Vincent just blundered a piece, but not really. You can't move the knight, but you can move the queen, as Gelfand's queen on c4 is also undefended. So we have queen to e6. You don't want to trade queens, as you can just move the queen, wait for Vincent to move his knight, and then you will capture the a2 pawn, which is what happens. Queen to a4, we have queen captures on a2, and now comes queen to c2, defending the knight on a4, also attacking the pawn on c6. And if the queen captures the pawn, she will also be guarding the knight from c6. So c5 here by Gelfand. So now the queen cannot capture because queen captures knight, but the knight can capture, and here it's interesting, you can capture a pawn here, and it's very interesting why Gelfand doesn't capture the pawn here. Because if queen captures, and bishop captures, it seems Gelfand has two connected pass pawns on the queen side, and if a5 comes, seems like it will be very, very difficult to stop these pawns, and also the bishop is covering a lot of the important squares you need to push the pawn. But here, white would have knight to a6. This comes with an attack against the b4 pawn, and after you defend it, now bishop captures on f6, removes the defender. Bishop captures, pawn captures, and after a5, seems like you still have a very strong pass pawn, and the bishop is covering the queening square. But let's say knight to d5, attacking the bishop has to move, and now comes this rook to b1, attacking the bishop. Rook blocks, and now comes knight e7 check. King moves, and now knight to c6, attacking the rook, but also the pawn on a5. Rook attacks knight, captures, and rook a2, and here, white will be able to draw this game, as the material on the board is completely equal, and it doesn't matter if it's the outside pass pawn, doesn't help you all that much against a rook. So after knight captures on c5, Gelfand doesn't want to win the pawn immediately. First, rook to c8, pins the knight on c5. Rook to d2, now bringing another defender to the b2 pawn, and now comes queen to a5. The knight is now attacked, so bishop to e3, defending the knight on c5. Queen to c7, now pinning the knight, as the queen on c2 would be attacked twice. If the knight moves the button, the queen can move now. Queen to d3. We have queen to c6, now making room for the bishop, so the bishop can come to c7, but also aligning the queen with the king here. King to f2, and now comes bishop to c7, as we've mentioned. Knight to a6, attacking the pawn on b4, and also the bishop on c7. And here, it seems like the simple bishop to a5 would have been the best move here, simply defending the b4 pawn. But Gelfand played rook to d8, attacking Vincent's queen, and it seemed Gelfand was probably considering something like queen e2, and then after rook captures, bishop captures, knight to h5, pressuring the g3 pawn. So now knight captures or bishop captures isn't possible because you have to do something about this. So after knight captures, queen captures, now the queen is also attacking the g3 pawn, f4, and now you will not have time to capture on b4, as Gelfand would have time to push a5. This is most likely what Gelfand was aiming for. But after this rook to d8 move, Vincent doesn't go for this. Rather, he simply plays knight captures on b4. And now you have a problem. Yes, you can capture the queen, but your queen is also under attack. So let's see what happens here. If rook captures, then queen captures on c6. And even with the best idea, which is bishop captures on g3, you have to try and snatch a pawn, and if king captures, then you can capture on e3. But after king e2, rook captures bishop, king captures and getting this pawn to a light square. For example, a6. The material on the board would be equal, but the placement of white's pieces is better, and Vincent's king is much more active, so this would be a much better position for Vincent. So here, this was the first move that Gelfand missed, this knight captures on b4. And he decided to move the queen. We have queen to e6, and now again, Vincent doesn't move his queen. He could have moved it simply to queen to c3, but rather he decides to capture on d8. Queen captures on d8. So giving up the queen for a rook and the bishop. Bishop captures, rook captures. We have king to g7, and now bishop to d4, attacking, pinning the knight here basically, and offering the h3 pawn. Now it's very interesting. Can you capture the h3 pawn? If you capture the pawn, then you get rook to d6, and you can't get out of this pin. And after you suffer from a lot of checks, for example, king d2, queen g2 check, king c3, queen captures on f3, king c4, queen captures on e4, rook captures on f6 will come, and after one more check, knight to d3 will block. He will have to get out of any discoveries, but white will again have a much better position with a rook, a bishop, and the knight for a queen. Will white be able to win this? It's hard to say, but it will mostly be black who will be suffering here. So after bishop to d4, Gelfand isn't all that eager to give up one more piece. So king to h6, he simply unpins, but now the king is quite oddly placed there. Vincent plays g4, and here we have an amazing moment. Here, if you put this exact same position, for example, I tried it on Stockfish 9 with the depth of 21, Stockfish will tell you that knight to d7 is the absolute best move, and that this position is a draw. And it's very interesting, this is the exact move that Gelfand played. This knight will come to e5 at some point, block this bishop's control of g7, and perhaps black will be able to hold this. But then it becomes even more interesting when you put this position after this one move has been played on that same Stockfish 9 with the depth 21, then he will tell you white is winning. So engines are weird, but even though Gelfand did play the absolute best move considered by the engine, it was not enough. Knight to d5 here was played by Vincent. Here we have f5, and now feel free to pause the video here and try to find the move that wins this game for white. It's not an easy move, but I'm sure you it's Sunday, you have time. Feel free to pause the video and try to find it. I'll give you a couple of seconds as usual. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you have just found a truly amazing move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the move Vincent played is rook to h8. Now it's very interesting why rook to h8 is the only move that wins here. Well, because whatever black plays, he will lose this game. For example, what's the idea behind 95? If you simply block this bishop, so the king can come back into the game. Now Vincent's idea was g5. g5 is an absolute brilliant move, because now if king to h5, you simply get rook captures, and now after king captures, you will get f4, and this is checkmate, because the knight is covering f4 and also f6, so the king has nowhere to go. This pawn is covering g4, and the rook is covering, well, the entire h file, so this will be checkmate. And after g5, if you don't move the king to h5, if you capture it immediately, doesn't really matter. Simply bishop to e3, check, f4, and now comes the bishop captures on f4, king h4, and the rook captures on h7. This will again be checkmate. And lastly, but not leastly, of course, g5, like we said, king g7. Now because with 95 you have blocked the bishop here, rook to a8, threatening to capture on a7 as the bishop is guarding a7, and white has no moves here. Sorry, black has no moves here. There's really nothing to do with the king. The g5 pawn is now blocking any escape routes from the king. The knight on e5 is pinned, and you can only move the queen, but we're going to move the queen too. So let's take king to f7. Now comes rook captures on a7. King to e8. If you play king to e8, then knight to c7 check wins the queen, as it's check and the queen is forked. And if you block, for example, with 97, then simply knight to f6. You attack the pinned piece, and black is falling apart. You have no moves. Queen b3, rook captures, king e6, captures, and now bishop to c3. White defends everything, and again, nothing to do here. White is completely winning. So after this rook to h8, you don't have all that many moves you can play. Gaetans tried f captures on e4, trying to destroy this huge pawn formation Vincent created on the king side, but Vincent doesn't mind. f4, a beautiful move that offers a knight here, but you can't capture it. If you capture the knight, then you get the g5 check, king moves, and rook captures on h7 with checkmate. So, or you can capture with the queen on g5, but that's pretty pointless. So after f4, we have knight to f8, a very nice move that will defend the h7 pawn if needed in crucial moments. And also if rook captures and queen captures now it's actually black that's better, because there's nothing all that impressive to do here. G5 king will be able to escape. The rook is no longer attacking the h7 pawn, so not something you want to do. So after knight to f8, now comes g5. This is with check. G7 is covered by the bishop. You have to go down. We have king to h5, and now comes the excellent knight f6 check. The king is in check, has to move. The knight also attacks the h7 pawn, so you all know what's coming next. King to h4, and now knight captures on h7, threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries. Or if knight captures, then rook captures will be checkmate. So here e3 was played by Gaetans, but after bishop captures on e3, he in this position decided to resign the game, because now there's really nothing to do here. Discoveries are coming, of course. If knight captures, rook captures will be checkmate. There's nothing to do here. Same as if you capture with the king, for example. King captures here will be met with knight to f6 check. The king has nowhere to go. The knight from f6 is guarding the g4 square, so you cannot escape. You have to give up the knight, and again this will be checkmate. And anything other than that, you can simply try giving up pieces for no reason, but all of that will again be met with checkmate. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and also we do have a very excellent photo captured of the moment after this game. It's a photo by Maria Emiliano, also official photographer of chess.com. The moment where Peter Leko, who is young Vincent's coach, congratulated him on his victory over the legend Boris Gelfand. So you can really see, I mean, Leko is an elite chess player himself, so it makes sense that Vincent is becoming so strong if Leko is tutoring him. So I'll also put a link to Maria's Twitter page and a lot of her other social media, so you can follow her as well. And I did prepare the standings after round 8 of the IM Chess 2018, so here you have it. With 6.5 points, only 2 players, Radoslav Wojtaszek and Arkady Najdic. Then we have 4 players with 6 points, Maxim Vashiel, Grad, Wang Hao, Gawain Jones, and Jeffrey Shiong, and then a whole lot of players with 5.5 points. Anish Giri, Vladimir Kramnik, Vishwana Kananda, Alexander Grishuk, Hikaru Nakamura, Sergei Karyakin, Richard Rapport, Michael Adams, Vidit Gujarati, Artemiev Vladislav, Pavel Yanov, Peter Leko, Seturaman, Bhaskar Nadiban, and a lot of others. And all the way down, you can see that Leon Aronyan and Wesley So have only 5 points. So a lot of very, very strong elite chess players were not able to get it all the way to the top. But there's still one more round to go. A lot of things can happen. We're going to get back to that as well. I would also like to thank Jay Evic, Bobby Treat, Vesa Velkama, a software engineer, and Vedran Novoselets for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. A lot of useful links will be in the description below, such as there will be a nice article from Chess24 about Vincent Kemers, so do check that out as well. And if you haven't, do check out my video again on Vincent Kemers' victory over Richard Rapport in the Gringa Chess Festival. So as usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the penultimate round of this year's Superbet Chess Classic. We have a very exciting game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firuc. Alireza, who already defeated 3 people in this classical tournament, and out of those 3, okay, he defeated Bogdan Daniel Diaga, but he also defeated the reigning world champion Ding Liden and the former world chess championship challenger Yanni Ponici. And Duda is still without a win in this tournament. He has 1 loss. He drew all of his other games, so he would very much enjoy a win, at least with the white pieces in the penultimate round, as there's only 1 more round after this one. So that being said, let's check it out. Quite a lot to enjoy here. So Duda has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have d5, pawn to c4, pawn to c6, and knight to c3. Knight to c3 going after the Slav defense with a pretty standard setup. We have knight to f6, c captures on d5, c captures, and bishop to f4. So the exchange variation being played, followed up with bishop to f4, knight to c6, and now pawn to e3. We have bishop to f5, all fairly standard stuff, knight to f3, and now pawn to e6. And here, usually you will see bishop to d3. This is the most common move. Bishop to b5 is the second most popular, but instead we have queen to b3. It's a very tricky attempt by white. Okay, going after the b7 pawn, so you have to defend against that. We have bishop to b4, stopping that, and also pinning the knight on c3, and now bishop to b5. And this is very tricky position. There are even classical games in the database that reach this position where black thought, okay, I'm just going to play queen to b6 and everything is nicely defended, because if you capture, my bishop on b4 is defended, but they overlook that queen captures on b4 is possible because the knight on c6 is pinned. And yes, I'm talking about a classical game. The highest rated player to do this in a classical game was rated over 2300. So he made this queen to b6 move against a 2500 player. So it's just something that people do for some reason. There just are these positions in chess. I don't know. We should have a name for that. Like, it's a position where it doesn't matter how high the player is rated, he will make a silly move. So here we have castles, which is a great move, and now just bishop captures, bishop captures on c3, queen captures on c3, and now you could play something like rook to c8, but first we have knight e4 attacking the queen, queen to a3, and now b captures on c6. We have rook to c1 going after the pawn, and now you might expect something like rook to c8, but no, Alireza once again he plays pawn to g5, and he goes after the white king. Now the bishop is attacked, you have to move the bishop to g3, and okay, there is one game where queen to b6 was played. It was played in a game between Patrick van Hoeland and Game Kafka in in 2016 in Novi Sad, but here we have rook to c8, and it is now as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So knight to d2, trying to get rid of this annoying knight on e4, because for the moment it is the strongest piece on the board. Knight captures on g3, h captures, and just king to g7. So you can push h5, you can put the rook on h8, and so on, as white does have a semi-open h file. We have rook to c5, now either preparing to move the king, maybe double up on the c file, put pressure on the c pawn, or just shifting the rook to the a file and going after the a7 pawn. And there doesn't seem to be all that much Alireza can do about this. So he goes rook to h8, we have rook to a5, going after the a7 pawn, and now just rook to c7, preparing to trade rooks here if Duda trades, and then Alireza wants to shift the attention to the king side, even though he's down a pawn. And Duda says, alright, I don't really have a say in this. Rook captures on a7, we have rook captures, queen captures, and now pawn to h5. Alireza goes for the attack, and the difference on the clock is Duda has an hour on the clock, Alireza has half an hour on the clock. And here we have pawn to b3, which everyone thought was not the most precise idea, because the engine was sort of saying you have to play knight to f3 here, because then you get the knight to e5, but also the engine shows that with decent defense, it doesn't really do all that much. Let's say g4, knight to e5, bishop to g6, and now, okay, human will leave the knight here and probably put so much pressure on black that at some point black will just crack under pressure, but the engine says, yeah, just knight captures on g6 here, it will be nice for white, but human, no way that a human gives up this knight for a bishop. It's something maybe Fischer would do and get a brilliancy prize for it, but I don't know, you just don't see anyone doing this. So this does seem like it could be the way to go, but instead we have b3, now he wants to start advancing that pass pawn to victory, and now we have pawn to h4. Again, Alireza could play pawn to g4, but it seems Alireza doesn't care about knight to f3, so he just plays pawn to h4, and now, okay, we have captures on h4, g captures on h4, and now knight to f3. Now Duda will get his knight to e5, bishop to g6, and now even rook to h3 first. We have queen to a8, offering a queen trade, and Duda happily trades. We have captures, and now as the a2 pawn is hanging, pawn to a4. We have bishop to c2 now, going after the b3 pawn, and we have a trade. Rook captures on h4, bishop captures on b3, and rook to g4 check. We have king to f8, and now rook to f4, going for some knight to e5, but also knight to g5 ideas. This will put pressure on the f7 pawn, but also on the e6 pawn as the f pawn is pinned. And now, basically, you have to decide where to put your king, whether to put it on g7 or to put it on e7. e7 is much better, but Alireza does none of it. He plays rook to a7, and one of the reasons why probably Alireza decided for this is that he was very low on time. So here, pawn to a5. Now, again, if you move the rook here, let's say rook captures, then the knight comes to g5, and there's the threat of rook captures here, and also the threat of knight captures on e6, so you don't have a rook back to a7. So instead, after this a5 move, we have bishop to a4. Now the situation is 13 minutes on the clock for Duda and only 6 minutes on the clock for Alireza, and we have pawn to a6. Another tricky move. The point is, if you go for something like knight to e5 here, putting pressure on the pawn here, then king to g7 can be played. And now if pawn to a6, then for example pawn to f5, and it's hard to say. Probably white will be able to play something like g4, and then let's say king to f6, captures here. White will have the advantage of a better pawn structure being a pawn up, and you should be able to do something about it. Let's say rook to h4, and then you push for advantage. But instead, Duda went for the immediate pawn to a6, and now we have bishop to b5. Interestingly, Alireza made this move with 4 seconds on the clock. He's playing this just on increment, and okay, you can play this, but it seems that c5 was probably the way to go here. Point is that after d captures on c5 and rook captures on e6, knight to e5 comes going after the pawn. You can play this bishop to e8 move. That's why c5 was so strong, as it clears the path for the bishop to retreat to the e8 square. But of course, he was very low on time. Bishop to b5 was played, and now knight to g5 is just incredibly strong. You cannot defend against knight captures on e6. So here, bishop captures on e6 was played, knight captures on e6 with check, king to e7, and now knight back to g5, putting pressure on the f7 pawn. King to f8 still fights, somewhat fights here, but after pawn to f6, now Duda is completely winning if he's precise. Knight to h7, now the pawn will fall. f5, rook captures on f5, and bishop to d3. Nicely connecting here, but there's a rook to e5, of course. This comes with check, king to d6, and now knight to g5. And here, Duda is up 2 pawns, and of course, once that g pawn starts marching up the board, you cannot save the game anymore. If the bishop here was defended, then you could harass the white king with rook a1 check, rook a2 check, rook a1 check, and then you would either win the f2 pawn or get a perpetual. Unfortunately, the bishop on d3 is not defended, so rook a1 check, king d2 just comes with an attack on the bishop. So instead, rook to a2 was played, going for rook to e2 check, but now knight to h3. Knight to f7 check is perhaps a bit more precise, but knight to h3 also is very nice. Now you don't have to worry about the f2 pawn, and now we have a bishop to c4. And now this is move 39, and Alireza has to be very, very careful here because Duda played pawn to g4, and now Alireza has a chance. He can actually get this position maybe to a draw, but he has to again find pawn to c5. But he has one more move to make the reach time control, and he actually played it with 2 seconds on the clock, but he did not go for c5. He played rook to e2 with check. Just to show you why c5 is so strong. Now, of course, the pawn cannot capture the rook with hang here, so you would move the rook to a1 with check, and after a few checks, here, let's king to d2, rook to a2 with check, king to c1, king to c6, you will play rook to f8, and now c captures on d4, e captures, and rook to a1 with check. You will play king to b2, rook a2 check, you will play king to b1, so no more checks, rook to d2 going after the pawn here, and this is now sufficient. Knight will come to f4, you will pick up the d4 pawn, and you're now down only 1 pawn, and you have, well, more than excellent drawing chances. However, Alireza played rook to a2 with check. Now, of course, you don't go to f1 under the mask with the bishop. So king to d1 was played, and now rook to a2. We have pawn to g5. Duda just starts advancing his passed pawn. Pawn to c5 now. Alireza finds the move that he should have played a few moves ago, but now it is too late. We have pawn to g6, bishop to b3 with check. We have king to e1 and rook to a1 with check. King e2, we have rook to a2 with check. King to f3, and now pawn to c4. Alireza also creates a passed pawn, but now rook to e8, not allowing the rook to stop the promotion of the g pawn. So here, rook to a7, stopping rook to g7, but now Duda just ends the game in a single move. I'm sure you guys can see it because the pawn covers c5 and d5. Duda just plays rook to d8 with check, and he was in this position on move 48 that Alireza Firuza resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The problem is, as we've said, you have to go up the board. You can go here, and well, if you go to e7 or c7 doesn't really matter, just g7, and then the pawn is defended. If you go for something like king to e6, then we just slowly bring the king up the board. Of course, there's no point in playing this, and if you go away from the pawn, then that's obviously even worse. So Alireza had enough of this. It's a too ugly position to play, so he just resigned here. And interestingly, this is Duda's first win in the tournament, and even though it kind of ruins Alireza's chances of winning the tournament, Alireza is still doing excellently on the standings. These are the standings after 8 rounds of this incredible tournament. So Fabi is leading with 5 points, and then in second place we have Alireza Firuza, Wojciech Słonimski, and Richard Rapport tied with 4.5 points. Then with 4 points, Maxim Bashel, Jan Krzysztof Duda with 3 points, Jan Bonuchin, Ding Liren, and Bogdan Daniel Deak, so sharing basically last place. So we'll see what happens in the final round. Will Fabi take it, or will some of the other gentlemen, Alireza, Wesley, Anish, Richard, have something to say about this and maybe take the tournament for themselves? But as Fabi is in sole lead, that means that if Fabi wins, he's definitely the winner. And I can't remember which tournament it was. I think it was maybe 2018 or something. Fabi was leading the tournament by half a point in the final round, and then he just won. So maybe that will happen. We'll see how it goes as he is playing incredible chess. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Mazen Elsarag. Thank you for videos. Dr. Heisenberg, Ding Fan, and Racing Reptiles YouTube for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this incredible event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to a very important game from round 13 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. It's Jan Pomnici versus Richard Rapport. For some reason it says Rapport news. Yeah, probably because I had a Magnus game in the previous video, so sorry about that. But yeah, against Richard Rapport, and the situation in the tournament is currently that Jan only needs a draw from his next two games in order to qualify for the World Championship match. He has a 2-point lead, if you guys remember. He's an 8.5, and Ding and Nakamura are following with 6.5. So only if Jan loses both of his games, he has this game against Rapport, and the final round game he has against Jan Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces. Only then do Ding and Hikaru have a chance of catching up to Nepo if they win both of their games in the penultimate and ultimate rounds. But this game, well, we'll shed some light on what does that even matter. So let's check it out, and then we are going to discuss what happens next and what does this mean for the entire World Championship cycle. So Jan has the white pieces and he opens with e4, and everyone thought, okay, of course Rapport does not have a chance of qualifying. This is going to be a quick Berlin Romo, and most likely e5 is coming next, but not Rapport. Rapport plays pawn to c5. He goes for the Sicilian defense, and here Nepo thought, all right, I have to play. I'm not going to just be cruising through the last two rounds, getting at least a draw in the certain qualification. So knight to f3, we have knight to c6 and pawn to d4. We have c captures, knight to f6, knight to c3, and d6. Now this is the classical variation, and the bishop to g5, the incredibly sharp Richard Rauser variation against the Sicilian. e6 by Rapport, queen to d2, and now pawn to a6. So this is the absolute main line. Nothing new happening here. We have castles and the bishop to d7. Now at some point you will be able to capture on d4, put the bishop on d6, or even in some lines maybe even the knight comes to e5, or white captures, then you get your bishop to c6, but bishop to d7 a standard idea. And now the absolute main line is pawn to f4, but we have the immediate knight captures on c4 by Jan, bishop captures, and f3. And the interesting thing about this particular variation, without going with the aggressive f4, is that white hasn't really lost a game in this line with this exact same position. And okay, h6 challenging the bishop, we have bishop to f4, and now d5. Black gets to execute the very early d5, and you guys know that if that happens in the Sicilian, usually black has nothing to worry about. But Jan isn't looking for an adventure here, he just needs a clean draw, and that's it. Queen back to e1, now opening up the d file for the white rook, and also putting the queen on the same file as the king. We have bishop to b4, pinning the knight, and pawn to a3. Now challenging the bishop. Rapport trades, the bishop captures, queen captures, and here Rapport castles. We have bishop to e5 now, threatening to mess up black's pawn structure here, and you don't really have a way of dealing with this. You could play something like knight to d7. It might even be a tricky move, but yeah, of course, Jan would not capture on g7. If you capture on g7 right away, then queen to g5 check, and you lose that bishop. But even without blundering, knight to d7 isn't all that impressive. We play bishop to d6, and it's a very fine idea. Rook to e8, e5, and the bishop here will just be very annoying for a very long time. So okay, rook to c8 by Rapport, and now bishop captures on f6. This cannot be avoided. G captures is adventurous, but it would just allow Jan to get a better position very early on in the game. For example, rook d2, we defend the c2 pawn, and then we start bringing the queen, and then we start pushing pawns, and maybe win the game. So Rapport trades queens, a queen captures on f6, and Jan very happy with this turn of events. Captures, and now e captures on d5. Bishop captures, and now rook to d4, preparing to develop the bishop and to bring the other rook over to d1. So here there is a game where rook to c5 was played, but here we have f5, and it is now as of move 19 that we have a completely new game. So bishop to d3, already with a threat, just bishop captures, pawn captures, and we win a pawn. So bishop back to c6, and now Jan plays rook to d1. We have king to g7, and the bishop back to e2. So now the rooks are nicely controlling the d file, and there is absolutely zero advantage for either player here. But Nepo cannot lose this. That doesn't matter what happens, you cannot lose this position. So by this, well, probably even sooner Nepo knew that he would get an easy draw here and qualify for the World Championship match. So king to f6, we have rook to h4 going after the h6 pawn, king g5, g3, and now rook f to d8, offering a rook trade. Nepo forces a rook trade, but by doubling up on the d file, rook captures, we have rook captures, and now pawn to e5, grabbing more space here. But it doesn't matter here if Nepo moves the rook and allows f4, it could go wrong for him, but he doesn't allow that. Of course, f4 with check, and now it's perfectly fine. E captures, rook captures with bishop to e4, and just c3, defending, of course, the c2 pawn. We have rook to d8 now, and bishop to d1. You don't want to allow a position, for example, where this bishop comes here. That could be very annoying, and this king will be trapped on c1 for the rest of the game, and then bad things might happen. So here, just bishop to d1. We have rook to d7 and bishop to c2. Once this bishop gets traded off, it is a draw, and there's nothing more to be done here. So rook e7, trying to undouble his pawns, but now Nepo just goes bishop back to d1, and Rapport, of course, admits that there is no more point in continuing. Rook to d7, bishop to c2, rook to e7, and bishop to d1, and it was in this position on move 34 that Jan Pomnici and Richard Rapport agreed to a draw, which means that Jan now has one more round to go, but it doesn't matter. One round before the end of the Candidates Tournament, Jan Pomnici is the winner of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, and he will be the one who will be playing for the title of World Champion in 2023 when the match is scheduled. However, we still do not know who he will be playing against, because Magnus Carlsen, as he said, he might not be interested in playing another World Championship match because it's very, very exhausting, and you have to be extremely motivated. It takes a lot of preparation, and for him, when he has to defend the title every 2 years, it takes a big chunk of his life, every 2 years, and maybe he's just not all that interested in it. I mean, he won it so many times that we'll see. Even though Magnus said this, no one actually believes this because there's still, of course, everyone thinks he wants to be world champion for as long as possible, and okay, not maybe 27 years like Lasker, but those were different times. Back then, you could choose your opponents, and you could pretty much dictate the terms of the Candidates Tournament to when it will be, where like pretty much everything. But now we have the governing body that is FIDE, and it happens every 2 years fairly regularly. So that's pretty much it. Jan Pomnici will be playing against either Magnus or whoever places second in the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Like we said, these were the standings before the final 2 rounds. So Nakamura and the Ding with 6.5 points are the only. Not the only, but have the best chance of qualifying, so it's still going to be very, very intense. Rajao still has a chance, Corona still has a chance, I think, for Rapport to Duda and Alireza. The chance no longer exists. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll cover at least one more game from round 13, even though the tournament is now basically decided in Jan's favor. But what do you guys think? Will Magnus play this? There was an interview with Magnus Carlsen before this round. They asked him if he changed his mind, if he is impressed with Nepo's play. He said that he's extremely impressed with Nepo's performance. He's been extremely dominant, even though some of the games appear as if players played weaker against him. But that's you've heard of the Magnus effect. There's also the Nepo effect. Against Nepo, people just play weird stuff, and they go into his territory where it's his happy hunting ground, and they just get destroyed in miniatures. But that's Nepo style. We'll see if he will play against Magnus, if that will be something that changes, or will he continue in the style that he played in the previous World Championship match, or will he maybe try something else, maybe a bit more solid. But I think he will still continue with his chess, because that's what brought him here. It's very hard to imagine that he can reinvent his style for the match against Magnus, and probably he doesn't even want, or pretty much no one wants him to do that. Everyone just loves Nepo style, and they want him to throw that at Magnus, but at the absolute highest level, and then we can enjoy some brilliant chess. So yeah, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed it. What do you guys think will happen? Will we have completely someone who's not Magnus playing the World Championship match in 2023, or will Magnus play? That's it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jeffrey Cook, Abhishek Babui, Gregory Thomas, Gideon Franklin, and Jim Tran for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check out my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. So stay tuned for that. And if you haven't seen it, below I will link 2 games Magnus played yesterday, one against Anish Giri, one against Judith Polgar. Really awesome games. Do check them out. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to game 54 of the 100 game match between Leela Chess Zero and Stockfish in the TCEC Super Finals. We've already seen 2 of the games, I believe, from this Super Finals. Last one was game 49, this is game 54, and it's a really an impressive game. I'm sure you're all going to enjoy it. Before I show you the game, I would just like to say that I have received my copy of The Game Changer by Matthew Sadler and Natasha Reagan. It's a book about AlphaZero's groundbreaking chess strategies and the promise of AI, with a foreword by Gary Kasparov and the introduction by DeepMind CEO Demis Hassabis. I still haven't read it, so I'm very much looking forward to it. And just so you know, this is not a paid promotion or something like that. I only promote things I enjoy myself on this channel. So that being said, let's check out this very nice game. Leela has the white pieces, and like we already mentioned, in this 100 game match, the openings are prearranged, so we're going to discuss that as the game goes. In this game, we had d4, d5, c4, and c6, the Slav defense. Knight to f3, knight to f6, we have e3, and bishop to f5. One of the nicer ways to decide what to do with your lights, where bishop is, that's usually black's biggest problem. We have knight to c3, and now comes e6. So now you have this very nice triangle here. The bishop is out of the box, and white will, of course, do everything it can to harass it. So immediately we have knight to h4 going for the bishop, and now bishop to g4, attacking white's queen. We have queen to b3, and now as the b7 pawn is under attack, the bishop is no longer guarding it, queen to c7, defending the pawn. We have h3, now forcing the bishop back. We have bishop to h5, and now this is how it works in this 100 game match. First, Leela has the white pieces, they play this opening, then Stockfish has the white pieces, they play this exact same opening, and Leela has to defend it with the black pieces. And here, Stockfish in this position played bishop to d2, and it's a known move. Humans have played this move in this position also. But Leela goes for g4, and I always find it amazing how both Leela and Alpha always find a way to just push pawns, just h4, h5, g4, g5, just make everything open, and just leave your king in the center like it doesn't matter. But okay, bishop to g6, it was played in human chess plenty of times. g5 now, attacking the knight, and first an in-between move, a nice Zwischenzug, d captures on c4, attacking white's queen. We have bishop captures, grabbing the pawn while developing the piece, knight to d5, getting the knight out of the way, and now knight captures on g6, h captures on g6, and now e4. Again, we're going to attack on the knight captures on c3, b captures on c3, and there were 3 games in the database I found that reached this exact same position. And in all 3 games, rook to h4 was the move going after this e4 pawn. And it's a very rich position. In one of the games, white one, in one of the games, black one, and one game was a draw. But here, Stockfish goes for a different move, knight to d7. And now it's only moves for 14, but we already have a completely new game. So let's see how Leela goes about this. First, bishop to e2. A very nice move and a very useful move, but you'll see later just what it does. For one, it doesn't allow b5 to come with an attack on the bishop, so white can always react with a4 to b5. And on the other hand, it also keeps an eye on this rook to h4 move, which we already mentioned humans played, as now, for example, rook to h4, you can just lock that rook in with bishop to g4. So bishop to d6, a very nice developing square for the bishop, but also it kind of invites Leela to go for e5, as now white is really controlling a lot of their very important central squares, so Leela does go e5. And okay, bishop back to e7, putting pressure on the g5 pawn, and now king to f1. Now Leela, although decided not to castle, will go king g2 to defend the h3 pawn, and then the rook will be free to enter the game. b5, and now comes a4. It's a very principled move where black has played b5 to go a4. You want to trade your even less central pawn for his less central pawn, but here it loses a pawn, but it's amazing how beautiful this pawn sacrifice is, but you'll see what I mean. Leela goes for a4. We have queen to a5 now. Now you cannot capture because the rook on a1 is undefended. We have king to g2. Leela just doesn't care what's going on here, and knight to b6. Stockfish now is ready to capture this pawn, and there's not much you can do to defend it. We have queen to c2, a beautiful move that you'll see very soon just how powerful it is. Stockfish decides it's okay to capture the pawn. We have knight captures on a4, and now comes bishop to f3. So what's Leela's compensation for the pawn here? For a moment, the threat is bishop captures on c6, delivering a check and winning the rook on a8. So queen back to c7, defending, and now comes h4, preparing h5. As you see, the queen is attacking the g6 pawn, and this will be one of the reasons why most of black's ideas don't work. For example, you might think, okay, I want to push c5, I can't, my rook is on a8. I could play something like this, and then push c5, but it doesn't work because the queen is on c2. For example, bishop d2, and now if black pushes c5, white has d5, and after e captures, now e6, and now you see that black's position slowly but surely crumbles. For example, if you capture, then you get queen captures on g6, and it's all over. King comes here, rook a comes to e1, and you're just going to pile up on this pawn. You're winning the g7 pawn, then you're pushing h5, h6. This is completely over. So after h4, we have queen to d7, and now comes h5, again going for this g6 pawn. The idea of queen being on c2. Another nice thing about the queen on c2, when white pushes c4, black will not be able to recapture, as the queen also pressures the knight, even after the rook moves from a1. G captures on h5, you can't really allow white to capture here. So we have g captures on h5, and now not recapturing, you could do that, but even better g6, just make things happen immediately. Again, f captures is not possible due to queen captures, and now you'll either have to run away, and then after queen captures on g7, you're also losing this pawn, and everything just crumbles. Bishop is coming to g4, you're capturing the e6 pawn, or if you go to f8, then just bishop captures, and there's very little you can do about this queen f7 checkmate. You could play bishop b8, okay, queen guards it, but now rook h3, the rook is coming to f3. Queen e7, now comes rook f3 check, king moves, and now black is either getting checkmated or loses the queen. So a very difficult position for black. We have f6, keeping black alive, but allowing white to have this beautiful pawn on g6. We have e captures on f6, and now bishop captures. G captures seems to give you more control here, but the g7 is just too powerful. Rook here, you get bishop captures with check, king d8, but now queen here, attacking the rook, and after you connect the rooks, then finally bishop f7 will either win the rook or you will move it, and white will promote into queen, and then black will eventually have to give up the exchange. So after e captures on f6, we have bishop captures. And finally now rook comes to e1, preparing to put pressure on d6 pawn, for example, queen b3, and then capturing here. And it's interesting, can black do something like castles and then just bring the rook over here and try to defend everything? Yeah, you can, but then you have this pawn on h5, you can always just go bishop a3, attack the rook, after rook moves, bishop captures, and it's very easy to imagine this queen creeping up all the way here, the bishop controlling the dark squares. It will be very unpleasant for the black king. So after rook e1, we have rook to f8, and now queen b3, going after this pawn, like we said. Bishop to e7, now comes c4. Again, we mentioned you cannot capture because the knight would be lost, so much for that knight on a4. Rook to c8, and now comes c captures on d5. C captures on d5, and now what do you do with d6 pawn? Feel free to pause the video and try to figure out what to do about this position. I'll give you a couple of seconds as usual. For those of you who decided rook captures on e6, that's not going to fly, because although it seems like, yeah, white is controlling much more space, the pawn is here controlling f7, you want to play something like rook captures, play bishop a3, go other rook on e1, just double rooks. It doesn't work because if you capture, black has this very nice tactic of rook captures on f3. Now you cannot capture with the queen because you have to keep an eye on your rook, and of course if king captures, then you have this very unfortunate rook to c3 check. Stofish would be very happy as he would win the queen here, and finally there would be some use of this knight on a4 other than grabbing that pawn. So after c captures on b5, we have queen captures on e6. This is the strongest. Queen captures, now rook captures, and now we have rook to f6. And this move, Lila's next move reminded me of the Fight Club. That's why I named the video like this. I believe it's Tyler Durden, or it's Durden, who mentions at one point, be careful of the things you own, or they might end up owning you. So here it seems that you can either capture here, or you can move the rook and give away your g6 pawn. And this g6 pawn is basically the thing that will end up owning you if you don't just leave it be. For example, if you capture, then okay, the pawn stays alive, but after bishop captures, this pawn is pressured. You have to defend it. Now comes rook c4, and it seems like black untangled. It's actually black who's pushing now. So here Lila found a different idea. Rook to e5, giving up the g6 pawn with check. And okay, rook captures, and now king to f1. And now you see that white has so many threats. Bishop captures on h5, one of them, winning the rook on g6. So you have to do something about this. King to f8, but now rook captures on h5, threatening rook h8 check and winning the rook on c8. King f7 defending, and now not going for material right away. First, the bishop to d5 check. And now, if you go something like king to f8, then of course rook to h8 will be checkmate. You don't want to allow this. If you try something like king to f6, not really possible because it loses the rook. Bishop e4 wins the rook here. Rook g4, you get rook f5 check. King e6, and now you get rook e5 check. King back, and now f3 will win the rook. Rook g3, you can just attack it here, and even if bishop d6 just captures, and you will be down a piece by the end of all of the exchanges. So after bishop d5 check, king to e8 was played, and now first bishop to d2. You do want to get your last piece, the rook and bishop into the game as well. a6 now defending the b5 pawn, and now rook to e1. Now white will make very nice use of this spin, and here we have king to d7. You don't want to allow this spin to exist. Rook e5 just doubles rook. Bishop is coming to b4. It would be too dangerous. So bishop to e4 here, attacking the rook. Now Lila will start a rook hunt with the bishop pair. When it's an open board and you have a bishop pair, black has loose rooks. Mostly you can do something about this. Rook to f6, and now comes rook to d5 check. And this is a critical moment of the game, but not a critical moment of the game where black can actually do something. It's a critical moment of the game where black is just dead. Because whatever black does now with the king, let's say he goes king c6, you get rook c1 check. King has to go to b7 to defend the rook here. Rook to d7 check. King b8, now you get rook to b7 check, and here you're just getting checkmated. On the other hand, after this rook to d5 check, you could decide to go something like king c7. But still, bishop f5 attacks the rook and also the bishop that's undefended here. And pretty much whatever you do, you can defend the bishop. But then comes rook d7 check. After you move the king, then comes the bishop g4. The threat is just winning the piece here, and after it's defended, now comes d5 check. King c5, and now rook c1 check. King will have to move, and now d6 just either wins the bishop or the rook on f7. So not possible either. So not working. What else can you do? If you go king d6, you get bishop g2, a discovered check while keeping an eye on your rook. King f7, and now rook d7. Again, the threat is winning the bishop. Rook a defending, and now bishop to b4. One of the reasons why bishop to d2 was played to allow this attack. And if rook e6, then just bishop d5 is just beautiful here. I mean, not anything you can do. So after rook d5, we said it doesn't work. And lastly, we have king e8, but again, rook e5, just doubling up here on the e file. Black will not be able to repel this. King f8, you get bishop to g5 now, attacks the rook. Rook to f7, and now bishop to f5. Again, we have a triple attack here, and the rook here is under attack. After rook e8 or something, you just get bishop g6, and it's all over. Black has too much to deal with. You can either just give up material or try a very nice checkmate like this. So any of the lines for the king are not possible. Stockfish decided for bishop to d6, but this just allows Lila to win the exchange straight up. Bishop f5 check wins the exchange. Rook captures, and now knight b2. So here Lila is down a pawn, but out the exchange. And okay, black does have two connected pass pawns on the queen side, but you know, a rook is a rook. King d2, we have king to e6, and now comes rook g5, going after the pawn. And here black will have to go into somewhat of a passive position to keep an eye on the g7 pawn. Bishop to f8, and now comes rook f5 check. King g8, and now bishop to e3. Now the next idea for white is to grab some of the pawns on the queen side. b4, Stockfish starts pushing the pass pawn. Rook c1 now. The bishop is defending the rook, so Lila would like to exchange rooks. Rook b8, not allowing this. Bishop to f4, attacking the rook. Rook e8 check. King to d2, and now comes rook to d8. Attacking the pawn, bishop to e3, and now bishop to e7. So Stockfish is very comfortable here. He would like to keep it a draw, but we have rook to c6 now, attacking the a6 pawn, and there's not much you can do to defend it. You could try something like rook a8, but then you're just in a passive position, and Lila starts pushing the pass pawn. Bishop to f6 was played, and now Stockfish tries to give up the a6 pawn for the d4 pawn, but simply king c2, attacking the knight here. Knight a4, and only now rook captures on a6 with an attack on the knight. Here we have knight to c3. So here we have a position where both Lila and Stockfish have 2 pawns, but Lila is out the exchange, and this is only move 53. So this is one of the things when we first saw, I believe it was the first game between Alpha 0 and Stockfish, where also Alpha had a winning endgame, but Stockfish tortured him for like 100 more moves, and that's how you should approach chess. When you have a position like this, just torture your opponent, just make him think, make him work for his meal, and that's what Stockfish does. But okay, queen d3, king d3, Lila does mine. King to f7, and now comes rook f to a5. King to g6, and now we have rook to b6, going after the b4 pawn. This is the next step of the plan. We have knight to d5, and now comes rook b to b5 first, and knight to e7. Here Stockfish wants to trick Lila into capturing, so has to win at least one rook. Lila is not interested. Rook to a1. We have rook to d6 now. And rook captures on b4 finally. Now Lila is up the exchange and the pawn, and now it's only a matter of time. Knight c6 attacks the rook a4. We have king here. Rook b1, knight e5 check. King goes back. Knight to f7 and rook to d1. Rook to b6 and now rook to d2, not allowing any checks. King g6 and now king to f3. Knight g5 check. Bishop captures, and now rook d1. Lila was able to exchange one more piece, and now with such a huge advantage, it's merely a matter of improving your king's position and pushing the pawn. Rook f6 check. King g2. Bishop f4. Rook d3. King f5 and now rook b3. King to d6. King f3. Bishop g5. Rook d3. Bishop prevents rook a5 check, and now rook b4, preparing rook b5 check. We have rook here. King goes back. Rook d6 and now king to e3. Rook rook to d5, rook to d1, bishop to e7, attacking the rook a4, and bishop to f6. So for the moment, Stock is still torturing Galila. We have rook to c4, preparing rook to c5 to exchange rooks. So bishop to e7, not allowing it. Rook to b1 now, trying to get the other rook up. Bishop to f6, rook b to b4. Again, rook to c5 is a threat to exchange rooks, so king has to move. King to e4, rook moves, and now rook to a4. d5 was probably an option immediately, but Lila wants to prepare everything perfectly. So improving the position slowly by slowly. Even f3, bishop f6, we have rook to b7, rook a4, rook b1, king d4, king g6, rook a3. We have rook b8, now comes rook d3. Rook a8 check, king goes to f4, bishop king h5, and now king g3. Rook d8, d5 now finally starts pushing the pass pawn, and in here it's merely a matter of technique, which Lila does not lack. So the king is coming up the board. And here, rook e6 attacks the bishop, rook checks, king attacks the bishop, bishop to e7, rook d to e3, and here, after bishop to g5, Stockfish resigned the game. As now there's really nothing to do, the king is already very close, you can just move the rook, put it behind the pass pawn, prepare to push it, and after, let's say, rook c1 check, you can go king d7, bishop to f4, preparing this rook here, but then just go rook e7 check, king moves, and now you can just push d6, block the bishop's control of the c7 square, and whatever black plays, you will just go rook e8, let's say g5, you will check black, king g7, you will even capture here, and now you'll just move the king and win the game with your pass pawn. So one of the possibilities. But yeah, I mean, the game lasted for 111 moves, and we said that on move 53, it was already a completely winning endgame for Lila, simply a matter of technique, but Stockfish tortured her for 50 plus moves. So that's how you should approach chess. You should always torture your opponents and just give them hell, make them work for their meal. So a wonderful game, game 54 of the TCEC Super Final, season 14. Very excited to see where this goes. Will Lila be able to win this match? Now she's currently 2 points in the lead ahead of Stockfish, which is really unreal. Because I don't know, up until last year when Alpha Zero was released, we never even thought it possible for Stockfish to be defeated. Yes, okay, maybe in the game, but never in a match. So this is groundbreaking stuff and a good time to be alive, for chess. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Bernard Moore, Jan Mishkovsky, Berus, Joanna Hughes, and Andrea Grossoni for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon with some more interesting content, checking up on Lila and continuing the Capablanca saga. And of course, follow the match between Lila and Stockfish live. The first thing you will see in the description below is a link to their match. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the other game I promised I'd show you from the women's section of the American Cup. It is women grandmaster and the international master Nazipa Kije versus FIDE master Alice Lee, and we know that Alice is already in the finals against Irina Krush, but that means she had to win the semifinal match, and this is how she did it. Her opponent is a two-time girls world champion, four-time European girls champion, and two-time women's US champion. So definitely a dangerous opponent. So let's see how she overcame this obstacle. First game where Alice had the white pieces was a fighting draw after some 70 moves. This one is much crazier. So let's check it out. We have d4 by Nazi. Sorry, that's not a d4. D4 and now pawn to d5 by Alice. We have c4, c6 going for the Slav defense. Knight to f3 and knight to f6. Knight to f6. We have pawn to e3 and bishop to f5. Shallow defense. Knight to c3. We have e6 and now knight to h4, just going after the bishop. Bishop g6 and now Nazi captures it. We have captures and bishop to d2. So these are all standard moves, the absolute main line. Knight b to d7. We have queen to c2 and of course rook to c8, nicely aligning the rook with the queen. Pawn to c5, keeping the c file closed. And now there is a very cool game from 2016, I believe, between Laurent Fressinet and Daniel Dubois. That Fressinet won. It was from the European Individual Championship. He had white pieces, and here Daniel continued with queen to c7. But here we have bishop to e7 by Alice, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So here we have pawn to g3. Now going for bishop to d3, which is what you would expect, but pawn to g3, probably preparing bishop to g2 and castles king side. But you would think pawn to e5 by Alice, and now not bishop to g2, but instead castles queen side. She gives up a pawn for an attack and advantage over the h file, as you'll see. Knight to g4 now threatens knight captures on f2 to form the two rooks. So of course bishop to e1 and now rook captures on h2. We have rook captures, knight captures, and now just the bishop to h3. Now the bishop will move and the rook will come to h1 and hopefully gets to the back rank. We have pawn to e4 closing off this diagonal, and now pawn to f4, not allowing e captures on f3 alpha because of queen captures on h2. So you have to move the knight as the knight here is hanging. Knight to f3 and now bishop to f2, keeping the bishop pair, and she's hoping to utilize that h file to her advantage. We have queen to a5 now and rook to h1. As planned, we have rook to c7, and now comes pawn to g4. Here, a bit of a safer option was just bishop to g2 or g4, just going after that knight. And now after black tries to dispose of white's strong center, you are faster. Bishop captures, pawn captures, and now the immediate e4. And if b captures on c5, you play e captures on d5. And if c captures on d4, you have this nasty d6 move. And if bishop captures, now comes queen to e4 with check, and after bishop blocks, now you're going to capture on d4, and white mobilized all of her forces. So here, okay, let's say queen to b4, and it's still very sharp, but that's much safer than what happened in the game. In the game, Nazi played bishop g4. We have b6. Now Alice is faster here on the queen side. C captures on b6. We have knight captures on b6, and now bishop to g2. So basically going for the same idea, only with the inclusion of this g4 move. We have knight to c4 now, putting pressure on the b2 pawn, and now comes rook to h8 with check. We have king to d7, and now you would like to play bishop captures on f3, but it's hard to see if it's possible. Bishop captures on f3, rook b7 goes after the b2 pawn, and now you have to play queen a4. You have to trade queens, and after captures, now you will take back on f3, and this is what you would get. So it's definitely possible. In the game, however, rook to b8 was played, stopping rook to b7 altogether, and we get this very interesting position where there is only one move that gives Alice advantage over the position, and it's not an easy one to spot. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being a true master of positional play. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to c8, forcing a rook trade because this rook is just too annoying on b8. So here you have to trade. Rook captures, so we have king captures, so really congratulations to everyone who found this. And now bishop captures on f3, e captures, and pawn to e4. She's breaking through the center here, but now comes bishop to b4, and there's just too much to worry about here. There's no good way to continue. You would really love to play e captures on d5, but it's insufficient. For example, if e captures on d5, c captures on d5, and now let's say knight captures on d5, with the idea that if queen captures b3, you're going to win back the knight on c4. There's bishop to d2 check, and after king b1, now queen captures, and after b3, trying to win back the knight, there's bishop captures on f4, and now it seems okay. You're just going to trade down, you're only going to be down a pawn. The problem is queen to b7 check. The bishop covers the c1 square, and if king a1, queen to b4, and there's just no defense. The threat is bishop to d2 followed by bishop to c3 check. You're not going to be able to defend that, so your only option is to trade queens. But now the endgame is completely winning for black. Yes, only up one pawn, but it's too easy to play. After let's say king d7, king to b1, or king to b2, you will play f5, and that's it. You either allow captures in g3 or you capture in g5 lands, and it doesn't matter if you bring the king closer into the position g3 and once you offer a trade of bishops, pawn to f2, threatening f1 queen, and if king e2, you're just going to trade captures f1 queen, and you are completely winning. So that's why Nazi does not have time for e captures or for f captures on e4. She goes knight to b1, but that could be even worse. Queen captures on a2. We have e captures on d5 now, c captures and pawn to f5. We have pawn to g5 and now pawn to f6, trying to create some counterplay here. Alice doesn't allow it. She just plays pawn to g6 and now bishop to e3. You could also consider something like b3 to offer a queen trade. But Alice would very happily trade queens here. So bishop to e3 was played as the knight cannot move, and now just king to d7 with the idea of capturing the bishop. Bishop captures on g5, and here a most spectacular way to finish the game is possible for Alice. There are many winning moves here, but the bishop captures on g5 is what makes possible the one that she goes for, and she plays queen captures on b2, offering an entire piece, but it is not possible to take advantage of this, specifically because of the bishop on g5. Now you can't really play king to d1, so queen captures on b2, knight captures on b2, and now you don't have king captures because of f2, and there's no stopping queening because if knight to d2, bishop just captures it. So you're going to play something else. Knight to d2 was played right away, but still just bishop captures. King captures, and now knight to c4 with check. King to e1, and now knight to d6, and this is what I meant by it. It's possible because the bishop is now on g5. You don't have king f2 because knight to e4 check picks up the bishop on g5. So here after knight to d6, bishop back to c1 was played, but now Alice isn't time to play knight to e4, and now the white king is completely boxed in by the knight and by the pawn. You cannot approach it, and the bishop can never touch the pawn as it's on a light square. And to make matters worse, after pawn to g5, f2 check was played, and now it was in this position on move 38 that Nazi Pakija resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So first game ends in a very fighting draw after 70 moves. Second game goes to Alice, and that's how Alice got to the finals to face Irina Crush. And here you resign immediately because after king to f1, yes, now you can get to the pawn, but there's the other problem, the past a pawn. Now pawn to a5, and okay, you go after the pawn to a4, you even capture the pawn to a3, and now the pawn is unstoppable. Your own d4 pawn is in the way. So after f2 check, she resigned, and a brilliant victory for FIDE master Alice Lee. We'll see what she does in the second game against Irina in the finals. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed. Once again, congratulations to everyone who found the rook to b8 move, rook to c8 move, not an easy idea to find. I would like to thank Mike Wagner, Thought Dreams, a very nice video yesterday, Ryan Kavanaugh and Henry Spraggins for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on anyone for suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an incredible game also from round 3 of this year's Sharjah Masters. We have a game between Grandmaster Platon Galperin and Grandmaster Sanan Sugirov. If you guys remember Sanan Sugirov, the old Magnus Carlsen nemesis, he defeated him twice, once in 2010, the other time in 2020. Okay, 2020 was an online event, and it was a blitz game, I believe. But in 2010, he defeated him in a classical game, and it is to this day considered one of Magnus Carlsen's greatest defeats. If you haven't seen it, I have made a video on it. It's a beautiful game. Will be the first link in the description below, so check it out. And also I will put the second link, the second game that he played against Magnus. And for those of you who haven't heard in my previous video, the game that we were all waiting for, World Champion Ju Wenjun versus Pragnananda, ended in a draw. It was a fairly uneventful game, so I decided not to show it, but pretty much every game ended in a draw in round 3. These are just the top 10 boards, so you can see that all of them were drawn. So I had to search deeper to find this one. But you know, the lower you go, the more interesting the games become. It's usually how it works. So let's check it out. It's a wonderful game, the Slav defense, and you will see how dangerous it can be for both sides. So let's check it out. Platon has the white pieces, and he opens with pawn to d4. We have pawn to d5, c4 going for the queen's gambit, and now c6 declining it with the Slav defense. We have pawn to e3 now. Usually we'll see knight to f3 or knight to c3 or even c captures on d5. Pawn to e3 is the fourth most popular choice here, and it's not played that often. So okay, knight to f6, knight to c3. We have e6 now, and here just knight to f3. We have knight b to d7, the main love of the semi-Slav, and queen to c2. This is the Stoltz variation of the semi-Slav. Bishop to d6, and now bishop to d3. So just continuing development. We have castles, and d captures on c4. We have bishop captures, and now pawn to a6. We have pawn to a3, preparing d4, and usually, or something that you might even expect, even if this hasn't been played, you would expect something like b5, bishop to b7, rook to c8, and only then something like c5. And it's pretty much always the exact same setup the black uses. The move order can differentiate a bit, but here we have pawn to c5 right away, challenging the center. D captures on c5, bit of an unprincipled move as it's capturing away from the center. You would also maybe consider a rook to d1 here, but it does allow pawn to b4 to be played with tempo, and then maybe the bishop can come to this long diagonal. So it's a bit of a trade-off, but okay, we have pawn to b4, chasing away the bishop back to e7, and now the position has been reached before a few times, even in top tier games. For example, Alexander Belyavsky had it against Ivan Chaparinov, and Artur Yusupov had it against Sergei Karyakin, but in all of those instances, it is white who lost these positions. So white has never won this position. There are a couple of games that ended in a draw, and the top tier games ended by black winning. And in those games, bishop to b2 was played, also knight to d4 is a known move, but here we have bishop to back to d3, and it is now as of move 13 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how the game continues. Pawn to b5, and okay, of course you want the bishop on this long diagonal. We have pawn to e4, and this is the beautiful moment of the game that I think that we should really consider for a moment, because here you might think, okay, I just played b5, I'm just going to continue with my natural development, bishop to b7 and rook to c8. But here Sanan did not play this. He played bishop to d6, and it's the correct decision. I will just show why. And the reason is after bishop to b7, then white can play e5. He played bishop to d6 in the line that we've shown to stop this. And it seems like it's not that big of a deal. Okay, it opens up this diagonal, but it also gives black some ideas. Bishop captures on f3. What happens now? Okay, e captures on f6. Bishop captures on f6, and now we have to play g captures on f3. So it seems like, okay, you've messed up white's pawn structure in front of the king. Why not play this? Well, black will also come under attack. The h7 pawn is hanging. The king will come to h1. The rook can come to g1. But also some very forced lines are possible here, like rook to c8, putting pressure on the knight. Bishop to b2 defending, and now bishop to e5, preparing to bring the queen into the game. But now look at this, pawn to f4. But now queen to h4. Not going for glory. It's basically offering a draw. Queen to g4 followed by queen to f3 will be a perpetual draw, which black can accept by capturing. White can accept by capturing on e5, or you decline it with bishop captures on h7. Now queen captures on h7 is bad because you also pick up the bishop in the end. So king to h8, bishop to e4, and now queen captures on f4, going for checkmate here. But there's rook f to e1. I mean, this line is so weird. Queen captures on h2 check. King to f1. You're not worried about anything. The bishop covers the h1 square. But now look at this. Bishop captures on c3. Bishop captures and queen h3 check. Nicely connecting with the bishop on c3. King to e2. Beautiful move. Threatening rook to h1 to win the black queen. And now you will see rook captures on c3. Queen captures on c3. White gives up the queen. King captures and rook to h1 will force a perpetual now with bishop to h7 check. Or you can even be super funny about it. You can even sacrifice rook just for good fun, and then force a draw with the other rook, bishop to h7 check, and now you just force a draw. You don't really care. So that's the reason why after e4, bishop to b7 is not the precise move order. Bishop to d6 move that Hosiyar played is the correct way to play, and now e5 is impossible. Unless white wants to sacrifice to just open up this diagonal, but for the moment it doesn't really make all that much sense. So bishop to g5 was played, bishop to b7, and now queen to e2. Adding another defender here, but also just getting the queen away from the c2 square. We have queen to b8. Now Sanan puts his queen and bishop on this diagonal, and look at that bishop pair. Now it is most certainly fully operational. We have h3, h6, chasing away the bishop, bishop to e3, and now knight to e5, putting pressure on the light square bishop. So rook a to d1, rook a to d1, and now we have rook to c8, getting the other rook into the game. The knight is undefended here, and now knight captures on e5, bishop captures, and knight to b1. Now if you can get your knight into the game with a knight to d2, knight to f3, should be okay. But the e4 pawn is hanging. But is it really hanging? Because you know that at the end of the line, once everything gets traded, then bishop captures on h6 is coming, opening up a discovery on that whatever will be on e4. But here Sanan says that it's perfectly fine and that it is in fact great for black. So bishop captures on e4, bishop captures, knight captures, and bishop captures on h6. Now threatening queen captures knight here, but just knight back to f6. Now you don't have queen to g4, and also the bishop is hanging. So how do you continue here? Well, the best way would be to call it a day. The adventure is over, you go back, and the game continues. Maybe you can even put the bishop on c5 and have a great position. But here pawn to f4 was played, trying to get captures and captures, but basically just chasing the black bishop back. But this gives black a whole lot of new options because now both of these diagonals are open, and that can be very, very scary for white. And I've seen this happen in many lines of the semi-Slav. If you guys remember, there's even a game I played in the Croatian league where my opponent played pawn to f4. I also had a similar setup, and I was able to checkmate him very quickly. So bishop to c7 was played. We have bishop to g5 now, threatening to mess up the black's pawn structure, but just knight to d5. And now already you're having some problems here with the f pawn. It's being attacked 3 times, and what you should do here, and it's not an easy move to find. You should play king h1, but it seems like this is too difficult a move to find. Point now is that you cannot capture on f4. Black has to find some different way of how to play this, and then f5 is coming. Problem is if you play bishop captures on f4, then just rook captures on d5. You remove the defender of the bishop. It's that simple. And if knight captures on f4, then queen f3, and that knight will remain there for a very, very long time. Even if e5, you can play something like knight to c3, and then if rook to f8, because you have to defend that f pawn, then even rook to d7, and all of a sudden it's not black who's attacking in this game. But okay, after knight to d5, we have pawn to f5, and this this really ruins the game. Because now there's a very particular set of moves that you can find in order to gain great advantage here. So feel free to pause the video and try to spot this series of moves while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this brilliancy. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to b6 with check. Indeed, by playing f5, the bishop and g5 is undefended, and the queen is now coming to g3, and yes, then the bishop is coming back to c7. So that's why it's really, really dangerous to open up those diagonals. King h1, queen to g3 now, attacking the bishop, and now we have bishop back to c1. Here, with queen g4, you are still fighting. It's not going to be easy, but you're still fighting. Let's say captures, rook to c4, you will lose the g4 pawn, and then, well, you can hope to survive maybe. But after bishop to c1, the game is now definitely over. So feel free to pause the video. I'm just kidding, I already told you what the winning move is. But bishop to b6 check was the winning move because now you basically switch positions. You don't have a queen bishop battery, you have a bishop queen battery. Now just bishop back to c7, and there's no defending this. Checkmate is coming, or you can start running away with the king, which is what Platon did. King to g1 was played, queen to h2 check, we have king to f2, now comes bishop to b6 check, and you don't have a move. If king to e1, then just queen to g3 check. If rook f2 just captures, you're bringing a rook to e8, is game over. So in the game after bishop to b6 check, king to f3 was played, but now for real, feel free to pause the video and win the game for black once and for all while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that the only thing standing in our way of delivering queen to f4 checkmate is the bishop on c1. So it makes it pretty self-explanatory. Congratulations to everyone, as I have no doubt that everyone found this. Rook captures on c1, and it was in this position on move 31 that Platon Koperin resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Now you just lost material, and there is no defense. I mean, you're down material, and if you act on that, then queen to f4 will be checkmate. There's no other way to play this, and of course that's why after rook captures on c1, he resigned. There is no good way. Even if you're like rook captures on d5, okay, you're first going to deliver a check, and only after queen captures capture on d5, and now you're just up a full rook. Of course, you are completely winning. So yeah, beautiful game, and I think it can all be brought down to this moment where white played e4, which is a fine move. But yeah, if you just continue with something that feels normal like bishop to b7, rook to c8, and you know that those pieces belong on those squares, if you are a semi-Slav player, it's just that bishop to d6 in this particular line is slightly more precise and allows black to even play for a win, not just allow white to force some sort of a draw. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very nicely done by Sanan Sugarov. I would like to thank David Kimura, Peter Marinov, AMD Risen Enthusiast Group, GolfSoftware.com, and Paul Hinamun for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game from this year's US Championship. It is Fabiano Caruana versus Alexander Lenderman, and this is a game that was actually played in round 7. The reason I'm showing it now, because even though the finale was very intense, it was, well, Fabi drew his game very quickly in the final round against Levon Arinan, and it was up to Ray Robson. Will he be able to beat Jeffrey Chung and force tiebreaks against Fabi? If he does not win, then Fabi is the clean winner, as he went into the final round half a point ahead of Ray Robson. Robson was unable to do it. He only got a draw, and that means that Fabi is the 2022 US champion. So I decided to show you this game with everything that's been happening. I was able to cover all of the games that I wanted to, but it's such a nice one, really shows absolute class, and I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it. So let's dive straight into it. Like I said, from round 7 against Alexander Lenderman, Fabi has the white pieces, and he opens with pawn to c4. The English opening, we have c6, pawn to d4, and pawn to d5. Sorry about that. We have knight to f3 by Fabi, and now knight to f6. The Slav defense is on the board. We have queen to c2, and the d captures on c4, abandoning the center very early on, but this is all very standard stuff. Pawn to e4, now pawn to b5, defending the c4 pawn, and now Fabi just undermines it with pawn to b3. C captures, a captures, and now pawn to e6. And if you count the pawns, you will see that Fabi is down a pawn, but this is a well-known line where white will get compensation for this. And it's also a line where one might seek a win with the white pieces. And here, bishop to d2 is the move that everyone plays, but Fabi played bishop to d3, and there are only a handful of games with bishop to d3. And now we have pawn to a6, and it is now already, as of move 8, that we have a completely new game. So very exciting stuff very early on. The idea is the standard one, you defend the b5 pawn, so you can advance this pawn to c5 and undermine white's strong center. You will put put the bishop on b7, knight b to d7, the rook will come to c8, and well, the usual stuff pretty much. So castles, we have bishop to e7, knight to c3, and now bishop to b7. We have rook to d1, aligning the rook nicely with the queen, and pawn to h6 now. The pawn might be a problem with all of this bishop queen action on this diagonal. Once you push e5, the knight will have to move, the h7 will be undefended, so h6 definitely makes sense. And here Fabi makes a very tricky move. He plays queen e2, and it's such a nice move of keeping the black king in the center of the board. The problem is the black castles, black is already lost due to this queen to e2 move. Funny stuff, I know, but look at this e5. Now the knight has to move, knight to d5. You are attacking the undefended knight on c3, but now queen e4. You threaten checkmate, and the only way to deal with this sufficiently is to play g6. But this is such a weakening of black's position that you can't simply defend. Okay, now you have to capture because the knight on c3 is hanging. So let's say captures, attacks the queen. Now queen e3 goes after the pawn here, and again, no good way to defend this. You're gonna have to play something like bishop g5. Now captures, and now don't capture, but rather queen h3. Open up a discovery from the bishop, force the trade on h5, and now after captures, then the h5 pawn will fall as well, and this is now a completely winning endgame for white. So this is why you cannot castle after queen to e2. Important to know. So knight b to d7, we have pawn to e5, and now knight to d5, attacking the knight on c3. So knight captures on d5, c captures, and now knight to e1. Now the queen can come to g4, put pressure on black's king side, and now queen to b6. The pawn is now free for grabs, and you don't have to worry about any discoveries from the bishop, as for the moment the bishop cannot deliver check. But okay, you're not also too crazy to just grab the pawn. You first have to check if it's possible to grab it. So here queen to g4 goes after the g7 pawn, g6, and now bishop to d2, just continuing development. Now the queen also guards the d4 pawn, so no worries there. And pawn to b4. Of course, what else are you going to play? Pawn to a5, pawn to a4 is the idea. Then you will have created a passed pawn on the b file. We have bishop to e3 by Fabi, and now pawn to a5. Okay, pawn to a5 makes sense. This was the plan all along, but now queen to e2. Here you might have some ideas of capturing on g6. The problem is there's just not enough compensation. Yes, you've captured the two pawns. The black king might be a little bit weak, but the black king is surprisingly safe on d8. There's no good way to continue. For example, rook a1. Okay, you want to cut off the king. Now knight to f8. Let's say attacks the queen. Queen has to move. Now rook h7 attacks the queen. Once the queen moves, now bishop a6, and you are playing this without much problems. You will contest the rook on c1 at some point with something like rook to c8. The bishop can't really come into play, and the queen, you don't really have to worry about the queen. So black defends this easily. So instead, queen back to e2 by Fabi, and now king to f8. Now with some ideas of even king to g7, castling artificial. You can't just castle because the h6 pawn falls, but you can play king g7 and then bring the rook into the game. So here g3, we have bishop to a6, offering a trade of bishops, and now pawn to h4. We have pawn to h5, not allowing pawn to h5 by Fabi, and now knight to f3, grabbing hold of that g5 square, or rather preparing to grab hold of the g5 square, king to g7, and now bishop to g5, forcing Linderman to make a decision as the bishop on e7 is hanging. So rook h to e8. You could also just trade everything, captures, but for the moment, first rook to e8. Now black has successfully castled artificially, and now rook d to c1. Fabi not interested in being the first to start capturing pieces, but now Linderman does. So bishop captures on d3, queen captures, bishop captures on g5, knight captures, and just rook a to c8, and it would seem Linderman has solved all of his developing problems. Now it's merely a question of how to activate the knight on d7. And okay, if ever queen to f3, going after the f7 pawn, you can always play rook to e7, so it's not a problem. So king to g2 by Fabi, first improving the position of his king, and now the problem for black is that it's really not easy to activate the knight on d7, and it's also not easy to find any viable plan. For example, if rook captures on c1, which is something you want to play, let's say rook captures, now it's white who controls the c file. But even if you try something like a4 to create a pass pawn, okay, a captures b3, the problem is there's a rook c3, and now you can no longer defend if b2 just rook to b3, and if you move the rook here, then queen f3 is very problematic. Now there you cannot defend the f7 pawn by any other means than by moving the rook back to f8. And if you do this, then you lose the b3 pawn. So there are some ideas here, but nothing really works. So you might try something like queen a7 to prepare a4, or you can play rook to a8 to play a4, but it's nothing you want to play and be proud of it, or just be happy about it. So it's a very hard position for black. And Linderman finds a very nice idea of pawn to f6. And okay, e captures on f6, knight captures. Now he will be able to shift the knight over to e4, where the knight will be very strong. You have crippled your king side a little bit, but obviously he knows what he's doing. And Fabi plays queen to e2. Just putting the queen on the e file, going after the e6 pawn, and this is very, very important because now, in order to play this, or in order to even survive this position, Alexander needs to play knight to e4, and it seems odd because it's a straight out pawn sacrifice. Knight captures, pawn captures, and queen captures, and now you would have to play rook to c3. You go after the b3 pawn. Also, the rook is very, very unpleasant on this diagonal. Queen to e5 check. You even give up another pawn. Let's say king to h7. Now rook captures on c3, b captures, and rook captures on a5, or even queen captures on a5. You offer a queen trade. Now queen b7 check, and after the king moves, pawn to c2, and the passed c2 pawn will give sufficient compensation to Alexander for being down a pawn. So that's how you play this position. However, in the game he played king to g8. Makes sense. You also don't want this knight captures on e6 to ever come with check if it happens, but it also blunders the game completely. But it's not all that clear how. You have to really, really spot it. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find what Linderman missed here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that the a5 pawn is hanging. If you found that, then you truly are grandmaster material. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course first rook captures on c8. We remove one of the defenders of the e6 pawn, rook captures on c8, and now rook captures on a5, with the idea of removing the other defender of the e6 pawn. And of course the rook cannot be captured. If you capture the rook, then comes a beautiful mating attack. Queen captures on e6, connecting with the rook, but in most lines you are really not interested in that rook. For example, king g7, queen e7 check, and now you're either getting checkmated, or okay, if you go to h6, then you have to suffer some windmill action. Knight to f7 check. Of course you can't go here, so you have to go back. Now knight to d6 check. Okay, you will collect the rook. King h6, knight captures on c8, and it seems like okay, maybe you're fine. You're just down a pawn, but you cannot survive this attack. Let's say queen a6, you have to guard the knight on f6. Now queen to f8 check, king h7, queen to f7 check, king h6, and now knight to e7, attacking the g6 pawn. This will be checkmate, and now the only way to defend is to move the knight, but once you move it, knight to g8 is the other checkmate. So there you have it, what happens if you capture the rook. So is there counterplay without capturing the rook? Very unlikely. So rook to e8 was played, bringing back the defender of the e6 pawn, but now rook to a6 by Fabi, tripling up on the attack, so the rook also attacks the e6 pawn. Queen captures on d4, and now rook captures on e6, threatening to capture the rook here. So rook to f8, you can't trade. If you trade queen captures on e6, will be pretty much the same attack. Queen to c2, now going after the weak g6 pawn, and again, there's no good way to defend it. If you play king g7, then just rook e7 check. If king h6, okay, the knight covers the h7 square, so you cannot deliver checkmate. checkmate, but look at this, queen c1 with all sorts of nasty discoveries being threatened. There's just no way out of this. If knight g4, let's say you threatened the f2 pawn, just rook to h7 checkmate. So you can't move the knight, you can't not move the knight. I mean, whatever you do, the knight will just move, and I mean, it will either be mate in 1, or depending on what black plays, you will either maybe win the queen or you will win the rook. So this is completely lost. It's actually mate in 5, but you can pretty much move the pieces anywhere and you will still win. So after queen to c2, knight to e4 was played, blocking the queen's reach to the g6 pawn, but now you have to give it up because rook captures on g6 with check. King to h8, and now rook to h6 check. King to g8, and now knight captures on e4. D captures on e4, and now rook captures on h5. So okay, Linderman finds a way to survive. He continues the game, but he's down 2 pawns. But that's important in chess. Sometimes you just need to survive and hope that your opponent blunders the game, because as you know, that does happen in chess. So queen to f6, now threatening some action along the f-file, but it's nothing concrete. Just rook to g5 check, king to h8, and now queen to e2. The pawn is guarded, you're threatening queen to h5 check. This will be instant resign. So here Linderman has to go into a rook endgame in order to just continue. Queen f3 check, queen captures, e captures with check, king h3, and now rook to c8, hoping to grab that f2 pawn. Maybe he can advance his f pawn to become a queen, but that's a lot of moves. So rook g4 by Fabi, rook to c2, now rook captures on b4, and rook captures on c2. So now it's 3 pawns to 1. Linderman does have a pass pawn on f3, but it's very, very hard to actually push that pawn. So king g4, rook to f1, and now rook to b7, cutting off the black king. And now Fabi's plan is very simple. You will just advance your b pawn and win the game, as one usually does. And here, if f2, it's not a problem. Just king f3. You can't move the rook, otherwise the pawn hangs. If you don't move the rook, then king g2 will attack the rook and the pawn. So you will win that pawn, regardless of what black plays. So Linderman doesn't even try. He just shuffles the king back and forth and waits for Fabi to push the pawn before he resigns. So pawn to b4, king h8, pawn to b5, king g8, pawn to b6, king to h8, and now rook to b8 check. King to g7, pawn to b7, and he was in this position on move 51 that Alexander Linderman resigned in the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Whatever you play, if you play pawn to f2, it's merely a matter of rook g8 check. You sacrifice the rook to bring a queen into the game with tempo, and now it doesn't really matter what you do. The queen will give a few checks and then collect the rook on f1. And if you don't do that, again, well, if rook b1 to put pressure on this, you just play king captures on f3. It doesn't really matter. Up 3 pawns, completely winning. So yeah, very nicely played by both of them. Brilliant game by Linderman, brilliantly defending, and even maybe it was even a better position for him throughout the entire game until this ill-advised king to g8 move. I mean, just leaving too much. The g6 pawn hanging and then allowing Fabi rook captures on a5. But you can't see everything. If you could see everything, you would be world champion. Even the world champion doesn't see everything. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys are interested in the final standings, here they are. The final standings of the US Championship 2022. Fabiano Caruana wins $60,000, followed by Ray Robson, who was in pursuit for the entire tournament. This was one of his better tournaments, maybe even his best tournament so far. So congratulations to him as well. In third place, Linear Dominguez, Wander Lee and Wesley So, Jeffrey Chong, Sam Shanklin, Samuel Sevian, Hans Moken, Levon Arnyan, David Schwirch, Alexander Linderman, Christopher Yu, and Elshan Moradiabadi in last place. And also, if you guys are interested, what does this mean for the ratings? Fabi even won some ratings here, so you can see these are the world's top 25 players in classical chess. Carlsen and Ding still the only 2,800 players. Then you have in third and fourth, Jan Bonichin and Alireza Firuj, Nakamura. In fifth, I think he went up one place because Wesley dropped 3 places, so that's why Nakamura is now number 5, even though he hasn't played any classical chess. Fabiano went up 2 places, so he is now in number 6. Then Giri in 7, Wesley, Nate, Ananda still in 9th place, incredible stuff. Karyak in 10th, and then all of the others. And you can see Gukesh and Erigesi Arjun still doing very well, number 22 and number 25. So yeah, that's the game. Those were the standings. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Very nicely played by Fabi, winning another title of US champion. We'll see. We'll see what comes next for him. Very, very exciting stuff. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Jorn Bjerkman, and I would like to thank Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, Trevor Terrace, Lakshmi Narayan, Chakapani, and Alan Psycho for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Checking up any wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an incredible game from the Polish League. It was a round 5, and it's Pentala Harikrishna versus Vasily Ivanchuk, and it's a game I really wanted to show for a couple of days now, but the position in question is so complicated, I just had to keep the engine running for a few days in order to truly crunch the numbers. I'm exaggerating a little bit as usual, but not by much. So let's check it out. If you're interested only in the position, you can go to that moment, but it's like it's main theory and then the position in question. So I urge you to check it out, especially if you play the Slav defense or play against the Slav defense. You will learn to avoid this in your own games because it could happen. So d4 by Harikrishna, we have d5 by Vasil, c4, I'm going for the Queen's Gambit, and Vasil declines it by going for the Slav defense. We have knight to c3, knight to f6, and now c captures on d5. This is the main move. We have bishop to f4, knight to c6, and d3. So every move is a top move that current theory supports. a6, and now bishop to d3 is the main line. Bishop to e2, okay, the third most popular option. We have bishop to f5, knight to f3, and now pawn to e6. So the bishop is out of the cage. You're going to close the light squares. We have queen to b3, putting pressure on b7, and rook to a7. Looks weird, but again, it is the top move everyone plays here. We have knight to e5, knight captures on e5, bishop captures, and knight to d7, attacking the bishop. Now sometimes people just continue developing rook c1. You could also move the bishop back to g3. Pentala castles, and now known moves are knight captures on e5 and also queen to b6, offering a queen trade is a known move. But here, Ivanchuk plays pawn to b5, and it is now already as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. And now look at this: rook f to d1, queen to a8, very nicely putting the queen on this long diagonal, and now rook a to c1. We have knight captures on e5, d captures, and bishop to e7. Here, Ivanchuk prepares the castle, but Harikrishna stops him, and he plays knight captures on b5. And okay, Ivanchuk has been playing this opening his entire life, and nothing really new happened here. Nothing weird is happening. It's just a piece sacrifice that should not exist. But okay, you're getting 2 pawns for the piece, so maybe that in itself can justify the sacrifice. You'll have the 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side, and maybe if black plays a perfect game, you're not gonna win, but you have good chances. So a captures on b5, bishop captures on b5, and king to f8. So okay, Vasil also loses castling privileges, but look at this. Now Pentala Harikrishna plays the bishop to c6, and he was in this position on move 18 that Vasily Ivanchuk resigned the game, as seemingly there is nothing more to be done here. And what's even weirder, okay, Harikrishna spent a little bit more time. This is a classical game. He had some 47 minutes on the clock. Ivanchuk had over an hour. He had an hour and 15 minutes on the clock. So he basically spent no time getting to this position. But now after this piece sacrifice by Harikrishna and seemingly him losing a lot more material, he decided to resign. Now, it's not clear why, but okay, we could show. You cannot go to b8. Okay, that square is not available for the queen. You cannot go to e8. That square is covered by the bishop. So what can you do? You can play queen to c8 or queen to d8. Queen to c8 isn't that spectacular because you align the queen with the rook on c1. So just bishop to b7 attacks the queen, and the next move rook to c8 is coming. You will lose the queen, and even if you play queen to d7, okay, your queen will not get skewered. Still rook to c8 check, and after bishop to d8, there's a queen to b4 with check, and after king to e8, there's bishop to c6, and you lose your queen. So you can't do that. And if you go king to g8, then comes an even more terrifying move, and that is queen to d6, and that's all there is. There's no way to save this. If you capture the queen, it's not great. Just e captures, and you cannot defend the bishop, and also checkmate is being threatened, so you're going to suffer severe material loss. You're going to have to make some room for a king. You're going to lose the bishop. After king g7, rook captures on h8, king captures, or you capture here, but I mean nothing is really worth it. Now d7, and you cannot stop promotion. So you are dead lost here. If after bishop to c6 you play queen to c8, you cannot go queen to b8, you cannot go queen to c8, you cannot go queen to e8. Only move that remains is queen to d8. So surely a player of Ivanchuk's caliber would consider queen to d8. The problem is, even if you consider queen to d8, it's still lost for white, unless you find one very specific move that comes after a lot of moves that I haven't played. So I'm going to show you what this means. Bishop to b7. Okay, everyone sees this. Of course, we want to win the black queen. You have to play queen to a5, and now after bishop rook to c8 with check, you have to block with the bishop. Okay, bishop to d8. So everyone sees this. This is not a problem. Ivanchuk probably saw all of this in a fraction of a second because he's just that good. But now comes bishop to a6. Now you're clearing the b file for the queen to reach the b8 square. And now how do you stop just the rook captures on d8? Well, you play rook captures on a6, and after queen to b8, now threatening rook captures on d8, you play king to e7, and now after queen to b7 check and king to e8, you play rook d to c1. Now with some terrible threats of rook captures on d8, then the other rook comes off the board and wins the queen, or even more plainly just rook captures on d8 followed by queen captures on a6. And there is one move here that you had to see all the way back when you played queen to d8 in order to realize that this is actually playable. And I'm not going to show it to you. I'm actually going to ask you to pause the video here and try to find this move, because I'm asking you to find it from this position, not from the position where Ivanchuk resigned. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute strongest move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. I just don't believe you. I do not believe you found this move. It's probably maybe the first or the second time since I've been making videos that I do not believe anyone found this move. But if you actually found it, then you have bragging rights. And if anyone tells you you're not a great chess player, you just show them this video and tell them I found this move. The move in question is bishop to c2. This is the move that you had to find in order to actually continue playing this game from the position where Vasil resigned. Now, some people wouldn't resign. Some people would, okay, show me the win, show me that you have everything worked out. But not Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk is a gentleman, and because he didn't see bishop to c2 in the position where he resigned, he thought there is nothing and it's best to resign, be a true gentleman of chess. Now, the reason why bishop to c2 is so powerful is that you disconnected the white rooks, and you cannot capture the bishop. If you capture with this rook, then you get checkmated. Queen to e1 is checkmate. So obviously, we're going to try capturing with the other rook. But if you capture with the other rook, bear in mind that black is still up a full bishop. So now you simply have to trade queen d6. And now after the queen moves, you're going to play rook to a7. And there's no way for white to continue the attack once white makes a few moves, because there's nothing forcing here. You will play king d7. And now, once a move is made, because white has no more attacking moves, you will play rook to e8. You'll play king to f8. You will have successfully artificially castled kingside, and there is nothing more to worry about. So you're just going to be up a piece, and that's it. So after bishop to c2, the only move that keeps the tension for white is queen to b8, but it doesn't do a lot. Now black plays pawn to d4. And this is, to see bishop to c2 in combination with pawn to d4, which frees up the e4 square, so the bishop controls a8, so you can play rook to a8. I'm not exaggerating when I said that no one finds this. Like, no one finds this. Even the great Vasil Ivanchuk, who, if you said that there's a position that no one can solve, that the engine cannot solve, that Magnus cannot solve, I would say give it to Vasil Ivanchuk. He will find it. On a good day, Vasil will find such a move, but obviously this was not a good day for Vasil Ivanchuk. And the problem is now, let's say you play rook captures on d8. Again, you're down material. You can go for this. If queen captures on d8, yes, you can go queen to b5 with check. You will pick up the rook here. After king f8, queen captures on a6, but it's not a problem. Pawn to d3. And you're down a bishop. Black has a pass pawn already, ready to go to d2. There's no coming back from this. So after d4, you're gonna have to play e captures on d4. It's not an attractive move, but it's the best white has. And now bishop to e4. And now once this rook lands on a8, that's it for white. The attack has completely evaporated. White will of course throw in a nice b4 because it's the strongest move. And after queen to d5, you have to keep defending the bishop here. There is nothing better. Rook to a8 is coming. You have to trade here. Rook captures, queen captures, and after rook to c8, winning the black queen, you don't care. King to d7. Now you force white to take your queen, and after rook captures on d8, and queen to b5 check, nicely connecting with the rook on a6. You just move the rook to c6 where it's defended, and you have two rooks and a bishop for a queen. You are objectively completely winning. So yeah, I know that from this position, from bishop to c6 where Vasil resigned the game on move 18 to this position, this is move 31. So you would have to see some 12, 13 moves in advance, but they're not just any moves. They're moves that okay, you could find this, but then even finding this bishop to c2 move, incredible. Then finding d4, bringing up e4 for the bishop, controlling a8, and all that, and you still have to give up your queen, but in the end, after rook to c6, your position will be completely winning. So absolutely incredible. And like I said, it's of course not taking anything away from Pentala Hare Krishna. He crushed Vasil Ivanchuk in 18 moves, and it's he is one of the strongest players who never became world champion. Everyone knows that. He was the fear of the entire chess world when he was young. He's now I believe 54 years of age. When he was like 20, if he said across to you, it doesn't matter if you were Karpov, if you were Kasparov, you feared for your life. And even today he can play a brilliant game, but here he just didn't want to continue. He just didn't want to, okay, show me how you beat me. He didn't find, I have no idea. I believe that he didn't find the bishop to c2 move because he just didn't invest enough time. He didn't waste any time at all for this game. He wasted 15 minutes. He still had an hour and 15 minutes when he resigned in this position, which is, it just makes me very sad because, guys, how much I love Vasil Ivanchuk. And if anyone should tackle this position, it is definitely him. And he would find all of this over the board. He would find all of this blindfold. But, for some reason, this was not his day. So that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Basically, a miniature of 18 moves where Hare Krishna just crushed Vasil Ivanchuk with a piece sacrifice for 2 pawns that objectively doesn't do much, but it caught him by surprise. He saw that okay, no moves can be played here, nothing really works, and he just decided to resign. But yeah, if you play the Slav, if you play against the Slav, maybe someone tries this against you, or you might try something like this against someone. If it's a bullet or blitz, you might get away with this with white, but this was classical, and he got away with it. So you can play this, and if you don't know it, people will play it against you, as that's usually how it works. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry about taking me a few days to cover this, but a lot is happening in the world, and also the engine really needed to crunch that position. It's not an easy position to crunch even for an engine. So once again, really hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Sakshidar Piturapu, also treat Helge Matrich, Jalen Sutton, and GG from 15 to 21st of October 2023 for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continue to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And once again, the biggest of high fives if you found bishop to c2. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome to an absolutely thrilling game from round 2 of this year's Reykjavik Open. It is a true legend of the chess arena, Simon Williams, and pretty much when I started, even before I started my chess channel some 10 years ago, when I started watching chess content on YouTube, when you only had like a Mato was doing chess on YouTube, Jerry from Chess Network was doing, John Bartholomew was there, one of the people already creating content was Simon Williams, and he's a natural born attacker. He loves attacking, and his games are always incredibly interesting. He pushed his H pawn pretty much in every game, even before AlphaZero made it cool, so he really understands how to attack, and this is a phenomenal attacking game. He's facing Anastasia Rakhmangulova, women international master from Ukraine. She, as I understand it, won the Ukrainian championship for girls and women 20 times over different age categories, so not going to be easy for Simon, even though there's a significant rating difference. That being said, let's check it out. I cannot wait for you guys to see this. So here Simon opens with a d4. We have d5 by Anastasia, c4 we have c6. She goes for the Slav defense. C captures on d5. Simon goes for the exchange variation. C captures and knight to c3. We have knight to f6, and here there are many moves you can play here. Pretty standard moves are knight to f3 and bishop to f4. But Simon played pawn to f3. And when I first saw this, I thought, okay, probably Simon is trying to get a nice win with pawn to f3 to promote some sort of a chessable. Of course, he's creating how to crush the Slav with 5f3. But okay, let's see the game. We have e6. We have pawn to e4. He grabs the full center. Pawn captures, and knight to c6. So Anastasia just continuing development. Knight to f3 and bishop to b4. She now wants the castle to safety. And Simon plays this very tricky bishop to d3 move. And now, as you'll see, it's not that easy to castle, because if she just castles, Simon throws in a nice e5, and after knight to d5, already you can resign. Bishop captures on h7, and it's game over. King captures, knight to g5 check. It's a standard bishop sacrifice on h7, and queen will checkmate the black king. Or you give up the queen for the knight here. Also very resignable. So after bishop to d3, she played bishop to a5, which is strong. She wants to shift the bishop over to b6 or to c7. Plus, at in some lines, you can even consider a move like knight to b4. Simon still goes for e5. We have knight to d5, and here there is a game where bishop to d2 was played last year, but here Simon plays castles kingside, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. And okay, he also sacrifices a pawn here, so she grabs it. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and the bishop captures, attacking the rook on a1. He goes rook to b1, and now pawn to h6. Again, you can't really castle here. If you castle, bishop captures on h7 is just winning. Again, so pawn to h6 was played. Now bishop captures on h7 will no longer be an option, but now Simon has this very nice bishop to a3 move. Now you might think, okay, why play h6 in such a position, but it's very hard to find a move here for black. The only way to try and play this is by playing bishop captures with check. White will of course move the king, not capture. You will play bishop captures on e5, then comes knight captures, and now bishop to b5 check. And after bishop to d7, now queen e2 will attack the knight, and after the knight moves, you will again play bishop to a3, preventing the black king from castling. So the black king will have problems this game, but this was the best way to try and save the game for Anastasia. Instead, she played h6, and okay, bishop to a3. Now Simon completely stops the black king from escaping. Pawn to a5. She's even dreaming of putting something on b4 just to castle the black king to safety, but Simon goes for queen to a4. Now, of course, such moves are impossible. If you play bishop b4, just bishop captures, and you will not be able to capture back. The rook on a8 would hang. So after queen to a4, we have bishop to d7. Now the knight can move, but now look at this. Rook captures on d7. Knight captures on d4, now opening up an attack on Simon's queen on a4, and you could consider a lot of moves here. For example, queen to c4 is nice. It's very nice. Let's say rook c8, queen to c6, queen to a6, and you retain all the pressure. Black really has nothing to do here. Eventually, you will win this game. But Simon goes for the absolutely thrilling idea, and that is knight captures on d4. He sacrifices his queen on a4, and now you realize that the black king really has no squares, and the white doesn't even need the queen to continue this attack. You have this bishop, you have this rook, you have this rook, you have this bishop. The knight here on d4 also a viable attacker. So here bishop captures on a4 was played. You have to capture the queen, otherwise you have no move. So bishop captures on a4 was played, and now feel free to pause the video and win the game for Simon while I give you a couple of seconds. There's only one winning move here, so do your best. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this brilliancy, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is knight captures on e6. That's right, you have to sacrifice even more material because that's how chess works. And here you could easily resign here; it wouldn't be shameful or anything. But you continued with queen to h4. I will just show you what happens if you play some other moves. Like if you capture the bishop on d3, rook to e7 is mate in 1. So obviously you cannot move the queen from the defense of d7 square. But capturing the knight isn't much better. Just bishop to g6 is not checkmate. Look at this mighty bishop pair and the rook pair. This is something I don't think I've ever seen. The bishop pair and the rook pair, being used to such perfection. Maybe in Anderson's Immortal game, but other than in the Evergreen game, sorry. But other than that, I don't know. So here after knight captures on e6, queen to h4 was played. This kind of keeps the game alive, but now comes rook captures on f7. Rook from f1 captures on f7. Bishop to b4. Other moves don't really help all that much. If you could give one check with queen to e1, but then bishop to f1 can just block. In the game, bishop to b4 was played, kind of trying to stop this bishop from controlling e7. Now rook e7 is impossible because you just capture with the queen. But you could play it. You could still play it. Pretty much every move is winning here. Simon played rook to f8 with check, and it was in this position on move 20 that Anastasia Rakhmangulova resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. It's just looking at this, it's absolutely beautiful what Simon has created here today. And if he does create some sort of a chessable course or something with this f3 line, I really hope everyone buys it because I mean you could also create something like this at least once in your life. So the problem here is if you capture the rook, it's not really great. If rook captures, you're just gonna get mated in 2. Bishop g6 check. Only move rook f7, and now bishop captures will be checkmate. Or if you don't capture with the rook, you could also capture with the bishop. But then bishop to g6 is mate in 1. So there you have it. Beautiful attacking game by Simon, and it all became possible with this f3 line. It doesn't even have a name. It's just a line in the exchange variation of the Slav. But after this game, I would not mind it to be called the Williams line, or maybe even the Simon. So if you guys play this, if anyone doesn't mind, if I ever see it, I will call it the Simon. It's that good. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Try it. Maybe it works out for you as well. It's a pretty cool attacking line. It's not very easy for black to castle, as you've seen, and white didn't really have to do all that much to accomplish this. So it's trickier than it looks. I would like to thank Ned Riley, BB Chess, London System, Kaveh Halimadi, and Marcus Steele for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. Hope more games like this happen in the chess world. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome to another very nice game from round 12 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. It's Jan Duda versus Alireza Firujan, and it does remind us of the previous game Alireza played against Nepo, where he lashed out with the pawns on the king side. Here it's similar to that, but with a bit of a twist during the game, as you'll see. So let's check it out. We have a nice photo of the matchup. There we have it, Duda versus Alireza with their suits and shirts matching the color of the pieces they are playing with. So just two very nice gentlemen playing chess. Let's enjoy that for a second, and then we are off as the game is quite enjoyable. Duda with the white pieces opens with the d4. We have knight to f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, and d5. So a standard queen's gambit declined. Knight to c3 and the semi-Slav defense. Pawn to c6. We have e3, knight b to d7, and queen to c2. So that that there's just a whole lot of theory from this position. Nothing new happening here for the moment. Bishop to d6, bishop to e2, and both players castles. So castles, and now d captures and c4. We force white to waste the tempo as the bishop already played the move. Bishop counters, pawn to b5, bishop back to d3, and bishop to d7. a3, Alireza grabs more space on the queen side, pawn to a5, and now pawn to e4, grabbing more space in the center. e5 by Alireza, forcing some trades on e5 square. D captures, we have knight captures, bishop captures, and now pawn to h3. This is very much needed because you want to play f4. If you play f4 right away, then bishop d4 checking h1 and knight g4 with queen to h4 and knight to f2 coming. This is just terrible for white. So h3, we're going to play f4, but at some point in the future. Bishop to a6 by Alireza. This is the start of the game. Basically, it's not a new move, but it's an incredibly rare one. I believe so far employed only by Alexei Shirov, one of the greatest attackers ever, and Alireza finds inspiration in his games. Shirov used it twice. He used it once against Levon Aronian, once against Daniel Dubov, and even though both of those games ended in a draw, they were quite the games. So bishop to e3, Duda just continues development, and pawn to b4 now, attacking the knight and offering a trade of light square bishops. So Duda goes for the trade, bishop captures, b captures on c3, bishop back to c4, and now c captures on b2. Alireza gets a pass pawn on b2, but rook a to d1 attacks the queen, and now comes the tricky move, queen to e7. Now offering Duda to play bishop to c5 to go after the queen and the rook, and this is exactly what Duda does. And it's exactly what Shirov played in both of his games against Aronian and Dubov, as it's very well analyzed, but it's incredibly tricky. Bishop to c5, we reach the position from the thumbnail, and now of course the bishop cannot be captured. We simply play bishop captures on f7 and pick up the black queen, so of course something else has to be played. Alireza plays bishop to c7, queen to c7, and now bishop captures on f8. Rook captures on f8 and pawn to g3 now. It's important to block this diagonal, and also we want to have support for pushing f4. And in the game against Aronian, Alexei Shirov played pawn to c5, and this is in fact the strongest move. Sorry, in the game against Dubov that was played, but Alireza plays something completely different and something very, very awesome. So here c5 is one of the engine swap recommendations. The move that Shirov played, other suggestions are something like queen to b6 and g6, but Alireza plays g5, and it is now, I'm sure you can imagine, as of move 22, that we have a completely new game. So a lot of theory up to this point, but the g5 is just incredibly interesting, because if Duda doesn't play that one move that gives him the advantage, then he's just going to be worse. Rather, the position might even be equal. It's just that Alireza knows way much more about the position than Duda does. And he finds it. He finds pawn to f4. This is the absolute strongest move white can play here. The reason is g captures, and now you kind of have to capture the pawn here, or you don't. Alireza did capture. You can also play bishop to d4 check, and after king to h2, just cement the bishop with c5. The bishop guarding the pawn on b2 looks very nice for black, but after e5, the position really opens up towards that black king, and it's not going to be easy. The bishop also very strong. So white would be better here. It's just a question of how much. But Alireza grabs the pawn instead, and this is even more trickier. Queen captures on b2 by Duda, attacking the knight here, and now knight to h5, defending the bishop on f4 one more time. You could also play bishop to e5, but after bishop to e5, we play queen to g2 with check, king h8, and now it seems like black is doing okay, but there's this very tricky queen f3 move that leaves the black basically without a move. You can give this one check, but after king to h1, it's a crazy position. Both players are attacking, but it's just that black doesn't have anything more than the attack, and white also has the attack, but white also has the extra material. White has a rook for a knight, so white will be much better here. But Alireza goes knight to h5 instead, and now we have to do some rook lifting here. Rook to d3 or rook to f3 is the way to go. Duda chooses the d rook. Queen to e7, now centralizing the queen. The queen's influence is great from d7 square, able to come to g5 to h4 and so on, and now rook to f2 by Duda. And this is where Duda drops the ball quite a lot. King to h1, and it will be very, very hard to play this position with black. It's a much needed tempo where you don't really have a good move here, because if you play queen captures on e4, for example, we just force a queen trade, queen to g4, queen to g2 check, and now after this trade captures, we are more than happy with this endgame. We're up the exchange. Of course, the position will be completely winning for us. There's not a good way to play this with black. So basically, what you would have to do after king to h1 is go for bishop to e5 instead, attack the queen, and now after this queen to g2 check, very important tempo, king h8, queen to g4, another important tempo, knight to f6 and queen to f5, and white's position improved drastically with the black struggling to even find the move here. So that's the way to go. But in the game, rook to f2 was played, and this allows Alireza a free move. Bishop to e5 now attacks the queen, queen to e2 goes after the knight, and now Alireza plays knight to f6 here. Alireza could go for knight to f4. It's a very nice idea. Attacks the queen, attacks the rook, and it's basically a force to draw. But it's important to check it out. If queen g4 check, we're gonna move the king. Now rook d7 attacks the queen. Seems like black is getting destroyed. However, there is this queen captures on a3. It looks like a funny moment to grab a pawn on the other side of the board, but it's actually that from this side of the board we are attacking this side of the board. So that's why it's a good move. And now after something like rook captures on f7, it's a forced line. Knight captures on h3 with check. King to g2, knight captures on f2, attacks the queen. Rook captures on h7. It looks like white might have something, but there isn't anything. The best white has is to just force a draw here with queen h5 and go for a repetition here, as our good friend the bishop covers the f7 square. So Alireza can just basically grab a draw here with knight to f4, but he plays knight to f6. Hard to say if he calculated everything or he wants more than a draw, but knight to f6 again just allows Duda to play for the win. King to h1, now finally freeing the G file for the white rook. King to h8, black does the same, and rook to g2. We have rook to b8 now by Alireza, trying to get some action on the first rank, and now bishop to a2, preventing this. Knight to e8, and now comes queen to e3. Here again, it's the position should be winning for white, but it's just that there isn't anything that proves this. Like we could continue improving our position. Queen g4, threaten checkmate. Knight d6, so the rook defends against checkmate, and now there's even this beautiful rook d to g3 move where we are again threatening to checkmate the black king with a queen sacrifice. But after queen to d8, there's just there's no force win here. White is winning, and white should win after some time has passed and some moves have been played. It's just that there's no the finishing blow that everyone is hoping to see. But yeah, it is an overwhelming position. But instead, queen to e3 was played, and now knight to d6 by Alireza, and here rook back to d1. Queen to c5 again, keeping all the tension is very strong for white. It's just the problem is it's not clear how to force a win here. White is up material, but you just can't get anything decisive. So rook to d1 was played, and now comes queen to f6 by Alireza. Rook to f2, attacking the queen, queen g6, and rook to g1 now, again putting pressure on the queen, saying that you will not be able to capture on e4 because I just win the endgame. But that's exactly what Alireza does, as the alternative is just terrible. Once you move the queen, we start capturing, and then black is just lost. So queen captures on e4, queen captures, knight captures, and now Duda plays rook captures on f7, and this basically forces a draw. A very tricky move to find is actually rook f to g2. now with the idea that, okay, we're still attacking the pawn, but if you move the pawn, we just deliver checkmate. Let's not forget about our good friend the light square bishop covering the g8 square. So you're not going to be able to do it this way, but you can play rook to f8, and now black rook is passive. It's a very tricky position to play. White will always be better, but with perfect play, probably not enough to win the game. But after rook captures on f7, it's just very easy for Alireza to force a draw here. Knight to g3 with check, king to g2, and now rook to b2 with check, forcing a trade of rooks because otherwise you're going to lose the bishop on a2. So rook to f2, rook captures, king captures, and now we have bishop to d4 check. Nicely connecting, winning our material back. King captures on g3, bishop captures on g1, and it was in this position on move 41 that Duda and Firouzja agreed to a draw, as there is nothing more to be done here. Yes, Alireza is up a pawn, but it's bishops of opposite color, and the black king is way back in the corner on h8. There's no hope here for Alireza to do anything with his extra pawn. Of course, both of them know this, and they agreed to a draw. So yeah, really awesome stuff. So like I said, it's not really lashing out like in the game against Nepo with that g4 h4, but even that, even though everyone is calling it lashing out, he played too many blitz games without Nepo finding the absolute strongest only line that destroys that idea. It is very much playable. It's just that Nepo found it here. Duda did not find it. He rushed it a little bit. He couldn't push for more than a draw here, and here it kind of paid off for Alireza. He gets a draw with the black pieces, but still, I'm pretty sure he did not play this g5 move to get a draw. He prepared this to gain more than a draw, and even with the absolute strongest reply from Duda, it was possible, but it's just very hard to play positions like these. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let's not forget to check out the standings. So here are the standings after round 12. Yanni Pomniachtchi leading with 8.5, 2 full points ahead of Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren. Then we have Rajabov and Caruana with 6 out of 12, Rapport with 5 out of 12, Duda with 5 out of 12, and Alireza in last place with 4.5 out of 12. So with Nepo leading by 2-point margin, and we only have 2 more games until the end of the FIDE Candidates tournament. This means that if Nepo gets only 1 draw, he wins the Candidates tournament. So he has, I believe, he still has to play against Duda and Rapport, and if he gets a draw against either of them, then Yanni Pomniachtchi will win the FIDE Candidates tournament and challenge Magnus Carlsen for the title. Or if Magnus will not want to play, then whoever gets second place will be facing Yanni Pomniachtchi for the title. So that seems to be the most likely outcome, but you never know. We've seen weird things happen in the chess world. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. Really crazy stuff by both of them. Alireza trying, with everything he has, but he's just not catching a break here. I would like to thank Michael Hoff Consulting, Alan Chevalier Moore, Obra Mishkovich, Jeffrey Cook, and Abhishek Babui for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. Really appreciate it. As usual, you can check out my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game from the Norway-Ukraine friendly solidarity match. The game you guys requested as soon as it finished. It's Yuri Kuzubov versus Magnus Carlsen. The last time two of them faced off against each other was, I believe, in the FIDE Grand Swiss that Magnus won, and now Kuzubov has a chance to retaliate with the white pieces, and this is one game that you will thoroughly enjoy. So let's dive straight into it and see if Norway can strike back against Ukraine. So Kuzubov opens with d4. We have d5 by Magnus, c4, c6, and now e3. If you guys remember from the previous video, Ukraine won both match 1 and match 2. This is now a game from match 3. First match was 1-2.5, 1.5, and the second match 3-1 for Ukraine. So now this is the third match. We have bishop to f5 and now knight to c3. We have e6, and now a move no one ever plays in this position except Kuzubov. He has played it on 2 occasions apart from this one, and it's a very tricky one. So Magnus goes knight to f6, knight back to g3, attacking the bishop here, bishop g6, and now bishop to d3. We have knight b to d7 by Magnus, castles, and the bishop to d6. So ready to castle kingside, rook to e1, and the position has been reached before, and it was in the game Jordan Pampres versus Yuri Kuzubov where castles was played, but here Magnus plays bishop captures on d3, and it is now as of move 9 that we have a completely new game. So Yuri captures on d3, we have queen to a5, developing the queen, now saying maybe I will castle queenside, who knows. C captures on d5, c captures, and the bishop to d2, threatening some nasty discoveries. Magnus decides to castle kingside, and now you don't really have all that many good discoveries, but you do have knight b5, and this is what Yuri plays. Attacks the queen, and you have to keep an eye on the bishop. The bishop on d6 is hanging, so queen to a6, guarding the bishop, and now a4. So very good position for Yuri, but also for Magnus. There's no problem here for black. So rook f to c8, and now f3, preparing to strike in the center with e4 and e5, but also taking away some very important squares from the knight on f6. We have b6, giving the queen the b7 square to retreat if needed, and now comes pawn to e4. Now with the very unpleasant threat of e5. So bishop back to f8, and now pawn to e5, grabbing more space here. Magnus goes knight to e8, and now f4. So now you can see that Kuzubov is controlling a lot more space, but if played correctly, should not be a problem. We have g6, and now h4. He wants to open up Magnus' position on the king side, as all of his forces are on the queen side. The queen not doing all that much on a6, rook on a8. Okay, the rook on c8 is on a nice open c file, but that's pretty much it. We have queen to b7. Magnus will try to get the queen back into the game. Now comes h5. We have a6 chasing the knight away, and you don't have any good in-between moves, so knight back to c3, knight to g7, trying to force Yuri to advance that pawn to h6, but this is exactly what he does. It's actually very good. And now the problem is if you go knight to f5, we're just going to capture it. And now if you play e captures on f5, there's g4, and the black's position will slowly fall apart. All of black's forces are still on the queen side. So instead, after h6, Magnus goes knight back to e8, but there is a problem now, because white has a beautiful move that he can use to break through in the position, and I'm sure you guys see it without even pausing the video, and that move, of course, is pawn to f5. Now, it seems silly as the pawn is the f5 square is guarded twice by both the e and the g pawn, but if it works, it works. So here, Magnus plays e captures on f5, and now, of course, knight captures on f5. We will give up the knight to open up the black king's position, and now you can see that the pawn being on h6, the rooks are very easily transferable to the attack. It's not going to be easy to defend this for Magnus. So g captures on f5, queen captures on f5, and now rook to c6. We have to be ready to block with rook to g6. So rook to f1, attacking the f7 pawn, and now knight to b8, defending the f7 pawn with the queen. But still, look at those that queen side. This is very ugly. Knight captures on d5, introducing the knight into the attack as well, and now Magnus plays rook to g6. So there really is no good move for Magnus here, but rook to g6 seems to be the most resilient one, as the game will show. But it's also a completely losing idea. So feel free to pause the video and try and win the game for Yuri here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredibly difficult idea to spot. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is pawn to e6. And this solves pretty much everything. Now our knight is hanging, and we have to deal with this. Yuri decided to play knight to f4, but it is actually pawn to e6 that wins. And again, it looks very odd, but if pawn captures, then we just play queen captures on f8, checkmate. If rook captures, then it's a bit more tricky, but rook a to e1. It's a very silent move, and not one that you can spot easily. But if let's say rook captures, now your knight here is hanging, and if knight to d7, keep an eye on your knight. Now you play knight to e7, check, bishop captures, and rook captures, and now f7 is hanging, and also the knight on d7 is hanging, and Carlsen's position just falls apart. So the only thing you have after e6 is basically f6, but not just e7, and this is just beautiful. Bishop captures on e7, knight captures with check, queen captures, and now queen d5 check. We pick up the rook on e8, and that's it. We are simply up too much material. So while e6 here was winning on the spot, knight to f4 was played in the game, as this is rapid, and now Magnus plays bishop captures on h6. He decides to give up the rook to activate his pieces, but also the bishop on d2 would hang if you capture the rook. However, here still capturing with the rook was the way to go. Now if e6, we're just going to play rook to f6, challenge the queen, and this is how black survives. However, after knight to f4, we have bishop captures on h6, but now just knight captures on g6, h captures on g6, attacking the queen and the bishop, but the queen does not go back to help out with the defense of the bishop, rather queen to g4. And interestingly, this is the only winning move in the position, so there's really nothing better than to capture the bishop here, and now comes e6. We completely bust open the king side. f6, we have queen captures on g6, knight to g7. If you block with queen to g7, then the knight just hangs, so we have to block with the knight, and now our good friend the queen side rook joins the attack. Rook to a3, and now how do you play this? Well, queen to d5 was played by Magnus. It's a nice centralizing move going after that d4 pawn with check, but now it's well, it's very, very unfortunate for Magnus that Yuri has a forced mate in 9. So it's very, very tricky to spot it, and it might not be all that easy to visualize, but just for practice, feel free to pause the video and try to spot this incredible mate while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being able to solve absolutely everything. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen f7 check. I'm sure everyone picked up on this one. King h7, rook to h3 with check, bishop to h6, and now the move you had to spot is rook captures on h6. In the actual game, queen captures on f6 was played, but Magnus is lost regardless of what Yuri plays pretty much. But just to show you the brilliancy, rook captures on h6, king captures, now rook captures on f6, king h7, queen to g6 with check, king to g8, and now rook to f8 check. So we give up both rooks, king captures, and now of course queen to f7 will be checkmate. So it's a rapid game, of course. You don't have all the time in the world to find such finesses. So in the game, queen captures on f6 was played, but there is no recovering from this. Knight to h5, okay, you survive a little bit longer, but now queen f7 check, knight back to g7, rook to f6. Again, rook captures on h6 is always an idea, but okay, rook to f6, queen captures on d4 with check, king to h1, now queen d1 check, king h2, and here after queen to d6 check, Yuri played rook to g3, and it was in this position on move 41 that Magnus Carlsen resigned the game, and yet another brilliant victory, not just for Yuri Kuzubov, but also for the team Ukraine, who defeated team Norway again 2.5 to 1.5, and in the or rather it was 2.5 to 1.5 in round 3, and round 4 ended again by Ukraine winning 3 to 1. So Ukraine completely crushes Norway in this match. Games 1 and 3 were 2.5, 1.5, and games 2 and 4 were 3 to 1. So complete annihilation. And I might also show a game from round 4 as you guys have already requested that one. So stay tuned for that. So brilliant game, and it really shows you how this idea that is very, very rarely played, just knight g to e2, can throw even someone like Magnus off guard and force him into a completely passive position. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Again, big congratulations to Yuri on his amazing victory against the world champion. I would like to thank USF BFRI, Nicholas Padao, Andrew Dabrowski, Kirsten Lemons, and the Battlefield Scores for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another spectacular game from the FIDE World Team Rapid Championship, or rather FIDE World Team Championship that is being played in the rapid time format. It is Baijinchi versus Alexei Shirov. Most of you know Baijinchi for losing his game to Ding Liren in 2017. That was deemed Ding's Immortal Game, or even the Chinese Immortal Game, as the game was so spectacular. If you haven't seen it, it will be the first link in the description below. You're welcome to check it out even before checking out this video, or even after the video, because it's truly one to marvel at. But this game is a bit different, and here Baijinchi faces none other than the master of the mystic arts, Alexei Shirov himself, playing board 3 for Team Spain, and it features a move that is not something that comes to mind, especially in a rapid game. So let's check it out and why this move is so incredible. Baijinchi with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Alexei, c4, c6 going for the Slav defense, knight f3, knight to f6, and now queen to c2. We have g6 and bishop to f4. So a very, very standard line. We have knight to a6 and now pawn to e3. Sorry if my voice sounds a bit weird. Like I said, my daughter just brings all sorts of stuff back from the kindergarten, and it affects your body in weird ways. So e3, bishop to f5, attacking the queen, and now queen to b3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and now knight to b4. Looks a bit odd because it's a free knight, but you kind of have to capture it because of knight to c2 check, as the bishop and the knight are attacking at c2 square. But this is again all very, very well known stuff. So queen captures on b4 and pawn to e5. Now opening a discovery on the queen and attacking the bishop on f4. Queen captures on b7, rook to b8. We have queen captures on c6 with check and bishop to d7. So giving back some material in order to get full development in. And here white has two main ideas, and both of them are known. One of them is to move the queen to a6. The other one is to actually capture on f6. But this is such a brutal line that I absolutely must show it. So queen captures on it was not played in the game. In the game, queen to a6 was played, but queen to f6. Look at this. Queen captures, bishop captures on e5, attacking the queen and the rook behind the queen. Queen to b6, now attacking b2, and it's again very well known that you cannot capture the rook. So you have to play b3 first. b3, queen to a5 with check, knight b to d2, and now look at this. Rook captures on b3. This is the only move that doesn't lose the game for black. So now the knight cannot capture because of check, and a captures on b3 is impossible because of queen captures on a1 with check. So bishop to e2, preparing to castle, and now f6, bishop captures, and rook to g8. White will castle, and now rook to b2, putting pressure on the knight, and you can't really move the knight because the bishop on e2 will hang. So rook a to b1, rook captures, black will give up the rook for two knights, captures, bishop to f3, and now let's say bishop to e7. It seems like white has too much material and black should not be able to play like this, but black's pieces are just so much better. Look at this, bishop captures on d5, attacks the rook, and now really no good square for the rook. If you play rook to f8, then rook to b8 with check is just winning, so you have to play something like bishop captures here. That bishop is much too powerful. Bishop captures on g8, and now let's say bishop f5, attacks the rook to b8 with check. The game continues, but with two rooks and the bishop against the queen and two bishops, plus the three central pass pawns, white has all the counterplay needed in the world to make up for not having a queen. So that's what is happening after queen captures on f6. But as Baijinchi knows who his opponent is, his opponent being Alexei Shirov, he knows that Shirov probably knows queen captures on f6 line much better than the queen a6 line. So he plays queen to a6, gets the queen out of harm's way, and now e captures on f4. Remember, black still has to recapture the piece, so e captures on f4. And now there is a game where c5 was played, and also bishop to d3 is a known move. But here we have knight to c3 by Baijinchi, and it is now as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. And it doesn't take many moves to really blow up the position. Look at this, f captures on e3, f captures on e3, and now bishop to h6, going after this e3 pawn, queen to a3, stopping black from castling. And now what can black play here? Probably best for black is just to play bishop to f8, attack the queen, and kind of force this c5 move. And white will now have a pass pawn on c5, but at least black will be able to castle. Let's say bishop to h6, but now white will castle queenside, black will castle kingside. And okay, rook to e1 defends the bishop, but rook to e8 goes after the pawn, and it's a fine position, but white should be much better. Black will have some very nice attacking potential, but the passed c pawn is just a passed c pawn. But instead, in the game after queen to a3, Shiro played bishop captures on e3, and it looks like a move you should be able to play. What could happen here? What could happen to you? The problem is the position is now completely winning for Baijinchi, but you have to find a move that is so weird that it definitely it's not the first thing that comes to mind. So feel free to pause the video and try to figure it out while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on, well, just finding an absolute brilliancy against a true master of the mystic arts. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is king to e2. This is the star move of the game, and it is the only winning move for white. Just to give you an idea, let's say you play bishop to d3. And okay, it makes sense. You want to get your king into the game. This bishop here controlling all of these squares is just too strong. You can't castle kingside, you can't castle queenside, and after a few more moves, let's say captures queen to e7. Now you're forcing a queen trade because you're either going to threaten some very nasty discoveries, or you allow the queen trade. So let's say captures knight to d1 will attack the bishop goes back, and the game continues. White should always be a little bit better, but nothing spectacular. It is an extra pawn after all. It's a passed d pawn, but that's what happens if you don't play the absolute best. But here, Baijinchi played king to e2, and now what do you play? The thing behind king to e2 that is so spectacular is that it directly stops queen to e7. Queen to e7 now is pointless, and this was black's biggest move pretty much on everything that white plays, because now white just captures it and wins the bishop. That's the point. So what can you do here? Okay, you have to move the bishop. Your bishop is attacked. Bishop to f4 was played, and now look at this. Rook to e1. Now white is threatening some nasty discoveries with the king, and also you still cannot castle, and also you still can't play queen to e7 because now king to d1, and now what are you going to play here? So after rook to e1, we have bishop to e6, closing off the e file, but now king to d1. We have d captures on c4, and the bishop captures on c4. The black king still stuck on e8. We have queen to e7. Now this is possible, but now Baijinchi happily trades. We have queen captures, and now pawn to g3. Attacks the bishop here, bishop back to h6, and now rook to e2. We'll double up on the e file. Rook h to c8, finally getting that rook into the game, and now bishop captures on e6, f captures, and rook h to e1, attacking the e6 pawn, king to f7, offering the pawn, and now king to c2, because if rook captures here, then you allow rook captures on b2, and you really don't want to allow black all that much activity. So king to c2, and now knight to d5, putting pressure on the knight on c3, knight to e5 check, king to g8, and now a3 with rook to c7. Bishop to g7 is also maybe even a better idea here, but in the game rook to c7 was played. Now comes king to d3, bishop back to f8, and now rook to c1. And here the problem is, yes, you have put a bishop on this diagonal sort of with the idea of knight captures, pawn captures, and maybe winning the pawn. The problem is after knight captures, rook captures, and b captures, you can play bishop captures on e3, but then knight to c4 attacks the bishop and also the e6 pawn. So it's not really something to go for, and white would be completely winning here. So instead, after rook to c1, bishop back to g7, we have rook c to c2 now, doubling up on the second rank, and rook to b3. We have knight to c4, and now rook to d7. We have knight to a5 attacking the rook. And now best for black would be just a trade here and hope for the best. Let's say knight captures on c3, knight captures on b3, knight captures on e2, rook captures on e2, and now e5, very nicely done, as the king is on the same file as the rook, with white always being better, but maybe black can save this. However, after rook to b6, Baijinchi just takes the entire game. Knight captures on d5, rook captures on d5, rook to c8 with check, king to f7, and now rook to c7 with check. King to f6, now knight to c6, and there is not all that much you can do. Knight is coming to e5, and the rook is coming to f7. There is no defense against this. Bishop to h6 was played, but now just knight to e5, we have rook to a6, and now pawn to h4, taking away the g5 square from the black king, and it was in this position on move 37 that Alexei Shiro resigned the game, and what a spectacular victory for Baijinchi, and an important one for China, that taking down such a spectacular player in such a way. And here you resign because your king doesn't really have any squares. So now with g5 taken, rook to f7 will be checkmate. The only way to survive is to give up the exchange here with rook captures on e5. But after d captures on e5 with check and king f5, you would play rook to e4, again cut off the black king, and there is nothing black can do. Rook to f7 will be checkmate on the next move, unless black plays something really weird, like tries to give up a bishop. Then you will prolong checkmate for a few moves, but we do not discuss that on this channel. So after h4, a spectacular victory for Baijinchi, and also for those of you who are interested, as this is not a game from the finals have already started. The first match has been played, and the second match is being played now. I will still not discuss the results as we are going to cover the finals, but I just thought that I should definitely show this game because we do not see a move like king to e2 every day. Like bishop captures on e3, you think there's nothing white can do. White is just completely busted, and then you see a move like king e2. I mean, wow. Getting the rook into the game, because without this you're not getting the rook into the game. So also something that might happen in your own game, so you will have this as an idea, maybe prepared, that you can sort of think outside of the box. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Truly a masterpiece against Alexei Shiro, really nicely done by Baijinchi. I would like to thank Austin Wheeler, Ahmed Youssef, Anubaki Hal, Closebox, and Buntiak Pang for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Team Championship until it finishes. Thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the other match of the semifinals of the Chessable Masters Knockouts. It's Ding Liren versus Magnus Carlsen. We already know that the first finalist is Pragananda, and now one of these two gentlemen will face Prago in the final. So it's Ding Liren versus Magnus Carlsen. This is game 4 of their match. The first 3 games ended in a draw, so either here we're going to have a decisive game and the match is over, or we're going to go into tiebreaks like we did in the Pragananda Nishigiri match. And it's quite incredible if you've been watching, especially the first game of the match, that Ding again had Magnus on the ropes. Magnus just used his Jedi mind trick power and played that rook to c2 without Ding realizing bishop to b4 was winning. That's already the second game. Basically a few games that they played that Ding was completely winning. But it's rapid chess. He didn't have enough time to take his advantage to grab a full point. But this time, maybe something else will happen. So let's dive straight into it. It's a really, really cool game. You will enjoy it. Ding opens with d4. We have d5. In the game that we discussed, Magnus tried the ninja, that bishop to g4, bishop to b4 variation, very weird stuff, but it didn't work out all that great for him. Here, so he tries d5 now. We have c4, c6, going for the Slav defense, knight f3, knight to f6, and knight f6 and e3. The so-called quiet variation, bishop to g4, and now h3. Magnus gives up the bishop pair early on. We have captures, and now e6. So he gives up the light square bishop, puts his pawns on light squares, and now he has a dark square bishop that can go in between those pawns, of course. Knight to c3. We have knight b to d7, and bishop to d3 now. We have bishop to b4, and both players castle. So castles, and now rook to d1. Aligning the rook with the queen on d8. We have rook to e8, and now queen back to e2. Ding is ready to play f4, and he wants to grab full control over the e5 square. queen to e7 by Magnus, and now bishop to d2. And there are a couple of moves that games that reach this position. Usually e5 is played here, also d captures and c4 is a known move. But here we have a6 by Magnus, and it is now as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So Ding plays bishop to e1. We have rook a to d8, and now rook a to c1. We have bishop back to d6, and now c5. So will this be a good advancement for Ding, or will it be something that Magnus can maybe punish later on? You can play b6, try and undermine this, if b4, then a5, and so on. So we've seen this many times. Let's see how it plays out. We have bishop to c7, and finally f4, grabbing control over the e5 square. We have bishop to a5, and this bishop to a5 move is pretty problematic, because here Magnus, what he wants to do is it's a pretty close position. We haven't really traded any pawns yet. He wants to trade this bishop for a knight, and he says my knight pair will be stronger than your bishop pair. Hopefully the position will not open up. The problem is Ding just plays knight captures on d5, and that's a big problem. So Magnus will get to trade his bishop for a knight. However, he will not be able to play b6, because what Carlsen wanted was, let's say if Ding just continues with something like a3, he wants to capture here, and after b captures just about open with b6. This is his idea. He has excellent setup for this. However, after bishop to a5, Ding plays knight captures on d5, and this is just winning a clean pawn, because now the bishop is hanging on a5, it's undefended, and also the queen is hanging. So e captures on d5, we have to give up the bishop this way. Bishop captures on a5, but now you don't have b6 because both the bishop and the pawn cover this square, and also your rook is hanging. So rook to c8 by Magnus, and now rook to c3. Now Ding wants to put more pressure on that b file. So knight to f8, we have rook to b3, and now comes knight to e6. We have queen to f3, queen to d7, and now bishop back to e1. Now the rook controls the b6 square, so we don't have to keep your bishop on a5. Knight to d8, and now rook to b6. Now the other rook will also come to the b file. We have knight to e4, and bishop to c2 now. We have f5, and now rook to d3. So Magnus completely closed the position. Okay, he's down a pawn, but if he gets a draw here, then we go into tie breaks, and then he will try his luck there. So here knight f7, we have rook d to b3, and now we have rook to c7. We have to defend the b7 pawn. That's the base of our pawn chain. King to f1, and here I think after when this king to f1 was played, this is what I decided to use for the thumbnail. Here after king to f1 was played, I think Magnus realized that trouble is very near, because Ding will now hide his king all the way to the queen side, and then he will start pushing, opening up the position, and trying to exploit the two weaknesses. One being the weak b7 pawn, the other one the attack on the king side. If it opens up, then everything just comes alive. He still has the bishop pair. So one thing Magnus doesn't want to allow is for the position to open up. And here Magnus has to create some sort of a blockade to try and prevent this. So he starts with queen to c8, and we have king to e2. Ding just continues moving the king all the way to the queen side. We have knight to h8, king to d1. Now comes knight to g6, and king to c1. We have knight to f8, bishop to a5, preparing to move the rook and open up a discovery here. So rook to f7, and now comes king to b1. So it's another problem, as both the queen and the rook are guarding the b7 pawn. H6, and now pawn to a3. So the king is coming all the way to a2. We have knight to h7, king to a2, and now knight h to f6. So this is what Magnus was able to do in the meantime while Ding was bringing his king all the way to the a2 square. He has this very nice setup with the knight on e4, the knight on f6. He has very nice control over the g4 square, so g4 will not be a problem for him. Well, he now has to wait and see what the Ding will do. Ding plays bishop to e1, and now Magnus doesn't want to wait. He strikes with g5 himself, and it's a really elegant solution, because if Ding opens up, then still the position is kind of closed. The king can now come all the way to g6, and you can double up on the h file. It doesn't seem like Ding will be able to push on the king side. So instead, we have bishop to d1, and now Magnus advances the pawn even further. We have g4, h captures, f captures, and queen to f1 now. We have h5, g3 would have been more precise, but again, this is rapid chess. It's hard to calculate everything out. We have h5, and now queen to h1, putting pressure on that h5 pawn. But okay, for the moment, it is defended by this knight. King to g7, now comes the bishop to h4, and now we want to put our bishop on c2, grab hold of this diagonal, and it will be somewhat difficult for Magnus to keep everything in check, because the h5 pawn will just be too weak. So here he tries knight to g8, but now just bishop to c2, and here comes knight to d2, attacking Ding's knight rook on b3. But now the position is completely winning for Ding, but you have to play a very precise move. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea for Ding while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredible move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to g5. There are other moves that will retain a winning position for white, but the bishop to g5 is just the most forcing. Now we are going to capture on h5, and there is nothing you can do about this as black. So here, we grab the rook, knight captures on b3, rook captures, and now knight to f6. We guard the h5 pawn, but now just bishop captures on f6. We have rook captures and queen captures on h5. Now preparing queen to h7 check. So rook to h8 by Magnus, and now queen to e5. So if Ding cannot finish this game by some sort of a checkmate or by winning a lot of material, Magnus might even win this, because he is up material for the moment. So king to f7, he unpins. Now comes e4. Ding wants to open up the position. Carlsen's king is in the center of the board. We have to open up lines of attack for our bishop and rook. So d captures on e4. We have bishop captures, rook to e8 now, and queen to h5 with check. We have king d7, and now d5. There is no time to wait. We have to continue pushing. King d8. Magnus is hoping to hide the king all the way to the queen side, much like Ding did, but Ding will not allow it. Queen g5 now attacks the rook. Rook to f8 defends the rook, and now rook to d3, threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries. And there's no good way to hide the king. If you try to hide the king, then just queen e5 check, and you're getting checkmated. You cannot go anywhere. You have to go back to the d file, then d captures on c6, and you are out of squares. You have to start giving up material, and not that one, and that's going to be it. So instead, after rook to d3, queen to c7 by Magnus, trying to hide the king this way, but now d captures on c6 with check. King to c8, and queen captures on g4 with check. Ding just gobbles up material, and in the process forces the king all the way to b8, and now comes rook to d7, and now it becomes apparent that there is really no way to continue this game for Magnus. He tries rook captures on f4, hoping to get a queen trade in, but of course Ding doesn't go for it. He just plays queen to g7, and it was in this position on move 56 that Magnus Carlsen resigned the game, and what an incredible victory for Ding Liren, not only in game 4 of their match, but also in the entire match, as this ends the match. And so we'll have in the finals Pragananda versus Ding Liren, and we'll see. We'll probably be able to take it all the way, or is Ding just on a completely different level as now? He is also in the candidates tournament. He has been studying very hard, and he's just one of those players that kind of belongs in the 2800 club, or pretty much the entire time. But it's been a hard time for him. He couldn't play. Then he qualified, but he couldn't get to the candidates. It was pretty crazy for him. But now finally we will see him there, and great things are expected from him. And of course everyone knows Magnus said he will only play Alireza if he wins the candidates, but I don't see him declining a challenge from Ding, especially with Ding giving him such a hard time with pretty much every game they play. So yeah, here you resign because if you you can't really trade queens. If you go rook f7, we're just going to trade like this, rook captures on c7, and once you trade, you're going to be down a full bishop. So that's out of the question. And if you try after, let's say, queen g7, you try something like queen c8 to try and hold on maybe. If rook captures, you can get some queen to e6 check, and maybe rook f1 does something. Doesn't really do anything. Rook b7 check, king to a8, and now just bishop d5. We prevent queen e6, and there is no playing this. If we want, we can even make sport of this position. Let's say rook goes after bishop, rook c7. We attack the queen, and once queen b8 is played, now we can even sacrifice the rook. Rook to a7 check, queen captures. Now we deliver this check. We force the rook to capture and move away from the defense of the rook on f8. And after rook captures on d5, we play queen captures on f8, and of course everything is just winning. But also let's just c8 queen, and that's it. This is not checkmate. The d6 square has been taken from the black king. That's it. So many moves are winning here. Of course, this is just the one I decided to show you as it's the nicest one, I believe. So yeah, on move 56, Magnus resigned, and big congratulations to Ding for beating Magnus and reaching the finals against Pragananda. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Really a wild one, and well, the thing I enjoyed most about this game was most definitely the king march starting with king to f1. This is just beautiful stuff. Like there's the weakness, but we need another one, so we're just gonna hide the king all the way here and then open up the position. Ding didn't even have to wait. Magnus opened the position himself, as it was a good idea. It's just that Ding's position was much better. But yeah, really hope you guys enjoyed this one. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Salvatore Cano, and I would like to thank Robert Kiefer, Mark Manor, Nagarjuna Pongotti, and Ballswing.cat for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the finals of this wonderful event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an incredible game that pretty much just finished from the Superbet Chess Classic. It's round 3, Levon Aronian versus Alireza Firouzja, and this is one game that when you see the moves, you will not believe how the game actually ended. But that's one of the cool things about chess. You never know until the game is finished. So let's dive straight into it. There is quite a lot to enjoy. If you're wondering why I'm wearing a suit, I'm attending a wedding after this video, so that is the reason. Now getting back to the game. Levon has the white pieces, and he opens with c4. We have c6 by Alireza, going for this sort of a Caro-Kann type structure against the English opening. Knight to f3, we have d5 and d4 now. Transposing into the Slav defense, knight to f6, knight to c3, and d captures on c4. We have a4 now, stopping b5, and the bishop to f5 by Alireza. Knight to e5, and knight b to d7. So this has all been played before, nothing out of the ordinary here. Knight captures on c4, grabbing back the pawn. Queen to c7 and g3 now, preparing to flank into the light square bishop. We have e5 now, striking in the center. D captures, knight captures, and now bishop to f4. Attacking the knight here. The knight, of course, cannot move. The queen is on c7, so knight f to d7, adding a defender here. Also, you will be able to add more support here for the knight with a move like f6. Bishop to g2, and now pawn to g5, trying to get the bishop away from the square. Of course, if you capture on g5, then we're just going to capture the free knight on c4. That's not an option. So knight to e3, going after the bishop on f5, and then now g captures on f4, knight captures on f5, and queenside castles by Alireza. So you can see that Alireza has a very nice setup here, an attacking formation, and Levon still has to figure out what to do with the king. Of course, you do not want your queen on d1, so queen to c2 first, and a nice prophylactic king to b8. We have g captures on f4 now, grabbing this pawn, attacking the knight. Knight to c4, and now pawn to e3. So what can you do here? You are up a pawn, but your king is on e1, and where are you going to hide the king? Knight to c5 by Alireza, now rook to d1, offering a rook trade, which Alireza goes for. We have captures, knight captures, queen captures, knight captures, and then now comes queen to a5 with check. And the position has been reached before, and well, just knight to c3 pretty much stops everything. But Alireza played pretty much everything up until this point instantly, and Levon had to burn a lot of time. He wasn't acquainted with the intricacies of the position as much as Alireza. So he decided after some, not an incredibly long thing. An incredibly long thing actually happened after this move. But he played king to e2, and it is now only as of move 19 that we have a completely new game. But it's also a move that allows Alireza to completely take over the game, grab initiative, and push for an absolute win here. So feel free to pause the video and try to figure out what Levon missed with this king to e2 idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that you can actually win a pawn here. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is queen to a6. Now, luckily, queen to a6 is a move you play even if you don't see why it's good, because it just looks so aesthetically pleasing. Now you are threatening some very nasty discoveries here. For example, knight a3 check will just pick up the queen, so white has to be very careful. And if you play something like king to e1, then we just capture on a4, and that's it. Now we have a winning game because if b3, then bishop b4 check, and you don't have a good square for the king. King f1, knight captures on e3. Now gonna grab the queen next, and that's it. So instead, after queen to a6, king to f3, this is what Levon had planned. Queen captures on a4. That's the move that Levon missed, and the one that Alireza had in mind. Now the problem is, how do you continue here? Do you capture the queen, or do you play something else? Well, it's only move 20, and Levon spent over an hour here. It's I believe some 1 hour and 5 minutes for this move, which is incredible, as that's a lot of time to burn. I always like to mention how Bronstein spent like 15 minutes for playing the first move in that famous game against Snyder, but here it's just well, there's not all that much to consider other than capturing the queen, because if you play something like knight to d4, okay, you can defend your queen. We're going to capture, and after knight captures, just knight to d3, and the two knights here are just monsters. Next, you're going to start pushing these pawns, and okay, not that arrow, but it's going to be very hard to stop all of these pawns. So that's one way to do it. The other one is queen captures on a4. But now after knight captures, what Alireza found when he played queen to a6 is that you can play b3 here, and that's probably what all of you found when you decided that queen to a6 was the best idea. So congratulations on that. The problem is if you play b3 here, then just knight to d2 with check. We check the king, king e2, and now knight captures pawn. Now we have 3 connected pass pawns here. Of course, this is completely winning for black. So Levon tried king to e2, and now we have knight captures on d2, knight captures on d2, and then knight captures. So rook to b1, Levon brings the rook into the game, knight to a4. So it's still, black is up only 1 pawn, but 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side will be very, very hard to deal with. So here we have king to d2, knight to b6, and bishop to f3 now, and now comes the bishop to c5. Developing the bishop, preparing to bring the rook into the game. Knight h6 going after the f7 pawn. Now comes f6. We have rook back to g1, now going for that g7 square, and a5. Alireza starts pushing the pass pawns. We have rook to g8 now, forcing a rook trade. Rook captures, knight captures, and here we have pawn to f5, not allowing e4, and also just controlling these 3 pawns basically with one f pawn. So here king to c2. Now the king will have to work very hard to stop those pawns. A4. Alireza continues pushing. Knight to h6 going after the f5 pawn, and now knight to c4. So what can you play here? Well, you could grab the pawn on f5. The problem is after a3, it's going to be very, very hard to stop those pawns. So here we have bishop to e2 instead, challenging the knight from such an active square. Knight to d6, and now bishop to d3. We have knight to e4, as now the df5 pawn is attacked twice. You could play king to c7, as an active king here is definitely worth a pawn, but there's no point in giving it away. So knight e4, we have bishop captures, f captures, and now knight to g8. Here we have d5 now. The pawns are pretty much unstoppable. Like I said, you will be watching this game, but you will not be able to figure out how it ends. Knight to f6, we have king to c7, finally bringing the king into the game. Knight captures on h7, now Levon also with 2 passed pawns. B4, and now knight to g5. And it's move 39, so 2 more moves are needed for time control to be reached. Levon has some 5 minutes on the clock, Alireza has 15 minutes on the clock. And here he plays pawn to b3 with check. Much stronger here is advancing the king, because as you'll see, this will be crucial in winning this game. The king has to come to c4, so b3 can be played. b3 is a light square, we have a dark square bishop, so we need a way to push b3. However, in the game, b3 check was played right away, and now after king to b2, you will have a hard time playing a3 as the b3 pawn is now undefended. So we still need our king on c4. So bishop to b4 first, probably to avoid knight to d6 check and enforcing the trade here. Then the white pawns are also very fast. This way, the dark square bishop really keeps an eye on those passed pawns. So bishop to b4, and now knight captures on e4. And here we have c5, and c5 is the moment where Alireza ruins the game basically. And this is move 41, so time control has been reached, but it's not uncommon after reaching time control that you still just play a move that you were considering during your calculations when you were in time trouble. Now when you have additional time, you still play the move that does not win the game for you. Here again, king b6. We have to, not that obviously, but we have to bring the king to c4. We have to guard the b3 pawn and then push a3, and that's pretty much it. h4, king b5, and after let's say h5, king c4. That's all there is. You can't deliver a check here or here, as the bishop covers both of these squares. So that's well, it just works in our favor. And after h6, a3 check, that's it. Whatever black plays, we're just gonna push bishop c3, and now of course the pawns are completely winning. a2, a1 is game over. And of course if h7, the bishop also nicely controls that. If you capture, for example, after this h7 pawn, we're just gonna play a2, and if you capture on c3, of course a1 check is much faster. After the king moves, we're just gonna capture here. We guard the queen square. We're gonna deliver a checkmate very soon. So after knight captures on e4, Alireza played c5, and this allows Levon this brilliant knight to c3. And this is a spectacular. Knight to c3 is the only move that saves the game for Levon. And now you see the problem. You can't push this because you lose the b3 pawn. You can't push the c pawn because knight d5 check picks up the bishop on b4. So by going for this setup of pushing this pawn that you simply didn't have to push it, you could have just brought the king to c4. Now you don't have a move. So bishop captures on c3 was played by Alireza. King captures now c4, trying to give up this pawn to try and advance this pawn, but now just king b2. And now the keeps the pawns at bay here. King d6. Finally, the king starts marching forward. f5. We have king e5. Now comes f3. King captures on f5. Now pawn to h4. We have king to e5. Now h5. King to f5 and pawn to f4. Looks like there might be something here, but there is not. King to e4. We have h6. King to d3 now. Now okay, you have a passed pawn, but here comes c3 with check. King to a3. Now comes c2. H8 with queen, and now c1 with queen. So both players now get a second queen in the game. King captures on a4, and now pawn to b2. And it seems like Alireza will bring another queen into the game. However, first he has to get out of all the checks. So queen h7 check. King captures on e3. Queen h3 check. King captures on f4, and now queen to h4 with check. And now, how can Levon get out of this? Can Alireza hide the king somehow to advance this pawn to a second queen, or will Levon be able to figure something out? The king to f5, queen h3 check, king e5, we have queen to h5 with check, king to d6, now comes queen g6 check, king to c7, and now the beautiful queen g7 check, and that's all there is. You either come forward and then we repeat the process, or you play king to b6, and here Levon just played queen captures on b2, and now of course there is nothing to be done as the king is in check, the queen is also attacked, the queen has to be captured, and he was in this position on move 62 that we have a draw by stalemate. So really incredible stuff. Alireza got a winning position. He found that a beautiful winning idea very early on in the game as of move 19. Basically the first move that Levon made a mistake, Alireza punished it with queen to a6. He won the pawn and he had everything needed to actually win. But when it was most important when you had to march your king over to guard the b3 pawn to execute a3, he pushed the c5 pawn, and that was enough for Levon to find the brilliant knight to c3 save. And that's basically the story of this game. So incredible stuff. I thought really Alireza would take this one, but Levon just kept fighting until the very end. And for some reason, even though time control has been reached after this king to b2 by Levon and the bishop to b4, knight captures on e4, Alireza still played this on move 41. Maybe he thought it was move 40. Maybe he thought he was he had to reach time control, or maybe he just thought that all of it was winning. Knight to c3 is an easy move to miss, but not in a classical game where you have all this time in the world. So yeah, top break for Alireza after a loss to Nepo, getting a draw out of a completely winning game against Levon, but excellent maneuvering by Levon for surviving this onslaught of young Alireza. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Really wonderful stuff. I would like to thank Michael Palber, Asher Fine, Joshua Hadley, Quincy, and Bon Fete for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to cover this wonderful event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your weekend. Hello everyone and welcome to a really wild game from the 2013 Alietin Memorial. It's Ding Liren versus Levon Aronyan. You guys have been requesting more and more Ding Liren games as he is still trying to qualify for the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Now I was gonna show a game from the Wei versus Ding Liren match, but so far all the 5 games have ended in a draw, and they are fairly quick draws, some 30 moves, maybe 33 moves. There's still one more classical game to go, and then they are going into tiebreaks, and there will even be an Armageddon game if needed. So we are gonna get at least one good game to show from that match. So no worries there. And also I wanted to inform you guys that for those of you who don't know, Magnus Carlsen is currently playing the Norwegian Poker Championship, and he is doing very well. He's on the 3rd day, I believe, or maybe even 4th, and he is getting closer and closer to that final table. So chess aside, we could also be looking at a new maybe a Norwegian Poker Champion if everything goes well for him, but that's still a way to go. So we'll see what happens there. Just keeping you guys informed. Now getting back to this game, wonderful game. It's from 2013, so from 9 years ago. Let's see what's happening here. Ding has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have d5 by Levon, c4, c6 going for the Slav defense, knight to f3, knight to f6, and now knight to c3 with e6 transposing into the semi-Slav defense, or rather, sorry, not e6, a6 was played in this game, so this is a chameleon variation of the Slav, and Ding goes for e3. We have e6 now, and now a pawn all the way to c5. So whenever this is played, we say that this is a bit of an anti-positional idea, but those ideas, positional ideas were meant to be broken, and hence people still play unpositional ideas. So what this means is that Ding abandons his very strong center. He pushed maybe over advances the pawn to c5, and then it will be very easy for Levon to undermine the pawn later on with moves like b6, okay, b4, a5, and so on. So knight b to d7 first, Ding advances the pawn to b4, and now we start challenging this with b6. And the interesting thing about this position is that even today, the engines in 2022 consider Levon's move to be the strongest, but very few people actually play this. People just play g6, as b6 seems far too complicated. But Levon doesn't shy away from all the action. Bishop to b2, and now a5. So we are trying to undermine Ding's over advanced structure here. We have a3, and now bishop to e7. We have bishop to d3. Ding continues development, and both players castle. So castles, and now bishop to a6, attacking the light square bishop, as this will be a very strong attacker. So you might consider trading it off. And here we have knight to e1, saying that, okay, if you capture, I'm going to capture with my knight, and then I'm going to remaneuver it a bit of a more active square. And there is a game even from 2014, so a year after this game was played from between Harry Kadronavali and Antonietta Stefanova, where e5 was played. But here in this game, bishop to c4 is played by Levon, and it is now as of move 12 that this position has never been repeated again. So Ding captures the bishop, and why not? You get the double black pawns, captures, and then now plays queen to e2. And at some point, of course, you will play e4, you will grab the strong center, and it seems that Levon did not succeed in undermining Ding's flank attack on the queen side. So here, rook to b8. The problem with, okay, your c4 pawn is hanging, but if you defend it with b5, we're just going to play e4, and after something like captures, we can trade everything off, captures, it's still a better position for white. So Levon doesn't want to play this. You have this very, very weak c6 pawn, and it's not a position you want to have against anyone. So after queen to e2, we have rook to b8. Now you have to be careful. Queen captures here, we might open up the position that bishop on b2 could hang. So rook to a2, Ding defends it. Rook to b1 also defends the bishop nicely. For some reason, Ding plays rook to a2, and now we have b5 defending the pawn this way, e4, and now rook to b7. We have knight to c2 now, knight to b8, and now we have rook a back to a1, shifting the rook over to the d file. So queen to c8, making room for the f8 rook to join the game, and now rook 8 to d1, and now rook to d8. So now Levon will go after the d4 pawn and claim that, well, you're just not going to be able to hang on to that pawn. So here we have bishop to c1. We have to shift the bishop to this diagonal, as on b2 it really isn't doing all that much. Knight to a6, and now bishop to f4. We have rook b to d7, now putting more pressure on the d4 pawn, and h3, taking away the g4 square from the knight, but also if knight h5, we can hide the bishop on h2. So knight back to e8, and now queen to e3, adding more defenders to the d4 pawn, and Levon brings more attackers to the d4 pawn. And here, Ding could continue with, well, with a variety of moves, but he chooses to go for e5. Now, it's a weird move to play because you get to this very, very weak d4 pawn. The d5 square has been weakened, you no longer control it with your e4 pawn. However, you do gain the e4 square for your knight, so that's very, very important. Okay, bishop back to e7, and now knight to e4. So can Ding make something of this position? Knight 8 to c7. Now it's time to get this knight back into the game, and then now knight to d6. Here you could also just create a fast pawn here, which is very nice. But who could resist playing this monster move, this knight to d6 idea? Saying that, okay, now if you trade, I just pick up here, and then I have a beautiful pass pawn that is going to stay there for the rest of the game. So Levon will try not capturing this knight for as long as possible. So here, as the queen is attacked, you have to move the queen to a8, and now comes queen to g3. Now with some ideas of maybe putting pressure on the black king, but still you have the possibility of defending the g7 pawn with the bishop. Also the knight is defending, so it's not burning yet. Knight to d5 now, attacking the bishop, and now, okay, not bishop h6 because bishop f8 is perfectly fine for black. So knight to e3. Ding just starts bringing more pieces into the game, and now, okay, you could capture on f4, but Levon goes for knight to c3. He attacks the rook, and if you move the rook to a silly square, then knight e2 check will pick up the queen. So here, rook b to e1, we have to play this, and now bishop captures on d6. So he postponed capturing as long as possible, but at some point we all knew that he will have to capture this. So e captures on d6, now Ding with the monster pass pawn on d6, and now knight to e4, attacking the queen here, while also threatening knight to d2, as the rook on f1 will definitely be lost. So queen to h4, and now knight to d2, going after the rook here, and then now comes, well, I couldn't really agree with myself which moment to choose for the pause the video moment, so I've chosen two, even though I could have chosen even more. There are plenty of them here, but here Ding plays the very nice knight to d5, and this means that now, okay, you could obviously capture the knight, but then we capture this knight, and you're never getting this rook. So there's really nothing better for Levon than to capture the rook on f1, and he does this. Knight captures on f1, knight to b6 now, forking the queen and the rook here, queen to a7, but now not capturing the rook. Instead, we have rook captures on f1. Interestingly, d5 here is also just winning for white, but it's I mean, who would play such a move? For example, if he captures, you're going to play b captures on a5, and now black is pretty much without a move. You can't save the knight. You can't move this rook because then this rook hangs. It's a position where black is pretty much without moves. But okay, and you can capture the a5 pawn. If you capture, then queen captures on a5. We're just going to get king captures on f1, and still not much has improved here. At some point, you will have to play something like rook captures on d6, and it's really, really ugly. But okay, in the actual game, rook captures on f1 was played by Ding. Now comes knight to f6. The knight will help out with the defense here, and then now bishop to e5, threatening to completely mess up black's pawn structure. So knight to d5, attacking that knight on b6, and now Ding trades. Knight captures on d5, and now e captures on d5. So this is the first pause the video moment of the game. Feel free to pause the video and try to find the only winning move for Ding here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this only winning idea, and it's not an easy one. You can't just threaten checkmate. We're going to play f6, rook defends the g7 pawn, and that's it. So this is the only move, bishop captures on g7, and I'm sure you guys found this as you know what's coming next. So congratulations on this. You have to capture. If you don't capture, then I mean you just have a hole in your castle. So king captures on g7, now queen g5 check, king f8, queen to f6, threatening checkmate as the pawn covers d7 square. So king g8, queen to g5 check. I think Ding repeated the position once just so he could reach move 40. Maybe it was a time pressure thing. So this is now move 40. King goes back to f8, queen to f6, and now king to g8. But now comes of course rook to e1. This is the only way to win, and you have to play it very, very precisely. And now the threat of course is we just bring the rook into the attack and win the game, or do we? That's the real question. Here, Levon plays a captures on b4, and it's a move that seems rather unnecessary because why are you capturing a pawn on the other side of the board when checkmate is being threatened? But maybe there's more than meets the eye here. So feel free to pause the video and try to find a winning idea for Ding here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on solving the second pause the video moment precisely. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is not rook to e3. So hope you guys didn't put the rook on e3. It's actually rook to e5. This is the move that wins. The problem is if you play rook to e3, then we just play queen captures on e3. That was the idea behind Levon's a captures on b4. Well, now you simply don't have a mate. And Levon would very gladly give up the queen for this rook, as he still has two rooks and he has well, an army of fast pawns here. So of course after a captures on b4, you could also play a captures on b4 just cold-bloodedly saying, okay, you got nothing here. That's also winning. But rook to e5 is the move that wins the game. So now rook to g5 is the threat. Of course here Levon stops this. But now rook to h5 with the threat of queen captures on h6 followed by queen to h8 checkmate. So queen captures on e3 and then now queen captures h6. threatening queen h8 checkmate. We have f6 guarding some squares here, also freeing up the f7 square for the king. But now queen captures on f6, and it was in this position on move 46 that Levon Aruna resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Rook to h8 is the threat of checkmate, and there's really nothing you can do here. If you give one check king h2, there's no follow-up there. And if you try something like rook to h7, then it's a very simple rook g5 check, and you only have one move, that's rook g7, and of course queen g7 will be checkmate. Hope you guys enjoyed this. It's from 2013, but still a game that we still didn't show on this channel, and I really enjoyed the disposition after knight captures on d5, e captures, just bishop captures on g7. It seems like this rook has quite a few moves to come into the attack, but the queen being stuck here on the queen side and the rook's doing completely nothing here. I mean, it's just a wonderful position that shows you how quality, before quantity wins almost always in chess. And once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank OpenSea Smoky Dule, Dan Averbook, USFDEFRI, and Zoran Krustic for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, such as this one, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of the Oslo Esports Cup. This is the first game that we are going to show. It's the one that I've chosen, but you guys, as usual, are welcome to request some other games. I thought you guys would enjoy this one the most. It's the first game of the match against Shahriar Mamedyarov, and it really shows, how to properly attack in chess. So let's dive straight into it. There is, as usual, a lot to enjoy. So Pragu has the white pieces and opens with d4. We have d5 by Mamedyarov, c4, c6, knight to f3, and knight to f6. The Slav defense is on the board. We have e3, and now bishop to g4. Pinning the knight, we have h3, bishop to h5, and now knight to c3 by Pragu, e6, preparing to develop the dark square bishop, and queen to b3. It's more common to chase away the bishop with g4 before playing queen to b3, but Mamedyarov not interested in any ideas, as Pragu played it very quickly. So of course he's definitely sure that Pragu knows this line very well. And Pragu also knows that Mamedyarov knows this line very well, because the game is actually following the game Mamedyarov already played with the black pieces against Van Gaal in 2013 that Mamedyarov won. So if Mamedyarov is having his pattern recognition working correctly, he should be feeling very good about the position. So here we have queen to c7 and g4, chasing away the bishop to g6 and knight e5. Now that is a beautiful knight there. So of course Mamedyarov will have none of it. Knight b to d7, chasing away the knight from e5. And now while f4 is a good idea in most cases, here it would just be pretty bad for white, because after captures we put a knight on e4, and already you can feel that black is gaining control of this game. If we play something like captures, we're going to play bishop g2, let's say knight captures on c3, or even better, you could play b captures on c3, but you don't even have to capture with this pawn. You could capture with this pawn as well, and it's the same idea. As bishop g2, we're going to capture here, b captures, and now let's say h5, and that's a big problem for white. So not interested in any of this. Probably just captures on g6, as this follows the game on Gaal versus Mamedyarov from 2013. H captures, bishop to g2, and now g5, taking away the possibility of white from executing h4 and f4 anytime soon. Bishop to d2, and now bishop to e7. And here we reach the position from the set game where Gaal played rook to c1. However, here Pragu just castles, and it is now as of move 13 that we have a completely new game. So we have Pragu castling queenside, Mamedyarov most likely castling kingside. It should be a very sharp game. So knight d6, putting pressure on the c4 pawn. We have c captures and d5, c captures, and now you do not want your king on the same file as the queen. Probably the rook is coming to c8 as well. So king to b1, and now knight to c4, putting pressure on the bishop here. So bishop back to c1, and now b5. And this is the case with opposite side castles, or even with the black king still being in the center of the board. It's important to attack as soon as possible, even at the price of a little bit of material. So while this can be captured, this knight will get remaneuvered over to the queen side. You're going to play probably king of 8, as you don't want a castle really, and your attack will start happening sooner than white's attack in the center or on the queen side. So here Pragu starts by attacking on the king side. He plays f4. We have b4. We have to attack on the queen side. Knight to e2, and now g captures on f4. We have knight captures on f4 and g5 now, chasing away this knight. Knight to d3, and now a5. And Mamedyarov is feeling very good here. His position is excellent. He's attacking, and if he can get this a4 move in, that's pretty much it for Pragu. So you could counter this with something like knight to c5 to prevent to stop this bishop from guarding b4. If a4, then we can capture here, or you can play with Pragu played, and that is queen to a4 with check. And okay, Mamedyarov wants his king on f8, and now Mamedyarov's position is just slightly better. However, here Pragu plays what can only be called a very serious bluff. Yeah, it's not a bluff. It's a very strong move, especially in rapid time format, because h5 is coming, h captures, and g5 is coming. You have to react to this somehow. And the best way to react is to just capture it with the rook. If rook captures, g captures, and h4, you have a fast pawn. The game continues with black being a little bit better. But Mamedyarov played knight captures on g4, saying okay, I can always capture here, and I don't mind trading if you capture on g5. Plus, I'm now ready to capture on e3 as well with both of my knights. However, here comes h captures on g5. Now there's the threat of rook captures on h8. So king g7, and now we have g6. Pragu just playing really brilliant chess here, forcing Mamedyarov to think, and takes a breath here, from just keeping his attention focused on the queen side. And that's what it takes to win positions like these. If your opponent is coming at you at the queen side, you have to focus your attack on the center or on the king side. So here we have knight c captures on e3. Capturing with the g knight would have been a little bit better, but again, we have to remember this is rapid chess. Knight captures on e3, and now Pragu plays g captures on f7. And here we have knight captures on g2. But before we continue the position, here we can see just how crazy the position is. You can capture with rook captures on h1. You can play knight captures on g2. You can play knight captures on d1, win some material here. So there's so much that you can play here, but the absolute best move for Mamedyarov is a very hidden one. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this hidden treasure while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting a way out of this complete madness. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's actually pawn to b3. Yes, sometimes we have to zoom out and look at the entire board in order to find the way out. Because now what you've done is you control the c2 square. Now queen to c2 could be a big problem for white. And we stop this by playing knight to c5. Okay, now the queen does not have access to c2. And after let's say bishop captures, pawn captures, and queen captures, we play rook h to f1. This is, of course, impossible to spot. Now queen to c2 here doesn't really do all that much. We're just going to move the king, and there's not a good continuation. So the absolute best for Mamedyarov would be rook a to f8, and now bishop captures on d5, where you are asking yourself, I don't even understand what is happening anymore here. But the point is, if you capture, e captures on d5, e5, then rook to g1, and the black just falls apart here. Or maybe he can defend, but it's going to be very, very tricky. So what you should play here is queen b4, just straight queens, and after let's say captures, we're going to play bishop captures on e6, b captures on e2 with check, king captures, and now we're going to pick up this rook, rook captures on f1, and you get this position where Prague would be up a pawn, but he would be down the exchange. However, he still has the bishop pair, and the white should always be a little bit better here. Hard to say if it would be enough for a win, but that's the way to defend with black. So if you've spotted b3 here, then you should seriously look into playing professional chess. However, Mamajaro played knight captures on g2, and this will simply not do. Now Prague plays rook h to g1, and there's really no good way to defend this. It's very easy for white to just pile up on the knights on the g file. Mamajaro tries defending with rook h2, but not just bishop f4. Attacks the rook and the queen here. Knight captures on f4, now comes rook captures on g4 with check. Now we're going to pick up this knight as well. Or if the knight goes back, as it did in the game, knight to g6, now knight e5. Now again, we pile up on this knight. And if you play something like rook to h6, which seems like it defends the position, there's the incredible queen to e8. And now you really don't have a way of playing this. Just the simple f8 check, and then the queen, knight, and rook are all going after that g6 square. This would be over very quickly. So Mamajaro played b3 now. It's a great move, only a few moves too late. Queen, and now of course the queen to c2 again is possible. So queen captures on b3 and rook to b8, trying to give up a little material to make his attack happen a little bit sooner. But now Prague just plays rook captures on g6, king h7, and now the incredible rook g2. And it was in this position, yes, on the position from the thumbnail, it was in this position that Shahriar and Mamajaro resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So really a spectacular game. Mamajaro had the upper hand, but Prague was able to trick him. And of course, if the queen is captured, then it's actually a forced checkmate in 8. But Mamajaro saw this, and of course he did not want to play it out. The idea is rook captures on h2 with check. Now it doesn't matter where the king goes. Rook to g1, king to f6, and now rook f2 check. And now you don't have any more squares. You have to play rook f3, and rook captures on f3 will be checkmate. And that's all there is. And another thing after rook to g2, if you don't capture the queen, well, what do you play? It's there's really no good move. If you play rook captures here, then queen h3 check, and then it's pretty much the same position. Only white has a queen on the board, so that's not really going to work. King g7, queen captures on g2 with check, and that's just it. And maybe instead of this, you could also go back with something like rook to h6, but then rook d to g1, and again you give up the queen. It's just hard even looking at this. Rook captures, we're going to play rook g7 check, king h7, and rook 1 to g7 will be checkmate. So beautiful position after rook to g2. Mamajaro resigns, and another spectacular victory for Prague, who is just destroying everyone in this tournament. We'll see if he can continue playing with this strength. He faces Giri next, and Magnus after that. But so far he defeated Jordan twice with the black pieces, and the one game with the white pieces he got a draw. And here against Mamajaro he started with a win with white, then a draw with black, and then another win in game 3, which pretty much repeated this line. Only the queens got traded off the board, but Prague still outplayed Mamajaro. So spectacular stuff. Can't wait to see more. But as usual, you guys are welcome to suggest some other games that I will definitely look into. So that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and that you've spotted that brilliant defending idea from Mamajaro, that pawn to b3. Incredible stuff. So hope you enjoyed that as well. I would like to thank USFD, FRI, Nicholas Padal, Andrew Dabrowski, Kirsten Lemons, and Guy Scores for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a most spectacular game that happened only recently. It was sent to me by David Lada, so thank you for that. It's truly an amazing game, and it could be definitely a contender for our game of the year, but you guys, as always, will decide on that. It's a game between Dutch international master, he's currently 20 years old, Liam Vrolik, and a Spanish player, currently age 16, Jose Antonio Garrido Diaz. And sorry about not having a newer photo of him. This is from when he was 10 years old, I believe, when he won the Andalusian Championship, but it's the only one I could find. But as usual, we are here for the moves, and this game does not disappoint when it comes to moves. So there will be two, I think, pretty awesome positive video moments that you guys will enjoy. Let's dive straight into it and see what happens. From the Semana Santa Alicante tournament, and well, this is not something you see every day. So Vrolik with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Jose Antonio, c4, e6, knight to c3, and c6. So we have the same Slav defense on the board, and while usually knight to f3 and e3 are the most popular ideas here, Liam strikes in the center with e4 right away, and this is all perfectly fine, all standard theory. D captures on e4, knight captures, and the bishop to b4 check. So here, of course, we block this bishop to d2, queen captures on d4, now attacking the knight here, and the queen is threatening to win the knight with check, but bishop captures on b4. Again, this is all well-known theory, so both players are, of course, still know this. Queen captures on e4, delivering a check to the king, bishop to e2, and now capturing on g2 would be very, very tricky. If you capture on g2, then we play bishop f3, the queen has to go back, now we play knight e2, then the rook comes to g1, and black is not going to have a fun time playing this. So here, as this is still familiar territory, knight to a6, we attack the bishop here, and bishop to d6. Of course, we do not want to give up control of this diagonal. We do not want to allow the black king to castle too easily. So here, queen captures on g2. Now this can be played, and here comes the move that well, it will astonish all of you. So not bishop to f3 here. It's of course we could play this, but queen to d2. We sacrifice a full rook, and the black queen can't even dream about capturing this rook. If you capture the rook, then okay, not queen g5 as the e7 square is guarded by the knight. I know some of you guys were thinking that, but rather we castle queen side here. And now there is no defense. Now bishop to f3 is the threat of just winning the queen, as the h2 pawn is guarded by the bishop. But also we can just move the dark square bishop and checkmate the black king, and there's really nothing you can do here. If you play something like bishop to d7, then of course you prevent checkmate, but bishop to f3 just traps the black queen. And if you try to save the black queen with something like queen e4, then bishop e7, it's game over. There's no defense against queen to d8 with check. So instead, after queen to d2, we have knight to f6. Again, this is still a known position. Bishop to f3. Now the queen has an escape square. Queen to g6, and here we have castles queen side. Again, you have this problem of if the bishop moves, how are you stopping queen to d8 checkmate? Or even bishop to d7 isn't all that impressive here. If you try something like bishop to d7, then again knight to e2. We're going to play rook g1. We're going to bring the knight to f4. We're going to attack this knight at some point, weaken the d7 square. So not a lot of fun. So instead, after castling queen side, we have e5. We have to give up a little bit of material just to free up this square for the light square bishop, and then the rook will be guarding the d8 square. So bishop captures on e1, on e5, and the bishop to e6 now. And okay, we've prevented the checkmate. The rook now covers the d8 square, and we've saved our queen. So here knight to e2. We're going to continue development. Rook g1, knight f4, all very good ideas. So queen to f5 now, getting the queen to a little bit of a safer square with tempo as the bishop on e5 is hanging, and now bishop to f4. And here you could consider castling, but black still says no, it's early for this, and plays queen to c5 with the idea of just gobbling up the c4 pawn, as it's a fairly important defender of the white camp. And interestingly, you could well, you could just gobble it up right away. Instead, okay, we could play something like bishop captures on c4, but for some reason he did not enjoy this. It seems that although this is still a known position, you can give up the c4 pawn, even the a2 pawn, and white will still have a very nice game. So okay, he played queen to c5. He wanted to bring his queen to a more active square. Now you are putting more pressure here. You are putting pressure on f2, and now comes knight to c3. Again, giving up the c4 pawn, and this is what you should do here. Queen captures on c4 is still a known move in the position, but here instead of queen captures on c4, we have finally castles kingside, and it is now only as of move 16 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Liam goes about this. He plays bishop to d6 now, attacking the queen and the rook, and of course Jose Antonio saw this, and he was very happy to give up the rook. He's now up 2 pawns, and he doesn't mind giving up the exchange to alleviate the pressure a little bit. But Liam is not interested in that. He plays rook to g1, and now you can see that there is a whole lot of firepower aimed towards that black king. And how do you improve your position here with black? Well, bishop to f5. It is definitely the strongest move because it prevents the white king from escaping here. It remains on the c file, while also you are preparing bishop back to g6 to kind of gain more control over the g file. But that's exactly what Liam doesn't allow. Here he plays rook captures on g7. And now when you see it, of course you believe it. It makes sense. The queen is coming to g5, rook is coming to g1, bishop is coming to e5. How can black ever defend this? Well, we have to capture it. We have king captures on g7, queen to g5 with check, bishop to g6. Now, luckily we have this move, and bishop to e5. Now we're just threatening to pick up the knight with the queen, and that's pretty much it. So queen to e6 is the only move that saves the game for black. We have to defend the knight, and now knight to e4. You could also consider kicking away the queen with bishop to g4, but bishop to g4 is combined with knight to e4. The only difference is now you are kind of leaving up the option of queen gobbling up this a2 pawn. Not right away. First, there's one move that has to be played, and that is h6. So now you're saying, okay, let's just trade everything off. But now white will have to capture on f6. So bishop captures on f6 with check, king to h7, and now queen to h4 with the very elegant idea of knight g5 check. This will fork the king and the queen, and white wins the game. So here queen captures on a2. Still, it looks like the white king is under attack as well. And how do you win this? Well, the automatic knight to g5 seems like it's doing something, but it's really not. After king to g8 and queen captures on h6, it seems like you are going to checkmate black very easily, but there's queen d1 check, there's bishop on g6. And now after king d2, rook 8 to d8, we try and give up the rook, but of course white is not interested in that. White wants to checkmate the black king. King e3, rook f to e8 check, king to f4, and now finally queen to f5 with check eliminates the bishop, and all hope for white from for delivering checkmate or even winning the game. King g3, queen captures, and now black is just up too much material and winning. So instead, after queen captures on e2, we have bishop to g5. This is the good stuff. This is the move you had to find. And now comes the big question: how do you defend this? Well, the only good idea is h5. However, it was not played in the game. It's very, very difficult to calculate, but I will show it as you guys are demanding it. So knight to f6 check. This is what we would play. King to h8, and now after bishop captures on h5, it seems like black is completely falling apart. Queen b1 check, king d2, and now rook 8 to d8 with check. King e3, rook f to e8 check, and now after knight captures on e8, rook captures, bishop to e7. This is how we prevent losing this with white. But now queen e4 check, and we force a queen trade. This is how we survive this. Queen captures on e4. We're gonna play bishop captures on e4, and now after some like rook to d7 guarding the bishop here, we will get this position where it's still possible, of course, for white to win this because okay, for now black is up a pawn, but we are going to win at least 1 pawn, but most likely 2 pawns on the queen side, and the white will have some chances of pushing this for a win. However, in the game after bishop to g5, Jose Antonio did not spot h5. He played queen to c4 with check, and now comes the question: how do you play this? Can you do something about the position to maybe even win this with white? Feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best move for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this beautiful idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is king to d2. That's the good stuff, and here it works like a charm. The problem is if you go back with king to b1, you just go under the mask of the bishop, and on knight to c5, everything just piles up on that knight. There's no way to actually do something. And even queen captures on h6 check, king to g8, bishop f6. Again, it seems like you're so close to checkmating black, but now comes bishop captures on e4 with check. Bishop captures, queen captures with check, and now everything just completely falls apart. If king a1, queen a4 check, we're going to pick up the rook with check as well. Queen captures on d1 with check, king a2. Now queen d5 check, king to b1, queen e4 check, king to a2, and finally queen to h7. Again, we stop checkmate and we force white to resign the game basically. So instead, after queen to c4 check, king to d2 was played. Congratulations to everyone who spotted this. And now it just doesn't seem like there's a good way to play this. The d8 square isn't really not a question anymore because both the queen and the bishop are guarding it. So here we have queen to b4 check, and now comes king to e3. Incredibly, now white completely blunders the game. The way to play this was king to e2, but this game is so complicated that it's hard to make sense of what's happening. So king e2 and h5 still is a resource for black. However, after king to e3, there is now not all that much you can do here. Now the point is, but you have to find the idea for black, and that is rook f to e8. Now you have completely piled up on that knight, and there is no way for white to stop this. After queen h6, king g8, you really don't have all that much to play. Rook to d4, attacking the queen, guarding the knight, just queen to f8. There's no checkmate happening. You've defended, and of course now black will win this. So, but instead, after this mistake of playing king to e3, black counters with a mistake and plays h5. It was a useful move a while ago, but now it's still a good move. It's not a bad move, but it just allows white to get back into the game. Bishop to e7 now, attacking the rook and the queen, and even this is not a problem. Queen b3 check, we have king to f4, and now comes queen to b5, and this is okay. You are adding a queen to help out with the defense here of the black camp. However, knight to c7 was the much needed idea here. After knight to c7, white will struggle immensely to do anything because well, let's say knight to f6 check, we just play king to h8, and now after knight captures on h5, we have queen to c4 check, and this is now well, we're just gonna force a queen trade. King g3, queen captures here, we're gonna play king captures, and now finally rook f to e8, and the game continues, but black will always be better. For example, rook to d7, defending the bishop, attacking the knight, knight to d5, and now let's say bishop captures on d5, c captures, and now knight to f4. The game continues, but black is always slightly better. However, after king to f4, queen to b5 was played, and now there is no way back from this moment. Feel free to pause the video and try to find the final winning idea for Liam while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not playing knight to f6. We already said it's not knight to f6. Don't play that. And for those of you who were really able to do it, congratulations on spotting rook to d5. An amazing idea that finishes this already a spectacular game. Now the queen no longer helps out with the defense of the king side, as you can see. And the problem is, if you capture with the queen, then this fork finally works. We just fork the king and the queen, and we win the game. If you don't do anything, if you just move the queen, let's say queen to a4, you pin the knight as well. There's so much stuff here on the fourth rank. Rook captures on h5, game over. Bishop captures, king g8, and now of course it's just a very simple checkmating pattern. And interestingly, there's no way for black to prolong the game here. After something like rook j, queen h5 will be checkmate. So instead, after rook to d5, Jose Antonio is forced to capture the rook with c captures on d5. But now comes Hun's bishop captures on h5. And interestingly, this is the only winning move, and it's not one that black is happy to see, because the bishop captures on h5, again, it's king j, knight f6 check, and that's it. King g7, queen to h7 is checkmate. So instead, after bishop captures on h5, we have d captures on e4, grabbing more material. Now the queen is almost there. The queen is almost ready to defend the king side, but now bishop to e2 check, and that's just it. So here, king to g8, bishop captures on d5, we win black's queen, knight to c7, and now bishop to c4. We have knight to e8, trying to prevent bishop to f6, but now comes queen to h6 with the threat of just queen captures bishop here, and regardless of what you play here, there is nothing you can do. There's no square for the bishop, so you can't really stop this. Knight to g7 was played. We have bishop to f6 now threatening checkmate, and after knight to h5 check, we have king to g5, knight captures on f6, king captures on f6, and it was in this position that Jose Antonio Garrido Diaz resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Whatever black plays on the next move, Liam will deliver this checkmate, queen to g7 checkmate, and this is definitely not something we see often with a queen and king threatening to checkmate the black king on the g7 square. So really a spectacular game. There were so many lines that we could have shown. I mean, could have made this video last like even half an hour, but I thought you guys would appreciate it if we show like most of them, and just appreciate how well both of them played. And it was not a one-sided game. Jose Antonio really had a chance to bounce back, but it takes, we always say it takes two to create a masterpiece, and here both of them chipped in a lot. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for sending me this brilliancy. So you can see how important it is to always send me good games and use hashtag suggestion in the comments if you have a good suggestion. I would like to thank Julie Mosley, Chuke Vuzego Aronu, and Nagarjuna Pongotu, Dave Ellis, and Prathamesh Shekhar Mahajan for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions such as this one and whatever else happens in the chess world. And of course, do comment, does this qualify for the best game of 2022? See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really awesome game from the penultimate round of the US Championship 2022 between Samuel Sevian and Hans Niemann. And the game itself is really amazing, but what happens during the game is even more amazing. It's one of the weirdest things to ever happen in a game, especially in a tournament of this magnitude. This is the United States Championship, where at a certain point in the game, Samuel Sevian literally takes Hans's king, grabs it off the board, breaks it, or breaks his head, the little cross on the king, and then it's just, he acts like Hans is the one doing something weird, and then he flings the king onto the board, and I mean, I have no idea what happened. I don't think they've addressed it after the game. Maybe they have. I haven't seen the interviews. If you guys know what's been happening there, do share in the comments, but I will show you a video of this once we reach that position, so stay tuned for that. Now, Samuel opens with pawn to d4. He goes for the queen pawn opening. We have knight to f6 by Hans, pawn to c4, and now pawn to e6. We have knight to f3 and d5. So just a standard queen's gambit decline. We have knight to c3 and now c5, going for the semi-tarash. C captures on d5, and now you would capture e captures on d5, knight captures on d5, or if you want to have the most fun, you will play c captures on d4. So queen captures, we have e captures on d5, and now pawn to e4. We have d captures on e4, queen captures on d8. We have the early queen trade, king captures, and knight to g5. Now going after knight captures on f7 with check to win the rook here. So of course bishop to e6, and now pawn to a3. You could also capture on e6, but it has been played before, nothing spectacular. So pawn to a3, knight b to d7, and now bishop to f4. And interestingly, Samuel already played this exact game in this exact tournament a few rounds before in his game against Jeffrey Xiong, where Xiong continued with bishop to b3, guarding the d1 square, not allowing rook to d1 or queenside castles by white. But here we have rook to c8, and it is now as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. So of course Hans knows about this game, and it wasn't hard to prepare for it, as I imagine he knew that Sevian would go for this. So okay, as of move 11 we have a completely new game. We have g3 now, preparing to flank out to the light square bishop, and bishop to b3, now guarding that d1 square, bishop to g2, and now we have knight to h5, going after the bishop here, so bishop to e3, and now pawn to f5. Nicely defending the e4 pawn, and pawn to g4. It makes sense to undermine the structure. The knight doesn't really belong on h5, and also you want the black to capture on g4, so you can start capturing on e4. So here, pawn to f4 by Hans, going after the bishop, and now bishop to d4. The other idea is you could just trade, for example, g captures on h5, f captures on e3, and after f captures on like bishop to c5, and okay, you've won your pawn back, but Hans has a beautiful development here. The rooks are doing awesome work. The other rook will come into the game, so black would definitely have compensation. Another thing you could do, instead of bishop to d4, you could also capture on a7, but then f3 is coming, and so on. So Sevian not interested in that a7 pawn. He plays bishop to d4 first, and now, okay, pawn to f3, just going after the bishop here. G captures on h5, we have f captures on g2, and now rook to g1. We have knight to f6 now, and capturing the pawn on g2. So rook captures on g2, you do not want this pawn surviving at any cost. So bishop to c5 now, defending the pawn, also offering a trade of bishops, and this is where the game really takes a different turn. There are many ways to continue this game. You could capture on f6, you could capture on c5, and we are going to explore the two options. For example, captures, knight captures here, but then rook to e8, and now this rook becomes very active. The bishop pair is fully operational, so maybe not something you want to allow. Another thing you could do is play bishop captures on c5, go for this trade, and then okay, if the knight moves, then the h5 pawn is hanging, so let's say h6, and then if g captures, you're going to capture here. But again, rook to e8 seems like a very, very nice move. Okay, you can play f3, defend the knight, then comes rook to f5, goes after the pawn, and still Hans would get a very, very playable position. So instead, after bishop to c5, Samuel plays rook to d1, and it's such a fine move that you have to really calculate properly in order to even try and take advantage of this, if we can even call it an imprecision. And Hans just captured the rook with bishop captures on d1. So let's see what Hans had, what Sevian had in mind. The thing is, you can't go for knight to f7 check to fork the king and the rook, because if you go for this, everything just works in black's favor. For example, king e8, knight captures on h8, and now bishop to f3. Now your rook is hanging, your bishop here is hanging, and let's say bishop captures on c5, bishop captures on g2, bishop captures on a7, now knight captures on h5. You don't really get anything for your exchange sacrifice. It's 4 pawns each. Only Hans is up at the exchange. So what Samuel had in mind is knight to e6 check. We have king to e7, not allowing rook captures on g7 because now the knight hangs, and now knight captures on c5. And this is a move that maybe Samuel missed, bishop to g4, because it's such a wonderful move. It seems like okay, maybe you can attack the bishop and then just grab the g7 pawn. If you can play this, then black will have a very hard time defending this. The problem is, if you try something like this, look at this, rook h to d8 attacks the bishop, and okay, bishop goes back, nothing spectacular. Still you have to do something about the bishop, and then we capture on g7. But now b6, the knight is attacked, and what do you do about the knight now? Obviously you have to move it. If you move it, comes rook captures on c3, and that's the beauty of it. Now if pawn captures, rook to d1 is just checkmate. So Samuel has to be very, very careful here, as danger lurks everywhere. So he plays knight 5 captures on e4, grabbing back the pawn. Knight captures on e4, rook captures on g4, knight captures on c3. Now a nice in between move, rook captures on g7, king to d6, and now bishop captures on c3. And now Samuel is up 2 pawns, but Hans is up the exchange. But it's very, very hard to make use of that exchange. since the rook here has to stay guarding the h7 pawn. If you allow rook captures, then the pass pawn starts marching forward. The bishop here nicely controls the queening square, so it's definitely a good trade-off. We have rook h8 by Hans, king to f1, and now rook to c7, offering a trade of rooks, but of course not interested. Rook to g4. We have rook to f7. The f2 pawn is weak, so Hans of course will go after it. Pawn to a4, trying to get the pawn all the way to a5, so everything is nicely defended by the bishop. And now pawn to b6. Hans prevents this. We have pawn to h6, and now rook to e3, preparing to shift the rook over to f3 to go after the pawn here. Yeah, you don't really also rook to g7, which is a nice move. You can just play rook to f3 and defend your rook while attacking, and then you will be very happy. So here rook to d4 check instead, king to e6, and now pawn to a5, trying to ruin Hans' pawn structure here. Rook e to f3 going after the pawn here. Rook to d2 defending, and now pawn to b5, not allowing his pawn structure to be ruined. Bishop to d4 now going after the a7 pawn. And for the moment it's defended, but still, it's a nice diagonal for the bishop, and also the f2 pawn is not sufficiently defended. Rook to d7, and now just king to g2, attacking the rook. And you don't really gain anything by attacking the bishop, because just rook to e2 check and you move the bishop, so nothing spectacular there. So rook to f5, and now we have rook to e2 with check, king to d5, and now bishop to g7. And now Samuel has a very clear plan of rook to e8, rook to h8, capture the pawn, move the rook, and then advance the past h pawn to victory. So what can Hans do here? He plays king c4. Okay, rook to e4 with check now, king to b3, and now rook to e8, going after the pawn here. Rook d to f7, attacking the f2 pawn, and just rook to h8. So he gives up the f2 pawn in order to try and take advantage of the position. And now Hans plays rook to g5 with check. Interestingly, rook captures on f2 is a move everyone would play, and it's pretty much a no-brainer. But the problem is that it's winning. But you have to be a strong player like Hans in order not to play it, because sometimes that's just how chess works. Sometimes you don't play the strongest move because you are very strong. But I will just show it because it's such a fun line. For example, rook captures on f2, king h3. You're going to play rook to f3 check, king to g4, rook to f4 check, king to g3, and now rook to c4. And now you will try to create a mating net for the white king. And okay, if white wants to have a chance, he has to capture on h7, rook to d7 now. Now you see what's happening. Rook to d3 check, rook to c2 check, rook to d1 checkmate. The only good way to stop this is to go back with the king to g2. And now once you try this, rook to d2 with check, there's king to f3. And now once rook to d3 check is played, you have king e2. And now okay, you can't go for this because the rook will be hanging. So rook to h3 check. Now white will try and bring the rook back into the game. Rook to c2 check. Now you will play king to f1. And okay, now there's no checkmate. You have to first capture the pawn. So rook h captures on h2, and now king to g1. This is how you stop checkmate, but only for the moment. As for example, rook to g2 check, king to f1, rook c to f2 with check, king to e1. Now rook h2, and now just rook to c8. Now rook to c3 check might be a problem, so you're going to play b4 at some point. And now it doesn't really matter what white plays. Now the position is winning. For example, rook c7, rook to f5, and now you don't even care about the pawn. Even if something like rook captures on a7, the pawn is defended. You're going to play rook to c5. If white doesn't allow you to go rook to a5, you're going to play rook to c5. And now after king to d1, stopping this checkmate. Now you checkmate this way, king to a2. And now it doesn't matter what white plays. For example, rook 7, king d1, and there is no defense against rook to c1 checkmate. So it's really a wonderful maneuver. I mean, just one that you just have to see. But okay, in the game, rook to g5 was played. We have king to h3, and now pawn to b4. This is always going to be a useful move. And now king to h4, attacking the rook here, and now rook to g6. Hans doesn't even go after the a5 pawn. He first goes rook to g6, and now we have rook captures on h7. But now, all of a sudden, Hans abandons the plan of winning the game, and he plays rook captures on h6, which basically trades down into a drawn endgame. Rook captures on h6, rook captures on g7, and now pawn to f4. And this is now a dead draw if you play at the engine level precise way. However, of course, they are both humans. They are not engines, and mistakes can be made. But what makes this position so special is that this is where the magic really happens. Here, in this position, Samuel Savian picked up Hans' king. He just grabbed it and he broke it, or maybe he didn't break it. Maybe the little crown from the black king just fell off, and then it seemed like he broke it, but then he was just completely weirded out. I'm just going to show it to you so you see what happened. So this is a short clip from the game. Watch this. So there we have it. That's the position. You can see now it's Hans' move. It's Hans' time that's going down, but now Samuel just picks up the king, and the little crown gets broken. So he holds the little crown in his head, and Hans is obviously weirded out by this. He has no idea what Samuel is doing, and then Samuel just flings the king to a completely random square. You don't know what he's saying, but it's literally like he's asking Hans, does he want to step outside? I mean, this is completely crazy. Now he puts the king back, but Hans stops the clock and he calls the arbiter. Obviously, he does not like what Samuel is doing. Samuel puts the crown back on the black king, and now okay, the arbiter will come, and then he will obviously step in, reimburse Hans for the time lost that the black king spent off the board. I mean, this is wild stuff. So I have no idea what happened there. Why did he take it? The first time I saw the clip, I was like, probably Samuel was so deep into the game, he was he wasn't paying attention to the real world. And maybe sometimes when you play a game, you just grab a random piece, and then you just start shuffling it through your fingers. Maybe he thought that what he was doing, even though he just grabbed Hans's king from the actual board. But it does maybe he was just trying to send a certain message. He grabbed the king and like broke his head off. I mean, like it can be interpreted in many ways. But as I have not seen it addressed, if you guys know what happened there, do share in the comments so we can all increase our vast knowledge. But okay, the game did continue, and even though the position is a draw, like I said, it might not be one. So king captures on b2, pawn to f5, Samuel starts pushing his f pawn, pawn to b3, Hans starts pushing the b pawn. We have f6 attacking the rook, and now rook to g2. Hans goes after the h2 pawn, and now interestingly there is only one good move here, but it's such a weird move to play that you simply don't play it. And you've seen the situation on the clock. Samuel was down to some 6 minutes, and Hans has over 30 minutes on the clock. In the game, h3 was played, which seems normal. The pawn is attacked, you want to push it, but this is the move that cost him the game. If you actually want to draw this, you have to play rook h5. And it's such a silly move to play. Just give up the h2 pawn. Look at this. Rook captures now king g4, and how are you stopping the promotion? If you put the rook on f2, there's rook to f5. If you capture on h5, it's not a problem. King captures, and after king a2, you will also queen your pawn, and that will be a draw. There's no winning this position. So weird as it is, just pawn to h3, not great. Rook to h5, the move you have to play. I mean, it makes sense once you see it. Of course, you want to play rook to f5. But in the game, h3 was played, and now Hans just plays king to a2. And now there's a problem. How do you start pushing your pawn? It makes sense to put the rook on h5, but here you are just not in time. Just rook to f2. I mean, that's just not happening. So instead, rook to h7 was played, and now we have pawn to b2, and here rook to b7, putting the rook behind the passed pawn. And interestingly, it's not as clean as you might think. There's only one move that wins the game for Hans. So just for good measure, feel free to pause the video and try to find the only winning move for Hans while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not promoting that pawn. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is rook to g6. This is the only move that wins the game, and Hans did play it. Now, interestingly, if you just play pawn to b1 queen, rook captures on b1, okay, king captures on b1, black is now up a full rook, but just king h5. And how are you stopping the promotion? You'll have to play rook to f2 at some point to stop the pawn, but then you allow the white king to defend that pawn, play king g7, and then win the black rook. And then white will also be left with a pawn. He will queen it, and it will be erased, but it's a draw. So it's important to play the best move here, and Hans does. Rook to g6. Now the point is, once f7 is played, and there's no other good way to defend. You can play rook here, and if you play the rook to f7, then you can no longer play pawn to f7. So Samuel does push it, but now Hans just puts the rook behind the passed pawn, as one always should. King to g5. Now what do you play? Well, rook captures on f7. This is the only way to do it, and that's why Hans played it. Now, if you capture the rook, the pawn queens, but if you don't capture the rook, the pawn queens just as well, so you might as well capture it. So here, Samuel could resign, but he will force Hans to prove that he can win this. Pawn to b1 queen, h4 now. Samuel does have a passed h1, so he will start pushing it. We have queen to g1 check, king h5, now king to b3. Now you will have to win this pawn at some point to start pushing it. That will be the cleanest way to win. So pawn to a6, we have king to c4 now, and rook to g7, attacking the queen, which is a nice trick if Hans actually grabs the rook. It's a stalemate. The white king has no squares, so instead after rook to g7, queen to c5 with check, rook to g5, and now queen to e7. Rook to f5, we have king to d4, and now king to g4. We have queen to e6, attacking the rook. Now if you push the pawn, then just king attacks the rook. The rook is pinned, you will lose that rook. So king to g5, king to e4, and now rook to f6. We have queen to e7, again trying the same idea. King to g6, now king to e5. We have rook to f5 with check, king to e6, and now rook to f4. And now we have queen to e8 with check, king to g5, and queen to g8 with check, king to h5. Now comes king to e5, attacking the rook, rook f1, and now queen to d5. Nicely centralizing, and if you check the black king, then the black king moves and checks the queen checks the white king on h5. So rook to f8, queen to d1 with check, king to g5, and now queen to d2 check, king h5, queen to d7, and now we have rook back to f1. We have queen to b5 now, going after the pawn, and now rook to f8. There's no good way to actually defend that pawn. If you go, you can play this move here, but then many moves are possible here. Like for example, you can play king to f5, and then the white king is completely boxed in, and the queen covers the f1 square, so you cannot deliver any checks, and white will very soon get checkmated. So instead, after queen b5, rook to f8 is played, keeping that king away from the white king, but now just queen captures on a6. We have king to g5, now comes queen to e6, rook to f1, and now queen to g8 with check. Now if you go, you can't really go anywhere. You have to go to the h file. So here we have king to h6, but now queen to h8 with check. King to g5, now queen to d8 check, king to h5, and now pawn to a5. And it was in this position on move 78 that Samuel Savian resigned to the game, and Hans Mokeniman gains his third victory in a row, which would be spectacular if he didn't have such a bad start to the tournament, but at least he improved nearing the end of the tournament. So it's quite a wild game. It was a really nice exchange sacrifice by Savian, but Hans played all the best moves, and even though he sort of missed that crazy winning line that we've shown, it's good that he did, because otherwise we would never get to see this actual decapitation of the black king during a chess game. This is something this is something you would expect to see in a bar, or maybe from Wilson the Hustler, but between two top grandmasters playing the United States Championship, I believe this is a first. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Regarding the standings, if you guys are interested, not much has changed. Fabiano Caruana still in first place with 8 points. Ray Robson following with 7.5. And well, it will be very interesting in the final round. Fabiano faces Levon Aronian, and Ray Robson faces Jeffrey Xiong. So we'll see what they can do. 8.7.5 points with 7. We have Dominguez and Wanderlian, and a whole lot of people with 6.5. So those are the ones that are in contention for first place, I would say. But yeah, remarkable game, remarkable move by Samuel, just stealing the king of the board. I love it. I hope we see more of it. Hope you guys enjoyed that as well. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Jimmy LeBlanc. That was yesterday, so happy birthday again if you missed the video. And I would like to thank Anderson Vera, Torkel Stanquist, Ravishing Reptiles YouTube, and Trevor Terrace for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing coverage of everything that's happening in the chess world, and whatever you guys deem necessary to show. Use hashtag suggestion. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a truly remarkable game from 2005 from the Norwegian Championship between Magnus Carlsen and Atle Gron. And I've already shown this game. It was some 5 years ago, back in 2017, and I'm now doing a remaster of it. If you guys watched yesterday's video, I mentioned that a game that I'm very fond of is getting a remake. Today it was released, or rather a remaster. So the Chrono Cross has been released, and while I didn't expect all that much, I did expect a higher frame rate. So that's something that, I mean, 15 frames per second, that's just no way to live life in 2022. So I don't know how I feel about this, but okay, I mean, they do what they want to do, but still 15 frames per second, not all that great. So while I'm not going to be replaying it anytime soon, I'm probably going to wait if maybe someone cooks up a homemade 60 FPS version. I did decide to show you this game, but now in 60 frames per second, because my videos back then, when this game was first shown on the channel, were at only 30 frames per second. So now I'm showing it at 60 frames per second. If you guys want to check out the original version, feel free to do so. It will be the first link in the description below. But now let's check it out, as it's one of the greatest checkmates that you've basically ever seen. So you might have seen this game, but like I said, if you've seen it on this channel, it was like 5 years ago. So let's dive straight into it. 2005, a Norwegian Championship. Magnus has the white pieces. This is round 9, and he opens with knight to f3. He goes for the Reti opening, and here d5. We have d4, knight to f6, c4, and c6. So far we are playing the Slav defense, knight to c3 and e6. Now transposing into the semi-Slav. We have bishop to g5, the anti-Maran gambit, and now h6, challenging the bishop here. Bishop to h4, and this is a perfectly normal position that you might encounter in 2022. But here probably d captures on c4 will be played. This is known to be the absolute best move. Also bishop to e7 is popular, g5 is popular, but the move that Atle played here, and that is queen to b6, is not the best one, and it's only been played a handful of times after this game. And okay, Magnus plays queen to c2. He defends his b2 pawn. And now comes knight to e4. Okay, you're challenging the knight here. Point is that if Magnus were to grab the knight on e4, then it's not going to be all that great, especially if you capture the pawn, then you lose the pawn on b2. And now what do you play here? Rook to b1. Okay, you attack the queen, queen c3 check, and already black is without any serious problems. Knight e2, you can play bishop to b4, and black is doing great here. So Magnus continues developing with e3. Now the bishop is ready to come into the game, and here bishop to b4. And it is already now, as of move 8, that this position has never been reached again. And as you'll see, for good reasons. White's pretty much already winning, but you have to play it very precisely. And Magnus does. He plays bishop to d3. He doesn't care about the c3 square. There's really nothing black can do about this. But now he is threatening to pick up this knight and win a pawn and improve his position greatly. So here queen to a5, now putting even more pressure on the c3 knight. and Magnus just castles here. After castles, we have knight captures on c3, and Magnus just plays b captures on c3. He offers the c3 pawn, bishop captures on c3, and now rook 8 to b1. So what's the idea behind this position? It seems that black just won a pawn, and if black can castle to safety, then black should be not just fine, but even much better. The problem is if you castle to safety here, there's a problem with bishop to h7 check, king to h8, and now bishop to e7, attacking the rook. So the only square for the rook is the e8 square, and once you move the rook, we're going to play bishop to d6. And now, what white did is gain full control over the b4 square, and there's no way for black to save the bishop on c3. So pretty much whatever you play, rook to b3 will be played on the next move, and you're going to lose the bishop. There's nothing black can do about this. So that's why, and of course, if you try something like g6 to trap this bishop, then we very gladly just give it up, and I mean now you're just going to get checkmated. There's no stopping this. So it seems like black won a pawn very safely, but how do you stop this idea of just how do you castle, or if you can't castle, how do you continue playing? Well, d captures on c4 first, now attacking the bishop, so you don't have the queen and bishop battery along this diagonal. Bishop captures on c4, and now comes the bishop back to b4. So now here black realizes that the bishop on c3 might not be placed all that impressively, and now the bishop will go back. So here knight to e5 by Magnus, and now okay, you could castle, for example, castle then Magnus plays something like f4, then the rook gets into the game. But black's main issue is that his queen side is completely undeveloped, and the queen, what is the queen doing on a5? And on the queen side, for that matter, one of the reasons why after this game pretty much no one ever developed the queen to b6 in that position. So here bishop back to d6. Now you don't have to worry about the bishop. You can also retreat with the queen. f4 now, just improving the position. Of course, a future rook lift is definitely happening. And now queen to c7. So you can see how black wasted some moves playing queen b6, queen a5, bishop to b4 just to bring the bishop back to d6 and to bring the queen back to c7. So that's not a great way to take advantage of your moves. So here queen to e4 by Magnus, aligning the queen with the king, preparing to open up the position with f5. And here black plays b6. Now this seems like a very odd move to play. But if you play something, let's say just castles, which is it's what we all want to do, then the problem is knight captures on f7. And here black just falls apart. Rook captures f5, and there's just no defending this. It will crack in so many ways. So after queen to e4, b6 was played. But now, or rather, okay, you don't have to castle. Maybe you could play f5, but this is still very hard to play. The queen has to go back now. But even after castles, you're going to play e4, and the position will open up. So not a lot of fun. So for example, king h7, you want to get the king out of this diagonal. E captures, c captures, and now something like queen h5 going after the g6 square. Not much for black to do. You're going to have to eliminate this knight as it controls the g6 square. If captures, Magnus will get the passed e pawn. The bishops control e6 and e7. Queen controls e8, so this will be a very one-sided game. So okay, getting back to the actual position after queen e4, b6 was played, and now Magnus plays knight captures on f7 right away. We have queen captures on f7, and now f5. So similar as in the position that we discussed. Only here the difference is there's a queen on f7 instead of the rook, and you can't capture here to threaten to pick up white's queen because of course bishop captures on f7 comes with check. So queen to h5, getting the queen out of the way, and now bishop captures on e6, threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries. Plain one being just capturing the bishop while delivering check. So how can you solve this? If you capture the bishop, that's not going to work. Just queen captures on e6, king f8, and now this f6, this just completely destroys black in so many lines. For example, you could try something like bishop captures on h2 to stir some trouble, but after king captures king g1, there's just no more moves. Queen e7 followed by queen to g7 checkmate will happen, or if you play captures, then of course we capture with the rook, and you either get checkmated or you have to give up the queen, and of course white will win this very easily. So after bishop captures on e6, knight to d7 is played, because how else do you stop this? There's just no good way to do this. So knight to d7 now, at least if bishop captures, you can capture with the king here, but here comes f6, and f6 is a really strong move here, because now you freed up the f5 square, and you can move the bishop backwards to pick up the queen while delivering check. So here, knight captures on f6, there really isn't anything better here. Now you are attacking the white queen, but now we just eliminated the attacker of our own queen, and we will still be threatening bishop to g4 with a discovery. So rook captures on f6, this is, it's just beautiful. Now again, if g captures, bishop to g4 wins the queen, that's game over. So queen to h4 was played, offering a queen to regain some material maybe. The problem is Magnus now has a forced checkmate in 6 moves, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this Magnus checkmate while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not grabbing the queen. Of course, we can all grab the queen, but that's not the point here. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the forced mate in 6 is queen captures on c6 with check. Yes, you have to start with this. And now the thing is, it doesn't matter what black does. So here, king to e7 was played, going after the rook here. Now rook to f7 check, giving up the bishop. And you can't do anything here. If you move the king to d8, okay, then you survive a few more moves, but still, king to d7 check, king d8, bishop f7 check, king f8, queen captures on d6 check, and now of course once the queen blocks, queen captures on e7 will be checkmate. It's a very weird looking checkmate. Not sure we've seen this that often. But okay, after rook to f7 check, Grun accepts the bishop on e6, and now Magnus delivers his famous Magnus checkmate. That's queen to c4 check. And now look at this. The queen is actually defending the rook by x-raying it through the king, and the king has no square. So this is a beautiful checkmate here. We can even draw some red squares here. There is nothing nowhere where the black king can go, and it's just a spectacular finish. So it all started way back on move 8, where after e3 this bishop to b4 move was played. But even before that, when this queen decided to go to b6, the queen just has no place on b6. And after this game, pretty much no one ever put it there anymore, because bad things will happen. And here, even in 2005, Magnus played this position pretty much to absolute perfection. So I hope you guys enjoyed this brilliant game in 60 frames per second, no less. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to my bro Vikram Aragopathy, and I would like to thank OpenSea and Dan Averbook for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of anything that's happening in the chess world, and of course checking up on your wonderful suggestions. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And if you guys are interested, you can check out the 2017 video. First link in the description below. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to the finals of the Charity Cup. This is the second game of the match, Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. So one of the candidates of the next candidates tournament versus the world champion, and this is game 2. Game 1 was a very impressive game. It ended in a draw after a big fight. Duda had he was a piece up in the end game, but Magnus was able to hold him to a draw as he had a very strong pass pawn. And this is now game 2, the first of the games that we are going to cover. Really an awesome one, and it's one of those games where you kind of wish it wasn't a rapid game, because there are so many incredible lines that just weren't explored due to limited time. But then again, okay, if it was a classical game, then maybe this choice of opening would not have been used. So we're going to discuss a few of these lines. They're really awesome. I hope you guys will enjoy that. Let's check it out. Duda with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5, c4, c6. Magnus goes for the Slav defense. Knight to c3 and knight to f6. e6 now. We have e3 and e6. So transposing into the Queen's Gambit decline, sort of the semi-Slav variation, knight to f3 and knight to b to d7 now. We have queen to c2, the Stoltz variation, and now b6, preparing to fianchetto the light square bishop. We have bishop to e2 and bishop to b7. So Magnus is preparing to put his bishops on these diagonals as Duda is castling kingside, so it makes sense. We have castles kingside, bishop to d6, and now Duda has time to strike in the center as Magnus spent quite a lot of time developing and pushes e4. Of course, this is always a good idea. D captures on e4, knight captures, queen captures, and now knight to f6. So this was all with the idea of trading off a few pieces. Removing the tension a little bit and remaneuvering this knight to f6. It comes with tempo. The queen is attacked. Once the queen moves, we're going to push c5, open up the black slice for bishop, and that's great for black. So queen to h4, and now c5. And this is the position that Magnus had in mind. All his pieces are set up perfectly. And here, there is a game where d captures and c5 was played, but here Duda plays rook to d1, and it is now as of move 13 that we have a completely new game, and already where things get incredibly exciting. Magnus plays queen to c7, and Duda now has to decide how to approach this. I imagine Magnus is the one that is more familiar with the position, as here, there is a move for white to play here, and that move is bishop to h6, but it's a move, such an ugly move to even consider for a rapid game, but we will show it because it's super fun. If bishop to h6, you're just threatening to pick up the g7 pawn, then attack the rook, then attack the knight, and there aren't all that many great moves for black to counter this. Now, you might play something like g captures on h6, queen captures on h6, on f6, and you might say, all right, but why would we give black this? Look at the bishop pair, the queen bishop battery, the bishop pair is incredible, the rook is coming to g8. Do we really want to allow this just to double black's pawns here, maybe capture a pawn? Well, if rook g8, you're going to play d5, and already it's black who's under attack. So this is definitely something to consider. Maybe definitely too complicated to calculate all the lines for a rapid game, but this was the way for Duda to seize advantage. But after bishop to e3, it becomes a little bit easier for Magnus to play this. So he goes h6, we have d captures on c5, bishop captures on c5, offering the trade-off for dark square bishops, and now knight to d4, improving the position of this knight. Now you might play knight to d5, go after the queen. So Magnus stops this, he plays a6, and now comes a pawn to a3. Duda is preparing d4 here, but again, we will discuss one line that is incredible, and I'm sure it would have been played if, for example, they had this position in a classical game that starts with bishop to f4, just attacking black's queen here, and what we would get here is e5. Of course, we attack the bishop and the knight, and now comes knight to f5, and look at this madness. You are sacrificing a piece for this beautiful attack. Carlsen's king in the center of the board, really just all hell breaks loose here. Captures on e4, knight captures on g7 with check, and after king e7, we go rook to e1, threaten some all sorts of nasty discoveries, but here black would play the cold-blooded just rook h to g8 and say, you have no nasty discoveries, and that actually is true. So once something like bishop to g4 check is played, we're going to play king f8, attack the knight here, and now we further open up the black king with knight e6 check, force black to capture because we are forking the king and the queen, and after this is captured, now we play queen captures with check, and here we are just going to gobble up all of the pawns. Doesn't really matter what black plays. If king f7, we're going to capture this with check, then we're going to capture this with check, and finally here we're going to trade, and this is the position that you would get. Bishop captures on e6. This is all pretty much forced. The king f6, bishop captures here, rook captures here, and now okay, we have to do something about the g2 pawn hanging. Let's say g3, and this is something that you would get where Duda would be up 4 pawns, so it would be 6 pawns versus 2, and Magnus would have the bishop pair for a rook. So it's because okay, it's 6 pawns to 2, white is to be preferred, but still it's not all that clear. But definitely something that we would experience in a classical game. Here, Duda just prepares b4. We have a3 preparing b4, rook to d8, and now pawn to b4. Always a great idea. Bishop to d6, putting pressure on that h2 pawn, and rook a to c1. And Duda's pieces are now occupying well, some very impressive squares. The bishop at some point should come to f3, but for the moment it's useful on e2, not just guarding the c4 pawn, but also adding pressure to the queen side. But at some point, if you could just trade it for this guy, it would be great. So here we have castles by Magnus, knight to b3 now, preparing c5, and here we have bishop to e5 by Magnus. And this is a very important defensive idea, as after the knight moves, you really want your bishop on f6, attacking the queen and guarding your rook here, because if the queen and the rook start working together, that's not going to be great for black. So here c5, we have rook captures on d1, bishop captures on d1, and now rook to d8, and now bishop to e2. Here Magnus is being extremely sneaky, and he offers the b6 pawn for Duda to grab. But if Duda grabs this, then Magnus just gives up the queen. Queen captures on c1, knight captures, and rook captures on d1 is checkmate. Of course, Duda spots this, and after Carlsen's rook to d8, he plays bishop to e2. Now the bishop pair is nicely controlling all of these squares. b5 now, closing the structure, but giving Duda the passed c pawn. Duda advances it to c6, and again, it's a rapid game. Whether you can capture on c6 or not, it's definitely not a pleasant move, but here it seems you can capture it. Of course, you don't want to play something like bishop to f3 because then just bishop captures, and again, if rook captures queen, rook delivers checkmate. But what you can do is instead of bishop to f3, just go knight f5, attack the bishop like this, and then rook to d6. We defend it to the game continues, but black should be perfectly fine capturing this pawn. But okay, Magnus goes bishop to a8. There's always time to capture this pawn, hopefully later on. Knight to a5 now, Duda defends it, and knight to d5 now, going after the bishop on e3, bishop to f3 now. Finally, the bishop assumes this diagonal. It will be very useful guarding the passed c pawn, and Magnus eliminates the bishop on e3 with a very clever idea. Knight captures, we have pawn captures, and rook to d3 now, going after the e3 pawn and the a3 pawn, and the situation is very complicated. Duda should play king to f2 and guard this pawn and just offer the a3 pawn. The idea is that after something like this, we're going to play rook d1, and now we are hoping to get that rook to d8. Also, at some variation, the rook might come to d7. Black will of course block this with queen to f6, bishop to f6 like we planned, and now we probably will get something like queen to f4, offering the queen trade, but just bishop back to e5. So we will never allow white to try something here. So that's probably the way to go. Sorry, black with king to f2. But here Duda played bishop to e4. He really wanted to force Carlsen's rook away from the d file to put pressure on, but this will not work. So here Magnus played rook captures on e3, and now you can't go rook d1 just yet, because if rook d1 now, we always have the bishop to f6 move, and everything is just guarded. If queen to g4, we can even play queen e5, attack the bishop now twice, and once the bishop moves, there's rook e1, and that's it. King f2, queen e3, check, king goes here. We can capture the rook, the bishop is pinned, so white completely falls apart. So Duda first moves the bishop back to b1, and now we have rook captures on a3. So Magnus says, I don't care about this. This can be defended very easily. So he is correct. Duda plays rook to d1. He wants to go for that rook to d8 check, which would end the game. But of course, there's bishop to f6. So you can see why that transferring the bishop to e5 was such an important resource. So here we have queen to e4 now, going after queen to h7. Magnus prevents this g6, and now we have king to h1. Now the idea is that of course if rook to d7, which is the move you always wanted to play, if rook to d8 will be impossible, here Magnus can just capture the rook. That's the problem. After pawn captures, bishop captures queen, bishop captures on e4, and now yes, the passed pawn might be a bit troublesome. You don't have rook to d3, and the knight is coming to c6. But there's rook a1 check, king f2, rook to d1, and that's it. Once white defends the pawn, we're just going to play rook d6, and white is completely paralyzed here. You can't move the bishop because you lose the pawn, you can't move the knight because you lose the bishop, so there are no moves here for white, and black is just up too much material. So after g6, Duda plays king to h1, and now we have rook to c3. Now Magnus says, I'm now going to capture the pawn on c6, and well, you just gave up these 2 pawns, there's nothing you can do here. So queen g4, Duda now offers the pawn for some very tricky play with bishop captures on g6, but Magnus doesn't even allow that. He just plays h5, forces the queen away, as the queen can no longer remain on the g file. We have queen back to e2, and here Magnus finally captures on c6 with bishop captures on c6, and it was in this position on move 34 that Yang Shisho Duda resigned the game, as well he is completely out of ammo here. There is nothing to try here. He is down 3 pawns, and there simply isn't a move that white can play. Black is controlling absolutely every aspect of the board, and there's not even a move you can consider for white here to even threaten something. So I think Duda was not very happy at his bishop e4 idea. But yeah, you can see how complicated the opening was, and Duda could have seized some advantage maybe with that bishop to h6 idea, but as I like to say, unless you have the soul of silicon, you are not playing that move. But really, something definitely to consider, this bishop to h6 move. So really complicated. Again, there was that bishop to f4 idea also that we explored, but this is something reserved for classical chess. But that's why we enjoy rapid so much. You don't have time to go for the absolute craziest line, and then, well, you go for something else, and then mistakes are made due to time trouble, and then the game just ends by someone winning and not a boring draw. That's kind of what we wanted. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to cover at least one more game from the finals between these 2 gentlemen. I would like to thank the Reaper Cyber Club NFT, Blueberry Friends Twitter, Rob, Antonius Sharp Fade, and David Jarnot for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the finals until it ends. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the start of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. It's Daniil Duba versus Hosiyar Mamedyarov, and we could choose pretty much any game from this round except a few of them, and we would have a great game to cover, but I decided to start with this one as it's just, it features everything that I enjoy, mostly, but we're going to cover other games from round 1 as well. So without further ado, let's check it out. Daniil Duba with the white pieces opens with d4. Sorry about that. We have d5 by Mamedyarov, and now c4. We have c6 going for the Slav defense, knight to f3, knight to f6, and now knight to c3. And here e6, we have the semi-Slav defense, and now usually you go either bishop to g5 or e3, but here Duba prepared something very special, and he plays g3, which means that he is very comfortable in giving up a pawn, because as c6 has already been played, it means you can capture on c4 and defend the pawn with b5, without having to worry about anything. So d captures on c4, Mamedyarov accepts this gift, bishop to g2, and now b5, just defending that c4 pawn, and now knight to e5 with a double attack on this c6 pawn. So how can you defend this? Well, you don't really want to defend this. You can't play something like bishop b7 or bishop to d7, because whatever you try, knight captures on b5, and well, you just won a pawn, and you have a better position. So instead, Mamedyarov just plays a6, now the b5 pawn is nicely defended, and now we have castles. Now you could actually capture on c6, but well, Dubov did not come here to grab pawns, it would seem. So here Dubov just castles, and now bishop to b7. Now the pawn is nicely defended, and what can you do? Well, you look at this massive pawn chain. Of course, now Dubov will undermine the pawn chain with b3. But b3 is also inviting black to create a pass pawn already on move 10, because what happens if b4 knight moves in c3? You already have a protected pass pawn on c3, and that's exactly what Mamedyarov does. So b4, knight to a4, and c3. So what did Dubov gain from this other than our attention? What is this? Well, he's going for knight to c4, and then he's going to have excellent control of this b6 square, which will put a lot of pressure on black's queen side and the center, and also he wants to play e4, e5, and then control the d6 square. So those are kind of the ideas, and he will further undermine this pawn chain with a move like a3. So here we have knight to c4, and now a5, clearing the a6 square. You can now play bishop a6, you can play knight to a6, so many ideas here. A3, challenging the b4 pawn, and now bishop to a6, attacking the knight here. And now you could try a lot of different things, but here we have bishop to f4. A captures on b4 was a known move in the position, but bishop to f4 is a known move. So now as of move 13, we have a completely new game, and it's Mamedyarov to figure out what to do here. So you could easily make a move that isn't so great. For example, if you try bishop to e7, you just want to castle. Let's say a captures on b4, we're going to capture on c4, and after let's say b captures on c4, a captures. Now you can play c5. And now look at this, you have beautiful control of the b6 square, you have very nice control over the d6 square. You're going to play queen to b3, you're going to bring the other rook to b1, and it doesn't matter that black has 2 connected pass pawns. White will have no problem whatsoever playing this. The c6 pawn is a weakness, black cannot develop the knight, so this is something that Duba was hoping to get. But Mamedyarov plays the absolute best idea in the position, and that is bishop to b5. So what can you do here now? So here, if you just continue with a captures on b4, we can capture a capture on b4, and there's nothing to worry about. Black is perfectly fine here. So Duba continues with his plan. He pushes e4. Now he's preparing e5 to grab more control over the d6 square. Bishop to e7. Mamedyarov needs the castle. His king is still in the center of the board, and now finally knight a to b6, going after the rook here. So rook to a6, and now we have a4, attacking the bishop here. Now the point is, if for example bishop captures, knight captures, Mamedyarov castles, we have a normal game. The game just continues. Duba will at some point play e5, open up this diagonal, claim the d6 square probably for his knight, and well, that's what he's going for. However, Mamedyarov says, nope, I have something better. I have rook captures on b6. And now, okay, you can't capture with the knight because this rook will be hanging. So here we have a captures on b5 first, grabbing the bishop. Rook captures on b5, so now it's a clear pawn, and now rook to a2. Now preparing queen to a1 to put more pressure on the a5 pawn. Even though instead of rook to a2, you could go for something like bishop captures on b8 and try and win your pawn back. Rook captures, and now you're going to capture. Rook captures on a5, but it's still not all that much. Black will just trade, for example, captures, and yes, you equalize in material, but you still have problems here. Black has a pass pawn on c3, and you really have nothing to show for it. So instead, Duba keeps the tension. He plays rook to a2. And Mamedyarov castles now to safety. We have queen to a1, and now by playing queen to a1, Dubov also offers the d4 pawn. So, you have to accept this. It's simply too delicious a pawn not to be captured. So queen captures on d4, and now rook to d1. First, gaining a tempo on the queen before we capture on a5. So queen back to a7, and now knight captures on a5 with a target here. Knight captures on c6, for example, if this knight moves, or maybe we can capture the knight, play knight captures on c6. So this is all potential. Dubov has a lot of potential in the position, but he currently is not better. But of course he knew that because he willingly went into this. And now we have bishop to c5, just attacking that f2 pawn. He doesn't mind about knight captures on c6, opening up a discovery on the black queen. So this is what Dubov plays. Knight captures on c6, bishop captures on f2 with check, king to h1, and now queen to b6. Now what do you do? The problem is if you play knight captures here, of course we're not going to capture with the rook and allow the bishop to capture. We're just going to chase away the bishop, and only after the bishop moves we're going to play rook captures on b8. And now it doesn't matter. Even if you capture here, we can even capture with the g pawn because our position is just so much better. White has nothing to show for it, and we still have our pass pawn on c3. So instead, bishop captures on b8 was played. We have queen captures on c6, and now e5. So Now we read the position from the thumbnail. The queen is attacked, the knight is attacked, the bishop is ready to go to d6 to completely control that center. And what can Mamiar play? Well, good moves here are knight to d5 and knight to e4. Knight to d5 seems to be a more sturdy of a defense, but for example, after bishop to d6, it's not easy to find a move for black. Best for black is bishop to c5. You have to give up the exchange, and after bishop captures, we're going to play bishop captures on f8, and you continue with this position again, keeping your beautiful pawn on c3. However, Mamiar did not like this. He played knight to e4, and there are a lot of tactics in the position. But the problem is, what do you do now? You can't really move the knight, and after the rook comes to e2, how will you defend this knight? If f5, we're just going to play e captures on f6 en passant. So here, bishop to d6 first, attacking the rook, and now Mamiar needs to play well, just perfectly if he wants to achieve any advantage here. So I'm going to show you two really fun lines. One is bishop to c5, the one that we've already discussed, asking Dubov to capture the rook here. But of course, white will play rook to e2 because now we go after the knight first, and after f5, defending the knight, we're going to play e captures on f6 en passant, bishop captures on d6, and now rook captures on e4. Well, preparing some very nasty discoveries here. Now queen to c7, and of course rook captures on e6, and it's a very nice position for both white and black. There is a move that is really tricky for Dubov to handle, and that is bishop to e3. A very, very difficult move to spot because not only do you open up the f2 square for the knight, but you also cover the queening square. So now c2, c1 could be very interesting. And the idea is that after bishop captures on f8, we play c2. Now we're going to play rook to e1, and now king captures on f8, just cold-bloodedly. Rook captures on c2. We offer the rook now. Queen captures on c2, and now queen to a8 with check. King to e7, and now after bishop captures on e4 is played. Well, this is the position, but black still is doing very much okay here, and it's just a very, very double-edged. Players are very, very low on time. It's only move 31, so they still need to play 9 more moves to reach time control, and obviously Mamiar did not like what he saw. So instead, he decided to keep the exchange. He played rook to d8, but now he just gives Dubov everything. Here, Dubov played rook to e2, putting pressure on this e4 knight, and now we have f5, defending the knight, and also inviting e captures on f6 en passant, which Dubov played. And now, well, now it's very interesting because there is a hidden mate lurking here, but it's not really a mate. For example, if knight captures on g3 with check, bishop covers the g1 square, h captures here, rook to h5 is checkmate. So how did Dubov miss this? The thing is, he didn't, because the bishop on d6 also covers the g3 pawn. So if knight captures, we can capture with the bishop, and now it's perfectly fine. For example, rook to d5, and there's really nothing to do here. Rook to d5 is a tricky move because, well, you never want to give up your bishop here because this bishop covers the g1 square, and if the black queen claims this diagonal for herself, white will be in big trouble. Well, we can play something like rook captures on d5, rook captures on d5, and rook captures on f2, and it's perfectly fine. This is completely winning for white. So instead, after e captures on f6, of course, you do not have this very nice knight captures on g3 check. So c2 was played, threatening the rook here, and now we have f7 with check, inviting the king to capture it. You can go to f8, and of course, if you go king to h8, then, well, it's just a dead loss. We're going to play bishop captures on e4, attack the queen. Also, pawn to f8 is coming at some point, so there's not all that much black can do here. So instead, after f7 check, we have king captures on f7. Now, here we have queen captures on d6. Sorry, we have rook to f1, and it was, well, actually in this position that Dubov and Mamiar agreed to a draw, as they are both incredibly low on time. I believe they were below the 2-minute mark, both of them, and they still have to make like 10 more moves to reach time control, and the position is just too explosive, to tamper with it. So it was just, on move 30, they agreed to a draw, which is okay because the position is objectively a draw, but it's, well, it's only if Mamiar plays the absolute best move, and that is pawn to c1, promoting his pawn to a queen, which prevents rook captures on f2. And of course, you can't play something like this rook captures on f2 because then knight captures on f2 comes with check. The rook cannot capture because it's pinned. And now we're going to see something like king to g1, queen captures on a1, and after bishop captures on c6, we're going to even see queen captures on f1 with check. King captures, and now rook to f5, and look at this position: two rooks and the knight against two bishops. Of course, this will be completely winning for Mamiar. So the thing is, after the queen is brought into the game, we're going to have to play something like rook captures on c1, queen captures on d6, now bishop captures on e4, and now bishop to d4, getting our bishop to safety, attacking the white queen, queen to b1, attacking h7, and now g6, and this is basically the position that we will get on move 33, where the players would be very, very low on time, but it seems that neither of them wanted to play this, which is, I know, might be a little bit disappointing for most of you because Dubov was, well, he was the worst most of the game, or rather, he was the worst if you ask the engine. But if you ask him, he will probably say that he had a very, very comfortable disadvantage throughout the game, and then he equalized, so I'm pretty sure he would say something like this. And, well, it's still a very rigid game. A lot of things can happen. The bishops are of opposite colors. The kings are completely, bare naked. So we would see, we would definitely see some sort of an attack here because it's very hard to balance this out. But it was too much for them, and after rook to f1, they agreed to a draw. So that's game one of the Tata Steel 2022. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're going to check out some other games, as I see you guys are suggesting quite a lot of them already. I would like to thank Patreon, Andrew Dinihan, Link, Mike Wagner, and Joseph Henderson for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel, of course, until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix that is going to be played in Berlin. This is the first game that we are going to show. A lot of you guys have already requested it. Vincent Keimer versus Daniil Dubov. It's really a complicated game and features a very famous endgame. And the Grand Prix is being played. It's the first of three that will be played to determine two challengers for the next FIDE candidates tournament. So everyone gets a fair shot. And let's dive straight into it. We're going to discuss a little bit more about the tournament as it goes on. But this is classical chess, so plenty of time to think about the moves. Let me just fix the letter here on the little robot. Forgot about that since the previous video was a blitz game. There we go. All right, so let's check it out. Vincent with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Dubov. We have c4, c6 going for the Slav defense. Knight to f3, knight to f6, and e3 now. And Dubov, of course, bishop f5. He wants to develop his light square bishop before closing the structure. So knight c3, we have e6. The bishop is now nicely out of the cage, and of course we go after the bishop. Knight h4. So we want to capture this bishop, as black spent quite a few moves developing it, and now is our chance to eliminate it and win the bishop pair. So bishop g6 with knight captures and h captures. So now white wins the bishop pair. However, black has a fine pawn structure. You can see that all the pawns in the center are on light squares. He has a dark square bishop, but that will be very strong here, and he already has a semi-open file for his rook. So bishop d2, continuing development. Knight b to d7, and now there are a couple of moves that are very popular here, like rook c1, queen c2, g3, preparing the finger of the light square bishop. Vincent goes for queen to b3. He goes after the b7 pawn, and Dubov defends the queen to c7. We have c captures on d5, exchanging pawn in the center. Now saying that, okay, you can capture with the c pawn, but then I get the b5 square for my knight. So of course, e captures on d5 is played. But now white is feeling very confident to castle queen side. So here we have castles queen side, and there are a couple of moves that reached this position. But here the move Dubov plays is a new one, and he goes for a5. And we're going to discuss this position a little bit more because it's super interesting. For example, if you start the attack right away with c5, and why wouldn't you? The king is on c1. Then we see knight captures on d5, knight captures, queen captures, and you get the capture on d4 with a check. But it's not all that impressive. After king to b1, your king is in the center of the board, and those bishops are really, really ready to come and get you. And especially if something like d captures on e3, we're just going to play bishop a5, attack the queen. And once the queen moves, because you also have to keep an eye on the knight, the queen and rook battery is going for that d7 square. So after queen c6, bishop to b5. You can even trade queens here, and you are still completely winning. Captures, captures. There's no way to save the knight. It's game over. The rook d8 is impossible because the bishop covers this square. So it seems like black can launch an attack right away. That is not the case. So you could try something like bishop to e7, maybe just continue development, or you could try rook captures on h2, because why wouldn't you? The problem is this loses on the spot. It's a very sharp position. Rook captures, and now queen captures on b7, attacks the rook, rook to b8, attacking the queen, for example. Now queen captures on c6, and this is just disgusting for black, that king in the center of the board. Well, black doesn't really have an attack, and you didn't even win a pawn. So that's why after all of this is considered, Dubov plays a5. This is a new move, so as of move 11, we have a completely new game. We have queen to c2 now. You don't want your queen here when that pawn starts marching forward, and now only now comes rook captures on h2. Again, you could start with c5, but you're not really attacking anything. There's a knight, queen, and king now on the c file, so it's not as dangerous. So instead, rook captures on h2 now. Now this can be played. It is in fact the best move. Rook captures. We have queen captures on h2, and now just a nice calm a3, waiting to see what the Dubov will do. And now again, a very, very sharp position. We could try with b5 right away, because I know you guys really want to play this. You want to play b5, b4, and win the game with black. However, that's not how chess works. White will play e4, and now after b4, there's even e5. And now look at this. B captures on c3. We're just going to play queen captures on c3. And now your knight is hanging, but also queen captures on c6 is very dangerous. And now let's say knight e4. You save your piece. Queen captures on c6. We're going to play rook b8. Now comes bishop to b5. And how do you stop queen captures on d7? There's no good way to do this. The knight cannot go back to defend. The rook can't really help with this. If you play something like rook to d8 and bishop captures on a5, and black completely falls apart. And other than this, you really don't have a move. So your best idea would be something like rook captures on b5, and then we will capture on b5. And even if black trades further, knight captures here, we can play queen captures on d5 and now trap the knight. The knight has no escape square. Well, we're guarding the g2 pawn, so we don't allow queen captures here. And now after something like bishop e7, we're going to play king captures on d2, and you have a much better position. It's a rook against the knight and bishop, but white is much stronger. He has a beautiful center here. He can very easily create a pass pawn here, and that rook can very easily infiltrate black's position. So white would be much better here. So instead, we have bishop to e7 first, a couple of safety moves first, king to b1, and now knight to b6. The knight is now coming to c4. We have f3, controlling that knight on f6. Also e4 is an idea in the future, and now knight to c4. A very nice attacker here. You can see that already some sacrifices might be incoming, like bishop captures, b captures, knight captures can pick up the queen, but it's very easily prevented. Oh, you could also capture the knight. Bishop captures on c4, d captures. Now bishop e1. Let's say you defend the pawn here. Now Dubov can strike with b5, but now it's very, very dangerous, and black's attack is happening. So instead of just a nice calm bishop to c1, and now we have b5, and now b5 is definitely a good push here. So the best way to counterattack, well, when you attack on the queen side, is to counterattack in the center. So Vincent pushes e4. This is what he prepared, and now again a really, really interesting position where Dubov played b4, and who wouldn't? I mean, it's such a nice move to play, but b4 really weakens black's position, and that's one of the very few cases where b4 is not great to play. The real move here is something like rook to b8 or rook to c8 with extremely complicated play. But obviously b4 was a miss by Dubov. The idea is that after e5 and knight d7, there's this e6 move, and now after knight to f8, you can either capture on f7, but it doesn't really bring you all that much. So probably bishop captures on c4, b captures, and now even this knight captures on d5. This would be white's plan. C captures, queen to a4 check, king to d8, and now e captures on f7 with the idea of queen to e8. Very dangerous. Then we want to pick up the bishop. So queen has to go back to help defend the bishop. Now queen e8 check, king to c7, and now a nice calm rook to e1. You don't care about rook captures queen because the pawn will just bring another queen into the game. So bishop h4, we're going to save our bishop, and now rook e2. We're going to move the rook out of harm's way. For example, queen c6, we offer a queen trade, and the game continues. But it's a really, really complicated position. However, something like this would be best for black. However, Dubov played b4, and now he allows this very tricky queen to a4 move. And now, okay, you can capture the knight, but we're going to play queen captures on c6, and this is also a line worth exploring. It's an extremely complicated game, so we're going to show it. There are many cool lines here. For example, king f8, we can give up the rook, and now after knight to e8, you can play b captures on c3. Now knight captures on a3 with check, as the bishop defends the knight. The bishop captures, for example, bishop captures, and now it looks like you've done some damage, but there's no way for the queen to actually join the action. If you could get the queen here, then it'd be great, but it's on h2, so that's not happening. So white has all the time in the world to just win the game. So instead, after queen a4, we have rook to c8 now by Dubov defending the pawn, and now Vincent played a captures on b4. And this was the moment probably where Vincent could have gone in for the kill with a move like, for example, instead of a captures on b4, knight captures on d5. It's a very interesting idea, pointing that after captures and captures, how do you continue this with black? Black has this knight to b6 move, attacking the queen and the pawn here, and now we're going to capture on a5, knight captures on d5, and now a4. This way, white creates a pass pawn, and it's better for white, but still, after a move like b3, it's very, very double-edged. I'm sure Dubov would not mind playing this. So it's hard to say whether this is going for the win or maybe to your doom, but it was in the position. But okay, a captures on b4 was played, but now comes bishop captures on b4, and now it's a little bit different. The same idea no longer works because the bishop guards the a5 pawn. For example, knight captures, e captures. We don't even have to play this. We can play bishop captures on c4 because it doesn't really matter if pawn captures. The bishop now guards the a5 pawn. So now we would see knight b6 attacking bishop and queen, and only after the queen moves, something like captures, and queen captures on g2. It's perfectly fine. So after bishop captures on b4, we have knight to a2 now, attacking the bishop here, and Dubov just moves it back, bishop to e7. Now comes bishop captures on c4, d captures, and now again, maybe a position where Vincent could have seized the momentum. He played the d5, but it's the position demands a rook d2, but it's such a weird move to play. You block your bishop, okay, you guard the g2 pawn, and now you are getting ready to play rook to c2. And then, for example, the game might continue queen to c7 as you want to keep an eye on your pawn here. Queen captures on c4, and after knight e7, rook c2. Now we wanted this battery on the c file, and now white is just clearly better. So after d captures on c4, Vincent played d5, and then now comes king to f8. Now it's a good time to capture the pawn on g2. Dubov first unpins. He's very tired of this pin. And now queen captures on c4. We have queen back to c7, and now d captures on c6. We have queen captures on c6, and now we have a queen trade. Captures, and now bishop to d2. So now the material is completely equal. Bishop, knight, and rook against the bishop, knight, and rook, and the bishops are of the same color. However, white's position is still a little bit better, as he will have an easier time bringing the king into the game, and also he does not have double pawn. Dubov has a double g pawn. So a little advantage, but not negligible. So rook to a6, defending the pawn, and of course putting the rook behind your pawn. It's still not a pass pawn, but you never know. So knight c1, we're going after that pawn. We have king to e8 and the bishop to c3 now. now. So the knight can't move, otherwise the g7 pawn hangs. So a4. Now king a2, we have g5, and now knight to d3. We have g4, trying to mess up white's pawn structure, knight to b4 now, attacking the rook, and here Dubov trades. We have captures, captures, and now g captures on f3. We have g captures and knight to d7. So Dubov now got rid of his double pawn, and now the position is, well, very much equal. We have f4, rook to c6, and now bishop to c3, going after the g7 pawn. So knight to c5, asking white, are you maybe interested in that very nice pawn on g7? But then I'm capturing the e4 pawn. So rook d4, we have, we defend this and also put more pressure on the a4 pawn if the knight moves, and now knight to e6, forcing a trade, the a4 pawn for the f4 pawn. So rook captures on a4, and now knight captures on f4. And now, okay, material is still equal, but the bishop captures on g7, and now Vincent is up a pawn. So here we have f6, trying to maybe trap this bishop somehow, but it's very easy to get out. Bishop h6, we have knight to d3, and now rook to d4. Attacking the knight, we have rook to a6, check, king to b1, and now knight captures on b2. Here, Dubov realized that he is down a pawn, and that the easiest way to end this game is to just give up the knight for the two remaining pawns and go into a well-known theoretical draw. It's a well-known theoretical draw, but it's well, easily said than drawn. So here, knight captures on b2, king captures, and now f5. That's why the bishop on h6 is not safe. Now we are just exchanging the pawn because the bishop has to move. So bishop to d2, and now f captures on e4, rook captures on e4, and we get this position. The black king is in check, but we have a rook and bishop against the rook. Now we've done some videos on this topic, and as the story goes, this is a draw in theory. Although there are, if you consider table basis, the computers have solved this for us. Over some between 40 and 41% of these positions are winnable for the side with the bishop. But in truth, it's more like 4% because those other 36% are very unnatural positions that would not arise in a normal chess game between two very strong grandmasters. So it's not easy to win this, although it's possible. For example, Grandmaster Keith Arkell had this position 18 times in a game, not this exact same position, but bishop and rook against the rook, and he won it 18 times out of 18. So that's one way to look at it. And Paldenko considered this ending the so-called headache ending, hence the title. So here, king to d7, we're going to try and checkmate the black king somehow. King to b3, and now rook to a1. We have king to c4. We're going to have to try and box in the black king because you either win this by checkmating the black king right away or by winning the rook first and then checkmating the black king. There's no other way. So rook to a6, and now bishop to b4. So now we're going to try to box the king in further. We have rook to e6, now comes rook to h4, king to c6, and now bishop to c5. So taking away squares from the black king, we have rook to g6, now comes bishop d4. We have rook to e6, and now rook to h1. So how can white make progress here? Rook to g6, and now rook to a1. We are hoping for rook a6 check to pick up the rook, so rook to g2. Now comes rook a6 check, we win a few more squares. King d7, now comes king to d5. And now comes the critical move that you should remember if you play this, rook to d2. We have to pin the bishop. Pinning the bishop allows you to successfully defend this game, because now after rook to a7 check, king moves, and it's very easy to make a mistake here. Here, king to d8 or king to e8 is fine, but if you play king to c8, just to give you an example of how tricky this endgame is, even though you've played the correct move and pinned the bishop, it's actually a forced checkmate in 18 moves. To give you an example, king to c6 now, we're threatening checkmate. We don't care about our bishop, so rook c2 check. Now we're going to play bishop c5. We're still threatening checkmate. So rook b2, ready to meet rook to a8 with rook to b8. Now we play rook to h7. Now we threaten this checkmate. So rook to d2, now getting ready to block the rook's check with rook to d8. Now comes rook to g7. We waste the move, and now as black, what do you play? So black plays rook to d1. He cannot remain on the second rank. Rook to a7, again threatening checkmate. And now after rook to b1, we play bishop to a3. That's why we wanted the rook on the first rank. Now rook to c1 is no longer an option. So what can you play? Rook to b3. You have to keep an eye on that b8 square, otherwise rook to a8 is game over. And now we play bishop to d6. Now again, this check, and if rook blocks, we're just going to capture it with checkmate. So here, rook to c3 check, bishop to c5 now, and now rook to b3. Again, we are ready to meet the check with rook to b8, but now comes rook to c7 check, king to d8, and rook to f7, and there is no stopping checkmate now. Doesn't matter what you play, rook to f8 will be checkmate. That's just it. And of course, rook to e3 is impossible as the bishop covers the e3 square. So that's how tricky it is to play this. So you can play king c8, of course, we will play king to d8, and now we of course Vincent will try everything. He has 50 moves after the last piece has been captured and after the last pawn has been moved, and he will try his best. So king c5, we have king d8, rook to a1, king d7, king d5, we have rook to d3, rook to g1, rook d2, rook h1, king c7, rook h7 check, and now again king to d8. We're going to see king d5, king to c8, and bishop to c5. So of course he's hoping for a mistake. Dubov offers a rook trade, rook h8, king c7, bishop d4. This is all now very standard stuff, because if you know that the few tricks that are needed, you will be able to defend. But like I said, even grandmasters miss out on this. But in classical chess, okay, when you have plenty of time, it's a little bit easier to defend. So king c6, rook h6 check, king b5, king d4, rook e7 check now, king to d3, rook b7. We have rook e6, rook b8, rook to d6, rook b7, king to e4, trying a little bit of everything. Rook h7, rook b6 check now, king c4, and now rook c6, king d5 back, rook c5 check, king b4, rook to c8, and now king to b5. We have bishop e5, rook h4 check, king to d5, now rook h5, rook to b8 check, king a5, and king to d4. We have king a6, bishop to c7, rook to b5, and rook to g8. So no easy way to do this. King d7, now comes king to c4, rook f5, bishop g3, and now king to c6. And here we have king to d4, and it was in this position on move 85 that they agreed to a draw. I don't believe they've met the 50 move rule was met. I just think that yeah, it was met. They just agreed to a draw. So of course you will always try, but then your opponent plays quickly. He shows you that he knows very well how to defend this confidently, and then of course there will be no point in continuing. But if you don't know what you're doing, like Keith Arkell managed to win 18 out of 18 games that he had such a position, and then it could be a problem. So very nicely done by both of them. Maybe Vincent had a chance if he played extremely sharp, but then again going extremely sharp against Dubov does not end well for people. So it was a fine game, and well Dubov tried a little bit, but it didn't work. Vincent played everything perfectly, and aside from that, maybe one move where he could have seized the advantage. Everything else was immaculate. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have a favorite one of your own, do share. I'm probably gonna do Arnan Vidit next, so prepare for that. I would like to thank Nagarjuna Pongotti, James Sox Rocks, the original Skakomatic, the Evans Gambit for being winning, and Ken Scott for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix until it ends, and of course checking out your wonderful suggestions. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the second round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2021. We are continuing with Alexander Donchenko versus Fabiano Caruana, the first game that ended very abruptly, as you'll see. And it's always very interesting when these young and upcoming grandmasters face the absolute top tier ones, like we've already seen today in the game, Nishigiri versus Sariantari. But yeah, without further ado, let's check it out. It's quite the game. So Donchenko with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 from Fabi, c4 and c6. Fabi goes for the Slav defense, knight to f3 and now knight to f6 with e3 and bishop to f5. So this is all very, very standard stuff. Knight to c3 and e6 now. The bishop has been developed and now you can close the gates, as we often say. Knight to h4 now, challenging that bishop here. Bishop to e4, not going for g6 right away, but rather forcing white to somewhat weaken his position by playing f3. So f3, bishop back to g6, and now, well, you could go for queen b3, and black will reply, for example, queen to b6. Here we have just bishop to b2, and it's a very rare move, but it's not the first time Fabi encounters it, but we're going to get back to that. We have bishop to e7, black just continues development, and now we have a trade here. Captures, and queen to c2. We have knight b to d7, and here a queenside castles from Donchenko. And the reason I said that this is not the first time Fabi sees this move is because Fabi already had this position in the candidates tournament this in 2020 in Yekaterinburg against none other than Nishigiri, and Giri, the game ended in a draw, but in the game, knight to b6 was played by Caruana. But here we have a6, and it is in fact Caruana who switches from the game that was played in the candidates tournament, which is kind of weird. Often when you prepare for someone, it's usually going to be you who will switch it up, but here Caruana actually shows perhaps an improvement upon his game against Giri in Yekaterinburg. So let's see what's happening here. Donchenko continues pushing on the king side. We have g4, and now d captures on c4. Bishop captures, and now b5, using this capture on c4 to further expand on the queen side. We have bishop back to e2, and now at c5, trying to open up the center here. And here, what you would probably do if it was a normal game, d captures, knight captures, and then the game continues. However, here Donchenko decided to play in great style, and he decided to start by sacrificing a pawn. So he played the d5, and just for those of you who are wondering, b4 doesn't work here, because after d captures on e6, bishop b captures on c3, you're going to capture on f7 with check, and after king captures, bishop captures on c3, and it's just a terrible position to play for black. So instead, after d5, Fabi just accepts the pawn sacrifice, not with the pawn, but rather with the knight. Knight captures, we have knight captures, e captures, and now f4, continuing to push on the king side. And Fabi, of course, now has to decide how to continue. Does he want to form some sort of defense, or does he want to continue attacking on the queen side? And since he already has quite a pawn storm going on here, he continues pushing. We have b4, and of course, Donchenko continues pushing e4, striking in the center. We have d4 by Fabi, not eager to open up the d file since the rook is nicely aligned with the queen here, and now e5. So both players ignoring each other. We have knight to b6. Fabi wants to take care of the c4 square before he pushes this pawn to c4. White will not be able to capture back twice because there's rook c8 and white's queen and king are on the same file. So e6, just continuing to push forward. No one is interested in what the other guy is doing. So if you capture the pawn here, then queen captures and g6 becomes an option. So here Fabi says, I don't mind, you can capture on f7. I'm just going to play queen to d5. So if you're not careful, I can capture this. I can also capture on a2, so you also have to take that into consideration. So here Donchenko captures on f7 with check. Might even use this as a thumbnail, not sure yet. King to f8, and now he just continues pushing on the king side. Here Fabi could have considered capturing, and of course he did with the king and the queen, but it's better not to give white any open lines, as you're the one who wants to attack on the queen side. So another case of using your opponent's pawn as a shield. We have h4, again continuing pushing on the king side, and here just queen captures on a2. If you tried something like trying to defend the pawn, you could always try that, but it's not going to be any better. Black will just continue pushing, and white really doesn't have any time to waste. So here we have, like we said, queen captures on a2, and now queen captures on g6. So white is really close to the black king here, but like we said, this really works as a shield, and white doesn't really have a way of getting through this. It will take a couple of moves, but it's a question of whether he has them. So here queen to a1 check could be met with king to d2, king to c2, and then you can start running away. So here Fabi takes away the c2 square from the white king, and now the threat is not right away, but queen to a1 will be a terrible threat if this queen ever leaves the control of the b1 square. So here if you go queen back to b1 to try and trade queens, Fabi will just go back, start pushing the pawn, and win the game. So instead we have bishop back to e1 by Donchenko, now creating an escape square for the king if check is delivered, and now Fabi just continues pushing here. We have c4, even giving up the d4 pawn. Fabi finds a brilliant attacking resource here. We have rook captures on d4, and now knight to a4, threatening queen captures on b2 with a devastating attack. So here queen to b1 defending, and now again it's a question, why did Fabi trap his own queen here? Why did he allow white to kind of force a queen trade? Well, maybe in fact he didn't. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this brilliant winning move for Fabi while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting such a move, as it's really not an easy one to find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, no, it's not that, I'm just joking, it's bishop to a3. So bishop to a3, congratulations to everyone who found it. And now the point is, there really is no good move here for white. Whatever you do is just not gonna work. If you accept the bishop, then just b2 with check is deadly, and there's not much you can do. You have to leave the defense of the queen, and after the king moves, just queen captures on b1, and you lost the queen. And you don't have this option of bishop to b4 check and recapturing because the king is in the way. So after this bishop to a3 move, Donchenko captured Fabi's queen, but now pawn captures on a2, and there's no way for the king to prevent queening because the b1 square is covered by the pawn. But Donchenko finds a very resourceful king to c2. Now if Fabi brings the queen into the game, now Donchenko can give up the bishop to b4. This comes with check, and after captures, he's just going to recapture the queen on a1. But Fabi's not to be tricked like that. Fabi instead plays rook to b8, and he waits with this pawn to a1 move, now covering the b4 square and asking, what do you play here? Well, the absolute most disgusting engine-like defense here for white, and even that isn't enough, but I will show it because it's super fun. Bishop to b4 with check. First you give up the bishop, you go bishop to c4, and now, okay, for the moment, black cannot queen, but rook captures on b2 with check, king d3, and now white is actually threatening rook to d8, so you have to take care of that. Bishop to e7, and now rook to e1. Again, trying to bait black into going rook to b1 to kind of go for queen promotion, but here Donchenko will actually have a forced checkmate. Check on d8, bishop captures, and rook to e8 is now checkmate. But of course, this is not forced. Fabi will not go for rook to b1 here. Fabi here will just play knight to c5 check, push the king away, and after the king moves, king to c3, now just go back rook to b8. Everything is defended. Fabi's up material, and it's just going to be a very easy game to play for Fabi. So this is what happens even with the absolute best, most disgusting engine-like defense. But this is not what Donchenko went for. Donchenko instead went for rook to d8 with check. He decided to give up the rook to prevent white from going rook capture, preventing black from going rook captures on b2. So here Fabi grabs it, and now b captures on a3, grabbing that one. And now again, if you bring the queen into the game, just bishop b4 check, and the rook picks up the queen. So Fabi takes care of that. He pushes c3, and now you don't have bishop to b4 anymore. Well, what do you play here? You have to move the bishop somewhere. The rook must cover the a1 square. So here Donchenko goes bishop to g3, but now Fabi just goes rook to d2 h2 with check. We have king to b3, and here Fabi doesn't want to part with his knight. He played knight to c5, but we're going to show that it's actually very interesting if you allow white to capture the knight, because after captures and captures, you just cut the white king off completely, and that king is never entering the game again. Also, you're threatening rook to b1, and you're going to promote this pawn. So white's only move is rook to a1, but now you have a king that's stuck here for the rest of the game, and you have a rook here that's stuck here for the rest of the game. Not only that, c2 just wins the game on the spot. There's nothing to do. Rook to b1 is coming, and whatever white plays next move, you're going to promote the pawn to a queen. For example, bishop f2, anything, just rook to b1, captures and c1 queen, and black is of course completely winning. But Fabi did not go for this. Fabi played knight to c5 check, but he was also in this position on move 32 that Alexander Donchenko resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Once the king moves or whatever you do, king captures on c3, you're going to capture on e2, and there's no counterplay left. The black is just up a whole rook. He has a pass pawn on a2, and that's just plenty for Fabi to win this game easily. So of course, after knight to c5 check, the game ended, and a great victory for Fabi in round 2. But this is what I meant, that I really enjoy these tournaments where you don't just have top 10 players like you have in the candidates tournament, because those games are like 9 out of 10 are snooze fest. But here, when you have such up and coming grandmasters like Alexander Donchenko, who were not just willing but also eager to just go after the grandmaster, just trying to take him down, then we get beautiful attacking games like these ones, and it's what we most enjoy. So yeah, great game by both of them, and in the end Fabi won, but very creative approach by Alexander Donchenko. So congratulations on that as well. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Adriano Nunes Cavalcante, Mika de Forma, Greg Lemke Rojon, David Kimura, and William Gould for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel, probably more games from round 2, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very exciting game from round 7 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2021, in a game between Pentala Harikrishna and Alireza Firouzja. Harikrishna, so far without a loss, he has 1 win against Nils Grandelius from round 4, whereas Alireza lost his first round game to Magnus Carlsen. If you remember that crazy game we've shown immediately after it finished, but Alireza also has 3 wins, so Alireza is trying to catch up to the leaders of the tournament. So like I said, it's a pretty wild game. Let's see what happens. So Harikrishna with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Alireza, c4, and now c6 going for the Slav defense, and Harikrishna exchanges once. We have captures, and now bishop to f4. We have knight to c6 by Alireza, and now e3, closing up this structure here, now that the dark square bishop has been developed. And here, the top move in the database is knight to f6, but Alireza decides to mix it up with bishop to f5. And here we have bishop to b5, and already as of move 6 we have a completely new game. Someone asked in the comments on the previous video, what does it mean, a completely new game? I often mention this like every 100 videos or so. So there are these storages of chess games called the databases, and then we can check all the games for moves. So whenever I analyze for example this game, I check if any of the moves were played, who played them, why they were played, how many times a certain move has been played, and then I know whenever we reach a certain position that has never been reached before. I personally consider that to be very interesting, and a lot of you said that you also consider this to be interesting, that we know that we are now covering new grounds. So that's what I mean when I say we have a completely new game. Just putting that out there. So bishop to b5, never played before, a completely new move, and already as a move 6. So here Alireza just continues developing. We have e6, he also closes up this structure, and now knight to c3. We have knight to e7, could be very useful in the future. You can go knight g6, attack the bishop, maybe go h5, h4, and so on. So here rook to c1, and we have a6. Now asking, do you want to trade, or I'm just going to push back your bishop. So bishop back to e2, and now f6. Alireza doesn't mind weakening the d6 pawn a little bit, because he wants to start pushing here. So here g4, Harikrishna beats him to it, attacks the bishop to g6, and now knight to f3. So you've also made some room on g3 for a bishop if needed. We have bishop to f7, now adding additional support to the e6 pawn and preparing to push those kingside pawns. Bishop back to g3, and now Alireza goes for h5. So he wants to open up the h file for his rook. Harikrishna doesn't allow it. He pushes g5, and now knight to g6. And already here we have a very interesting moment in the game where it's like we said, it was a new position already as a move 6. So this is a very uncovered ground. And here you should play h4. Just support that pawn on g5, prevent black from playing h4, and your position is good. But here Harikrishna captures on f6, and this is where his troubles begin. Because now, of course, he was hoping for g captures on f6, and then he's going to play h4, and everything is perfectly fine. However, he missed one switch that Alireza had in mind. So after g captures on f6, Alireza says, nope, not going to capture that. I'm just going to push h4. And now you're kind of in a bit of trouble because the bishop has to go somewhere, and wherever you play the bishop, the knight will capture it. And with the game being very open, you kind of do want the advantage of the bishop there. So here f captures on g7 first, bishop captures, and now bishop to e5. You have to give it up, but black will also recapture his lost pawn. So we have knight g captures on e5, d captures, and here Alireza just grabs it. Knight captures on e5, and now knight to d4, avoiding the trade and also hoping to put some pressure on that weak e6 pawn. So rook to c8, Alireza brings the rook into the game, and here white castles. And it's very interesting that white castles here. The whole position is very interesting. Like where is white castling, where is black castling? White doesn't have a g pawn. The entire king side is shattered. Black has no pawns on the king side. It's not a position you see every day. But here, for example, if rook to g1, you might think, why should I castle? I might use the g file for my rook. But then let's say bishop f6, and you can see that all of these squares are covered by the bishops. This is covered by the knight, this is covered by the pawn. So the rook will not have all that much to do here on the g file. So instead of bringing the rook to g1, Harikrishna just castled, and now Alireza plays knight to c6. Now he's putting some pressure on the knight here. He has some ideas of pushing the pawns in the center, and also if something like rook to g8, you don't have to worry. The king will be safe on h1. It's not the position is very unlikely to open up, that the white king will be in danger. So here bishop to g4, again just putting pressure on that e6 pawn. So Alireza eliminates one of the attackers. Knight captures, e captures, and now rook to c6. Just a nice rook lift to add more defense to the pawn here. In the future, you might have some ideas of shifting the rook over to the king side for attacking purposes. So knight to e2. Adding a defender to this d4 pawn, because black always has this option of adding more pressure to the pawn. So this defends it, and also it offers a trade of rooks. So here Alireza says, let's play h3, and h3 is a very nice idea because it prevents white from playing h3, and it's such a it's always ugly when you have to play and your opponent has his pawn all the way to your king. You constantly have to calculate everything. Like if the bishop moves, maybe like ideas like queen g5 check, king h1, queen to g2 checkmate to become possible all of a sudden. So here rook to c3, saying that okay, you will either capture here, and then I'm going to recapture with my pawn and have a very strong center, or I'm just going to capture this pawn on h3, which is now obviously a weakness. But Alireza says obviously not, and plays rook to h4. Now saying that if you go after the pawn, the problem is after, for example, bishop captures, rook captures on c3, you eliminate one of the defenders, and then you just pick up the bishop. Or of course, if you capture with the rook, then you lose the bishop. So here, Harikrishna plays a rook to g3, and now queen to c7, just putting more pressure to that king side. And here, while you can capture on h3, there's no point in doing it right away. For example, captures bishop h5. Now it's very annoying. So it doesn't seem like there's ever a good time to capture this pawn for now. So here, rook to e1 first, and now king to f8, getting the king to safety away from the e-file. We have queen to d3, and now comes e5. So now the queen has left the d1 square. Now maybe now you will be able to capture on h3, but Alireza starts pushing in the center, e5. And e5 is a very sneaky move. You're threatening a lot of stuff here. For example, capturing the d4 pawn, you might have ideas of pushing the pawn to e4, and white needs to take all of this into account. So here, you might consider moving the queen, you might consider bishop captures on h3, you might consider king h1. A lot of moves are possible here. Before doing any of that, Hare Krishna decided to deliver this queen to a3 check, just checking to see if the king will move to the g-file in line of the rook, or will maybe Alireza block with the queen. So as black is the one who's attacking here, Pentala really wants to get the queens off the board, and Alireza says, nope, not a problem. Goes queen to d6, and we have a queen trade. Captures, and now finally bishop captures on h3, saying that, okay, you're either going to advance the pawn, and then I'm going to be up a pawn, or you capture on d4, and then your pawn structure in the center is all messed up. But Alireza says that's not a problem. Just captures on d4. This pawn is very well protected, and now because you capture the h3 pawn, you're going to have some problems here along the h-file when I double up my rooks here. So knight to c1, and now rook d to h6, going after that bishop and the pawn, so you have to move the bishop to g2, and then now comes rook captures on h2. We have knight to d3, and now a rook back to h5, just taking away that e5 square from the white knight. So f4 here, with options of maybe getting the knight to e5, or maybe you want to start pushing that pawn if the opportunity will arrive. But here Alireza just goes rook to c6. He says, I want to get my rook all the way to the second rank, and then my position will be just unstoppable. So here, bishop to f3, going after the rook. We could play knight e5, but it doesn't seem to be sufficient. For example, captures, and now blocks with bishop to e6, and black's position will always be better here. For example, if rook d1 going after the pawn, rook to c2. So you can take one of the double pawns. It's not really a problem, but black will be very happy with his activity along the second rank. So here, after rook to c6, we have bishop to f3 first, challenging the rook here, and now rook h to h6. We have rook back to g2, not allowing rook to c2. This rook lift, and now rook h to g6. Here Alireza offers a trade of one of the rooks, and Hare Krishna says, all right, but we trade on g2. And here, if you capture on g2, for example, captures and rook c2, yes, you got your rook to the second rank. But after king to g3, there's no good way to take advantage of this. The knight is still on d3 guarding the pawn here, so it's not really that big of a deal. And if you go, for example, rook to d2, you attack the knight. Then, for example, knight c5, and now finally, if you capture it, then you have this knight to e6 check, and it's a very tricky position. Rook captures. Now this can be captured. This is going to be pushed, and it's an equalish position. So instead, after f5, Alireza doesn't like that. He goes back rook to h6, and now we have knight to f4. So knight to f4 is looks very scary, but it is in fact the move that allows Alireza a winning advantage. But for Alireza to win this, you have to pause the video and try to find the winning idea for him. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. So, do your thing. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the unspottable move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's nothing to do with rook, but it's d3. So congratulations to everyone who found it. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the reason why d3 is so strong is because it can be captured. And it's hard to find the reasoning behind this move, but when you see it, then you, of course, believe it. So here, not capturing the pawn doesn't really make sense. It's too strong a pawn to be just left there. Now rook to c2 is again an option because the pawn is just will be defending that, so you have to eliminate this pawn. So this is what Hare Krishna did, but now comes the bishop to d4 check. And that was the point of the pawn push. You have to free up the d4 square for the bishop. And now the problem is if you, for example, go king f1, then rook to h3, and now the knight on d3 is terrible. And there's no good way to deal with this. You have to give up material, because if you try to hold on to everything, let's say you defend the knight, just rook h1 check, rook g1 checkmate. So great stuff there. So after bishop to d4 check, we have knight to f2 by Hare Krishna, and now rook to c2. Finally, Alireza brings his rook to the second rank, and not going for the greedy bishop captures here. Activity is always above all. So here, king f1, white unpins here, and now rook captures on b2. Now you will gobble up those pawns. We have rook to e2, offering a rook trade. Now rook b1 check, rook to e1, and now rook h back to b6. Now saying, okay, you can trade here, but then my other rook comes to the b1 square with check. And now if you go up the board, then I can always check to pick up the pawn. Or if you play something like this, then it's just a very passive position for white, not fun to play. So after this rook h to b6, we have knight to d3, and now bishop to c3, attacking the rook here. We have rook captures on d1, forcing the trade. Rook captures and king f2, and now Alireza starts bringing the king into the game. King e7, we have rook to h2, now with ideas of shifting the rook over to the 7th rank. King f6, and now king to e3, and here king to g5 by Alireza. And king to g5 is very interesting because it kind of invites rook to h7, and there doesn't seem to be an idea behind it. What Alireza had in mind, I have no idea. Probably to go back with the king if he goes for this. But if you're wondering why not just capture the pawn, this is not a free pawn. If you capture it, then there's bishop captures on d5. Bishop captures, now rook h5 check with the idea of capturing the bishop, and if the king defends, knight f4 checks and picks up the bishop here, and white will be very happy with this position as it's the best one he can get from there. So instead, king to g5, not capturing this pawn, and now here Hare Krishna did not even test what happens after rook to h7. He decided to go for knight to c5 instead, puts some pressure on the b7 pawn. Now his idea is rook to h7 might come on the next move, and here rook to b5, trying to kick away the knight, but now rook to h7, trying to trade knight for bishop here, but just bishop to g8. Of course, you do not have this check, the bishop covers that square, so rook to c7, and now finally king captures on f5. Now it's all right to capture it, and here black is up 2 pawns, and white really needs to do something about that. Being 2 pawns down is not great, but it's hard to find a move for white. There doesn't seem to be an active idea. So white went with the idea that let's just grab a pawn, and if we survive, then we survive. So here Hare Krishna played knight captures on b7, but now again Alireza just goes in for the kill and plays d4 with check. And now how do you survive this? Your options are very limited. You could go king d3, for example, king f2. Let's see what happens if king to d3. If king d3, then king f4 attacks the bishop. You move the bishop, and then comes rook to b2 with the idea of this check. So you have to prevent that. Bishop to c2, but now bishop to e6 with the idea of bishop f5 check, and then you win the game. So knight to d6 blocking this, and now just bishop to b4, preparing to eliminate the defender of the f5 square, and that's it. There's no defending this. Try something like rook a7. It doesn't help because the bishop just moves, and now the knight is under attack. You have to defend it, and here you just captures, and king e5, and that's it. Now you have to give up the rook for the bishop, or you move the rook, and then again this check comes, and then you pick up the piece, and so on. So it's a very it's an impossible position to play for white. white. So king to d3 out of the question. King to f2 is what was played in the game. And here Alireza goes rook to b2 with check, bishop to e2, and now king f4. Just limiting the options of this white king. This is for the moment not the greatest of moves because the bishop will fall. So Alireza will simply prepare that. Knight to d6 and now bishop to d2. Now d3 becomes a real threat. So here king to f1, getting the king away from the second rank that the rook occupies, and now rook to b1 with check. And now the problem is if you go something like king f2, then bishop to e2. Bishop to e3 with check is just deadly. King g2, and you're getting checkmated. Bishop here delivers check. King goes here, and now rook h1 will be checkmate. So instead, after rook to b1 check, here bishop to d1 was played, kind of getting into maybe if rook captures just king here, and then we pick up the bishop or the rook. The problem is bishop a5 again attacks white's rook, so this is not possible. But Alireza did not go for the immediate grab. Alireza just played d3, and it was in this position on move 56 that Kantala had resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. There is nothing. Rook captures and d1 is coming, and that's just it. You're getting checkmated whatever you play. Especially like if you go after the bishop, it's just an immediate checkmate. Rook captures with check, king f2, bishop to e3 check, king to g2. Now bishop b5 check. You have to go up the board, and then just rook to h1 will be checkmate. So incredible win by Alireza with the black pieces, and this means a lot for the current standings, as after 7 rounds of the Tata Steel Masters, these are the standings. So let's check it out. Alireza is on top with 5.5 points out of 8, having an incredible tournament with a rating performance of 28.62. So that's just incredible, alone with 5.5 points. Then 4 people with 5 points: Anish Giri, Andrei Sipenko, Jordan Van Forest, and Fabiano Caruana with 4.5. Nils Grandelius, Kantala and Magnus are on 4 out of 8, with 3.5. Radoslav Wojtaszek with 3. We have Maxim Vashela, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Arjan Tari, and David Anton Guijarro, and in last place Alexander Donchenko with 2.5 out of 8. So imagine if Alireza didn't lose to Magnus in the first round, he would be up a full point ahead of everyone. And also something I wanted to show you, if you guys are interested, let me just load that up. Just give me a second. Alireza's rating is currently very, very impressive. Oh, come on. Me and my file namings. Right. ESH. Why don't I see it? All right. Yeah, I think it's this one. No, it's not. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. All right, nice. All right, so these are the live ratings, and as you can see, Firouzja is up by 11 points, so that's super, super impressive. And he's now currently number 14 in the world, and he's very, very close. He needs how many points to get in the top 10? He needs less than 5 points. So he needs less than 5 rating points to take over everyone. Richard Rapport, Van Gaal, Rajabov, and Maxim Vashel, and then go into the world top 10. And as you can see, Magnus is down by 17.7 points, but that's the downside of being so much higher rated than everyone else. If you lose a game, it's gonna really, really hurt your rating, as you can see here. So if Magnus loses one more game, he might even go below Fabi. Okay, not one, but it does hurt when he loses to, for example, Esipenko like he did there, as Esipenko was over 200 rating points lower rated than Magnus. But yeah, really incredible stuff, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Can Firouzja continue this onslaught? He already faced Magnus in round 1, so we'll see if anyone else can challenge him. So that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Eric Hinterbila, Mike Marshall, Jon Tamaka, Ramdan Smith-McLeod, and Jerry Langdon for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very nice game you suggested I cover. It's from the 38th Open Utrecht Rombach tournament that was played the past few days, and it's a game between Russian Grandmaster Vyacheslav Ikonikov and Eline Roybers from Netherlands. Could be pronounced any other way, I guess, as Dutch names are always very, very difficult to pronounce, but I'm going with Roybers, and she's only 15 years old, but she won the tournament, so that's very, very impressive, probably why you guys requested me to show it, and it's a really, really intense game. A lot of things could have gone very, very differently and very wrong for both of them, as you'll see, but it's a very enjoyable one. So without further ado, let's check it out and see how she managed to win this tournament. So here, Ikonikov opens with d4. We have d5, c4, c6, knight to f3, and knight to f6. We have the Slav defense on the board, knight to c3, and e6, going for the semi-Slav defense. And now usually e3 is pretty standard here, but white goes for bishop, queen to b3. Now putting pressure on a little bit more pressure on d5, also putting pressure on b7, so black cannot develop this bishop for the moment. Here we have d captures on c4, a very principled decision, as you are trying to make white pay for developing the queen too early, so white has to wait some tempo here. Queen captures on c4, and now b5, further harassing the queen, queen d3, and now a6. So defending the b5 pawn, so you can advance this pawn to c5 and attack white's center. So here bishop to g5, nicely developing, and now usually just c5 is played here, but she first develops the light square bishop. We have bishop to b7, and now white grabs the center with e4. We have h6, bishop to h4, and only now c5, attacking white's strong center. And the position has been reached even this year. It was reached in the Serbian team championship between Alexander Injicin and Hans Moken Niemann, where d5 was played, and the black was able to win this game. But here we have e5, and it is now as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. And let's see how e5 is different from d5. Well, for one, the knight cannot move. If the knight moves, you lose the queen, so is she just blundering the knight? Well, not really. g5, now if pawn captures knight, we have pawn captures bishop, so white just goes knight captures and g5. Captures, and now you've temporarily sacrificed a piece, but you're going to win the knight back, so it's not a problem. Here we have c4, further attacking the queen here, queen to d2, and now knight b to d7. You can't save the knight, so you might as well continue development. We have e captures on f6, white wins the piece back, and now we have b4. You could play many different moves here, like you could capture on f6, but that looks a little bit weird, and it doesn't seem like black is all that interested in winning the pawn back. So here b4, attacking the knight, and already white is under a lot of pressure. Black king is also in the center of the board, but white king is a bit more open, and here you have to play very, very precise moves, and knight to d1 seems to be the move you have to play here. But here knight to a4 was played, and this gives black, well, just many ways to continue this, one of them being the most straightforward one, and that is c3. So the queen is attacked, and you can't really capture here. Whoops, sorry about that. If you capture on c3, queen to a5, and what do you do here? You're attacking the knight, you can't really defend the knight. If you move the knight, then you lose control of c3. B captures on c3 will create a very strong pass pawn, and it's just a terrible position for white. So instead, after c3, we have queen to e3, and now knight to b6, offering a trade of knights here, which white should definitely accept, but instead white plays b3 here, and this is now, maybe a little bit too much, giving black a pass pawn on c3 already, but okay, knight captures on a4, b captures, and queen to b6 now. Developing the queen, also might be preparing queenside castles, so bishop to f4, as the d4 pawn will come under attack, so you want to play bishop to e5 to defend both of your pawns, and now we have rook to d8. Black could also castle queenside here, but she goes for rook to d8, and now we have bishop to e5. We have to defend our d4 pawn, b3 now, with the idea of, well, just further activating this queen. So a captures on b3, queen captures on b3, and now bishop to d3. asking what do you want to do here, and it's a really interesting position where again many things are possible because it's such an open position. Both kings are in the center of the board. Both players have the bishop pair, the queens are on the board. It's a very cool position. In the game, bishop to h6 was played, but just to give you an example of what the engine thinks is best, bishop captures on g2 runs into rook to g1 and now rook to h3. This is seemingly best for black, but again it doesn't give black all that much. Queen to e2. Now you have to find c2 with the crazy idea that if queen captures on c2, you just go back queen to b7 and defend your bishop here, with black having a very comfortable game. And of course, if white captures with the bishop, well then just the bishop to b4 check and white is dead lost. So there are some ideas with bishop captures on g2, but okay, bishop to h6 first attacks the queen. Now comes queen to g3. You could also block with f4. Now Vyacheslav decides to play queen to g3, and now what do you play here? Well, here Aline played king to d7, and it's such a tricky move to face over the board, especially if the time on the clock was low, as I understand it was. By the way, I forgot to mention in the description there will be a link to a chess.com article by Peter Dodgers where he talks a little bit more about the tournament and what happened there, and a little bit more about Aline. So do check that out as well. So just again to give you an example, if bishop to d2 check, and this seems like a move you really want to play, we're going to play king to e2, and now how do you continue this? Well, it's very hard to find a move here for black unless you find bishop to f4. That's what you kind of have to play. And now there are some very impressive ideas here with queen b2 check, and not a lot of thing to do here. For example, if you play queen captures on f4, if you grab the bishop, we just play queen b2 check, and well, it's just a very bad position for white. So what you would have to do here after bishop to f4 is play rook to b1, and here we would have a queen trade, but this way captures. We're going to play bishop captures on g3, h captures, bishop captures here, and now bishop captures on a6, and we finish this position with white being up a pawn, and it's a past a pawn. So this will be definitely advantageous for white. So although it seems like the absolute best move, it doesn't give black all that much. So here she played king to d7, which leaves you a lot of options. You could hide the king on the queen side. You could bring this rook into the attack here. So it's a very tricky move, and definitely a move you don't want to see in time trouble. So here we have rook to b1. Now you have to be careful, otherwise you're going to lose the bishop. So queen d5 defends the bishop, and now f3. So you no longer have to worry about the weak g2 pawn, and only now bishop to d2 with check. We have king f2. Now comes the bishop to c6. So you don't have the bishop here as a target, but bishop to c6 is a move that gives white a winning advantage. Unfortunately for Aline here, you want to play rook h to g8 or rook d to g8 and harass that queen, but still the position is better for white. However, after bishop to c6, the position is completely winning for white, but again, you have to play it very precisely. So queen to g7. Of course, we go after the f7 pawn. Luckily, the king moved, so we can block with the rook. And then now a brilliant move by Vyacheslav, rather the only winning move in the position, that is rook to b8. Now the point being, if rook captures on d8, well, we're just going to capture on f7, and after king to d8, we're just going to checkmate the black king check here, and queen to e7 will be checkmate. So how can Aline get out of this? You can capture the rook, but also if you just allow rook captures on f8, you're going to be down the rook. Here, she played queen to a2, and this is a very tricky idea, saying that if you capture my rook here, or with the other rook, I'm just going to play bishop to e3 with check, and now after the king moves, and you don't really have all that many squares, queen to f2 with check, king g4, and now even rook to h4 with checkmate. So there are many such ideas in the position. So instead, after this queen to a2 move, king to g3 was played, and now how do you continue? Bishop to e3. Again, very tricky, as you again might get checkmate, king g4, rook to h4. So rook to f1, the only winning move for white. So Ikonikov playing very the only moves basically here, and now queen to a3, retreating and defending that rook here. And now Ikonikov played everything perfectly, and now he just has to finish the game. But it's not all that clear. How do you finish the game? Yes, you are winning, and the engine screams that you are winning. But in time trouble, it's hard to find a winning move here. Just to give you an example of how difficult the position is, bishop captures on a6 is the engine's all-time favorite move, and of course the engine's they love their pawns. But in this kind of a crazy position, who would play bishop captures on a6? So one of the moves that actually wins the position is bishop to g6. But it's still not all that easy in time trouble because you have to give up your queen temporarily. For example, rook h to g8, bishop captures on f7 now, and after rook captures, f captures on g7, attacking the rook. And okay, now it's clear that white will win the game. For example, rook captures on e8, we're going to play bishop captures, and we get another queen into the game. However, that's it seems that it's easier said than done. In the game, Ikonikov tried queen captures on h8. Seems like it's similar, and that white will be able to get to this pawn, try to advance this pawn. Also, he will try to advance this pawn, but it's not as clear. So rook captures on h8, rook captures on h8, and now the position is pretty much winning for Ikonikov unless Roivers plays one move that gives her the advantage. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this elusive idea in this difficult position while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this incredible idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop captures on d4. That's the move Ikonikov missed when he played this, giving up the queen for two rooks idea. And now the problem is if the bishop is captured, well then queen to d6 check. And after king h3, we pick up the bishop on d4, attack this bishop, attack the f6 pawn. And after, let's say, rook to d1, we can just pick up the pawn. We don't even care because there are no good discoveries on the king. For example, bishop captures on a6, we're going to play king d7. And now black is much better here, or rather black is winning here. As the coordination between white pieces isn't all that impressive, and the white king is kind of boxed in here on h3. So that's one problem. Another one is, well, you just can't capture on d4. Bishop to f4 was played, but now just the bishop captures on f6. So just grabbing two of these very important pawns just like that really will make it troublesome for white to win this. So rook to h7, now king e7, defending the pawn. Bishop to g6 now, but now bishop to e8. So everything is nicely defended. We have rook to b1, going for rook to b7 check, but now e5, starting to advance the pawn. Also asking what do you do with the bishop here. So bishop c1, attacking the queen. The bishop will also be needed in guarding the c1 square, as it's the queening square for the c pawn. Queen back to d6, and now rook to b7 should be played here, but Ikonikov first plays bishop captures on f7. He will win the piece back, of course, but it's just way worse than rook to b7. So here bishop captures was played, rook to b7 check, king to e6, and now rook b captures on f7. But now white will have some problems here. Queen to d1, attacking the bishop here, bishop to a3, and now comes queen captures on a4. And now, okay, you're threatening to win the bishop here, so bishop back to c1, but this bishop to c1 is actually a mistake. Rook to b7 was the only way to continue this with white. It's a very scary position, but at least it gives you some fighting chance. For example, if you capture the bishop, then rook b6 check, and black might be in some trouble. For example, if you go king to f5, we're going to play rook to f7, and now, well, it's actually black who has to be worried about getting checkmated. But okay, it's still a dead draw if both sides play correctly. So here bishop to c1 was played, but now queen to a1, attacking the bishop, bishop to e3, and now queen to e1 with check. So now you either lose the bishop or you have to give up control of the queening square. So bishop f2, now comes queen to d2, and now rook to c7. You can play something like rook h6 to go after the bishop because the queen here guards the h6 square, also one of the problems for white. So rook to c7 was played, but now c2, preparing c1 queen. Here rook to c6 check was played, king to f5, and it was in this position on move 47 that Vyacheslav resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. There's no way to increase any pressure. You can give one small check, but after king to g6, there are no more moves you can play. Whatever you play, c1 queen is coming, and other than that, there really isn't anything he can play. So really impressive game. It was hard fought by both of them, and then when the game reached time trouble, then well, he who had or she who had the strongest nerves in this case wins the game. There's also a nice photo of this from the article by Peter Dodgers that you can check out here. Here's a photo of them playing in the final round. There you can see the starting position. The queen is already on d3, and also here are the final standings. Here you can see that she won the tournament with 6.5 points ahead of everyone else, whereas Ikonikov, who is in 9th place, finished on 5 points. If he had won the final game, he would tie for first with Oliver Stork and I cannot pronounce this, but we're going to go with Kaufman. But yeah, you can see that Elina Rivers is untitled. She does not have a title, and she left some very strong title players behind, a couple of FIDE masters, an international master, and a grandmaster. So very nicely done. Wonderfully fought game, and we'll see what she has in store for the chess world. Well, after this tournament, she's only 15, already rated almost 2400. So we'll see what happens. We'll be following the progress. So that's the game. Thank you guys for suggesting it. Hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jonathan Maisa, David Hertz, Roger Stadelman, Benjamin Bryant, and Ryan Urban for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. Really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continue to check up on your wonderful suggestions such as this one and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to some extremely exciting news. For those of you who still haven't heard, here are the news. Kasparov, yes, former world champion Garry Kasparov will face current world champion Magnus Carlsen in a chess 960 showdown after some 16 years after their last matchup. So here's what's happening. Here's a nice article by Peter Dodgers for chess.com. As you can see, Carlsen and Kasparov will clash for the first time in 16 years. Two traditional tournaments organized by St. Louis Chess Club will be held online next month. So the championships showdown, it's the chess 9LX. I still don't know why they're still calling it that. Doesn't sound all that impressive. It's basically chess 960 or Fisher Random from September 11th to September 13th, and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz from September 15th to 19th. The first tournament is a round robin this year, meaning that Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen will meet in an official event for the first time since 2004. And here are the other participants of the chess 960 showdown. So Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Timur Rajabov, Linier Dominguez, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, Peter Sviller, and Garry Kasparov. So it's going to be, I think this is going to be more exciting than a lot of stuff that we've had like in the previous few months or maybe in an entire year, because here the positions that will happen in these games will be completely crazy. So no opening theory, just good old tactics and just going all out. So it's going to be a great tournament. I can't wait to see how Garry will do against this field. There are some older players here, but also some very young ones like Alireza Firouzja. And here, even though we've covered all the games that Kasparov ever played against Magnus Carlsen, I will also put links to those three games in the description below. I decided to redo one of them. It's a game from their 2004 Rapid tournament in Reykjavik, and it's really an impressive game. So without further ado, let's check it out. And before we check out this game, I would just like to say that I created a Telegram channel for those of you who are maybe having troubles receiving notifications from YouTube. So you can join our Telegram channel, and I will also post it there whenever I post a video. And also if I'm having like a small private tournament that I'm not going to publish online, or if there are some really interesting chess news, I'm just going to link you to the news so you can stay up to date. So if you want, the link will be in the description below. The first thing you will see, then you will see the link to the three games we've already covered between Magnus and Kasparov. But for those of you who are new to chess or maybe new to the channel, this is one of their games from the 2004 matchup in the Rapid Reykjavik tournament. So Magnus has the white pieces here. It's a knockout event, and Magnus lost when Kasparov had the white pieces. So now Magnus needs to equalize to force tie breaks, and it's 25 minutes per player plus a 5-second increment per move. So Magnus with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5, c4, and c6. The Slav defense is on the board. We have knight f3 and now knight to f6 by Kasparov, knight to c3 and e6 now. So closing the structure here. We have bishop to g5 and now knight b to d7. So this was all very standard stuff at the time, and still is. We have e3 and now queen to a5, the most popular move still up to this date in 2020. Knight b to d2. You're fighting for the e4 square because now you've unpinned the knight from f6 can now move. You're playing knight to e4, and so Magnus in expectance of that goes knight to d2. So now this knight is no longer pinned. You can move it and you will be able to capture here if knight e4 for example is played. We have bishop to b4. Kasparov piles up on the c3 knight, threatening just to capture it, and here queen to c2 defending. If you try some sort of a weird developing move, you have to be careful. For example, if you play something like bishop to d3, then d captures on c4 is a very natural mistake you can make, as it comes with a double attack and you're going to lose one of your bishops. Or rather, you have to go into something like this: bishop captures on f6, c captures on d3, and now you either capture allow this, or you go back with the bishop. For example, bishop h4, now b6. And well, now just bishop a6 is coming, and this pawn will be a monster here. And I forgot to mention, I will link you the entire article by Peter Dodgers in the description below, so you can read a bit more about the upcoming event. So instead, after bishop b4, we have queen c2. This is all standard stuff. And here, Kasparov castles. We have bishop to e2. Magnus also prepares to castle. And now there are some moves you can play here, like c5. You can go for this. You can play d captures on c4. But as Carlsen's king is on the center of the board, Kasparov goes for e5. He wants to bust open the center, and also at some point he wants to get his light square bishop into the game. So we have castles by Magnus, and now e captures on d4. Advancing this one all the way to e4 does seem like it creates a very strong pawn chain, but it's actually white who's enjoying this tension, as white has pressure on the center. And at some point, once you develop all your pieces, if you kick away the bishop with a3, get the rook into the game, you can always undermine the center with f3, and then just enjoy your own center. So instead, Kasparov plays e captures on d4, and now not recapturing right away, but first a very important Zwischenzug, knight to b3 with an attack on the queen. So you have to react to this, queen to b6, and only now e captures on d4. We have d captures on c4, bishop captures on c4, and now a5. Kasparov wants to play a4, kick away the defender of the pawn here. So naturally Magnus needs to prevent this, and he prevents it with a4. And now the queen no longer needed here. We have queen back to c7, putting pressure along this diagonal. Bishop to d6 is also coming. Knight to g4. Knight to g4 might be an idea, putting a lot of pressure on Carlsen's king side. And here rook 8 to e1 by Magnus. And now you could try a lot of things. For example, b6 was tried in this position. Queen to d6 was also attempted in this position, but the move Kasparov plays h6 was a new move back in 2004, and it still is today, and it is as a move 15 that this position has never been reached again. So Magnus needs to decide: do we go back? Do we capture? Do we go to h4? A lot of possibilities here. Magnus decides to keep the tension, as he wants to make it problematic for Kasparov to develop this knight somewhere, as he always wants to have this option, not that, of capturing on f6. So here you could actually do it with knight d6 because the bishop on c4 is undefended, for example. But then comes bishop d4, and you could simply remaneuver the knight here, or you could capture here, but it's not really a problem. Knight to d5 would be better if you go for something like first knight here, and now it's not a problem because the knight is guarded. That's what I wanted to say. So here we have bishop back to d6 by Kasparov, putting pressure on the h2 pawn, and now while you could defend with bishop to g3, Magnus still wants to keep this tension happening here. So h3. If you move, you can always just capture on f6. But this is exactly what Kasparov does. Knight to b6 as the bishop on c4 is still undefended. And now we have a trade here. Bishop captures on f6, knight captures on c4, and now knight to e4 by Magnus, opening up an attack on the knight here and putting pressure on the bishop on d6. So you could just defend it with bishop to e6, but Kasparov really wants to keep his bishop pair, so he finds bishop to h2 with check. We have king to h1 by Magnus, and now what do you do here? Well, here Kasparov finds a knight to d6, and now it's a question. What do you do here? Your knight is being pressured now, but also there are some other possibilities. For example, the bishop is now undefended, so maybe you can capture that. So there are a lot of things you could play. You could play f4, you could just make a slow move. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the best move while I give you a couple of seconds, as it's really just a wonderful position. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on playing the most welcoming king captures on h2. What was that? Sorry about that. I did not know you could do that. King captures on h2. It looks really weird because you're just going in front of the queen and allowing yourself some very nasty discoveries. But the problem is if you go for knight captures first and bishop captures, then Kasparov got what he wanted. He keeps the bishop pair. The light for bishop is still under attack, and after the bishop moves, you're going to play b6, get the bishop into the game this way, and black will just have a very, very pleasant game. So Magnus finds the absolute strongest move. King captures on h2. So you allow some very nasty discoveries, but the problem is there's only one nasty discovery, and that's knight captures on e4 check, which Kasparov plays. But now the problem is bishop to e5, getting your bishop out of harm's way and also attacking Kasparov's queen while the knight is also under attack. So you have to go knight to d6. And now you see this position is much better than the one where Kasparov had a dark square bishop here. Now there's a knight here, the knight is nicely pinned, and again we need to find a nice move for white. And here is where it's crucial to play it correctly and to put the most tension on Garry Kasparov. So what would you play here? Once again, feel free to pause the video and try and figure out what to play here while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's, deciphering this position is what it's all about. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's d5. d5 seems to be the way to go here, because Magnus went for a similar idea, but we're going to discuss that as well. Magnus played queen to c5 first. He put pressure on the knight here because the knight is pinned, but we're first going to show what happens after d5. d5 is excellent because it frees up this diagonal for the queen. Queen to c3, and the bishop battery will go after the g7 pawn. And also you cannot capture because the queen on c7 would be hanging. So here, rook d8, adding another defender to the knight. Now queen c3, putting pressure on g7. And now you defend with f6 and bishop to g3, still keeping the tension. The knight cannot move, the pawn cannot capture. Queen d7, you have to move the queen somewhere, but you can't move away from the defense of the pawn because you don't want to lose the pawn here. But now comes knight to c5, and whatever you do, you will lose a pawn. For example, queen f7, you're going to play d captures on c6, b captures, and now rook to d1, put a double attack on the knight here, and now whatever black plays, for example, knight b7, you just trade everything. Captures, you're going to go captures with check, and now, for example, queen captures on a5. You will win the a5 pawn, and after black attempts to trade and tries to go for an endgame, you're going to go queen b6, attacking the bishop, c5, and we have this very nice position where black is threatening checkmate. But after this f3 move, we get this position where white is up a pawn, and it's a passed a pawn. And this is the best way for white to play this setup. Whether Magnus would win this, it's hard to say. It's a rapid game. But it is definitely known that he would have excellent chances here, probably winning chances. So after knight to d6, this is definitely the way to go. Magnus tried a very similar idea. He played queen to c5 first, with the idea of pushing d5 next, as this comes with a threat. But now the thing is, Kasparov can just play rook to d8, and now you don't have the c5 square available for your knight. That's one thing. But Magnus still figures out a way how to win a pawn. He pushes d5 now, and still the knight is pinned. The pawn cannot capture. But now queen d7, and now you have time. Knight to d4, now with a triple attack here. And now the problem is, this is beautiful what Magnus prepared here, because if Kasparov wants to trade off the pawn now with pawn captures here, the problem is that now Magnus easily wins the game with queen captures on d6. This is his point. Captures, we have captures, and now rook to e8 check, only move king h7, and now rook to c1, and black loses the bishop here, and with it the game. So this was his plan, how he decided to win the pawn, as now Kasparov doesn't really have a good move here, but Kasparov has one move, knight to f5. And now again, what do you play here? Well, now you do actually win a pawn, so d captures on c6, Magnus does win a pawn, b captures, and now knight captures on c6, attacking the rook here, and now rook to e8. And here, Magnus just plays rook to d1. So he attacks the queen first, queen to e6, and now rook f to e1. So this is the position that he got instead of that one that we've shown. So he is up a pawn, but black has a lot more options than the one that we've shown, where Magnus would already have a passed a pawn. So Kasparov goes bishop b7. This is definitely the diagonal that this bishop needs to control. And here Magnus goes back, knight to d4, offering some trades here as the queen and knight are under attack. Knight captures, and now queen captures. Bishop captures looks nice, but after queen g6 threatening checkmate, it doesn't really do anything. So it's better to capture with the queen, putting pressure on the g7 pawn. So Kasparov defends it while attacking. Queen to g6, again threatening checkmate here. And while you could defend with f3, Magnus doesn't really feel like creating more weaknesses. He instead just offers a queen trade with queen to g4. f3 here would probably make the game a lot more complicated, but we can't forget that Magnus is still very young here, and he is facing the beast of Baku, Garry Kasparov. So he wants to go queen to g4, and now we have queen captures on g4. Kasparov gladly trades. We have h captures, and now bishop to c6. Now it's two rooks are still on the board for each player, but we have opposite colored bishops, and Kasparov would very, very gladly draw this with the black pieces. So here b3, defending the pawn, and now f6, challenging the bishop here, bishop to c3, and now Kasparov successfully trades off one of the rooks, rook captures, and bishop to d5. Now attacking the pawn here, rook to b1 defending, and now not just yet with rook to b8 to offer this trade. But first Kasparov brings his king into the game. King f7, we have king to g3, Magnus does the same, and now rook to b8. Now he wants to offer this trade, for example, captures, and after all is said and done, you would still win this one, as it's on a light square, the dark square bishop is helpless here, so once the bishop moves, it's just 3 pawns each, a completely drawn endgame. So Magnus does find b4, like we said, once b4 is played, you will create at least one pass pawn, so a captures on b4, and now bishop captures on b4. We have bishop to c4, Kasparov controls the a6 square, you don't want to allow this pawn to travel too far, a5, and bishop to a6, and now f3. Now Kasparov just needs to prevent this pawn from moving forward, and Magnus needs to figure out a way how to continue pushing this pawn. So king g6, and now king to f4. Kasparov now goes h5, he's very happy with as many trades as possible, g captures, king captures, and now rook to h1 check, very important check, as it allows Carlsen to activate both his rook and the bishop, and he wants to shift the bishop over to b6. So king g6, and now bishop to c5. We have rook to b2, going after the pawn here. If the rook moves, maybe some rook to f1 ideas will be possible, and now king g3, just defending that pawn. We have rook to a2, attacking the pawn, and Kasparov defends, and now king back to f7. And now it's very unclear how Magnus will force this bishop to move. So rook c1 by Kasparov, preparing some ideas like rook to c7 check. So g5 by Magnus, and rook to c7 with check. King g6, and now rook to c6, with some very nasty threats of something like rook to d8 or d4, going after the f6 pawn, but also putting pressure on the bishop on a6, and now it's very hard to decide what to do. So Kasparov instead goes bishop to f1. Now he also puts pressure pressure here, and here you don't really have a good move, because if you go for something like bishop to d4 to offer this trade, you even lose the game, because just rook captures here, the king has only one square, so you have to go here, and now nasty discoveries for the win. Rook c2 check, king moves, and you just pick up the rook and of course win the game. So here after bishop to f1, Carlsen really needs to figure out what to do here, so he played one of the only moves that are possible here, not to blunder the game, and that is bishop to f2, so the way to the g2 pawn is now blocked, and it was in this position on move 52 that the players agreed to a draw, because there is nothing more to be done here. Now next what would happen, Kasparov would win the a5 pawn, and now there's not much to play here. The material is completely equal, and of course there's nothing to do here. If you go bishop to d4, you can just pretty much do anything. Bishop to d4, you can go rook to a6, and now there's nothing to be done here. So after bishop to f2, they agreed to a draw, and what a game! The last game ever played between Magnus Carlsen and Garry Kasparov, and now they will face each other again after 16 years. They have faced each other again, but not in a one-on-one match. Sometimes during some of the St. Louis events, they play this 2-on-2 or 5-on-5, and then sometimes they will meet. But one-on-one over the board, well, online over the board, for the first time they will face each other in 16 years, and I'm expecting a great game and a great match. So I mean, it's going to be great. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and that you don't mind that I redid this game. I will be redoing from time to time a lot of games I covered in the past, as I don't know, I tend to think videos now are a bit better and of higher quality. You know, at least they are 60 frames per second. But maybe even, you know, so we will learn some more information and, you know, such things. So once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I hope you guys are excited for the event as much as I am. Like I said, do join the Telegram channel. The link to it will be the first thing you see in the description below. Then will be the link to the Peter Dodger's article on chess.com, so you can learn more about these two events, and then the 3 games between Kasparov and Carlsen that we've already covered a long time ago, all in the description below. So I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Ali Goodrill, Michael Brewer, Robert Kretschmar, Martin, Juba, and Schmiri for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the good stuff, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really wonderful game from the 1988 World Cup. It's a game between Yasser Seiravan and Alexander Belyavsky, two very well-known figures in the chess world. And since you guys enjoyed yesterday's video, that was also a very short game, I thought I'd throw in another one. This one is not as short, it is a bit longer, but it features a really awesome attack, so you guys are going to enjoy it. That being said, let's check it out. And also, if you guys can make it, today we have Lichess Arena, starts 8:30 Central European time. The link is in the description below. First thing you will see. Let's enjoy the game. So Yasser with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Belyavsky, c4, c6, knight to c3, and knight to f6, going for the Slav defense. We have c captures on d5, c captures, and bishop to f4 now. We have knight to c6 by black, and white just continues with e3. You can't really go for something like this to take advantage, because you run into a very well-known trap by black, not even queen to a5, but rather e5, and this is just game over. Because now if bishop captures on e5, you have this knight to e4 move, and now you have very nice control of the c3 square. Bishop to b4 check is coming, and white has to very quickly abandon whatever he was doing and try to consolidate. Because if you go for knight to c7 check, it seems like yes, everything is fine, but you just captured the knight. There's no problem. Bishop captures, bishop b4 check, and now the queen has to step in front of the king. You'll just pick up the queen with check, king to d1. Now even knight captures on f2 check, and that's just it. You're down. White is down a full rook, and it's game over. So after knight to c6, we have e3, and now comes bishop to f5. So also getting some nice development in. We have knight to f3, and now e6, and here bishop to b5. Just pinning that knight, maybe preparing knight to e5. So black takes care of that. He plays knight to d7. Now this knight is no longer pinned, and also black has very nice control of the e5 square. So here Seiravan castles and the bishop to e7. It seems like white is also preparing to castle, and the white black probably would castle if white continued with something like rook to c1. Then we'd see castles, and you know, the game continues. However, here Seiravan played bishop captures on c6, and it's already maybe capturing for the sake of capture. So we have b captures on c6, and now rook to c1. So okay, you will have this backward c6 pawn as a target. So Belyavsky defends it, and now we have knight to a4, not allowing any immediate c5 ideas. You really like this pawn to be stuck here on c6, but this allows Belyavsky to completely abandon any ideas of castling and go straight for the attack. And I don't remember what live stream it was. I know Yasser was streaming it. It was, I think, maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and he said that you don't want to give your opponent your home address too soon, because then he will know where you live and he will come and visit you. And this is exactly what Yasser did here. He castled, and then he continued playing here maybe on the queen side, but that doesn't work all that great with this position. So here Belyavsky just plays g5, and now we know what's coming. h4 is coming, h5, h4, and what can white do here? Well, of course, you have to move the bishop. So either bishop to e5 or bishop to g3. g3 makes a little bit more sense. So h5 preparing h4 to trap this bishop, and now comes h3. Of course, we have to create some breathing room for the bishop here, but now g4. So again, what do you play here? We have h captures on g4. There is one game where knight to e5 was played, black won that game, but here h captures on g4, and it is now as of move 15 that this position has never been reached again. So h captures on g4, attacks the knight. Now we have to go to e5, knight to e5. You could also go to h2, but that looks like a really weird square for the knight. For example, knight here, okay, you're attacking the g4 pawn, but after knight to f6 defending it, that knight is stuck there. I mean, it's maybe something you don't want to do. So instead he played knight to e5. The idea is the same. We're attacking the g4 pawn, so black of course will eliminate this knight. So knight captures on e5, bishop captures on e5, attacking the rook, and now f6. That's the good stuff. Bishop back to g3, and now we reach the position from the thumbnail where the black king announces checkmate. He says king to f7, and that's pretty much all that black needs to do here. Now the threat is just we move the rook, we double up on the h file, and we deliver rook to h1 checkmate. So is there any way for white to prevent this? Doesn't seem like it. Seiravan played rook to e1, trying to make some room for the king to try and escape to the center of the board. We still continue, rook to h5, and now queen to d2. Probably making room for the king all the way on d1, but it's maybe also even trying to get another defender if the bishop to b4 comes in, because these bishops are very strong. If this bishop ever comes to b4, could be even stronger. Okay, you have this retreat with knight to c3, but I guess he wanted to keep the knight there if it all needed to maybe come to c5. And now you could continue with queen to h8, which was your initial plan, but now, for example, king to f1, bishop to b4, and now knight to c3. It's unclear how to continue this attack. Well, it's not that unclear, but Belyavsky just started with this incredible move right away. So instead, after queen to d2, he didn't go for queen to h8. He instead played bishop to e4, and this is just a monster move because it prepares such a beauty that you guys are really going to enjoy this one. So king to f1, of course, we want to bring our king over to d1 to try and keep it safe there. But now, feel free to pause the video and really end the game for white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding this brilliancy. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course bishop to f3. There are other moves that win this position, but bishop to f3 is just game over. It's a force to mate in 4. So it was in this position on move 21 that Yasser Serevan resigned to the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. You take away the e2 square from the white king, and now rook to h1 will just be checkmate. And even if you capture the bishop, captures, the pawn still covers the e2 and g2 squares. Rook to h1 will be checkmate. And now after king to g1, you have many ways of winning this. You could just go queen to h8, and now rook to h1 is unstoppable. Or if you want to really be cool, you can also just sacrifice the rook first, then king captures, and then bring the queen into the h file with tempo king g1, now queen to h3, and now you're getting checkmated. So a very nice 21 move game by Alexander Belyavsky against an incredibly strong opponent like Yasser Serevan. Belyavsky finished in shared third place, and the tournament was won by none other than Anatoly Karpov, but still a great achievement, and especially this game, it's really quite a beauty. So here you can see that castling is important, but castling too early and then not continuing in the style of your castle position can bring to a very sudden downfall, like it happened here, because those g5, especially when you have the knight and bishop here, they're just free tempi for the pawns, just attack, just everything is coming forward, and you will not have time to consolidate. So maybe something to consider in your own games, and that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Like I said, do join us today. It's going to be a lot of fun. An hour and a half of the Lichess Arena. I think we already have almost 1,000 players registered for the tournament, so do join us. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Tom Deralo, Michael Schmidi, Beres Ertel, and Michael Kennedy, and Jan Bukovsky for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and everything else that's happening in the chess world. Thank you. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing with the match Fabiano Caruana versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Fabiano is currently in the top 4, so he is in the playoffs, but he still needs to remain in the top 4. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he needs to beat Fabiano and also win the next match to qualify for the top 4 in this tournament to go into the knockout stage of the tournament. And of course, Fabi will try everything he can to prevent that. So in game 1, Fabi with the white pieces opens with d4, and Maxim still sticks to his Slav with d4, d5, c4, and c6. So the Slav defense is on the board. Probably said, okay, this is an online tournament. Yes, it is a pretty big deal. There's a lot of money involved, and these are the absolute top elite players in the world. But if I don't experiment now, when am I going to do so? So he sticks with the Slav. We have knight to f3 and knight to f6. We have e3 by Fabi and the bishop to f5. Again, preparing to close the cage with e6. We have knight to c3 and e6 now, and the knight to h4, going after the bishop. We have bishop to e4 and now f3, pushing back the bishop all the way to g6, and now queen b3, going after the b7 pawn. You can always capture on g6. So queen c7, Maxim defends, and the bishop to d2 now. Fabi continues development, and Maxim does the same. Bishop e7 prepares castles, and c captures on d5. So a trade in the center, captures, and only now Fabi captures on g6. We have knight captures, h captures, and a queenside castle by Fabi. We have a6, not allowing knight to b5 for white, also preparing b5 in the future as white did castle queenside, so you might want to start attacking there. And king to b1, now just unpinning. The knight can now move, and knight to c6. And here rook to c1 now, x-raying that queen on c7, and rook to b8 now. And this position has been reached, and most often played moves are knight to a4 and g3 here, but the move Fabi played bishop to d3 is a new move, so already as of move 15 we have a completely new game. So the h2 pawn is obviously free for grabs, so Maxim goes for it. We have rook captures on h2, but now it's Fabi who has the open h file for just to use for his attacks, as the rook has already been played on b8, so black cannot castle, and you might have some problems there, but Maxim very confident that he will be able to do this. We have knight to e2, and now already there might be some threats involved. For example, if the queen moves somewhere, then maybe rook captures on c6 followed by queen captures here is an idea. So you constantly have to keep an eye on ideas like captures and maybe closing up the queen with the g3. So to make sure nothing like that happens, Maxim just trades rook captures on h1. We have rook captures, and now just b5, and you now will have to worry about rook to h8 at some point, but for the moment it's not a problem. So first Fabi just strikes in the center with e4, and now comes queen to b6, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. But now queen to d1 by Fabi, saying that okay, there's a nice juicy d4 pawn for you, but if Maxim actually went for the pawn, then you get rook h8 check, and now there's a problem because you either start getting material. If you block with the bishop, then bishop b4 is deadly. If you block with the knight, you of course lose it, and if king here, then you just capture here, and after queen captures, it's then a free knight. So of course Maxim doesn't grab the pawn. We have knight to b4, now offers a trade of bishops, and bishop captures on b4. We have bishop captures on b4, and now comes e5. I meant to say offers a trade for bishop for a knight. So e5, pushing back the knight, and knight to d7 now. We have f4, strengthening that center, and knight to f8 now will be useful guarding against that rook to h8 idea. And here Fabi goes for g4. At some point he wants to bust open the position with f5, and bishop back to e7 now. We have knight to g3 with more support for f5, and now rook to c8. Now Maxim will shift the attention of the rook and the queen, hopefully, to the c file. We have rook to h8 now, not allowing this knight to move, and now king to d8. Here Maxim will try and shift his king over to the queen side. We have bishop to c2. And now comes f5, not allowing white to push f5. Maxim does it himself. So e captures on f6 en passant. We have g captures on f6, and now bishop captures on g6. So winning back his pawn, and the knight of course cannot capture as it's pinned. So king to c7. Now there is the threat of knight captures. So bishop back to c2, and now comes king to b8. Now the king is nicely put away on the queen side, very safe there, and knight to e2 now, again with some defense of the d4 and f4 pawns, and you can also shift the knight to c3 if needed. So queen to c7. Now if the queen moves, you will have a lot of pressure here on the c2 bishop, and Fabi opens up the position with a4. And here Maxim decides to capture it. b4 also is perhaps possible, but he doesn't go for it. Then perhaps a6 will be weak after the queen comes to d3. So he decides to capture it, and after bishop captures, he goes for knight to d7. Now he offers a trade of rooks, and Fabi declines with rook to h7, now putting pressure on the bishop. We have knight to b6 now, going after the bishop here, and now bishop back to b3, and queen to d6 now. So the bishop is nicely defended. We have queen to d3, Fabi goes after the a6 pawn, and now knight to c4. Now basically Maxim says either have a beautiful outpost for my knight here, or you have to trade your bishop for knight here, which Fabi does. He doesn't appreciate this knight being here, and now rook captures on c4, again blocking the queen's attack of the a6 pawn. But okay, the black queen defends it for the moment. We have queen to e3, and now with ideas of f5, and then there would be some dangers about capturing the bishop on e7. So rook to c7, defending the bishop, and then now comes knight to c3, bringing the knight into the game. We have rook to b7 now, shifting the attack over to the b pawn, and here Fabi goes for f5. And this is where things really start to get interesting. Here Maxim has the option of going queen b4, put some pressure on the b2 pawn, so maybe this would force Fabi to go back with the rook, or he can do e captures on f5, which he did in the game. Fabi recaptured, and now bishop to d8. He decided to offer a trade of rooks. And now getting his queen to b4 and going for this attack is probably a bit better than going for this trade, because after Fabi captured, the king captures, and knight a4, the knight appears to be better than the bishop. The knight will have a nice outpost here on c5, and well, it's just not clear how black will attack the white king, whereas white has some very clear ideas on how you will attack. If you try and prevent it with something like bishop here, then it's possible, but then the queen comes here, and you might have some issues here. The white king will improve his position very quickly, and it might be a completely lost king opponent game for black. So instead, king to a7, getting out of any checks, but now queen to e8, and it's again very hard to find the move. Bishop to c7, but now knight to c5, and again, it's black to move, but there simply aren't all that many moves. For example, if you try just to waste a move, queen f7 wins the game. Now you either go to a8 and you get mated, queen d7 mate, or after, let's say, something like queen to f7, you go bishop to c7, but then it's just knight to e6 with a double attack here, and here as the knight now blocks the queen's defense of the pawn here. So once you defend, queen captures here, gets a pass pawn, and of course a completely winning game. So after knight c5, Maxim tried a different idea. He has to make a move, although it's very hard to find one. Bishop to d8 would still be playable. However, Maxim played queen to f4. He decided to go for some counter-attacking ideas. Now the pawn is under attack. You might have to worry about queen to f1 check. The d4 pawn is under attack. However, this loses the game completely. And feel free to pause the video and find out how Fabi found it, or may not have found it, but you find it while you pause the video. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that there's a mate threat on b7, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen to c8. Now stopping queen captures on f5 with check, but also threatening queen b7 mate. And here the bishop and queen are, well, basically on dark squares. You cannot reach b7, doesn't matter how hard you try. So here Maxim tried queen to f1 check, we have king to a2, and now queen to c4 check. Fabi just played king to a3, and now the problem is that the d3 square is covered by the knight, so there is no check here, and the only other way to defend it would be to go to b5. But it was in this position on move 47 that Maxim Hosiyar resigned the game, and game one of their match goes to Fabi. So here only way to defend is queen b5, to defend mate, but then queen captures on c7 check, you're down a piece, and of course black is completely lost. So yeah, really a wild game. Maxim still sticking to his Slav, and he's now down 1 point, and if he doesn't get back into the match and beat Fabi, he is not coming to playoffs, and he will be out of the tournament. So that's the game. I hope you enjoyed it. I would like to once again thank Abdul Mohsin Al-Raji, Carson Kurtze, Stephen Atkinson, Chris Antley, and Martin Fischer for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And I will be announcing the first guest of my podcast very soon. See you soon, guys. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really awesome game from this year's Bundesliga. A lot of you have requested it, as it's just a very crazy game. It's not a one-sided game. Both players are doing awesome stuff in this game, and it's a game between Swiss Grandmaster Noel Studa. Not really sure how to pronounce Swiss names, so I'm going to go with the German pronunciation, and of course Hungarian Grandmaster Richard Rapport. And it's been a while since we had a classical game, and in Bundesliga all of the games are of the classical time format, so it's going to be pretty wild. So without further ado, let's check it out. And since this is also covered by the Grenke Chess Classic chess channel, by the video team behind the Grenke Chess Classic, also there is an impression video after every round, so I will include a few of those videos in the description below. First thing you will see, so you can see a lot of high-quality footage of a lot of very strong Grandmasters, if you guys are interested in that. So let's check it out. Studa with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Rapport and c4 now. We have e6, knight to f3, and c6 going for the Slav defense. We have knight b to d2. This is actually somewhat rarer, but also very popular in 2020. Usually you'd see something like e3, queen to c2, maybe knight to c3 here, but knight b to 2 also very popular in 2020. And here f5, going for sort of a Stonewall Dutch kind of setup here. We have g3 and knight b to d7 now. Bishop to g2, and now knight to h6. So a very very interesting development of the knights. This knight is coming to f7, and then you want to push g5, and then have the option of g4, f4, and so on. And there's only one game that has reached this position ever. It was a game Blanco versus Tomasz Markowski in 1999 that ended in a draw, but in that game Castles was played by Kureitza, and here we have queen to c2. So already as of move 7, we have a completely new game. Rapport continues with his plan, knight f7, preparing g5 and b3 here. We have g5 and now e3. We have bishop to d6, continuing development, and bishop to b2 now. At some point, if this diagonal opens up, it's going to be very good for this bishop. Also goes for the light square bishop with a5 and now h4. Asking black what do you want to do here. Will you allow me to open up the h file for my rook, or do you want to maybe push g4? And here Rapport goes g4, which pushes the knight all the way back, but this is only temporary, as this knight will find its way all the way to f4. Now that you've played g4, you weaken the f4 square, which will now become an excellent outpost for Studa's knight. We have castles by Rapport and knight to e2. Going after that f4 square, we have knight to f6 and now knight to f4. And this is now a beautiful piece. Black doesn't have a g pawn to kick it away. You will never be able to play e5 because you will weaken the d5 pawn too much. So that knight is here to stay, or rather until black decides to trade one of its pieces for it. And here we have queen to e7. Developing the queen, we have castles by Studa, and now knight to h8, preparing to bring this knight over to g6 to eliminate white's excellent knight on f4. We have c5 here. White wants to play on the queen side, that's why he plays this somewhat anti-positional move. He wants to play a3 and b4. We have bishop to c7 and now a3, continuing with the plan of b4, knight to g6, now preparing to capture this knight, and b4. We have finally knight captures, we have e captures, and now knight to h5. And this knight to h5 is an excellent move. Preparing a sacrifice of the knight on f4, and there's not much white can do about it. White can simply prepare for it and try to endure the pressure, because if you look at it, black has these very advanced pawns, something you might see, for example, in the King's Indian defense, and white's bishops aren't doing all that much here. I mean, both white and dark square bishop are pretty much just hitting blanks, and black can afford to sacrifice one of the pieces to push, and you will capture, for example, you will eliminate this, then you will be able to capture here. Maybe you can bring a rook into the attack as well. A lot of things are possible here, and here Studa prepares for it with rook to e1, and now Rapport goes for it. Knight captures on f4. We have g captures, and now it's a question: do you capture with the bishop or do you capture with the queen? Now, in human terms, it seems to be all the same. The engine prefers queen captures on h4 slightly more, but engines are weird. But I'm going to tell you why queen to h4 is preferred. It's because of rook to e1. That's why you should play queen to h4 first, because white has a defensive idea which involves knight to c4, and if you go queen to h4, it doesn't work all that great. But we're going to show that because queen captures on h4, white's idea of giving up the knight to free up this dark square bishop and to create a mating attack will not be all that possible, because now after the capture and the d5, there is no queen here, so black will have the option of capturing with the e pawn. But just to give you an idea of how crazy the position is, captures with the c pawn, white also gives up the light square bishop, captures, and now queen to c3, threatening queen g7 checkmate. And here you don't have a good escape. You cannot escape with the king because the rook covers the entire e file, so queen g7 will be checkmate. So here you would have to give up the queen and the rook with captures, and now we have this position: king f7, rook e7 check, trading, for example, the bishops, and now a captures on b4. And now it's a crazy position White is out the exchange, but black has all of these pawns, and well, if anyone is to be preferred here, it's black. And that's why in this crazy position, after this capture, queen captures on h4 is preferred to bishop captures on f4. But Rapid goes for bishop captures on f4 instead, and now the set line is a bit stronger. Knight to c4. Now, if captures then d5 is a bit stronger, you will never have e d5 because, well, the queen is still on e7, but it could still be played. However, we have queen captures on h4. He just leaves the knight there and allows the knight to infiltrate with knight to b6, which is what Shuda does. We have knight to b6, and now there are a lot of moves you can play here. Like, you have to see what happens after bishop check, queen check. You could just maybe decide to save the rook, but Rapid decides to play in great style, hence the quote above the board from the great Misha himself, and he goes e5. And now e5 used to free up the diagonal for this light square bishop at some point offers even more material. So what the idea is that if, for example, e captures on d5, now you go bishop h2 check, king f1, and now f4 with the idea of f3, and at some point white has to play at f3, and now bishop to f5, it gets another piece into the attack. And now, regardless of what the engine says, the engine might even prefer white here, and I do believe it does. It's going to be, playing this with black is just very satisfying, and it's very natural to play this, even though the engine could probably hold it. So that's one thing that can happen. If you capture the rook, that's a bit too greedy. That just runs into hell. For example, bishop h2 checking, f1, f4 with the same idea, but now f3, you've wasted a move there. With the knight, you're going to get e4. Now this won't survive, and it's going to be crazy. Captures f3, and you just fall apart. Bishop h1, queen g3, threatening checkmate as the pawn covers d2 square, and there's no defense. If you try and block it, just queen h3 check, and here, let's say this check opens up the rook, and it's game over. So after e5, white decided to open up the diagonals and files leading to the black king. So knight captures on d5. He wants to get this bishop here, and of course he wants to get the other bishop fully operational. So can this be done? We have knight captures. After knight captures on d5, we have pawn captures on d5, and now you have to play bishop captures on d5 with check. And now, well, the bishop pair is almost fully operational. However, after this c captures on d5, Shuda played rook captures on e5. And now, what do you do here? Well, his idea is of course that he wants to eliminate one of Rapid's attackers after bishop captures, and now, for example, bishop captures on d5, check, king g7, and this capture here. Now you're ready to open up all of the diagonals, play e6, e7 maybe, and try and do something about it as you eliminated the black dark square bishop, which is a very important attacker. This light square bishop doesn't really have a clear way of entering the game, and it's going to be tough for black, but it will be possible. For example, a captures on d4 is a very nice move for black because you either get to trade down material or you get a very important tempo preventing this check. For example, king g6 and queen c3 because the pawn now takes away the c3 square from the white queen. So it is a very important in between move. But after rook captures on e5, we first have bishop to h2 check. Now throwing in this one check, we have king to f1, and only now bishop captures on e5. So how is it any different now that the king is on f1? Well, we have bishop captures on d5 with check, king to g7, and now b captures on e5. And now Rapid goes a captures on d4. Like we said, this is incredibly important as you either get to trade down even further, or you just cover the c3 square, which is where the white queen wants to go. And here, e6 checking g6, the black king is remarkably safe here on g6. Like I said, you don't have queen to c3 just yet, so it's not all that clear how you can increase the pressure here. So instead, after a captures on b4, Shuda decided to get his king to safety, but the king is not all that much safer here. Now, just capturing on a3 is sufficient for Rapid, but Rapid continues with great style. Rook captures on a3. Now, rook captures on a3 is very flashy, but it allows white to to kind of maybe defend, but it's that's the point of this game, like the deep dark forest and everything. So for example, e6 check, king g6, and now bishop captures, and now the rook might be a very important defender and attacker here. So it's questionable if this is this rook sacrifice is the way to go. However, Shuda captured it right away. We have b captures, and now queen to c3. Finally, Shuda prepares to open up this diagonal, but Rapid says no, that's completely fine. f4. We're just continuing the attack. My king will be super safe here on g6. So rook captures on e3, adding another defender to the third rank, and now f3 with check. We have king to e3, and now queen to g5 with check. So where do you go with the king? We have king d3, and now rook to d8, attacking that bishop here. And now it doesn't really matter what you do because there's not much you can do. White played queen to d4, defending the bishop. But now feel free to pause the video and win this game in the simplest way possible for Rapid while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on attacking the pin piece, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to e6. This is what Rapid played, and it was in this position on move 35 that Shuda resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. You just lose the piece, and that's it. It doesn't really matter if you try king to c4 here, it's all the same. Queen f4 check, you have to move the king, and you lose the bishop, or you block with the queen, but then it just captures, and again, bishop to e6, which makes it even simpler, as now the queens are over the board, you're just going to be up a piece, so completely winning, of course. So, brilliant victory. As they say, it takes two to create a beautiful game, and these two definitely have created it. Richard Rapid comes up on top, and he wins this game, and he was a member of the Baden-Baden team that also won Bundesliga, led by Fabian Caruana, Maxim Vasiljev, and Levon Argan, Slav, and a lot of very strong grandmasters. So they win again, as I understand it, they win pretty much every year. And yeah, like I said, if you enjoy watching extreme high quality footage of grandmasters, do check it out. I will put some links in the description below, so you can enjoy that as well. I would like to thank Thomas Nob, Matt Reichenbach, Peter Wadek, Marko Lekušić, and Kevin Walker for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the Opera Euro Rapid Tournament. It's a pretty crazy game between Vidit and Magnus, and before we check it out, for those of you who don't know, I have revealed the meaning of the name Agamato. It's in my previous video, so if you guys are interested in that, do check it out. But now that we have that out of the way, we can now again focus on what's most important, and that is of course the chess. So without further ado, let's check out the game, as it's quite a nice one. Vidit has the white pieces, and he opens with d4, and they're going to play a very long theoretical line that's well known in the chess world, so we're not going to dwell too much on the opening. d4, we have d5, c4, and now e6 going after some sort of a Queen's Gambit decline setup, knight to f3, and c6. We have the Slav defense. We have e3, and Magnus goes for f5, sort of a stonewall defense here, sort of a Slav stonewall. I think it's called the triangle system, but I mean, who knows? Whenever the pawns are like this, I call this the stone wall regardless of what white plays, but don't do that. So f5, and now bishop to d3. It continues developing, knight to f6, and now castles. We have bishop to d6, both players just continue developing pieces, and b3 now preparing to fianchetto the dark square bishop to this nice diagonal. We have queen to e7 by Magnus, and bishop to b2. We have castles, and now queen to c1. As the queen bishop battery is placed like this, here Vidit wants to play bishop to a3 and trade off some pieces. So b6 by Magnus, and now bishop to a3 as planned. We have bishop to b7, and now Vidit trades once. We have captures, and now queen to a3, immediately trying to trade everything off. So Magnus of course accepts this, he doesn't mind going into an endgame. Queen captures, knight captures, and now g6. So just strengthening all of the squares. At some point you might be able to play something like knight d7, then maybe you will have some breakthroughs with e5 or c5, or depending on what white plays. So here, rook f to c1 and knight b to d7. And there were some moves in the database where bishop the f1 was played, but here we have c captures on d5, and it is as of move 15 that we have a completely new game. So c captures on d5, we have e captures on d5 by Magnus, and now knight to c2. We have a5 by Magnus, and now a4. We have knight to e4, now getting the knight to a beautiful square here, and g3 by white, and now king to g7. Magnus starts improving the position of the king, as he knows at some point he might double rooks on the c file, push c5, and he wants his king to be as close as possible to the action. We have knight c to e1, and now rook f to c8 as planned, and now comes rook to c2. Vidit also wants to double his rooks on the c file, and now Magnus waits no longer, and he executes c5. And here we have bishop to b5 by Vidit. A very nice move, as the knight on d7 is undefended, so Magnus needs to tend to that. He goes knight back to f8, the knight will be shifted over to e6, and now just rook a to c1, saying that, okay, my rooks are now doubled here, you are more than welcome to go for c captures on d4. But Magnus says there's no rush, I'm just going to improve the position of my king a little bit. But this is going to prove problematic for Magnus, as Vidit finds knight to d3, and this is just extremely dangerous now. This knight can come to e5 in the future, and if the pawn captures, this knight can come to d4, so the knights are most excellently placed here. And here, Magnus, it's not easy to find a good move here for black, probably just improving the position with king to e7, but Magnus goes for c captures on d4, and this is problematic, as now Vidit can achieve an almost winning position if he finds the correct idea, but you are more than welcome to help him, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this elusive idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting bishop to c6. Also for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, as this is just a monster move. So obviously you cannot ignore it, as the bishop here is under attack. So let's see what happens if, for example, rook captures on, or rather bishop captures on c6 is played. We're just going to trade here. Captures with check, as the king is on f6, also attacking the pawn here. And after king to f7, we're just going to recapture the pawn here. And this is what I meant, as this knight is now a monster here. This knight is coming to e5, is going to be an even bigger monster, and it's just going to be a pretty bad position for black. Your b pawn is hanging, so if rook b8, you're just going to go knight e5 check. Then the king moves, then you can do pretty much whatever here, and black will have a very passive position. So after bishop to c6, you do not want to capture the bishop. You could, however, defend your bishop, but it still runs into the pretty much same idea. Just captures, and after captures and captures, there's also this check. So it's maybe a little bit better for black, as the b pawn is already defended, but still after the king moves, you're just going to recapture this, play knight to e5 check, and slowly mount the pressure. But it seems that Vidit did not enjoy this idea. After c captures on d4, Vidit just recaptured, he played knight captures on d4, and now Magnus was very much relieved, and he immediately traded everything off. Rook captures, and rook to c8. We have rook captures on c8, bishop captures, and now bishop to c6, going after the pawn here. So now Magnus has to play knight to c3 to defend it. We have knight to c3, and now here Vidit was up on time. Vidit had some 5 minutes on the clock, Magnus had some 3.5 minutes, but Vidit took over 3 minutes for his next move, and it's not an easy position. It's very hard to find the move here. Do you go knight f4, do you go h4, do you go whatever you play? It's not easy. Vidit decided to go for b4, but now Magnus finds a very tricky line. He plays knight to e6, and now Vidit again has to decide what to do. Best for Vidit is just to trade, captures, or rather even capture on d4 first, and then after the knight is recaptured, capture on a5. But Vidit did no such thing. After this knight to e6, he played knight to b3, and now Magnus has a move that will really pose problems for Vidit. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea. And I know you know that you know what I want you to find, as it is the move we always discuss. So feel free to pause the video and try to spot this idea. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as you do not spot this idea unless you're an extremely great endgame player. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to d8. Now attacking the bishop, the pawn is defended, and the bishop doesn't have all that many squares. So here, bishop to a8, the only available square for the bishop, and now comes bishop to a6, attacking the knight here. And now the problem is, if you block with b5, then after bishop to b7, you have to trade, and after captures, you're going to have problems defending this a4 pawn. If knight to b2 defending, then these guys are stuck here defending, this guy's stuck defending the pawn, and this here knight cannot move because then the other knight attacks the pawn, and it's just game over. So this is not good for Vidit. So Vidit instead goes knight to f4, now with a double attack on the d5 pawn, but now a captures on d4. We have knight captures on d5, this comes with check, knight captures, bishop captures, and now knight to e6. We have a5 by Vidit, and here Magnus captures, b captures on a5, knight captures on a5, and now knight to c5. So Magnus grabs hold of the b3 square with the knight, and now it's only a matter of shifting this bishop over to gain control of the b3 square. And here Vidit plays f4, now giving Magnus the opportunity to go for this maneuver. For some reason, Magnus goes bishop to b5 first. It seems like Magnus didn't get this idea right from the start. He played bishop to b5 first, and then he wants to play this, but it's basically wasting a move. But both of them were extremely low on time, so maybe he just played bishop to b5, and then he decided that he was going to go for that either way. But okay, king f2 by Vidit, we have bishop to d7, and now e4 by Vidit. Maybe king to e2 a little bit better, but in such a time scramble, who can make what's what? So here e4 by Vidit, and now f captures on e4. We have king to e3, as the e3 square has now been vacated for the white king, but now bishop to e6. And now you have problems. You can no longer capture, or rather recapture the pawn, because if knight captures, king captures just b3. And if king to d3, now okay, the king can stop the pawn, but now the deadly king f5. And here the knight and the king have to tend to this b3 pawn. You're just going to go all the way to h3 and gobble up all of the pawns, and it's an easy game. So after bishop to e6, Vidit said, okay, I have to capture on e6. He played bishop captures on e6, but now comes king captures on e6 and king to d4. But now just b3. So of course you cannot capture the knight. If you capture b2 wins the game, there's no stopping the pawn. So here he played knight to c4, tried to stop the pawn from reaching the b2 square, but here Magnus just played knight to a4, and it was in this position on move 42 that Vidit resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Whatever you play, this is coming. Of course the king cannot even approach, and that's just it. There's no move here you can play. You could go for knight to d2, and then after b2, it seems like yes, you are stopping b1, but what move can you play here? There really are none. If you capture the pawn with the king knight c3 check, and both squares are guarded, for example, king goes after the knight, you just promote into a queen, and now you have to captures, black is just up a piece. So whatever you do, you are losing this game. So of course Vidit knows this. After knight to a4, on move 42, Vidit resigned the game, and Magnus takes a win in the first game of the third day of the preliminaries. So it was pretty crazy. Vidit had an amazing position, but at a few points in the game he could have continued better, and definitely seized his opportunity to achieve much more than just a loss here after 42 moves. But yeah, I mean, that's chess. It's a rapid game. You can always do better, I guess. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Mario Bish, Linus Jansen, Andrew Click, Jacopo Signini, and Jason Finger for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the third day, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to Chessable Masters Group B. We have a very exciting game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana, two contenders of the 2020 Candidates Tournament, and it's just a very exciting game as the title suggests, so let's just dive straight into it. Maxim, with the white pieces, opens with d4. We have b5 by Fabi and c4. Sorry about that. And here, Fabi goes for c6. He goes for the Slav defense, probably to not disclose anything he has maybe planned for the candidates, although I don't think they are, maybe they were trying to do so at first, but I don't think anyone is concealing any preparation, since we don't really have any idea when the candidates will resume. So c6, the Slav defense, knight f3, knight to f6, and now queen to c2, defending the pawn here, also fighting for e4 square. We have d captures and c4 queen captures, and the bishop to f5. This is the most played line of the Slav in 2020. So very modern. We have g3 and e6 now. As the light square bishop has been developed, you can now close the structure. We have bishop to g2 and bishop to e7. Both players prepare to castle, and they do. So castles, and here. The most often move here is knight to c3, just continuing development, but Maxim wants to mix it up already with queen to b3. He puts pressure on b7, and much like you would have in pretty much most Slavs, queen to b6. The queens do stare at each other, and the white wants black to capture, so he gets a semi-open file for his rook, and black also wants white to capture, so black will get a semi-open file for the rook. So knight b to d2, Maxim continues development, and Fabi does the same. We have knight to c4, now trying to get Fabi to trade on b3, but Fabi just moves it. So queen to a6, still defending b7, but also if the knight moves in some lines, maybe the e2 pawn can be vulnerable. And here there is a game where knight c to e5 was played, also rook to d1 is a known move in this position. But bishop to g5, the move Maxim plays, is a new move, so already as a move 12, we have a completely new game. And of course, Fabi just continues development. Knight b to d7, and the knight can come to b6, challenge white's knight on c4. We have rook f to e1, and now h6, asking do you want to trade or do you want to go back? So Fabi goes back, sorry, MVL goes back. We have bishop to f4, and now knight to b6, with a double attack on the knight here, now asking do you want to trade on b6 or not? And Fabi says no thank you. So, sorry, Maxim. Knight c to e5, and here, finally, as white is controlling a lot more space, we have queen to a4 by Fabi. Now offering a queen trade here, which is usually a good idea when your opponent controls much more space. And here bishop back to d2. Maxim's idea is that if Fabi is eager to trade now, for example, captures, and let's say knight b to d5, then he can be very annoying with this bishop to a5 move. You cannot play b6 because then the c6 pawn hangs, and then you can also pick up the bishop with check. So white would definitely come on top of that little combination. So after bishop d2, Fabi first adds another defender to the c6 pawn with bishop to e4. Now nicely defending the c6 pawn, and here Maxim decides to trade. We have captures, and now b3. We have knight back here, and now the b3 pawn will nicely prevent Fabi's knight from jumping to these squares, and bishop to a5 now, pinning the knight and not allowing it to come to d5. So here Fabi unpins. We have rook to d5, and now as the bishop is no longer needed here, bishop back to c3, just adding another defender here. Finally, c5. Maxim, Fabi really wants to get rid of this pawn. I don't know why this game I'm constantly mixing up their names. Really weird. And here just e3, adding another defender to the d pawn, and rook d to d8. Now not rook a to d8 doubling up on the d file, but rather now Fabi just wants to free up the d5 square for his knight, which was the intention all along. So here rook e to d1, and now knight b to d5, challenging the bishop here. We have bishop to a5 now, trying to provoke more weaknesses, so you weaken the c6 square. However, just rook d to c8. This was Fabi's idea by going back, freeing up the d5 square for the knight. And rook a to c1 now by MVL. Now you can go b6 as the rook also covers the c6 square, so bishop back all the way to e1, and now a5. Expanding on the queen side, MVL does the same with a4, and now rook to c7. Now Fabi is preparing to double up on the c file, maybe push c4 and try to create some chances along the c file. We have knight to c4 by MVL, now going for the b6 pawn, maybe in the future will be possible, and just rook a to c8. Doubling up here, we have d captures on c5, sort of a nice capture festival now take place. We have bishop captures on c5, grabbing that, and now knight to d4, opening up a discovery on the bishop here. Captures, and here bishop captures on d4. We have rook captures on d4, and now knight to d7. MVL's rook on c1 is undefended, so here maybe you can just attack it once again with knight to e5, put a lot of pressure on this knight here. However, MVL beats him to the punch with e4. Now this knight has to move, knight 5 to f6, and now rook c to d1, getting this rook out of harm's way, and now nicely doubling up on the d file. And rook to b8 by Fabi. Here, MVL could be having some plans of maybe rook d6, f3, strengthening the e4 pawn, and going after the b6 pawn, so Fabi just defends it prematurely, and also prepares b5 to bust open the position here. So f3, MVL strengthens the center, and now king to h7. Just a safer square for the king. Maybe you can also bring it into the game after king g6. We have g4 by white, now taking away the h5 square from the knight, and also just preparing h4, g5, and so on. So here, e5 by Fabi, and now here, rook to d6. MVL just continues with his plan, but bishop to g3 was also very interesting, because if captures, then just captures, and this pawn would be very weak on d4, and you would be having a lot of targets here after bishop captures on c7, so it wouldn't really be all that great for black. However, MVL continues with his original plan, rook d6, and now knight to c5. Here, Fabi just tries to give up the e5 pawn for the b3 pawn, and MVL accepts this. He goes for knight captures on e5. We have knight captures on b3, and now h4. Now that the rook is nicely covering the 6th rank, you want to play g5, let's say captures, kick away the knight, and then put a lot of pressure on the black king. So here we have b5. Fabi now, of course, wants to play on the queen side, as MVL tries to attack on the king side. With b5, at least one pass pawn will be created, so it does make sense to go for this. But MVL continues with his king side plan. So g5, we have knight to h5, with some knight to f4 check ideas in the future, and knight to d7 now. Very interesting move by MVL. And here he asks black, what do you want to do? Your rook is under attack. If you move the rook somewhere else, I'm just going to gobble up your pawn. So you could play rook b to b7, and then just wait for me to do my thing. But then you leave the back rank open to some checks here. Knight f8, the rook can come to the back rank. So here, instead, Fabi goes for a more active plan. He gives up the pawn with rook b to c8, and Maxim accepts it. And now, by accepting it, both players now have created a pass pawn, and Fabi immediately starts pushing it, which does make sense as his knight already controls the a1 queening square. But Maxim's knight also controls the b8 queening square, so Maxim also starts pushing b6. We have rook to b7, and now bishop to b4. Maxim prevents Fabi from pushing the pawn all the way to a3. We have knight to f4 check, king to g3, and now knight back to e6, helping out with the defense. And here MVL goes for the very strong king to g4. You could play a lot of moves here, like captures, you could play f4, f5, but MVL wants to bring the king closer to the action. And here black's position is very difficult to play. You can't really move the rooks. This rook has to stay here, otherwise b7 will come at some point. You cannot push a3. This knight doesn't really have any good squares. The c5 is covered twice, and you don't really want to trade even further. And it's really not an easy position. For example, you could try something like rook c4 to try and disconnect the white rooks. Let's say bishop a3 and now knight d4. Now you've disconnected the rooks. However, after bishop to b2, it's again very hard for black to even find the move. So instead, after this king to g4 move, Fabi went for rook to c2. He wants to play something like captures, and then rook to g2 check to pick up the g5 pawn with a very clean idea. However, this completely loses the game. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning idea for MVL while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting that you can remove the defender of the knight on e6. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's g6 check. And here, no move is good. For example, if you capture, then you no longer defend the knight, just rook captures knight, which is of course completely winning for white. On the other hand, you could go to h8, but then just g captures on f7 creates a winning pass pawn. So it only makes sense to go to g8, but then you get g captures with check, king captures, and knight to e5 with check. And now after king moves to f6, now just rook to d5. And there isn't really a lot black can do here. The king will be overrun by white's pieces. For example, if you try something like rook g2 check, king h3, and rook back to e2, then it's just knight to g4 check. And there are no good moves here. You don't want to go here in front of the bishop, so you might go king to f7, but then rook d7 check. And let's say after this is all traded, captures, king g6. Now the b pawn is winning. You don't want to run into some knight f4 check tricks to allow, let's say, black a perpetual knight f4 check followed by knight h5 check and so on, since the rook covers this. But a nice, let's say, h5 check, just taking away the h5 square from the black knight, will be easily winning for white. Let's say now after checking g3, and now there's nothing to be done here. Next move, you're going to queen and win the game. So instead, after g6, Fabi did the only thing he could. He played king captures on g6, but now it's actually a forced checkmate in 4. So feel free to pause the video once again and try to find the exact sequence that mates in 4 while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding the exact sequence that wins. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to f8 check. Not leaving the king with any ideas. These squares are taken, so the king only square for the king is f6, and now comes the move that makes it all possible, e5 with check. Leaving black with 2 options, but none of them are good. It's either captures or king e7. If you decline this juicy pawn, then after king e7, it's now you're in front of the bishop, so rook e6 is checkmate. It's really wonderful as the knight defends the rook. It's actually a double check from the rook and the bishop, so you have to flee. It's the old saying, even the laziest king flees in the face of a double check. And everything is nicely protected. The bishop defends the knight defends the rook, and this recovers the entire d file, so nothing to be done here. So you would have to capture on e5, which Fabi did, and now comes rook 6 to d5. This comes with check. Only one option for the black king, king f6, and now the finishing move, rook to f5 checkmate, as the knight covers g6, pawn king and rook cover this, and the bishop covers e7. Of course, the king has nowhere to go. So that's the game. Really a spectacular game. 50 moves, but ending with a checkmate on the board. Very rarely happens between such elite players, members of the candidates tournament here. So I do hope you enjoy that. And yeah, I would also like to thank Joshua Squasher, Hartmut Gekala, Tricol Islam, Brian Sewell, and Juan Vicente Alvarez for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. And also, I'd like to thank over 100 of you who joined the membership program yesterday. I do not have enough room here on the interface to name all of you, but the agamotto.com website is almost fully operational, and you will all be credited there under supporters and contributors. So thank you all for that as well. So once again, I do hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you guys soon. Have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 4 of the semi-final match between Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. As you all know by now, Game 1 ended in a draw, then Ding won Game 1, and then Carlsen retaliated in Game 3. So the match is tied, and whoever wins this game wins the match, or if this game is a draw, then we go into the 2 Blitz mini-matches, which occur after the 4 Rapid Game 7 play. So without further ado, let's check it out, as this is also a pretty wild one. So Ding opens with d4, and here Magnus replies with d5. We have c4 and now c6. Magnus goes for the Slav defense and joins everyone else who also plays the Slav here. We have knight to f3, knight to f6, knight to c3, and now e6, the semi-Slav, and e3 now. Ding ready to develop the light square bishop. We have knight b to d7, and bishop to e2 now. We have bishop to d6, and both players castle. Ding castles, Carlsen castles, and b3 now, preparing to flank to the dark square bishop, and Ding does the same for his light square bishop. So b6, bishop to b2, we have bishop to b7, and here a4. And there is one game in the database where a6 was played, but here Carlsen goes for the immediate a5, and it is as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So Ding now continues with bishop to d3, switches the bishop over to d3. Why not develop the bishop to d3 right away? Probably he's waiting to see where black will develop with his light square bishop, but other than that, I don't really have a good explanation. Or maybe he didn't want to go bishop d3 right away to allow d captures on c4 before he plays b3. I'm sure there's a good point to it, but as I've never studied it, I can't help you there. So rook to c8, and the queen to e2 now, connecting the rooks, developing the queen, and here the immediate c5 by Magnus, which gives up the control of the b5 square, and the Ding immediately capitalizes on that. He goes knight to b5, goes after the bishop here, and bishop to b8, nicely controlling the knight, and Carlsen likes his 2 bishops here, slicing all the way over to the king side. If the position opens up, should be good for him. And now knight to e5 as well. And here there are a lot of captures possible. You can capture here, you can capture here, you can capture here. So of course you have to calculate all of it, but Carlsen says that it's not yet time to capture anything. He first goes queen to e7, develops the queen, connects the rooks, and now Ding just reinforces the knight on e5 with f4. So now we do some trades. D captures on c. Sorry, that's not a D. D captures on c4. We have b captures on c4, and then now knight to e4. Just getting the knight also to an excellent square. So now both of them have their knights in the center of the board. And if you want to get away from there, since you don't have an f pawn, you would have to give up your light square bishop, which of course you are doing never. So rook a to d1 by Ding, just continuing development, and rook c to d8 by Magnus, countering that rook on the d file, and bishop to a3 now, not allowing captures as well. There's just a queen on e7. So here Carlsen goes for knight captures on e5. We have f captures on e5, and now f5. Strengthening his knight, but also asking, are you maybe interested in e captures on f6 en passant, which of course you're not, as you do not want to free up the bishop pair from hell. Carlsen is hiding back there. So rook back to b1. If the knight moves, the b6 pawn could become a target, but Carlsen goes for queen to g5 instead. Now it's a bit dangerous. You have to constantly be worried about a move like f4. So first rook to b2 by Ding. We have rook to f7, now preparing to double up on the f file, and now queen to e1 by Ding. We have rook f to d7, doubling up on the d file instead. Now that there's nothing here, you might be interested in capturing on d4. So rook to e2 by Ding, and now adding more defense to the e3 pawn, and now h6 by Magnus. Not yet interested in capturing. So first h6, improving the position, and now bishop back to b2, adding another defender to the d4 pawn, and here bishop to c6. And both players are very low on time, but Magnus much lower on time. We have bishop to c2, just waiting to see what the other guy will do, and king to h8, another improving of the position. Hopefully not like in that game with king to h7. And here we have rook to f3 by Ding. So what is Ding's idea here, putting the rook in front of the bishop like this? It looks very dangerous, especially if Magnus goes for something like knight to c3, which opens up an attack on the rook, and attack on the other rook. Also, there's this bishop and queen action going on here towards the g2 square. So what was Ding's plan if this happens? Well, it's hard to say, as Magnus did not go for knight to c3. Magnus went for queen to g6 instead, and Ding went for rook to h3. This is why he made the rook lift. But Carlsen just repeats queen to g5, and Ding repeats rook to f3. We have knight to c3 now. Now Magnus goes for it, and Ding immediately, as soon as Carlsen played this, opens up a double attack here and here. Ding goes for d5, and now Carlsen is okay. I'm gonna definitely grab the rook with check, and then we'll see what happens. So knight captures on e2 with check, queen captures, and now it's a good question. What do you do here? Obviously, Carlsen is up the exchange, but Ding has a massive center here, and his bishops and 2 rooks aren't doing anything for the moment. So you do need to do something about that. So what you can do is you can capture here. But if you capture here, then you lose control of the f5 pawn, which would be very good for white. You can move the bishop. You could capture on b5. Capturing on b5 doesn't seem like a bad option. Captures, and rook to f8, and then you just continue playing the game. But then white has a lot of options. You can play d6, which pretty much gets this bishop out of the game for the rest of the game. And the Ding's position is definitely okay being the exchange down. Another option is queen to h5, but this is a disgusting engine line, not for us humans to find. However, if you play something like that, then you give up the bishop, but then you have rook to d2, which will be incredibly strong for black. And after queen to f1, you're going to capture here, and it's just bad for white. The rook is coming here, and that's just game over. However, Carlsen went for bishop to b7 instead. He saved his bishop, and now he's saying, okay, if you capture something, I can still play rook to d2. It's not a problem. But Ding goes for rook to g3 instead. We have queen to h4, and now Magnus was already below 1 minute on the clock, and Ding had well over 3 minutes. So here there are a lot of moves to consider. You could consider some repetition with rook to h3. You could consider e4 to free up your own light for a bishop. There are a lot of things to consider, but Ding just played d6, and he didn't want to spend too much time here. And okay, it's definitely a good move, not allowing this bishop to enter the game pretty much ever. So bishop to e4 by Magnus, now countering white's lights for a bishop, and bishop to d1. Ding doesn't want to trade as Carlsen is extremely low on time. So Carlsen goes back, bishop to c6, and now rook to h3 again, forcing the queen to move. Queen g5, and Ding repeats. Rook to g3, queen h4, rook to h3, and queen to g5. And Ding here spent so much time trying to figure out a way to continue the game that he even came lower on time than Magnus. Both of them were now like below 30 seconds. And here everyone thought, now okay, Ding repeats. It's a draw. We go into the blitz and mini matches. However, Ding went knight to c3 instead. And he said, I'm not going to waste this position. I want to win this. I want to move my queen, get the knight to e2 to f4, and then put some pressure on e6 and g6 and so on. While your rooks and bishops aren't really doing all that much. I do have to keep an eye on the g2 pawn not to get mated. But other than that, I'm doing okay. So Magnus now has to figure out a plan on how to play against this plan with 30 seconds on the clock. He goes for rook to f8. Now has some ideas of maybe playing f4, but Ding goes queen to f2. He prepares knight to e2 to f4, and now if f4, then you can also just block with e4, and then the light for a bishop is also out of the game. So Carlsen can't really afford that. He goes back with queen to d8, and he figures out a way how to get back into the game and free up all of his pieces. Ding goes knight to e2, and now Magnus first king to h7. You don't want to allow any jumps on g6 with check. So knight to f4, and now Magnus goes for bishop captures on d6. He gives up a bishop to free up all of his other pieces. And here you should go for captures, and then just continue the game. D6 pawn is now nicely protected. However, Ding went for knight captures on e6 instead. He goes for an attack against the queen and the rook, which means that he wins his exchange back, but that's pretty much all there is to it. We have queen to e8 for Magnus, and now knight captures with check, but now you don't get the bishop as bishop recaptures on f8. And here queen captures on f5 by Ding. This comes with check, and here Magnus just takes the queen back with g6. And now we have this position where Ding is up a pawn, but it's just anyone's game. Both players are extremely low on time, and anything can happen. And here you look at this position, we almost reached the position from the thumbnail. Here white needs to play queen to c2 or queen to b1 to keep the game going. However, Ding played queen to f1, as it does look like it makes more sense, but it doesn't. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the only move that wins the game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the double attack. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook to d2 with an attack on the bishop and also on the g2 pawn, and that's just the game. You cannot defend against both. You have to play bishop to f3, and then you just either capture on f3 or you just grab the bishop on b2, and you wait for white to capture here. It's not a problem. But yeah, Magnus did not go for rook to d2. Instead, he went for bishop to g7. He doesn't want to allow any queen to f7 check once everything opens up, like we already mentioned. So it's just a much safer square. And now bishop to c2 by Ding, again allowing this idea, and this time Magnus doesn't miss it. Here, instead of this, you have to play something. Just move those bishops out of there, like bishop to f3 or something, counter that light for bishop. However, Ding repeated with bishop to c2, and now Magnus doesn't miss it. Now Magnus goes for rook to d2, and it's again a double attack here, but now it's you even have two bishops here to choose from. So whatever you play here, you will lose one of the bishops, you will be down a piece, and of course lose the game. So after move 45, it was in this position that Ding resigned the game, and Magnus Carlsen wins the semifinals. So we have the final that pretty much everyone was expecting, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura in the finals of the Magnus Invitational, which we are going to enjoy tomorrow on a nice Sunday. So yeah, nothing much to be done here, and it was a really crazy game. So many blunders, so many missed opportunities, and it's like Magnus is really nervous about playing Ding, and Ding is super nervous about playing Magnus whenever he has a good position. But yeah, that's basically the way chess has always been. So nothing funny going on there. So yeah, once again, that's the game and the coverage of the match Magnus versus Ding. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Simon Heath, Juan Vicente Alvarez, James Enlo, Daniel Silverberg, and Arnold Gangoli for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And do join us in our Leech Team Battle Arena that starts fairly soon now after I upload this video. The links are in the description below. Thank you all, and I will see you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational Tournament. It's Anish Giri versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrov, and yesterday we've had 4 different players, and now we have another 4 players. And it's I think it's the better choice for the audience. For example, it's better than if all the players play, for example, today and the day after tomorrow, and then everyone gets a rest day. But this way you get 4 players today, 4 players tomorrow, and then they just switch, and the audience gets no rest, whereas the players are pretty much always rested. So it is an interesting concept. I don't know if it's been tried before, but we'll see how it goes. So this is actually game 2 of their match. I decided not to show game 1, even though it was decisive. Maxim was able to win that game, but it was some really long theoretical line, which was a complete draw, and then Maxim was able to win that. But I don't know. I didn't think you guys would enjoy that one. I might change my mind and show it, but for now I decided not to. So this is game 2, a much more exciting game, and now it's Giri with the white pieces, who should definitely win a game to get back into the match. So without further ado, Giri goes for d4. Sorry about that. And Maxim replies with a d5. And again, this probably came as a surprise to Giri, as if you play d4, of course, you expect Maxim to go for the Grunfeld defense. But here, he decided to go for something else. c4, we have c6, the Slav defense, knight f3, knight to f6, knight to c3, and e6. He goes for the semi-Slav setup. Bishop to g5 by Giri, and now h6. Giri trades, bishop captures, queen captures, and now just e3, putting his pawns on dark squares, and he's ready to develop his light square bishop, probably via bishop to d3. So g6 by Maxim. Maxim. Most common is knight to d7, but Maxim prepared g6, and it could be that Giri is that Maxim is actually playing a line that Giri himself had over the board in the 2019 Singfield Cup, but we're going to get back to that. So here, knight to e5 by Giri, and bishop to g7. Just continuing development, preparing to castle, f4, and here we have just castles. Now, the game I mentioned, Mamyaro versus Giri from the 2019 Singfield Cup, continued with knight to d7, Giri went for this idea, and that game ended in a draw. But here, Maxim prepared castles for Giri, and here we have queen to c2. Now, in that game that we mentioned, well, in some other games that reached this position, there were some other moves played here, but queen to c2 is a new move by Giri, so already as of move 10, we have a completely new game. And here, Maxim immediately strikes in the center with c5, freeing up the c6 square for his knight. And Giri captures it, which is very, very unusual, as you very rarely want to, get rid of the tension in the center if you're not gaining anything, but he plays d captures on c5. And okay, knight to c6 by Maxim, Giri trades, knight captures, b captures, and now bishop to d3. And Giri now is ready to castle, but Maxim says, okay, I'm just going to go queen to e7, and you have double pawns here, I'm just going to capture it on c5, and you will be left with this, weak c4 pawn. So Giri defends it, even though you could decide maybe to castle and give it up, but it is kind of an important pawn. So knight to a4 defending, but now e5 by Maxim. And here, again, if you castle, you could decide to get your king to safety. E4 looks really unpleasant. You have to go bishop back to e2, and then ideas like d4 come to mind, threatening this. If you capture, then bishop captures with check. So black is definitely getting a pass pawn, however you put it. So instead, after e5, we have f captures on e5 by Giri, we have queen captures on e5, now threatening to capture on e3 with check. And now it's a question, do you defend it, or do you finally say it's time to give up the pawn and castle? So Giri decides that he's not going to defend it, he just castles here. At least he has a nice semi-open f-file for his rook. Queen captures on e3 by Maxim, king h1, and now just bishop to e6, continuing development. Giri captures on d5, gets rid of his double pawn, we have c captures on d5, and now bishop captures on d5. Not c captures to give white the passed d pawn, so bishop captures, and now bishop to c4. Again, hoping to trade here and get a nice pass pawn here. But rook 8 to d8, now if captures, the rook will be the one to recapture on d5. Rook 8 to e1, attacking the queen, and now queen back to g5. So here, there's a lot of pressure going on here on the g2 square if the queen never moves. So here, Giri adds another defender to the g2 square, and now Maxim finally trades on c4. Bishop captures on c4, queen captures, and then now comes rook to d4, which is a bit problematic as Giri needs to keep an eye on that knight on a4. Probably with queen to b3, but decides to go for queen to a6 instead, which also produces some targets here, but that's not where the action actually is. So here, Maxim goes for bishop to e5. He just adds one more attacker to the game, even though rook to h4 is also a possibility with ideas of maybe bringing the rook over here. You can maybe sacrifice your on h2 and deliver mate on h5 or h4, but this is also very nice. Bishop to e5, and now g3. You, of course, don't want to allow black any ideas, so queen to h5 now. And now there's pressure on the rook here if the queen never moves, but the real threat is now bishop captures on g3, as you will not be able to recapture. So rook to g2, adding a defender to the g3 pawn, but now rook to d1 by Maxim. And here, white is under a lot of pressure. But the best way to continue is g4, and other than that, there are no good moves for black. However, for white, Giri decided to play queen to c4. He decided that the queen has no place on a6, as all the action is happening on the king side. He played queen to c4, but this just loses terribly to a certain move. And feel free to pause the video and try to find this move, and a win for Maxim, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the double attack, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen to f3. Now there's a double attack on the rook, and there's not much white can do. You cannot capture, as the rook is pinned, so you have to play something, but Giri decided that it's actually best to just resign here, as there is nothing to be done here. So what you could try is just capture the rook. There are no other moves. You have to capture the rook, and after captures rook g1, you repeat queen f3 check, rook g1, and now rook d8, and there is no defense against rook d1. This is what Giri saw, and that's why he resigned. Here, if you try knight c3 to keep an eye on d1, just bishop captures, you remove the defender, and now rook d1 check, ends the game on the spot. And also, if you try something like h3 to give the king some breathing room, it's still rook d1 check, king h2, and now, of course, bishop captures on g3, freeing up this diagonal. The only move is rook captures, and now rook to h1 delivers mate. So game 2 goes to Maxim Hosiyar as well as game 1. He's leading now with 2-0, and we're going to check up on what happens next in the match between these two. And it's going to be extremely hard for Giri to get back into the match. He needs to win 2 games on demand, which is extremely hard to do. But we'll see. You never know. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Holger Jensen and Daniel Wilson for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing with the match, Magnus Carlsen versus Maxim Hosiyar, and this is game 3. Game 2 ended in a draw, and Maxim is still down 1 point, so he needs a win to get back into the match. So Magnus, again with the white pieces, he opens up now with d4, so he doesn't try to repeat that bishop to c4 line to avoid the knight row from game 1. We have d5 by Maxim, not going for his Grunfeld. He's now obviously a Slav man. We have c4 and c6, the Slav defense is on the board. We have e3 and knight to f6. We have knight to c3, and again bishop to f5. This time a bit different, as in that game, Armageddon game against Ding Ding had this knight out, not this one. So it is a bit different, but okay, knight to f3, and now e6 again, closing the position. Now that the bishop has been developed, and Magnus immediately goes after the bishop, which is the most popular way it is played nowadays. So bishop to e4, we have f3, kicking the bishop back, bishop to g6, and now bishop to d2. Continuing just to develop, bishop e7, and now Magnus trades. We have knight captures, h captures, and queen to b3 now, going for the b7 pawn. Queen to c7 defending by Maxim, and here a queenside castle by Magnus. We have d captures on c4, bishop captures, and the b5 now, starting to expand on the queenside, bishop back to e2 and a6 now. So Magnus retains the bishop pair, whereas Maxim does have this nice queenside expansion going for him, and he still has to decide whether his king will stay in the center of the board, or will he himself castle. So knight to e4 by Magnus, again putting some pressure on the knight here. Maxim trades. We have knight captures, f captures now with a lot of central control for Magnus here, and he does have a double e pawn now, but on the other hand he also has the same open f file to use for his rook. So c5 by Maxim, he starts attacking on the queen side, and king to b1, just getting the king out of the way. And now it's a question whether you want to push c4 or not. Here knight to c6, Maxim waits with it, and here there actually are 2 games that reach this exact same position. In both of them d5 was played, but here Magnus goes for e5, and it is a new move in the position, which seems to come with the price of a pawn, as Maxime just captures it, c captures on d4, and Magnus just continues developing. Bishop to f3 now puts pressure here, and you will have to do something about it. You cannot move the knight, you hang the rook, the king is still in the center of the board. So here, if you continue just grabbing material, we'll have queen captures on e3, and after the rook moves rook to c1, we'll put a lot of pressure here. So then the queen can move, you can add more pressure, and so on. So instead of grabbing more material, Maxime goes for rook to c8 right away, and now rook to c1 by Magnus, again putting pressure on the knight here with the rook and the bishop. So queen d7, and now queen to c2, adding yet another attacker to the c6 knight, and here there's only one move for Maxime, knight to a7, now opening up an attack from the rook to the queen, but Magnus just captures it, queen captures on c8. This comes with check, and now what do you do? Do you capture with the queen or do you capture with the knight? Capturing with the queen does seem to save you any exchange sacrifices. However, after rook captures, knight captures, you're going to get bishop to c6 check, and after the king moves, wherever you're going to go bishop b7, and you're going to start winning some pawns here. Knight to b6, you're going to capture here on d4, then this is a target, and it's just it's just a better position for white. So here, instead of deciding to give up pawns, Maxime captures with the knight, and now bishop to c6. He wins back the queen. This way, knight to b6, and now bishop captures on d7. King captures on d7, and now e captures on d4. So now it's a little bit different, as now Maxime is down the exchange, but he is obviously happier with this position than the one we've shown. Knight to d5, getting his knight to a nice central outpost, and now Magnus plays h4, and he played it very quickly, and I thought, what's h4? I mean, what is this? Obviously, okay, you can't capture with the bishop because g3 just wins material, as the rook on h8 would hang if you move the bishop. But Maxime also not really getting it, or probably captures with the rook, and I was also very surprised when I saw this, because Magnus just trades, and after bishop captures, he plays the rook to h1. Probably with the idea that if bishop moves, you're just going to go after the pawn this way, or maybe you want to infiltrate and get to the queen side this way, but I thought, doesn't g5 just fix all of that? Well, not really. Had Maxime played g5, then Magnus has rook h3, threatening to trap the bishop with g3, and once the bishop moves, and f2 is your only square, now rook f3, again with the double attack on the bishop and on the f7 pawn. So once you capture on d4, then comes rook captures on f7, you lose this, and it's just a capture fest. So there was a point to the h4 pawn sacrifice. So Maxime goes back bishop to e7, and now rook to h7, going after this pawn. Maxime defends it, and now we have rook to h8, attacking the bishop, or if the bishop moves, just going after the pawns on the queen side. King to e7, and then now comes king to c2. Magnus starts bringing the king into the game with f6, and now e captures on f6 with check. We have g captures on f6. If you go knight captures, then we just have a nice bishop to b4 check, winning the game on the spot, as there's now a double attack would be on the bishop on f8 there. So after e captures on f6, we have g captures on f6, and here Magnus played rook to h7 check, and it was in this position on move 32 that Maxime resigned the game, and that is it for this match. Magnus wins the match. For the game will be played, of course, as it is required for to calculate additional criteria at the end of the tournament, but here he just resigns. He could play on, I guess, a little bit, but he's very sure that Magnus will be able to win this, and he just resigned. So the thing is, after the king moves, for example, king d6, you're going to go after these pawns, and let's not forget, you're still at the exchange. Yes, you're down a pawn, but you will start winning them back. And the problem is, you cannot defend with knight here, because again, bishop b4 check wins the bishop on f8, so that's the problem. So you will not be able to defend the a6 pawn. You're going to have to play something else, start pushing your pawn, but then you just start losing them. Rook captures with check, king d7, you're going to get b3, a4 is coming to create a pass pawn for white, and Maxime was very sure that there was no point in continuing this, so after rook h7 check, he resigned the game. So really impressive stuff. Again, seemingly effortless by Magnus, just destroying the Slav defense and finding that tricky after knight a7 queen captures on c8 idea. And I don't know why Maxime decided that it would be maybe better to play this and exchange down rather than give up a pawn, but he is the expert, so probably he knew that the positions that would come up from that line would just be too easy for Magnus to play. But yeah, really exciting stuff. That's game 3. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Frank Truslow, Seth Rivers, Paul R. Hansen, Antonio Vecchio, and Robert Voigtland for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day, and do join the tournaments that are in the description below. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and like I said, have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 10 of the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing with the match Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. This is game 2, and in game 1, Fabiano won after a fairly long struggle, but in the end he prevailed. And now Nakamura needs a win to get back into the match, and he has the white pieces. So let's see what he decided to play. He went for d4 and d5 by Fabi. We have c4 and now c6. It's as if all the players agreed that, made some sort of a gentleman's agreement that everyone has to go for the Slav. But okay, we haven't had the Slav in quite some time. Knight of 3, knight of 6, and now queen to c2. We have d captures on c4, we have queen captures on c4 recapturing, and now bishop to f5. This is the most often played line. g3 and now e6 as the bishop has been developed. We have bishop to g2 by Nakamura and the bishop to e7 preparing to castle. We have castles by both sides, and now queen to b3, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and Fabi defends with queen b6 and also offers a queen trade. So knight b to d2, Nakamura continues development. He says, okay, if you trade, I can recapture with the knight, and Fabi does the same. Knight b to d7. We have knight to c4, now attacking the queen, and now this is a fairly often played line amongst the top players. Either queen captures or queen to a6 are the main moves here. Fabi decides to move the queen, and now bishop to f4, with ideas of trading over the dark square bishop with bishop to d6. We have knight to b6 by Fabi, with a double attack on the knight here, and now bishop to d6 as planned. So now the point is, of course, if you go for the knight, then bishop captures comes with an attack on the rook, and once you move it, you mess up the black pawn structure, and white is, of course, better. So instead, Fabi goes rook f to e8, doesn't allow this capture to come with an attack on the rook, and now we have knight f to d2. There is one game in the database where bishop captures on e7 was played, but here rook f to e8, knight f to d2 now is a new move in the position. So what I wanted to say is that some of you have been asking me in the comment section, what is this whole new move thing? So basically, when I say it is as of move 14 that we have a completely new game, I'm using the website called 365chess.com. There are a lot of different websites that offer big chess databases. However, this one is free, and I'm using this one. For example, I tried using one that's like $5 a month, and the difference between using that one and the free one is that the one that you pay will, of course, show you more games that reach this position, but those will be even games between 700 players, 2,000 players, 2,200 players, and the free one only gives you top tier games, so like maybe 2450 rating and above. So as mostly we're showing games by elite players, I decided to use that one. So that's what I mean when I say a new move has been played. But yeah, knight f to d2, a new move in the position, and now rook a to d8 with a double attack on the bishop. Now, so bishop captures on e7, rook captures, and now e3, just defending the d4 pawn. We have knight captures on c4, knight captures on c4, and now bishop to e4. Fabi finds a way to trade off everything. We have rook f to c1, and now Fabi just goes for the trade. Bishop captures, king captures, and finally gets his c5 move. And point is, after white captures, you can just deliver check and recapture the pawn, which is what Nakamura goes for. We have d captures on c5, queen c6 check, king moves, and now recaptures the pawn. We have queen to a3, offering a queen trade now, and rook to c7. Fabi says, okay, but I would like to have my rook on the c file while we do that. So Nakamura trades. We have queen captures, rook captures, and now a nice little trick by Nakamura saying to Fabi that you have some back rank issues, and knight to d6. Point is that, of course, after captures, which was played in the game, you cannot recapture, sorry, you cannot capture here because of rook to c8, and this will now result into checkmate after black gives up all of these pieces. So Fabi realizes that there are in fact some back rank issues, so he creates some room for the king. We have g5, and now rook to c8. Nakamura forces a trade here. We have rook captures, knight captures, and now he will try to use his knight to undermine these pawns. So a6 and knight to d6 now. We have b5 as the b7 pawn is under attack, and now knight to b7. We have king to f8. Fabi now starts bringing his king into the game, but knight to c5 now goes after the a6 pawn. We have a5, now knight to b3, going after the a5 pawn. So a4, and now knight to d4, going after the b5 pawn. So b4 by Fabi, and now again knight to c6, going after the b4 pawn. So now it's a question whether you push a3 or b3. Do you want to trade? Do you want to block the position? Fabi decides for a3, and of course Nakamura blocks it with b3. We have knight to d5 now, just defending the pawn here. And the problem with just kicking it away with e4 is that you can go knight to c3, and then after captures, you can just grab the e4 pawn. You can return to c3, and then you will put a lot of pressure on the a2 pawn. So white's knight will be stuck here defending it. So instead, Nakamura finds a very nice idea. f3. Now gives up the e3 pawn, which Fabi captures, and now only now he captures on b4. So knight to d1, Nakamura, Fabi also wants to now get to the c3 square to put more pressure on the a2 pawn, and king to f1 by Nakamura. We have knight to c3, and now king to e1. We have king to e7, and now king to d2. So as you can see, this plan Fabi chose to hunt the pawns with the knight. Sorry, that Nakamura chose allowed him to get this pawn all the way here, and now he will try to undermine it with his king and the knight, of course. So knight to b5 gets the knight out of the way, but king d3. We have e5, and now knight to c2. So now puts pressure on the pawn here, and the threat is of course king c4. You kick away the knight, and you pick up the a3 pawn. So king e6 by Fabi, and now king to c4 with the idea that we mentioned. Knight d6 check, and now king to c5. With h5 by Fabi, he wants to start, of course, pushing and create a pass pawn of his own, and knight captures on a3. And by doing this, Nakamura is not only up a pawn, but he has two connected pass pawns on the queen side. So g4, Fabi of course wants to create some pass pawns as well. So f captures, with h captures, and now knight to c2. And here we are going to have a race. Nakamura will be pushing on the queen side, and Fabi on the king side. So f5, and now before pushing, first knight to e3. Which is just a very useful move, as it prevents black from just continuing to push as you lose the pawn here. So first knight to e4 check, king to c6, and now knight to f6, guarding the pawn here, so you can now start pushing. But now who's faster? Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We have a4 by Nakamura, and now f4 by Fabi, and now not capturing, but rather knight to f1, keeping an eye on the g3 pawn. We have f3 now creating a pass pawn, and a5 now, and here knight to d5, and it's again a very fragile position. So there's only one move that wins for Nakamura here. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this move while I give you a couple of seconds to test your endgame skills, of course. So for those of you that found the correct idea, congratulations on being an excellent endgame player. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's not a6. a6 actually runs into a very devious drawing line, but I will show it as it's very interesting. a6, now just knight before check, king moves, and now you pick up the a6 pawn. So you pick up the a6 pawn, king captures, and now you go to e4. And now the problem is after b4, it seems like white is of course much faster. Problem is king d5. You're going to push b5, king to d4, and now b6 runs into e3. And here's the problem. Now you either give up the knight, and then this pawn will queen, but it will queen with check. That's the problem, and that's why black is faster. And on the other hand, if you go b7, e2, and don't move the knight, then again e captures on f1 will again come with check, and you will be much faster. b8 queen, and now this is just winning. You're going to deliver check, and it doesn't matter where the white king goes. You're just going to go check, king moves, and now check on b1, and that's the game. You're just going to capture, and of course with your king being so close to the white pawns, it's a very easy game to win. You're just going to play f2, and that's it. And on the other hand, if this isn't winning, maybe king to b7 is. But the problem is that e4 is just too strong for black. So the move that wins the game is king to c5, and this is what Nakamura played. Now Fabi continued with e4, but Nakamura knows that there's always time to push the a4, king to d4 now. So sometimes in order to really go forward, you have to go back. So now that there's a question of the e4 pawn, there's really not much you can do here. You cannot defend it because then you lose the knight, and you have to play something. So king d6, but now king captures on e4. We have king to c5, and here Nakamura just played a6, and it was in this position that Fabiano Caruana resigned the game, and the game 2 goes to Nakamura, which means that he's back in the match. So very exciting stuff, and extremely well played endgame by Nakamura. So here you resigned as there's nothing you can do. You cannot prevent the a pawn while also keeping an eye on your pawns here. You might go knight c7, but then just a7, and after king b6 to go after the pawn. Now you go king f4, and you start gobbling up pawns. King captures on a7, you're going to go captures here, and after f2 it's not a problem, just h4, you push all these pawns. You're going to capture this pawn as well. You are up to 3 pawns, of course, completely winning. So yeah, after this a6 move, Fabi resigned, and a great victory for Hikaru Nakamura, who now equalizes the match. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoy it. I would like to thank Terrence Nolan, Jan Raskin, Steve Waka, Thomas Connors, and Roland Muller for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to what could be the greatest game so far from the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2020. It's a game from round 3, Ding Liren versus Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano Caruana currently with a point and a half out of 2 games, and Ding Liren with 0 out of 2 points. So not the greatest start for Ding Liren, and now he takes on the top seed of the tournament, Fabiano Caruana. So it's basically a battle of the favorites of the Candidates Tournament. Now it's such a complicated game. I hope I will be able to present it to you so we cover everything, and I will really try to do it properly, because I don't remember when we had the last time we had such a complicated game. Now before we check out the game, I do have a few nice things to show you. Here's a nice photo of Fabi arriving at the table. Fabi rocking the big green chair, and Ding has the little blue one, as you can see. And also, I don't know what Fabi is holding in his hand, but I don't know if I ever said this. My favorite video game ever is Final Fantasy VII, and it really does look like similar to the cover of Final Fantasy VII. You have the Mako reactor there, the Shinra train and everything, the nice green color, but it does say FIDE underneath it, so not likely. But I thought, maybe they just gave him the remake maybe a month or 2 before it's actually released. So there's the setting. There's some dude in the background wearing a mask. So let's just enjoy that for a second. And also, let's enjoy this very nice close-up of Ding Liren. There you have it, courtesy of Leonard Otis, official photographer of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. And here we have a tweet I made prior to this game. I said after 2 losses, Ding is the face score 1 in round 3. What's your prediction? And I posted it about an hour before the match actually started. Over 1,200 of you voted. You said 19.2% said Ding wins, 46.2% said Fabi wins, and 34.5% said that the game will end in a draw. So let's see how it went. And of course, your favorite head-to-head score before the actual game. There you have it. Ding Liren tied Fabiano Caruana 2-2 with 6 draws. So equal in classical games. And if we include rapid and exhibition games, then Ding Liren beat Fabiano Caruana 4-3 with 9 draws. So there you have it. Slight edge for Ding, but only in faster time formats. So as d4 is already on the board, let's just keep it there. Ding opens with d4. We have d5 by Fabi, c4 and c6. Fabi goes for the Slav defense. We have knight to f3, knight to f6, and now knight to c3. We have d captures on c4 and now a4, preventing the b5. We have bishop to f5 by Fabi, and now comes knight to e5. So this is all fairly standard stuff. We have e6 and now bishop to b4. Sorry, first f3, preparing this e4 idea, and the bishop to b4 now. We have knight captures on c4, Ding recaptures the pawn, and now comes castles by Fabi. Just castles. And here, bishop to g5 is a move you could play here, but Ding goes for king to g2. Seems like he didn't mind walking his king a bit in the previous game, so he goes for king f2. It's a known move. But what's interesting is that what Fabi plays next is not a known move. So here in the position c5 and moves like bishop to g6, those are known. But here, Fabi goes for e5. And here, Ding really started to burn his time. Up until this point, Fabi didn't waste maybe a second or two on each move. And he says it's like he knew that Ding was going to play this against the Slav, the king f2 line, and he prepared something devastating. Or maybe he didn't prepare for this game. Maybe it's hard to say. He didn't play the Slav in the World Chess Championship match, I believe. So it's hard to say where he prepared for, but most likely for Ding in this game. So here you have to decide what to do. And Ding spent, I believe, some 20 or even 30 minutes on this move because there's a lot to calculate. First, just capturing the pawn results in queen captures, knight captures on d1, and now knight f as it's attacked to d7. So really a complicated position, and over the board, pretty much impossible to assess. You can defend the pawn. Knight is coming to c5, then to b3, and it's just a crazy position. Knight c3, knight b3, attack the rook. You cannot go to d1 because of bishop to c2, so you have to go to rook to e1, and it's well, for over the board, from that position, pretty impossible to assess this. So that's one option you can go for after e5. Another one, instead of d captures on e5, is the immediate e4. But here, again, we have a lot of interesting choices. E captures on d4, now you attack the knight. Knight back to a2, attacks the bishop, and now bishop c5, claiming the diagonal. We have e captures on f5, and now b5. So this is most likely everything that Fabi had prepared. A captures, c captures on b5, and now if you move the knight, now you get this d3 check, and it's just a crazy position. King g3, this is crazy. Even though the engine will give an edge to white, but Ding would burn pretty much all of his time if he went for this, and well, it would just be incredibly hard to play this. So after this e5 move, Ding goes for knight captures on e5, and he calculates precisely Fabi's idea. Fabi goes for bishop to c2, now trying to get this queen captures on c2, followed by queen captures on d4 check, which will just win back the knight. So here, black would just be better. So after bishop to c2, we have queen to d2 by Ding, and now comes c5. Again, played instantly, saying that still this bishop is still off limits. It's your move. So here, basically, Ding has to choose between e3 captures here, which looks kind of weird, or d5. So Ding decides that d5 is the way to go, as the pawn is nicely protected. And if you eliminate this guy here, then you don't really have much to worry about. For example, if bishop just captures here, you could just capture with b captures, and then okay, you could win back the pawn, but that's pretty much all you're getting. So after this d5 move, there is the option of bishop to e4. Incredibly difficult move. So for example, you will not be able to capture it, and basically black is just going after the sacrifice pawn, because if you capture it, just bishop captures on c3. You remove the defender of the knight here. You cannot recapture with the queen because just knight captures forks the king and the queen, and also if you capture with the b pawn, still knight captures picks up the queen. So after this d5 move, bishop to e4 definitely an option, but Fabi decides for bishop to b3 instead, goes after the pawn this way, and now Ding solidifies with e4. And Fabi again, without wasting time, just rook to e8, putting pressure on the knight. And here again, Ding really started burning his time. He went for queen to f4, and you do need to unpin here. You have to start activating your pieces, as here your rook is not doing anything, this rook isn't doing anything, this bishop cannot move due to the queen, the knight is pinned. So here Ding's pieces are completely tied down. So queen to f4, Ding finds the absolute best move, and now Fabi goes for c4, again played instantly, saying that I prepared everything up until this point still at home, saying that I want to play bishop to d6 and put pressure on your knight here, so attack it twice. And knight captures on c4, and here everyone was like, yeah, but what's Fabi's plan now? What's the idea here? And Fabi just continued with knight b to d7, and it's just he's down 2 pawns, and he just continues developing pieces. This is true AlphaZero chess. This is remarkable. Completely tying down Ding's pieces and just continuing development. And okay, but Ding does get to catch his breath now, and the bishop to c5 could be annoying at some point. So bishop to e3, and now Fabi again blitzes out just knight to f8. Not even blitzes out, he plays it instantly. And the situation on the clock here after Fabi's knight to f8 move is 33 minutes Ding and an hour and 40 minutes Fabi. So Ding is more than an hour down on the clock. And here you could try a lot of things, but Ding says I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of knight to g6, attacking my queen, because there are some crazy lines here. For example, if h4, trying to make room for your queen on h2, knight g6, you could go queen h2, and now you could run into bishop captures on c3, b captures, and the rook captures on e4 now, busting open white's position, because again it's impossible to capture the rook due to this knight to g4 check, winning the queen. So beautiful position after knight to f8. So Ding says I'm not afraid of anything, just bishop to d4, and he definitely wouldn't mind trading here as he's up 2 pawns. So first knight to g6, now putting pressure on Ding's queen, and now comes queen to f5, and this is a really awesome moment in the game because Ding played queen to f5, but the strongest move recommended by the engine is actually queen to c1, and this is where Ding confused Fabi a bit, because Fabi was waiting for queen to c1, but Ding played queen to f5. Queen to c1 is extremely complicated, most likely one of the reasons why Ding didn't play it, because you run into this sacrifice. Knight captures on e4 with check, f captures on e4, and now rook to c8, putting pressure on the knight as it's attacked twice, and also your queen is aligned with the rook here. So here you would see knight to d2, getting the knight out of the way, pressuring the bishop here, and now bishop captures on d5. And here it's just complete madness. Who could make sense of such things? For example, if e captures on d5, you will not have the greatest of times. Queen to h4 check, g3, queen captures on d4 with check, and black just prevails here. So what you would have to do after bishop captures on d5 is just queen to d1, unpin the queen, and now queen to h4 does nothing after g3. But still, it's incredibly complicated. Bishop c6, now you put pressure on the bishop here, bishop e3, knight to e5, and black's pieces just just keep coming forward, but if Ding is able to survive all of this, he should come up on top. For example, king g1, knight d3, captures, and now after attacking the bishop, king goes to f2, captures, and let's say queen captures on c3. You get this position after rook to e1. Maybe now you can get your king to safety and continue playing this game, just being up material. But it's a lot to survive, and this is what Fabi was hoping for. Queen to c1, that Ding will burn too much time and try to avoid it. But Ding played queen to f5, and here most likely Fabi checked it at home, but he didn't have it exactly. So here after move 18, Fabi is the one that started spending time. But still, Ding has only 25 minutes on the clock, and Fabi still an hour and 40 seconds. So it's just insane that such a difference on the clock if one of the players is not Alexander Grishuk. But here we have bishop captures on c4. Probably this is where Fabi released the tension. Maybe it wasn't needed. But the problem is it's hard to find a move that keeps the game going. For example, if knight here, you can just move the queen, like the queen to f4, but also just bishop captures on f6 because you don't mind trading queens. If captures, then just captures. Also, instead of this idea, there's rook to c8. Always an interesting idea. After as the knight is attacked twice, and after the knight moves, now bishop to c5. Bishop captures, rook captures, and now let's say h4. So it is possible. Queen to b6, putting the queen on this diagonal, and now a5, pushing the queen back. Queen to b4, and the game continues. But it does look like black definitely has compensation as the thing is so much lower on time, and also the game is incredibly complicated, and all of black's pieces seem to be doing a lot. But okay. After queen to f5, Fabi decided to break tension with bishop captures on c4. We have bishop captures on c4, and now queen c7, developing the queen, preparing to bring the rook into the game, putting pressure on the bishop. And here we have bishop back to e2 by Ding. You could also go bishop b5, but then you might run into something like bishop c5, threatening to pick up the bishop, captures here, and now rook to e5, pushing back the queen, queen h3, and now queen captures on c5 with check, king f1, and a6, getting the bishop all the way back to e2. So Ding decides that he's not interested in all this. He just wants to go back with the bishop to e2, and now bishop to c5. And here Ding plays bishop captures on c5. And here was a moment where Fabi also went into a deep think, and situation on the clock is 16 minutes Ding, an hour and 30 seconds Caruana. So the question here basically is, do you recapture right away, or is the rook to e5 doing something? And here Fabi had the option of going rook to e5. Fabi captured on c5 right away, but rook to e5 again is incredibly complicated, and again, who knows what might happen here. If queen to h3, which is your only good move here, knight to f4, attacks the queen, queen to g3, and now knight here to h5, basically saying that you don't have a good square for the queen. If the queen goes to h4, you might run into ideas like g5, which means that you'll have to give up the queen. So probably what you would have to do here is bishop d4 and just give up some material. For example, knight captures on g3, h captures, knight captures on e2, bishop captures on e5, queen captures on e5, king captures on e2, knight queen captures on g3, and now either rook g1 or king f1. You have to guard the pawn here before you somehow activate all your pieces. And here it's a queen and rook against two rooks and knight, and white would be up a pawn. So black would be better here, and this is probably what Fabi should have gone for. But it's still a question, because calculating this position from that position, whether you give up the queen here or you go queen to h4, that's simply not possible to evaluate. So instead of going into all of this madness, Fabi went for queen captures on c5 with check, king to f1, and now h6. So what do you do here? Here Ding says I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just gonna go rook to d1. Here probably safest would be g3, king g2, and you bring the rook into the game. But Ding just says rook to d1, and he asks Fabi, what do you got? I'm not afraid of anything. And it's a good question. What does Fabi have? He does have he's down 2 pawns. That's what he definitely has, and he's up in development. But if Ding can get something like g3, king here, and the rook into the game, then this pawn is just it's just a great pawn. So here Fabi goes for queen to b6, puts pressure on the rook, on the pawn, and the rook d2. Now it's Ding who plays instantly. He just says, okay, I'm not really impressed. Queen to e3, and now rook to c2. If you go rook to d1, then Fabi might repeat queen b6, and we might run into something like this. So instead, Ding goes rook to c2, which is not a bad idea. You do have the open c file, and you also prevent black from developing the rook, because here if rook 8 to c8, you just go knight to d1, and white wins. The queen is under attack, and also the rook is attacked twice, so there's no coming out of this. So after this queen to e3, here we have rook to c2, like we said, and I believe it was somewhere during this moment where Ding had a nice sip of water, and we even have a nice image of this. There you have it. Ding takes his nice sip of water, and now it's Fabi who's on the thing. Just thought you might enjoy that as well. And here Fabi said, okay, I may be down 2 pawns, but you're incredibly low on time. I'm just gonna play a6, and now you come up with something to play. And Ding did take some time, not a lot, 2 minutes. He can't afford more. So he found queen to h3, and it's a very impressive move. The plan is he wants to instead of g3 and getting the king through here, he wants to play queen g3, queen f2, trade queens, or just grab this beautiful diagonal for his queen and take it from there. So here the problem with a move like knight f4, although it seems nice, is queen g3, and now you don't really have a good follow-up. If knight captures, you're just going to play rook captures, queen d3, and now queen to e1, you're out of the woods. You're just going to bring the queen into the game, bring the king in, bring the rook out, and that's it. So here Fabi finds an interesting counter blow, b5. Now, what's happening here? This is a dangerous idea, because if a captures, now knight to f4 is a bit different, because after queen to g3, now you play this, and now you no longer have the option of bringing the queen to f2, because rook to a1 check, and white Ding could just resign. For example, knight to d1, knight captures on d5, just creating complete madness here. Queen captures on e3, you don't really have the option of capturing, because then you open up the rook's diagonal, the rook's file here. So you play something like captures with check, king f2 as the knight is pinned, and I just pick up the rook, and now it's actually black who's better. Being up a whole rook, of course. So after this b5 move, Ding says, okay, not really interested in that. Queen g3, I'm just continuing with my plan. We have b4 by Fabi, and now knight to d1, kicking away the queen. Queen to b3, putting pressure on the rook, and now rook back to d2. And I believe it was actually at this point that Ding had his nice sip of water, not back then. So sorry about that. And here, what Fabi did with all of this, he managed to grab a pawn back. And now, if he moves the queen, he starts pushing the a pawn. Now it's Fabi who might actually have something going on with the passed a pawn. But still, it's Ding who's up a pawn. So here, queen to f2. Finally, the queen is activated. You're going to play queen d4, centralize the queen. And here, the situation on the clock is 10 minutes Ding, 1 hour and 1 hour Caruana, and they still have to make 10 more moves before reaching time control. So here, Fabi goes back, queen to d7 to make room for pushing the pawn. And also, if g3, so with the idea of hiding the king, you might have something with queen to h3 check, which is what the Ding goes for. G3, we have queen to h3 check, and now the problem is if you block with the queen just goes back, and you still don't have a good way of getting the king out and the rook into the game, because if king f2, just sorry, I meant not queen d7, queen c8, because now with king f2, you could go queen to c5 check, push the king back, and just maybe then start pushing your a pawn. So here, after queen to h3 check, we have king to g1 by Ding, and now a5. Fabi starts pushing the a pawn. Maybe he can create a passed a pawn. We have queen to d4. Now knight is centralizing the queen, and now comes knight to h5. And here, first Ding kicks away the queen, knight to f2. We have queen back to d7, and now Ding again shows that he's not afraid of any ghosts, pushes f4. And here, you don't really have a good way of replying to this move. The knight is under attack. The problem is if you move the knight f6, e5 is coming, and now this is just complete madness. There's nothing much you can do here. The knight has to go to h7, and it's just an incredibly sad position for Fabi. So after f4, Fabi said, okay, there's no more waiting here. I have to go for it, and that's pretty much it. Knight captures on f4. And okay, Ding captures and the knight captures here. And a plus for Fabi is that the Ding is down to only 7 minutes on the clock, whereas Fabi has some 36 minutes on the clock. We have king to f1, not allowing any checks from h3 by the knight, and also to keep an eye on the bishop here if needed. So queen to d6. Asking what do you want to do here, keeping an eye on the e5 square, so white cannot push e5, and also maybe if the rook moves, maybe h2 is the target, but very unlikely. So rook to g1 by Ding, saying that, okay, it's me who's threatening mate now, and you don't really have a good defense here against this. If knight to g6, yes, you defend, but you shouldn't be moving the pieces away from the white king after you just sacrifice a piece for the attack. That's not how attacking works. So here, Fabi goes for f6, and now bishop to b5. Ding is now going all-out machine mode, attacking the rook, but basically just grabbing the tempo here because he wants to play bishop to c6, and with this bishop on barrier, he will completely nullify any both of Fabi's rooks, as you will not be able to use the c file. So here Fabi instead went for rook to e7, but now just b3. Now keeping an eye on a4, so Fabi cannot create a passed pawn. We have rook to f8, and now comes rook to c2, preparing a nice rook lift to grab even more space. We have knight to e6 by Fabi. The queen is undefended, so capture of course is impossible. Queen back to e3, and now knight to g5. So Fabi definitely making some progress, but Ding says that will not do. We have h4. Pushing the knight back, knight to f7, and then now comes rook to c6. And now Fabi's pieces are getting pushed back, which is very, very unfortunate since Fabi is the one who sacrificed a piece for the attack. But it wasn't an idea like, let's just sacrifice a piece and try and attack. It was a last resort. So queen to b8, now putting pressure on the bishop, and now queen to c5. Also, queen to c5 is nice because it prevents knight to d6. So queen to c5, defending the bishop, also keeping an eye on the square here. And now queen back to d8, asking Ding, what do you want to do here? Maybe trying to confuse him a little bit. And the bishop to c4 is definitely a nice idea. Since the king is here, you might have some ideas of pushing the pawn, but Ding goes for the brute force move, rook captures on f6. He's not afraid of anything. He says, you've got nothing here. And the problem with this is, for example, if rook to c7, let's say you want to try and kick away the queen to reach c1, you can just bring the rook back, and now after captures, decaptures on c6, you go knight to e5, now threatening some ideas with knight to f3 check. But the problem is here, you don't have to capture the knight. So there is poison in the position, but if captures, then you have this queen to d1 check because the knight is pinned from the rook on f8, and now you have a nice perpetual here. King here, you're going to check here, king h2, queen captures here, rook blocks, and now you have a perpetual queen h4, king g1, queen e1, king here, and queen to h4 check. So there is a lot of poison to the position. Problem is, after this knight e5 move, you don't have to capture, just queen d5 check trades queens, and the white just wins the game. So Fabi probably considered something like this, but he sees that there's not much he can go on here, so king to h8 instead, and now rook to f5. Ding wants to keep the rook here, so if the knight moves, he just wants to trade pieces. Now rook to c7, and bishop to c6, just blocking. And here is really just a move that shows what kind of a great fighter Fabi is. He finds a4. Now that the bishop is pinned, Fabi is able to create a passed pawn here. Ding captures and Fabi pushes b3. So now Fabi has a passed pawn on b3, and he starts pushing it. Very, very resourceful guy, this Fabiano Caruana. But rook to g3 from Ding, saying that, okay, if you push the pawn, I always have rook to b3. So for the lack of a better move, Fabi does it, but rook to b3, and now knight to d6. Knight to d6 because there really is no other move. There's no move you can play here. This is useless, the queen not doing all that much. You cannot, for example, capture here because the queen has to guard the rook on f8. If you move the knight, then just trade. So it's very hard to find a move for Fabi. Knight to d6 was played, but now rook captures on f8. Queen captures, and now, while you could go for e5, it's a really complicated move, and Ding is very low on time. Ding is no longer low on time because we've passed move 40 and time control has been reached. But still, you don't want to overcomplicate it for no reason. e5 does look great. You attack the knight if the knight moves, you win the queen. However, you have queen f1 here, now guarding the queening square, and it does require a lot of energy to calculate everything out that comes after this. Check, rook captures, queen captures, and now you move the king. That you're actually okay here. So Ding not interested in overcomplicating it. He just picks up the passed pawn. We have queen to f4 by Fabi, and then now comes rook to b8 for Ding. With check, king h7, and now queen to c2, preparing to push the pawn, opening up a discovery here. And now, while Fabi could block with the queen, this is just basically this is the same as giving up because after such a move, rook to d8, attacking the knight, the threat is just capturing the knight, and after queen recaptures, check and picking up the queen. So you have to move knight to f7, but now rook to d7, further trades pieces. Let's say h5, and now rook captures, and now you can go e5 with check, g6 and d6, and it's just a game over. Those pawns are all over the board. So while queen e5 stops the discovery, it doesn't do much. So rook to e7 by Fabi, trying to create some more poison on the board. We have e5 with check by Ding, blocking with knight to f5, and now again there are some really crazy lines here. d6 is winning for Ding, but it's just insane. Rook captures here, you're gonna go d7, and now you don't really have a good defense. g6, hoping to get some moves in with the knight here, as now the knight is no longer pinned, but now queen c3 ruins all of your plans. Now if you move the rook, it's a nice checkmate over there, and if you go for something like knight to e3 check here, you just give up the queen. Queen captures, and now the queen comes into the game, and the checkmate is impossible to defend. After you give one check, king g2, queen captures on c6 with check, king h2, there are no more checks, and the mate will follow. But this is too much to go for, and too much to risk when you've played what could be the game of your life. So queen to e4 by Ding, just saying I want to trade queens and start pushing my d pawn, and that's it. So here Fabi of course cannot accept this. He played queen to c1 check, king to g2, and then now g6 unpinning, again hoping for some knight to e3 check action, and Ding just went for rook to b3. Also possible is something Alireza found in the live chat pretty much instantly is bishop to e8. This very nice tactic that says, okay, if you don't do anything, I'm just going to capture here, push h5, capture on f5, and it's game over. And if you go knight to e3, then king f3, and again, you're pretty much without a move. There are no checks, there are no tricks, there's no rook f7, it's just game over for Fabi. So after g6, Ding again didn't want to spend too much time. He just played rook to b3, just covering all these two squares, so black is without any counterplay, and now the pawn is simply marching forward. And it was in fact in this position on move 59 that Fabiano Caruana resigned the game and experiences his first loss in the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2020, and Ding gets his first win. And what a win it is! Really just incredible stuff. Fabi through incredible preparation, Ding just was so resilient, and he found such amazing moves. It was incredible to watch. It was very stressful to watch, but also just amazing. What Ding pulled off here today is basically he defeated an engine here. That's what Ding accomplished here. Which is if Ding was on 2 wins before this game and he played this game, it would be great. But playing a game like this after 2 losses is just out of this world. So by beating Fabiano, Ding is now on 1 out of 3, which is not great for a candidates tournament, especially since he's the second seed. But what a victory it is, and I'm sure if he had any doubts that he can get back into this match now after beating Fabiano Caruana, who hasn't lost a game in classical chess, I don't know for how long. He didn't lose a game in classical in the previous candidates tournament. He didn't lose a game in classical in the World Chess Championship match against Magnus. So taking down Fabio like this with such a strong prepared line, incredible. But it's something I often say. Okay, I don't know if it applies to top elite players, but it definitely applies to maybe some weaker players. When you have two players, one plays a super prepared line and the other one is playing the game from the start. Then after those prepared moves evaporate, then this person who played the game from the absolute start is just more into the game. He understands the position better. He knows the dangers of the position better, and then he just overtakes, which is what happened here. But it's interesting. The line we've shown where Ding would have to give up the queen, or maybe wouldn't, but probably would. Magnus pretty much saw that instantly, and he said that he was very, very surprised that Fabi didn't go for this. But yeah, I didn't catch the interview after the game, so it will be very interesting to see what Fabi has to say about it. And well, it just blew my mind completely. So I do hope you enjoyed it, and I do hope I presented it to your satisfaction, as it's one of the hardest games I've ever had to show. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jason Barr, Eugen Alejandro de Tos, Lorenzo Vigani Poli, Graham Assault, and David Wood for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. Really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the FIDE Candidates 2020 and whatever else happens in the chess world, maybe on the day off or something like that. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing the coverage with the match Alireza Firouzja versus Fabiano Caruana, and I didn't get to catch the games online since they were pretty much focused on the Magnus match. But when I finally checked out the game, I was very pleasantly surprised. So I do hope you're going to be as well if you haven't seen the game, as it's quite a complicated one. So this is game one. Firouzja with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5, c4, c6. So Fabi also goes for the Slav defense like Maxime. Knight of 3. We have knight to f6, and now queen to c2. Sorry about that. We have d captures on c4 by Fabi. Now preparing to defend the pawn with b5, and e4 now, just grabbing the center, and b5 now. So one of the rare cases where you can defend the gambited pawn. So b3. Alireza now challenges this structure. C captures with a captures, and e6 by Fabi. So Fabi grabs the pawn, but Firouzja gets some nice open diagonals and a semi-open file for his rook, and also excellent excellent central control. So bishop to d3. Firouzja continues development, bishop to b7, and we have castles here. Bishop to e7, and now there is a game where bishop to d2 was played, but here rook to d1 is a new move, so already as of move 10, we have a completely new game. And Fabi still has to play some moves, knight here, rook to c8, push the c5 pawn, and free up the light for bishop, and he will be able to enjoy his extra pawn. So h6 first, we have knight to c3, and now a6. Important to further regard the b5 pawn, as at some point you do want to push c5. So h3 by Alireza, and now knight b to d7, preparing rook to c8 and c5 if possible. We have bishop to e3, and now rook to c8, and e5 now by Alireza. We have knight to d5, and here knight captures on d5. So kind of preventing black from pushing c5, so, as black now recaptures with the c pawn, which will kind of be a problem for his light square bishop. But okay, he does get the open c file for his rook. Queen to d2, and here if you're careless, for example, if you castle here, then bishop captures on h6 just wins for white. Captures. Well, you cannot capture. If you capture, then it's game over. If you don't capture, you just wander the pawn. Since now there's the mate threat, and well, whatever you play, captures in the end, it all will end in mate. Now knight g5, and now threatening to capture here, followed by queen g7 mate. If queen d7, it just goes all the way to mate. King g8, now bishop to h7 check. You have to go to h8, now bishop f5, king here, check, blocks, and now bishop captures on f7 will be mate. So it would be very unfortunate to castle here, which Fabi doesn't, of course. Knight to b8 by Fabi. Remaneuvering that knight, but also opening up again some ideas along the c file. So also possible was just knight to b6 here, maybe just waiting to see what will happen. But here a very interesting thing happens after knight to b8 was played. Firouzja pushes b4, and now the c4 square is available. So now Fabi could in fact go back knight d7 to b6 to c4, but instead Fabi goes for rook to c4. Instead of bringing the knight to c4, he brings the rook here, and he's already up a pawn, so he's basically offering the exchange here to create a pass pawn here. Probably capture with the d pawn, open up his light square bishop, and have a nice pass pawn on c4. So Firouzja declines it. He just adds another defender to the b4 pawn, and now knight to d7. Now the knight is coming to b6. We have knight to e1, and now knight to b6. We have queen to e2. Now with a trick allowing Fabi to capture on b4, and there is no reason to capture on b4, but Fabi does it anyway, and this gives Firouzja some breathing room, and well, basically solves all of his problems on the queen side. Here Fabi captured on b4, Firouzja captures, we have captures, and now captures here with check. And now if you capture, then just captures with check, picks up the bishop. So Fabi instead went knight to d7, but again you are able to trade everything. We have knight to d3, going after the bishop here, and Fabi trades. We have 8 captures and knight captures. And now just castles. Instead of trying to defend the pawn, Fabi decides that it's time to castle to safety. So instead we have castles, and now Firouzja just grabs the b5 pawn. And here, from all of that madness that was going on the queen side, we now have equal material with bishops of opposite colors. So we have queen to b6, Fabi offers to trade queens, and well, basically offering a trade of knights also. So just queen captures, Firouzja doesn't want to trade queens. Queen captures on b4, and now rook to a1, preparing rook to a7. So Fabi stops it. We have queen to b6, and now queen to e7. We have bishop to c6, shifting the bishop over to help out with the defense of the king side. Rook to c1, and now bishop to b5. We have rook to c7, and now bishop to d3. So now you do have some pressure here, but it's unclear how you will break through here. So king h2 by Firouzja, and now bishop to g6, defending the pawn. So now the rook can be activated. Queen to c5. Now Firouzja wants to trade queens, but now it's Fabi that declines. We have bishop to f4, and now comes a rook to b8, preparing to start an attack with the rook as well. Bishop to g3, and now rook to b1. And here Firouzja plays bishop to h4, and to understand bishop to h4, we first have to check what happens if rook to c8 check. If rook to c8 check, then you go king to h7, and then after queen to f8, of course following checkmate, black will move the bishop to e4, and now white is just lost, because after queen to h8 check, king to g6, you have some problems here, because of queen to f1 followed by queen g2 checkmate. So after f3 defending, you're still going to get queen to f1, which will follow with queen here with mate, and here you have to play bishop to h4 to start making room for your king, but you are lost anyway. For example, bishop h4, queen g1 check, you're going to go here, now comes queen to e1 check, king here, and now you finally pick up the bishop after check, queen captures here, and now you're going to get checkmated. So because of all of that, Firouzja first plays bishop to h4, so he doesn't have to worry about an escape square for his king. And Fabi does the same. For example, now if you with bishop to h5, so his king also has an escape square on g6, but not bishop to e4, which kind of makes sense as you want to checkmate on g2. The problem is you no longer defend the f7 square, so now queen e7 is extremely strong, followed by captures, and the mate. So instead of a bishop here, we have instead of bishop to e4, we have bishop to h5, and now Firouzja goes for rook to c8 check. We have king to h7. And now it's an incredibly complicated position. You know what white is trying to do, and you know what black is trying to do. But there is only one move that saves Firouzja here in this position. So even feel free to pause the video and try to find the only good move for Firouzja while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's an incredibly hard move to find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to f6. And now black can no longer continue the attack. For example, if you try something like queen to f1, just you know, the usual stuff, going for some queen to h1 ideas, then there's this very nice rook to h8 check. And now if you pick it up, then queen checks king here, and this is checkmate. And if you don't pick up the rook, which of course you shouldn't, king to g6. Now because of the bishop here preventing you to come to g5, now queen to c2 check is well just a game over. After the queen blocks, queen captures here will be checkmate. The king has nowhere to go. So after bishop to f6, black cannot continue the attack. Black has to settle for a draw. Rook to h1 check. Now you're going to capture, and queen to f1 check. King to h2, and now bishop to f3 is a draw for black. But it's also incredibly hard for black to find these only moves that draw after Firouzja's bishop to f6. But it's really awesome, so I decided to show it. So here, you don't really have a good defense against this, you have to capture, and now it's just a perpetual. So this is with best play from both sides, bishop to f6, only move for Firouzja. However, Firouzja played queen to c2 with check, and here Fabi just blocked it. Of course, you don't win the rook, bishop g6, and now queen back to c5. Now again, he forced the bishop back here, so now the king no longer has an escape square. Now he wants to, of course, go queen to f8, but now Fabi's faster, queen to f1. And Firouzja now finds the bishop to f6, but now it is too slow simply, because here Fabi just plays bishop to e4, he again gives his king the g6 square, and it was in this position on move 39 that Alireza Firouzja resigned the game, and the game 1 goes to Fabi. So here you resign because the same trick no longer works. Check, of course you don't capture and allow this checkmate, you're just going to go to g6, and here you don't have any good moves. If f3 blocking checkmate, then just rook b2, and you cannot stop checkmate on g2. So incredible game, really complicated. I really enjoyed it, hope you did as well. I would like to thank Emil Brandenburg, Jeff Koster, Ryan Swanson, Alexander Studnitsky Gisbert, and Jonathan Starr for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game that Magnus Carlsen once described as a game for the ages. The game is from the 2013 Data Skill Chess Tournament, and for those of you who are older subscribers on this channel, you might notice that I already made a video on this game. I made it some 2.5 years ago, but I will put a link to it in the description below if you want to check out the old version of the video. Once this, at that time this channel was still in only 30 frames per second, and it's, the videos were a bit different then. And I received, I actually received hundreds of requests to redo this video in my newer format of making videos, so hopefully you will enjoy this one, as this game really deserves a more thorough analysis. And also, do check out, do vote on our next big saga. The first link in the description below will take you to the poll where you will be able to vote. I've checked out all of your hashtag saga suggestions, and I've, those suggestions that occurred more often, I put them in the poll, so do vote on it. The winner in the poll will not be automatically the winner of the next saga, but it will greatly influence my decision. So that being said, let's check out the game. 11 with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5 by Anand, c4, and c6. Sorry about that. We have knight to f3, continuing development, knight to f6, knight to c3, and we have e6. The semi-Slav is on the board. We have e3 by 11, preparing to develop the light square bishop, and knight b to d7. We have bishop to d3, and only now that the bishop was developed, you make the bishop lose the tempo. So d captures on c4, bishop captures, and b5. Further expanding on the queen side, pushing the bishop back. And now the most common move here today is a6, but Anand goes for bishop to d6. It is one of the lines that he prepared, and he prepared it very well. We have castles by 11, castles by Anand, and now queen to c2, putting more pressure on the h7 pawn. Bishop to b7 by Anand, preparing rook c8. At some point c5 will be played. One of the reasons why a more popular move, for example, is a6 there. So when you play c5, the b5 pawn is already protected. Okay, we have a3 by 11, and now rook to c8 as planned, and now knight to g5. And here the h7 pawn is attacked 3 times. So what do you do here? Well, there are a couple of ideas. If you just play something like h6, the knight goes back, some more central square, and the game continues. Basically, nothing really goes on here. On the other hand, after knight to g5, Anand also has some very sneaky options, like bishop captures on h2 with check. If king captures, you can just go knight g4 check and pick up this knight. King to g1, queen captures here, but this is not the best course of action for black. And here you don't have time to capture on h7 because you will also, after you capture, you will also have to waste a move to go back with the bishop because black will just play g6 and trap your piece, and you also have some bigger issues to worry about. So here you have to kick the knight away with f3, knight goes back, and then the game continues. So it's not bad for black. It's just that e4 seems like a very nice move, opening up the bishop. The queen might be a bit uncomfortable there. So okay, after knight to g5, Anand definitely has a safety move. He has if he wants to be adventurous, he also has that. But he decides to go for c5, and it's a line that later he said that he experimented at home with, and it's just full of possibilities. And the full of possibilities is only an understatement for this game. So here we have knight captures on h7 with by 11. Also bishop captures on h7 is possible. This is actually the engine's favorite move, and Anand said he didn't mind. He was expecting both moves, so it's not a problem. And 2 years after this game was played in 2015, Wesley So in St. Louis had this position against Samuel Sevian, and Wesley captured on h7, but very quickly he was lost. So it's really a complicated position. But okay, that's a completely different game. Knight captures on h7, grabbing the pawn, and here again, what do you do here? Well, let's see what happens if you just capture the knight. If knight captures knight, then bishop captures knight with check, king to h8, and now bishop back to e4. You grab the clean pawn. Let's say bishop captures, queen captures, and the game continues. You don't even have a queen on c2, so black can claim very little compensation here for the lost pawn. So white would just be up a pawn here in a better position. On the other hand, after knight captures on h7, you could go for c4. c4 is also very sneaky, claiming that okay, you have a pawn, but your bishop will not be very active at the end of the line. Now knight captures on f6 with check, knight captures, bishop to e2, and okay, here it's a little bit better. You're still down a pawn, but at least you've reduced the quality of the bishop here. But still, even though the engine might give this, depending on the engine and depending on how much time you give it, could give white or even black the advantage. Point is, if you look at this position, it's white who has all of his pieces, behind his pawns, and it's black who has here the bishop pair from hell. The knight can move, the queen can jump into the attack. So I'm pretty sure everyone would rather play black here. Okay, after knight captures on h7, Anand doesn't go for knight captures or for c4, but rather knight to g4, just opening up attacks everywhere. Now the h2 pawn is under attack. Ideas like queen to h4 followed by queen captures here with mate are possible. And now how do you defend this? Well, obviously, first we have to ask ourselves, is it possible to capture the rook? If it's possible to capture the rook, we should just capture the rook, but it's not. Just bishop captures on h2, king h1, and queen captures on and queen h4, and white is getting checkmated. There's no way around this. Just you move the bishop and it's mate. Okay, you can prolong the game, but that's pointless. Another thing you could do, 11 has h3, also a possibility, but still you get bishop to h2 check, king to h1, and now queen to h4, a very devious move, threatening queen captures on h3 because the g pawn is pinned. You will not be able to recapture. So it's a very crazy position where white seemingly has to go either bishop to e4 or even d5, and it's just a whole mess of the position. But it would be pointless to analyze it since this is now a completely different game, and anything can happen here. And Levin decided that this is perhaps too much to calculate over the board, as its Anand would definitely surprise him. So after knight to g4, he didn't go for the lines we mentioned. He went for f4, just prevented straight out this bishop captures on h2 move. And okay, here Anand again, what to play here? He plays c captures on d4, and with c captures on d4, Anand starts basically he starts creating a masterpiece here with c captures on d4, e captures on d4, and now for those of you who maybe have never seen this game, feel free to pause the video and try to find the best idea for black in this position. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on helping Anand create his immortal game. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, if you found queen to h4, it is possible to play this, but white can defend here. It's not a problem. He will push h3, and after you try knight here, just if knight captures, then you get the other knight into the attack. You will just get knight captures on f6 with check. So you'll have to capture back, and now queen to f2 offers a queen trade, defends everything, and white survives this attack. So after e captures on d4, Anand played bishop to c5, and this is just where all of the craziness happens. And it's not that bishop to c5 is a hard move to find. What follows is hard to find, and this is what Anand finds. Here, what do you do? Well, obviously, can you capture the bishop? Okay, let's check it out. If d captures on c5, knight captures on c5. Now what happens here? Okay, the bishop is under attack here, so you could either move the bishop or capture the rook. Let's see what happens. If you capture the rook, which is, I mean, if it's possible, you should do it. But there aren't all that many great moves, because after knight captures, both of the knights now control the f2 square, and now there's very little you can do against queen to d4 check. So here you could try h3 to create a breathing room for the king. It's the only useful move. But again, just queen to d4 check, king to h1, and now knight to f2 with check. What do you do here? You don't really have a lot of options. If you go to g1, then you face a lot of nasty discoveries. So you're gonna have to capture the knight. Rook captures, knight captures on f2 with check, king to h2, and then now just king captures on f8, and here. If you look at it, the material on the board is equal, but white's position is just disgusting. It's the knight cannot move, as the queen will be hanging on c2. You still have to develop your pieces, and white is just black is in a much better position. Even though the engines might not give black all that much advantage, but it's just hard to play this with white, with black being so developed. And it's also not that difficult to calculate. So instead of d captures on c5, Levin tries a different move, just bishop to e2. He wants to eliminate this guy from g4. And now comes the move that, like I said, bishop to c5 is not the craziest thing you could find, but finding two moves that come in a row like this, it's just awesome. So here Anand uses the Tal principle, and Tal said, even if two of your pieces are under attack, offer a third one, because when it's finally your opponent's move, he can only capture one of them. So here Anand plays knight to e5, and here just everything is hanging. And what do you capture here? Again, we already discussed the pawn captures on c5. It doesn't really work, but now that the knight is on e5, it's even worse. Okay, you cannot capture the knight with the d pawn because the d pawn is pinned. There would be check, but you could play pawn captures knight here. Do you see what Anand's idea was? If just pawn captures knight, it's actually a forced mate in 4. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this very nice idea. So for those of you who were able to do it, I'm sure you're no stranger to the smothered mate. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen captures on d4 with check. Now you could postpone mate with bishop to e3, but we're not even going to discuss that. King h1, and now just queen to g1 check. You sacrifice the queen for a nice smothered knight to f2 mate, which became possible after the bishop came to e2, since the queen no longer guards the f2 square. Obviously you cannot capture the knight. What other solutions are there? Can you just play h3? Can you just say I don't want any pieces? Can you just go away from the king side? Not really, because here just bishop captures on d4 again with check, king to h1, and now queen to h4 again with the terrible threat of just queen captures on h3, because the g pawn, as soon as the king comes to h1, is pinned. This is the biggest problem white has here. So here knight g5, not allowing queen captures on h3, and now f5. Claiming that white doesn't have a good move here, and white has to play something. F captures on e5, now comes knight to f2 check, finally. King to h2, and now bishop captures on e5 with check. King to g1, and now finally queen to g3, threatening queen captures on g2 mate, and you don't really have a good move. If you capture the knight with the rook to guard the g2 pawn, queen h2 check, king to f1, and now queen to h1 is mate. And even if you try and defend the position with bishop to f3, to block the bishop from b7, you still get knight e4, and it's just disgusting. The knight covers the f2 square, queen to h2 will be mate. So here, you cannot capture it because the queen hangs. If you capture with the bishop, then just bishop captures, nothing good happens there. And if you try to make room for the king with rook d1, then queen h2 check, king to f1, and now you just capture. Bishop captures on c3, let's say captures, rook captures, and the queen doesn't have a good square. You can't go here, you can't go here. If you go to e2, you block the king's escape route, so just queen to h1 will be mate. You could try queen to b2, but then just rook captures on f3. It's just beautiful. Knight captures, queen h1 check. You can block knights to g1, and now knights to g3 with check. King to e1, and now just queen captures on g1, and you will very quickly, once the rook enters the game, the king hunt will start. Queen to f2 check. You can block this with king to c3. Let's say queen to c5 check, force the king back. King to d2, now you get the rook into the game. Rook to d8 check. King to e1, and now let's say queen to g1 is mate if white doesn't want to part with the queen. So after this knight d to e5, white really doesn't have all that many options. You could try, since the knight is no longer on d7 guarding this, where you could try just capturing the bishop, but it's still just queen to d4 check, and there's still nothing to do about it. You don't even need the bishop on c5 anymore, because after the king moves, just knight to f2 check. And now if king g1, then of course I will show it, since maybe some of you are new, you don't know some other mates. A double check from the queen and the knight, and after the king moves, you again sacrifice on g1. Rook captures, and the knight to f2 is again mate. So a lot of smothered mates in the position. So after this knight to f2 check, you will have to capture it with rook captures here, but now just queen captures, and now you really don't have a lot of good ways to prevent mate. You could try something, but there isn't all that much you can try. You can go bishop f3 if that just queen to f1 is mate. Also the queen would be hanging. Well, okay, of course everyone prefers mate, but there are just no good moves here for white to defend. So here after knight to d to e5, and it really takes a lot to calculate this move, Levin just said, okay, off with one of the attackers, bishop captures on g4. But Anand, of course, doesn't care about that. He plays bishop captures on d4 with check. King to h1, and now knight captures on g4. Again, opening up all of the possibilities. You cannot play g3. If you play h3, you run into a lot of trouble after queen to h4. So here, Levin has to play something, and he plays knight captures on f8, and it is in fact the strongest move. You just grab a piece, and hopefully you can get queen to h7 check. If you can get queen to h7 check, you're definitely defending. And even if you capture the knight, queen to h7 could pose some problems for Anand. So after knight captures on f8, Anand plays f5. He says, no, this game is definitely not about material. So let's just continue the attack. So what can you play here? If knight captures on e6, seems nice. The queen is under attack, the bishop is under attack, but queen h4, and you're never defending mate. There's no defense against this mate. h3 again runs into mate because the g pawn is again pinned. So after f5, knight to g6, this is the only possible move, as it guards the h4 square, prevents the queen from reaching the h4 square, but now queen to f6. And now Anand's plan is simple. The bishop pair from hell is fully operational, and the queen just needs to get to the h file, and that's it. With h3, hoping that the knight retreats or something, but there is no escape. Just queen captures on g6. If you capture the knight, of course, queen anywhere along the h file is mate, since the dark square bishop covers the g1 square. So after queen captures on g6, we have queen to e2, but it doesn't help. We have queen to h5, and now you could try some ideas here, because again, just queen captures on h3 is deadly. You cannot allow this, and now 11 played queen to d3. But even the strongest line, rook to f3, just allows black to trade down into a superior game. For example, knight f2 check, king h2, and now you capture material back. Bishop captures on f3, queen captures, queen g captures on f3, and now knight to d3. And you get this endgame where, okay, material is equal, but white has no moves. You cannot develop the bishop because, well, you lose the b2 pawn. You cannot capture the pawn here. That's very important to this line. If you capture the pawn, then just you just play rook to c2 check, and after the king moves, now you bring the bishop back to b6, and here you're losing the piece. There's no square for the bishop. You cannot go here. The rook covers that square. The bishop covers this square. So there's no good move here. Whatever you play, just rook captures here, and it's game over. So you will not be able to capture the pawn. And if you don't do it, if you just continue the game, king g3, it's just a very simple a6, additional defense to the b5 pawn, and after white plays something like bishop to d2, there's no other move you can play. There's just no move. You will have to play something like this, and then you start losing pawns, and then it's just a much better pawn structure for black. Will be a completely winning endgame. So of course, Levin knows this, and it's not all that hard to calculate. So he plays queen to d3. Guards the h3 pawn this way, and he tries to hold everything together. But feel free to pause the video for the last time here and find the winning move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding such a beautiful finisher to the game. Now, queen to h4 does win the game, and it is possible to play this, but it would not be such a beautiful immortal game if Anand played this instead of the move he played. For those of you who found bishop to e3, congratulations, you have just created an immortal game. And of course, for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, because here white is without a move. Now, the bishop blocks the queen's defense of the h3 pawn, queen captures on h3. There's no defense about this. If you capture, still pointless. Just queen captures on h3, king g1, queen captures on g2 is mate. If you don't do it, of course, if queen captures, then just knight captures, you lost the queen, and you are again getting mated. And here, rook to f3, like in the previous lines, doesn't do anything because you just capture it, and well, there's no move here. Captures and queen captures will again be mate because the bishop covers the g1 square. So after bishop to e3, Levin Aryan resigned on move 23. And this beautiful game was created by Jonathan Anand that I believe to this day is considered to be his immortal game. And now I do believe that this time we did it better. We explored more possibilities and showed what a crazy game this is, and we did it in 60 frames per second. So I do hope that we really got the job done, at least until we get this channel up to, I don't know, maybe 120 frames per second. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. And here are the final standings of this tournament. I don't know if I mentioned this the previous time, but just in case, even though Levin and Anand played a brilliant tournament and created this beautiful immortal game, it was actually Magnus who won the tournament, showing that he's ready to take on the world champion. I don't know if I mentioned it during this game. Anand was the world champion. This is Tata still, so it's late in January, and Anand is still the world champion, reigning supreme. But Magnus showed that he's able to win the tournament to 1.5 point ahead of second place Aryan and 2 points ahead of third place Vishwanathan Anand and sharing Sergei Karyakin. So he's definitely on the move. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed making the video for the second time. It's just a monstrosity of a game. So many possibilities that the bishop c5 followed by knight to e5. Your friends at the bar in the library are going to go nuts. So I do hope they enjoyed it as well. I would like to thank Bjorn Gudmundsson, Damin, and Jorge Kraika for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and do vote on the next big saga. The poll is the first link you will see in the description below. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the last game. We'll be showing from round 5 of the 2020 candidates tournament. It's Anish Giri versus Fabiano Caruana, and it's a really exciting game. Features two very exciting pause video moments, which I'm sure you're going to enjoy. Well, one more than the other, but they are quite enjoyable. Now, before we check out the game, here's their head-to-head score, as you all enjoyed that so much. So prior to this game, Caruana and Anish Giri played a lot of classical games. Fabiano won 3, Giri won 2, and 26 of the games were drawn. And if you include rapid and exhibition games, then Caruana beat Giri 9-5 with 38 draws. So slight advantage for Fabi in classical time format. And also, let's enjoy some close-ups before we start with the game. Here's a nice close-up of Fabi. So let's just enjoy that for a second, and also a very nice photo of Anish Giri. So let's check out that one as well. So there we have it, and now let's see what happens here. Giri opens with d4, and Fabi once again goes for the Slav. We have c4 and c6. The Slav defense is on the board. Knight f3. We have knight to f6 and e3 now, preparing to develop the light for bishop. Bishop to f5, developing the light for bishop before closing the cage, and knight to c3 now. We have e6, and now that the bishop can no longer go back, Giri immediately goes after it. Knight to h4. We have bishop to e4, f3, bishop to g6, and now mostly played move here is queen to b3. We're with or without including knight captures on g6 first, but queen to b3 is the main idea. But here Giri goes for bishop to d2. It's a much rarer move, and with it he hopes to throw Fabi off guard. But Fabi just continues developing bishop to e7. Now some nasty discoveries could be possible if this knight ever moves. So Giri eliminates the bishop now. Knight captures, h captures, and queen to c2 now. Now saying that he will maybe castle queenside as he already made way for the king. Knight b to d7 by Fabi, and here we have castles queenside by Giri. And there is one game in the database where queen to c7 was played, but here Fabi goes for knight to b6, and it is as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. So let's see what happens. Giri now, of course, he doesn't want the position on the queen side to open up, as he just castled queen side, so of course c5, he wants to close it. Knight b7, and now king b1, a nice prophylactic move, getting king to a safer square. And here, well, you could start breaking up this pawn chain with b6. Fabi first prepares it with queen to b8. Now b6 is definitely an option, but also you are just threatening to gobble up that pawn on h2. So Giri plays h4, and now g5 by Fabi, as the rook is still undefended. The bishop hasn't been developed, so the rooks are not connected. So bishop back to e1 by Giri. Defending the h4 pawn twice, and now even g4 by Fabi. We have e4 by Giri, striking in the center, g captures on f3, g captures, and now finally b6, Fabi starts opening up the position. E captures on d5, we have e captures on d5, and now c captures on d6, even that. We have a captures on d6, now opening up the a file for the rook. Fabi will play something like queen to a7 to pressure the a2 pawn, and now knight to a2. Probably with the idea that he wants to either shift this knight to c1 to help out with the defense of the a2 pawn, or he maybe wants to get it maybe to g4, to g3 and then to f5. So first queen to a7 by Fabi, threatening just queen captures, and now instead of going back, Giri decides that he will use the knight, so instead b3, now defending the a2 pawn, and it now leaves the queen stuck here to guard the a2 pawn, but at least you can move the knight now. We have knight to h5 by Fabi, and now knight to g3, just offering a trade, hoping for captures, then he gets this beautiful bishop, and then the other bishop can go to this diagonal, and so on. So instead we have g6 by Fabi, Giri trades, knight captures on h5, instead of pawn, rook captures on h5, and now f4, a really strong move by Giri. Preparing to kick away the rook from h5 and also start to develop those bishops. King to f8 by Fabi, getting the king to a safer location with ideas of maybe king g7, artificially castling. Bishop to e2, kicking the rook back, and then now rook to h8. And here we reach the first critical position of the game. Feel free to pause the video here and try to figure out what you would play here with white, but it's an incredibly difficult task, so don't overdo it. So for those of you who found f5, you should also congratulate yourself, because it's such a disgusting engine line that there's no way anyone plays this. But it's interesting. During the live stream, Magnus Carlsen said that he wouldn't be surprised if white was just winning here. They couldn't really figure out why, but it doesn't seem like black has anything to do. But it's hard to find what white can do here. So for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's f5. This is the critical line, but it's so difficult to calculate. g5 by black. Now of course you cannot capture because you lose the rook here, and now bishop to f3 first. Now the rook is defended. G captures on h4, and now bishop to g3. This is how you gain development. Now of course black cannot capture because of rook captures on h8. So rook to h6, getting the rook to help out with the defense of the c6 pawn. It's not the target yet because the queen has to keep an eye on the a2 pawn, but better safe than sorry. Bishop to f4 kicks the rook back, rook h7, and now rook to h2. Now the rook here defends the pawn here. Now there's the threat of capturing this, and white will just have an incredible game here. For example, this bishop can come to e5, rook can come either to e1, maybe even to h1 to double up on the h file. A lot of good things can happen here for white. But it's hard to decide on such a move. So basically, from this position where the bishops are here and your rooks are not coordinated, while the queen is stuck guarding the a2 pawn, you would reach this position where the bishops are nicely placed here. The rook helps out with the defense of the pawn, and black didn't really do anything. So basically, white got 5 free moves without black actually being able to do anything. So this is the real secret behind the position. However, it's incredibly hard to find. Giri first played bishop to d3, now with ideas of preparing f5, and now c5 by Fabi. We have bishop to c3, hoping to open up this diagonal. So Fabi does captures on d4, and the bishop to f6 now. Fabi seems to have solved all of his problems, but again, feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning move for Giri while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, you should definitely congratulate yourself, because it's a move that both Giri and Caruana missed. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to b5. Seems crazy that such a move can take down a player like Caruana, but it is in the position. Point is, you're threatening the simple tactics of bishop captures, you remove the defender of this bishop, and then you win a piece. So black obviously has to do something about that. So bishop captures on d4, of course. Now rook captures on d4, and now after the knight moves, and now you have this f5 move. Just continue attacking g5, and now rook to a4, and now you will overload the black queen. For example, if the queen moves, queen b8, and now you go queen to b2, attacking the knight here and the rook. And there's not much you can do here. For example, if king g7 defending, then rook to g1 is incredibly strong, threatening just captures, and you will win the knight here. For example, if rook captures on a4, you can just play even h captures on g5, and now there's not much to do here. Rook h2, attacking the queen, then queen captures on f6, king to f8, and then of course bishop captures on a4, and at the end of this variation you are up a piece. So another thing you could do here after queen to b2, instead of moving with something like king to g7, you could try the rook captures on a4 immediately, but then the decision to queen captures on f6, and you're still threatening to capture this rook and this rook. So you would have to go for rook captures here, rook h captures on h4, but now again you get rook to g1, and there's again not much black can do here. You cannot move this rook anywhere from the h file because, well, queen h8 check just picks up the queen here, and not a lot of things you can do. The rook is coming in the position, and that will be it. So really, and your rook is hanging, so you do have to do something about it after rook moves. Let's say to a8, queen captures on g5, attacks here, goes to g7, the pawn is coming here, bishop covers e8, it's a dead loss for black. So really exciting stuff after Fabi's bishop to f6, but Giri misses it. Giri plays bishop captures on f6 instead. We have knight captures on f6, and now f5. Finally, Giri breaks through. G captures on f5, bishop captures on f5, and then now b5 by Fabi. Again saying, okay, you have a nice position, Giri, but your queen is still stuck guarding this pawn here, so you have to do something about it. So he does. Giri goes rook to h2, now the queen can finally be activated, and now rook to h5. Now keeping the queen stuck guarding the bishop here. So rook to e2 by Giri, and now d4, just further pushing. We have rook to e5. A nice rook lift that now defends the bishop. Now the queen can finally move, but now Fabi finds knight to g4. Now, of course, if you capture, you lose the rook, and the knight is now coming to e3. So here, rook to c5 with the threat of rook to c8 check, but Fabi goes for knight to e3 either way. So again, what do you do here? Rook to c8 check. Only good move for Giri. We have captures with check, and now not king here because of rook to g1, king to e7 instead. So again, what do you do here? Rook to c1, you have to get the rook to safety, and now comes knight to d5. As the threat is just rook to c7 check to win the queen. So knight to d5 guarding this, and now Giri goes for rook to e1 with check. Fabi again blocks, knight to e3, rook to c1. We have knight back to d5, rook to e1 with check, knight to e3, and after rook to c1, it was in this position on move 42 that Giri and Caruana agreed to a draw. So really tough game, really complicated game. Fabi had to spend a lot more time in the opening. Giri outprepared him, but then when it was time to strike, Giri had two chances. Okay, that f5 move not likely for anyone to find, but that bishop to b5 move that seems to be outright winning, that was definitely Giri's chance. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Here, there's no real way to look for advantage. If you try something like, well, what could you try? Let's say knight back to d5 threatens this. We have something for white. Maybe you try this to get rid of the defender and then win the queen, but then just knight check wins the bishop, or you have to give up the exchange. So not much you can do there. And for example, if bishop g4, maybe attacking the rook, try to go for the knight this way, then rook e5. You no longer have any rook e1 checks, and if bishop f3, just knight c3 check again, just winning for black. If you move, you're getting queen captures on h2, and if you don't, then you just have to give up the exchange with the rook captures, and you're just worse. So after rook to c1, they drew the game, and here are the standings now after 5 rounds of the FIDE Candidates 2020 tournament. There we have it. In first place, we have Yanni Pomnici with 3.5 out of 5 points after winning his game against Van Gaal, followed by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with 3 points, then Fabiano Caruana, Van Gaal, and Alexander Grishuk with 2.5, so on 50%, and then with 2 points, Dingliren, Kirill Alexenko, and Anish Giri. So those are the standings after 5 rounds, but it's a long tournament, long way to go. We'll see what happens. So really exciting stuff. And what do you think of the tournament so far? Do you agree with the statement Alexander Grishuk made in an interview? He said that he definitely thinks that the tournament should be either stopped or postponed. That it's not without cause that all of the other big events in the world have been canceled or postponed, and that he just doesn't feel right playing in the tournament. Everyone wearing masks, there's a lot of security everywhere, and it just kills the mood of the tournament. And he says that with all that in mind, being on 50%, that he is very happy with his result, but he definitely thinks that the tournament shouldn't have happened. So what are your thoughts on this? And I'll see you guys soon. I would like to thank Woodbeck Holdings LLC, Simon Johansson, Harry Willis, Gleb Kokchenko, and Randall Ingersoll for contributing to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent start of your week. Hello everyone, welcome to a very nice game from the European Women's Rapid Championship. It's former World Women's Champion Nona Gaprinashvili. She's the 6th Women's World Champion versus Maja Budanitsa, who is the 7th World Women's Chess Champion. And Gaprinashvili has been World Champion for 16 years before facing Maja Budanitsa in 1978, so over 40 years have passed since the two of them played their match for the World Chess Championship. 41 years, I believe. So it's incredible that they are still very active and still playing competitive chess. Maja is 58 years old and Nona is 78 years old. So when some of you say that you're like 50 and you're too old for chess, you can always look at Nona Gaprinashvili, who's not only playing competitive chess, she's playing the World Rapid Champion, the European Rapid Championship. So that's really incredible, and one of the reasons why I decided to show this game, as they are both legends when it comes to chess. It's like I said, from the European Rapid Championship, and it was held in Monte Carlo, and it was also the first edition of the Europe's Golden Pawn Awards. Now, if you're wondering what the Europe's Golden Pawn Awards is, I'm wondering as well, so I had to Google it. And from there, what appears to be the official website, it says Europe's Golden Pawn is a new tradition and brings together the best representatives of the European chess world each year. Chess stands for people of intelligence, brilliant, and flexible minds, and we always stay where there are healthy, highly intellectual, and interesting activities and ideas. So that's basically the Europe's Golden Pawn, and there will be awards like for best author, for best arbiter, for I've seen there are awards for women's chess legend, men's chess legend. There are a lot of awards you can win every year. So that being said, we do have some photos from the event. Here they are. There you have it. That's Judith Polgar alongside Anna Rudolph and Huga. Huga sent me these photos, so thanks for that. Now Judith probably will be receiving the Chess Legend Award, I imagine, and also here's one with Garry Kasparov, and there you have it. He will probably be receiving the other Chess Legend Award. Maybe not. I still haven't checked it out. So if any of you do know, do share in the comment section below. And Garry Kasparov also held a simultaneous exhibition there. If any of you attended and you have a nice game that you would like to show, maybe someone played against Garry and it was a nice game, do send it. I will definitely check it out and show it. And here we have also a nice photo of the two of them playing. There you have it on board 13, Nona versus Maja. There you have both of them deep in the position, and there behind Huga you can see a wild Arkady Dvorko, which appears the FIDE president is also enjoying the match between these two legends. So that being said, let's check out the game. Nona with the white pieces opens with d4. We have e6, c4, and d5. We have knight to f3, and now c6. The Slav defense is on the board. We have queen to c2 and knight to d7 now. Bishop to f4, and here comes knight g to f6. So just nicely developing, knight bd2, and bishop to e7. Maya prepares the castle. We have h3, and now castles by Maya. We have e3, and now the early c5 as the white king is still in the center of the board. Of course, you want to open up the position. And here there is a game that continued c captures on d5, but b3 is a new move in the position, so already as of move 9 we have a completely new game. We have b6. Maya will think to the light for bishop as well. We have bishop to d3, putting pressure on the h7 pawn. For the moment, it's not a problem since the knight is guarding it. Bishop to b7, and now castles. We have rook to c8, and now comes rook 8 to d1, nicely aligning the rook along the d file if the position opens up. That's where you want to have your rook. We have rook to e8, and now queen back to b1, not wanting the queen on the same file as this rook. Knight to f8 now. The knight is coming to g6, and from there the knight will be a very useful piece. So we have d captures on c5, and here bishop captures on c5, and finally e4, a breakthrough in the center. We have d captures on e4, and now knight captures on e4. The knight is protected with a tactic, even though it's attacked twice, since the rook is still on the same file as the queen. So we do have one trade, bishop captures on e4. Knight captures on e4 also possible, as the bishop is a very strong piece, but Maya prefers bishop captures on e4. We have bishop captures now opening up an attack towards the queen, and queen to e7 now, and bishop back to c2. Not allowing this trade, and for the moment, Nona has the advantage of the bishop pair. So if it's correctly utilized, it will be a deadly bishop pair. For example, bishop d2 to c3 will be an excellent bishop pair. So knight to g6, attacking the bishop, bishop back to d2. Now with the idea of bringing it to c3, and then the bishop pair will be fully operational. With rook e to d8, as the rook is no longer useful on e8, and the bishop to c3 now. Now the bishops are definitely fully operational. With a5, just further improving the position on the queen side. If you look at it, and if you take away, if you imagine all the pieces of the board, white has a 3-2 advantage on the queen side. So that's always better than having an advantage on the king side where the kings are, since the king will be able to compensate for one last pawn. So 3-2 on the queen side is definitely a plus if you can trade down into that endgame. We have queen to c1, not allowing knight to f4. Also, the queen also wants to enter the game somehow, and knight to h5 now. Now this knight is coming to f4, and unless you want to ruin your pawn structure a bit, g3 would be a blunder here because you can just capture it, the f pawn is pinned, but there's really no good way to prevent it. So we have rook captures on d8, trading a pair of rooks, rook captures on d8, and now rook to d1, offering a trade of another rook. We have knight h to f4 now, finally grabbing that nice f4 square, and here rook captures on d8, trading the other pair of rooks as well. Queen captures on d8, and now queen to d1, offering a trade of queens as well, as Nona figures the endgame will be advantageous to her since the bishop pair is still on the board. With queen captures on d1, Maya disagrees with this, and bishop captures on d1. With knight to d3 now, putting pressure on the f2 pawn, and now you don't really have a good way of defending the pawn, so you have to put a bishop in between. So bishop to d4, and now e5, not wanting to trade on d4, so the knight gets activated immediately, but rather e5, and now you force white to capture on c5. So bishop captures on c5, and now not knight captures, but b captures, and here you have perfect control of the b4 square. So even though white has a 3-2 advantage on the queen side, you will not be pushing a3 and b4. Maybe you will if all of the pieces maybe get traded off and the black king will be far away, so maybe you can sacrifice a pawn to start marching your c5 pawn, c pawn, but other than that, very unlikely. So bishop to c2, attacking the knight, and now knight g to f4. Here, Maya is offering a trick. For example, if you try to kick the knight away with the g3, it does remove the defender of this knight, but it doesn't work. Simply knight captures on h3 comes with check. And now after king f1, you're going to capture on f2 as well. And after king to e2, now again threatening to win the piece, now e4. Knight to g5, and now after, let's say, h6, you will simply pick up the e4 pawn. Knight captures on e4, and the bishop captures on d3. But knight captures on g3 with check, and after all is said and done, black will enjoy 2 extra pawns, and it will be an easy win for black. So after knight to g to f4, we have king to f1. Now g3 definitely a threat, but black no longer waits for g3. So knight to b4, putting pressure on the bishop and the pawn here. Bishop to b1, and now f6, just strengthening the e5 pawn. With a3, pushing the knight back, and then now knight back to c6. Now the knight will harass the b3 pawn from d4. So you can white is still okay here, but you can feel that it's black who's dictating the tone of the battle. And even though Nona had the bishop pair, maybe trading the rooks was great, but trading the queen, maybe the queen should have remained on the board a bit longer. But things happen in chess. With knight to d2, now adding a defender to the b3 pawn, as you are expecting knight to d4. With knight to d4, and now bishop to e4, getting the bishop into the game. And here comes king to f7. Now Maya starts improving the position of the king. With h4, now you can push g3 without h3 being a target, and now f5, pushing the bishop further back. Bishop back to b1, and now comes king to f6. And here f3. We have knight f to e2, just a very nice knight. As well, if the knight comes to c1, there's really no way for you to defend b3. Reason being that bishop to c2 is not possible. The knight covers that square, and if bishop to a2, knight to c1 just traps it, and then you're just going to lose it. Well, you don't lose the piece, you can retreat to b1, but then you lose the b3 pawn either way. So it's very hard for white to make a move here. Here, Nona tries g4, but we have just g6. And here, it's like I said, it's incredibly hard to find a move for white. If you try something like bishop to d3 to try and win a piece or something, just a knight to c1, and you will lose the b3 pawn. There's no way around that. There's no defending the pawn. If you try something like bishop to a2, we already mentioned knight to c1 just attacks the bishop alongside the pawn. You're going to have to move the bishop back, and then you just lose the pawn. Or if after bishop to a2, knight c3, you go bishop back to b1, you can just capture it, and after knight captures, you will then capture on b3. So it's playing something like a4 to waste time, just knight c1, again loses the b3 pawn, then again white falls apart. It's a very important pawn. So here, Nona tried a very, well, the only active idea basically in the position, h5. Point is that now Maya plays knight to c1, yes, the b3 pawn, you cannot save it, but what you can do is exactly what Nona did. H captures on g6, h captures, g captures on f5, g captures on f5, and now b4. Something we mentioned that if maybe if the pieces were all traded and if the black king was very far away, then maybe you could sacrifice a pawn on the queen side to create a path c pawn. But now it's made out of necessity, as there was no way to defend the b3 pawn. So c captures on b4, we have a captures, and now c5, starting to push the pass pawn, although it's not really all that much of a problem for black since the black king is very close. We have king to e6, and now king to e1, knight c to e2, and bishop to d3 now, threatening to win a piece. Knight back to c3, and now bishop to c4 with check. King to d7, and now king to f2. The knights are really making it hard for the white king to reach anything here. We have king to c6, now the pawn is threatened, there's no way to defend it. Knight b3, but black just trades and then picks up the pawn. So here we have king to e3, but now king captures on c5. And here black is just up 2 pawns, so definitely a decisive advantage. And here we have f4 by Nona. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best way for Maya to win this position with black. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding the absolute best way to win it. It's 8 to force mate in 12 if white defends properly. So it's knight to d1. Congratulations to everyone who found it. This comes with check. The black king has nowhere to go. We have king to d3, and now you can see that the knights control all of the squares around the white king. So all that's left is to push e4 with check. And now the white king has no more squares. You're going to have to start giving up material. And it was of course in this position that Nona Kapinashvili resigned the game on move 51, as there is nothing more to be done here. You will give up a piece here. For example, after captures with checking captures, you're then going to lose the bishop. And even though you have one more pawn, it's not really going to be a problem. Black can even just capture it, for good measure. And after this, you will just continue to push your b pawn and queen it and win the game. So there are no tricks in the position. Of course, Nona decided to resign after this e4 check move. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Really an awesome and a very inspiring game to see the two of them still going at it after 41 years after their World Chess Championship match in 1978. Really very motivational. So I do hope you enjoyed it. That's the game. I would also like to thank Doug McNabb, Gabi Stonite, and Jeff Graves for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continue to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. And also, for those of you who maybe don't know, the Vladimir Kramnik, who retired from professional chess, is coming back from retirement to play the World Rapid and Blitz Championship from 25th to 30th of December this year. So there's that. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a most exciting game from the Riga FIDE Grand Prix 2019. Now, as of this year, you all know that the Grand Prix has a new elimination system. They are having the knockout system, and first the players will play 2 classical games, then 2 rapid games, then 2 shorter rapid games, 10+10, and then they will play 2 blitz games. And if all of those games are drawn, then they go into the Armageddon, where white has 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes, but if the game is drawn, then black wins the matchup. So this is what happened in the matchup between Sergei Karkin and Anish Giri. They drew all the games, and they went into Armageddon. Sergei has 5 minutes here, Giri has 4, but Giri is allowed to draw, and then he wins the matchup. So let's see how the game went. Karkin opened with knight to f3, the right is on the board, and before we continue, we do have 2 very nice photos of this encounter. There you have it, a nice close-up of Giri wearing, not sure if you can spot it, but those are actually chess pieces on his shirt. That is, it's been a while since I've seen something this cool. I wish I knew where I could purchase one shirt such as this one, as it's well, not only confusing to your opponents, but also very cool. And also here we have a nice close-up of Karkin. There we have it. Let's just enjoy that for a minute, not doing anything crazy with his shirt. Both photos compliments of Nikki Riga, the official photographer of the FIDE Grand Prix. I will put links to her Twitter and Instagram profile in the description below, so feel free to check out her other work if you are interested. So d5 by Giri, we have e3, knight to f6, c4, and c6. Sorry about that. Not d4, I said c4. Sorry, c4 and c6, and with d4 we transpose into the Slav defense. With bishop to f5 by Giri, knight to c3, and now e6. Now that the bishop is out of his cage, you are allowed to close up the position like this. But now white is able to hunt the bishop down. So knight to h4. Karkin goes after Giri's light for a bishop, and now you could go bishop g6, bishop e4, you could go bishop to g4. Bishop g4 runs into pretty much the same thing that's happening in the game, because you'll just move the queen, attack the d7 pawn, and here you'll go queen b6, all for trade, f3, bishop will go back, h5, g4, and after bishop goes here, white will be able to capture it, and then decide whether you will or will not trade queens. If you go bishop to g6, then you can capture the bishop immediately. In the game, we saw bishop to e4. Karkin just pushes the bishop back, we have f3, bishop to g6, and now queen to b3, just a nice developing move, attacking the b7 pawn. Here, Giri doesn't defend with queen b6, rather queen to c7, the b7 pawn is defended, and there's no danger in losing anything in the center, because because the center is nicely protected. Bishop to d2 by Karkin, bishop to e7 preparing to castle, and now g3 with ideas of maybe bringing the knight back into the game this way, but also if you need you can always just capture on g6. The tension goes in white's favor. Knight b to d7 developing, and now rook to c1 preparing to open up the c file, and as the rook occupies the same file as the queen, the tactics should work in white's favor. So Giri beats Karkin to the capture, d captures on c4, bishop captures on c4, and here we have castles. If you go b5, you don't want to do this since we said that the rook occupies the same file as the queen. White can just give up the piece for 2 pawns here, and after the queen moves, you will just have knight c7 check and win the game. For example, the king will move, king f8, knight captures. You cannot trade queens because the knight would have an escape square, so queen captures, and now you just castle, and white will have a much better game here. So after bishop captures on c4, we have castles by Giri, castles by Karkin, and now e5 by black. And here, it's very interesting. Hard to say if Karkin knew of this game before playing this Armageddon game, but Giri already had this position in 2017 in the Tata Steel tournament against Radoslav Wojtaszek, where Wojtaszek played the d5, and that game ended in a draw. So probably, I mean, it's hard to say was Karkin aware of this game, but he goes for a different line. He plays knight captures on g6, and this is now a new move. This position has never happened before, and of course, as of move 14, we have a completely new game. H captures on g6, and now queen to c2, remaneuvering already with a threat. Queen captures on g6 is the threat as the f pawn is pinned. So Giri doesn't allow him to react. With e captures on d4, now you have to react as your knight here is under attack. E captures on d4, and now knight to b6. Again, you cannot capture because you lose the bishop on c4. So bishop back to b3, and now queen to d7. Again, you cannot capture. If you capture here, then queen captures on d4 with check, threatens to win the bishop, and even after you block, okay, the bishop is defended, bishop to c5 now, threatening to win the rook, and after bishop e1, now you get queen to e3 with an attack on the rook, and after the rook moves, or you defend it, which is, well, probably you're going to defend it, now you get queen captures on f3, and it's actually black who is enjoying the pins, and black will now win material here in the game. So after queen d7, you still don't have a chance to capture here, bishop to e3, just defending the d4 pawn, and now knight b to d5, Giri closes up this diagonal. With bishop to g5 by Karkin as his bishop on e3 is under attack, rook fe8, and now rook c back to d1, again putting the rook on the same file as the queen. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and now this knight comes to d5. Here Giri offers more trades, and he wants to trade down into a favorable endgame for him because this is Armageddon, and any draw means that Giri wins the matchup. So of course Karkin not interested in a draw, bishop back to d2, and now b5. Giri is now happy with his position and what he's achieved. He now is ready to expand on the queen side. With rook fe1 by Karkin, and now bishop to d6, offering a rook trade. So how can Karkin avoid more trades and improve his position at the same time? He plays rook to e4, which is an excellent move because he's threatening rook to e1 to completely dominate the e file, and black really can't capture. If you capture, not only does white get a monster pawn center here, but also after the knight moves, you get e5 in. The bishop is under attack, and once you move it, now queen captures on g6 works, and black will just lose this game very quickly. So after rook e4 with f5 by Giri, significant weakening of the king side, but then again you are now forcing white to either move back to e1 or capture on e8. So Karkin captures with rook captures on e8, now getting the other rook into the game, and now c4. Of course you want to open up the position and free your light square bishop here. You have to capture it. If you don't capture it, then white just wins material. For example, if you play knight e3, then just captures on c5, check, wins the bishop on d6, it's a game over. So bishop capture, b captures on c4, with queen captures on c4, and now of course Giri wants to unpin, he plays king to h7, now the knight can move, but now Karkin transfers his attention to the isolated weak c pawn here. So bishop to a4. How do you defend it? And it's not easy to defend it, but the best idea is just rook d8. It's a hard move to find, especially in an Armageddon game. For example, you give up the c6 pawn, and then knight b6. You offer to trade queens. Of course, white will probably decline, as it is an Armageddon. Let's say queen c2, queen e7, and now you're down a pawn, but you're still playing the game. Here, after bishop a4, Giri played knight to e7, defending the c6 pawn, but now it just doesn't work. Here, Karkin has a winning position, and feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning move for Karkin. Well, I give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent winner of Armageddon games. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, d5 is the winning move here. d5 wins because you cannot trade. If you trade, then just not even captures and captures, but rather queen to h4 check, king moves, and you win the queen for nothing. Or if after d5 black decides to capture with the knight, then just bishop captures here, you win material. Or not even that, you can just capture with the queen. It's enough, just you will win even more material. You're up a piece in a completely winning endgame. So after d5, Giri now decides, okay, it's time to defend the c pawn one more time with rook to c8. But now d captures on c6. Of course, you have to capture with the knight if you don't want to suffer material loss. Knight captures on c6, and now queen to h4 check. And now you will see the true power of the bishop pair. There's only one move for the black king. That's king to g8. Now, how do you continue the attack? Of course, now you just start using the bishop pair. Bishop to b3 check. You cannot oppose the bishop. Nothing can block the bishop. You can play queen to f7, but that's just silly. So king to f8 was played. Now comes queen to h8 with check. King to e7, and now once again, feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning move for white. I'm of course only kidding. Of course, you'll see it. It's mate in one. Bishop to g5 delivers checkmate. This is what Karkin played, and this is how Anish Giri was eliminated from the Riga FIDE Grand Prix 2019. So really an insane matchup. Two classical games drawn, then two rapid games drawn, two other rapid games drawn, the shorter ones, then two games drawn, and then this game in Armageddon really just a beauty. Bishops slicing the board in half, queen controlling the last rank, and the black king is just doomed here. So yeah, that's what happens. Those are the joys of Armageddon for the audience, probably not for the players all that much. But even in Norway chess, where we really saw Armageddon for the first time in such with such elite players playing it, everyone favors white. Even though white has to win, everyone favors white. This is something I thought will not be the case in Armageddon. I thought black will always be able to draw in Armageddon, but not really. White wins Armageddon, so it's really awesome. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed. We're going to show at least one more game from round one and from the tiebreaks, and then we're going to check out the standings and who goes into the quarterfinals and who goes home. I would like to thank Michael Cabral, Frank Combs, and Mikołaj Malczynski for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with more interesting content, continuing this short coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix, checking up on your suggestions, and of course continuing the Capablanca saga. Thank you all. I will see you soon. Have an excellent start of your week. Hello everyone, welcome to a very nice game from the penultimate round of the Altibox Norway Championship. The game just ended, so I thought why not just make a video on it right away. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Yuan Gi, and both of them have had a lot of success in the Armageddons throughout this whole Norway event, so we'll see how their matchup will turn out. Again, I will not mention if this is a classical or Armageddon, I'll just let you decide. It's quite an exciting game, and also we do have a nice photo of this matchup, courtesy of Leonard Otis, official photographer of the Altibox Norway Championship. There you have it, Magnus and Yuan Gi, and I don't know who the gentleman is making the first move for Magnus, but judging by the t-shirt, it's obviously someone who is doing something for Von Doren. So that being said, let's check out this very nice game. Carlsen with the white pieces opens with d4. We have d5, e5, c4, and c6. The Slav defense is on the board. Knight to f3, with knight to f6, and now knight to c3. And now Yuangi captures on c4. With e4 by Carlsen, maybe preparing e5, and now comes b5, defending the c4 pawn, so Magnus is unable to recapture immediately. And now asking Magnus, what do you want to do here? Carlsen continues bishop to e2, he just prepares the castle, and here Yuangi doesn't go for the most obvious idea, but he goes for b4, attacking the knight immediately, trying to get rid of the defender of e4. And it's only move 6, but there are very few games that have actually been played that have reached this position, I think around 14. And here Carlsen plays e5, and now what do? The knight is under attack, of course you don't want to move this knight and lose e4 pawn, so Carlsen just advances it. And here there are 2 games in the database where knight to d5 was played, but here b captures on c3 is a new move, so already as of move 7, Yuangi goes into uncharted territory. So what does Carlsen do? Of course he wants to recapture the piece with e captures on f6, and now Yuangi has to decide, does he want to go for this captures, and captures like this, where Carlsen will have an isolated d pawn, or for the line that he chose, he first captures on e6, and after Carlsen captured bc3, he then went bishop to d6, so quickens the development, but it also strengthens Carlsen's center. Now, of course, you notice that Yuangi has a double c pawn, so one thing you would definitely want to do is play c5 here, just get rid of your double c pawn, and then you pretty much, you're good to go. The problem is, if you play something like this, then after bishop captures on c4, you don't really have an option of capturing here, because after knight captures, there's no good way to develop. Your king will just be stuck in the center. For example, if you play something like bishop e7, queen f3, just picks up the rook. There's no way around it. So bishop to d6, you will have to suffer with your, well, not suffer, but you'll have to endure your double c pawn for the moment. We have castles by Carlsen, castles by Yuangi, and now knight to d2, going after the c4 pawn with the knight, and then from there knight will also target the bishop. We have rook to e8 by Yuangi, rook to e1 by Magnus, and now knight to d7, getting this knight over to b6 to help out with the defense of the c4 pawn, and only now does Magnus capture. We have knight captures on c4, and now bishop to c7, not allowing this trade, of course, and bishop to f3. Carlsen grabs hold of this beautiful diagonal, and like we mentioned, it'd be great if you could get rid of this well, isolated pawn, but for the moment it's not possible as the rook is hanging on a8. So what do you do here? First, bishop to a6, attacking the knight here that is undefended. Magnus brings it back to e3, and now comes knight to b6. And here, again, what do? You for the moment you still can't capture. If you capture, then just queen d6 with a double attack, attacks the bishop and the h2 pawn, you're going to lose a piece here. So after knight to b6, we have bishop to a3 by Magnus. There's no rush in capturing this, and here we have knight to c4. So what do you do here? Here Carlsen has the option of actually capturing now, because after bishop captures, yes, black will capture on a3, but now you get queen to a4, and you get this crazy position where the rook is under attack, the bishop is under attack, the knight is under attack, and here black will go for bishop to b5, and after captures here, then you would play bishop captures on h2. King captures, and now queen to b8 check will now pick up the bishop. King g1, now comes knight captures on b5, and you get this position with equal material on the board, but Magnus would have 3 pawn islands, and the king's position would be somewhat loosened, and black would have 2 pawn islands with only 1 isolated pawn on the a file. Carlsen decides against this, and he goes queen to d3, which seems like an odd decision, placing your queen in front of the bishop like this, but the bishop is undefended, so if the knight moves, Magnus wants to pick up the bishop. That's his plan. Now there's a double attack against the knight here, so what do you do? Here, Yuangi finds a very nice idea. Rook captures on e3. So what do you do? Obviously, you can capture with the rook or with the pawn. If you capture with the pawn, you get to this line. Knight captures on a3, and after queen captures on a6, knight to c2, not check, but forking the rooks. And after something, knight captures, rook captures, and you will get this position where it's not a bad position. You have this massive center here, but Carlsen prefers the position with the pawn on f2. So he decides for a different line. He goes rook captures on e3, knight captures on e3, and now queen captures on a6. But black still gets his knight to c2 in, attacking the bishop and the rook. Rook to d1, and only now knight captures on a3. We have queen captures on a3, and this is the position Magnus prefers. There's still this pressure here, still unable to push c5, and it will be hard to get out of this. If Carlsen just captures here, well, not for the moment, as you still don't want to run into any tricks, but the queen is guarding d6, so it's not really an issue. Here, if you go bishop d6 trying to kick away Magnus' queen, he's just going to go queen a4 with a double attack here, also putting pressure on a7, so you can't really go rook c8, and after queen c7, just g3, defend the h2 pawn, and still black will have a very hard time defending this. So after queen to a3, Yuangi plays queen to d6, he says, okay, let's trade queens, and then maybe I'll be down a pawn after you capture it, but at least it's a bishop of opposite colors endgame, and I will hold this to a draw. Magnus says, all right then, with queen captures on d6, bishop captures, and now the problem is, if you capture this bishop, this pawn here with the bishop, you get rook c8. Now if you move the bishop, you lose the c3 pawn, so you have to play d5, but then after rook b8, yes, it's a nice structure here, but this bishop is now basically a pawn, and it's very unlikely that you will get this pawn all the way to c5. So not the best way to treat this position, but you're at home having a lovely time, feel free to pause the video and try to find the best idea here for white while I have a nice sip of my water. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are truly a master of opposite color bishop endgames. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, here Magnus played c4. And now you see the problem. Now there won't be an issue. c5 is coming, which comes with an attack on the bishop here, and only then will you recapture here, and then there's no problem of rook coming to c8. So here Yuangi takes advantage of this c4 move to get rid of the pin. Rook c8. Now the pawn is guarded, but here Magnus just plays c5 with bishop e7, and here Carlsen's plan is next. He now wants to play king f1, king d2, king d3, king to c4, get the king all the way here, and then at some point, well, if possible, get the rook all the way up there, and somehow win the c6 pawn and push these pawns to victory. So let's see if that is possible. He starts with king f1, of course, with f5 by Yuangi and king to e2. So the king march is happening. We have g5 preparing g4, so first Magnus blocks with h3, king to g7, black also wants to get the king into the game, and now king to d3. We have king to g6, and now rook to b1. The rook will now infiltrate the 7th rank via rook to b7, with h5 by black, and now rook to b7. So already attacking the 7th pawn and the bishop here. We have bishop to f6, now with ideas that if white starts any quick pawn grabbing, so then you get a rook here, and then it will be a problem defending the d4 pawn. So here, rook to d7. Carlsen doesn't allow rook to d8, and now g4 by black. Carlsen ignores this with bishop to d1, says, okay, if you want to capture, you can capture, and now king to g5. Black brings the king deeper into the game. And now again, if you play something like capture 0 or capture 0, you're just going to get rook d8. It comes with an attack on the pawn here, and even after h4, of course, rook king g6 will be played, you'll have to rook c7, and then you will lose this pawn here. So you cannot allow rook to d8. Here Carlsen plays bishop to a4. Again, just putting pressure on the c6 pawn with f4 by black, and now comes f3, preparing to capture here, or maybe black can capture, it doesn't really matter. Both of it works nicely in white's favor. With rook to e8, black now grabs hold of the e3 square, so he wants to gain activity with the rook as well. With f captures, h captures, h captures, and now rook to e6, keeping an eye on the c6 pawn, but now Magnus just retreats. Bishop to d1, and now he guards the g4 pawn. So all in all, he won a pawn, and now he just continues with his plan. With rook to e3, with check, king to c4, finally the king reaches the destination, and now a5. We have bishop to f3. Now it's no longer possible to defend the c6 pawn, and now rook to a3, going after the a2 pawn. Bishop captures on c6 with rook captures on a2, and now bishop back to e4, controlling the c2 square, so no rook to c2 check will be possible. With a4, Yuangi also starts pushing his pass pawn, but now comes c6. We have rook to a1, now checks with c1 are possible, but just c7. With a3, and here, of course, you don't want to play c8 with queen, because then you would just lose that queen after rook captures on c8. But here, after a3, Carlsen just played king to b3, not allowing rook to c1 check. And it was, in fact, in this position that Yuangi resigned the game, as there is nothing to do here. Whatever you play, let's say play rook to c1, Magnus will just block it with the bishop, and next move you will bring a queen into the game. Even if a2, it is possible black can continue the game, but then you just remaneuver the rook, rook d5 check, king to h4, and now you get rook to a5, preventing any sneaky tricks from black, and after a1 queen, you will simply trade, bring a queen into the game, and now you'll have a queen and bishop against the bishop and rook. Of course, a completely winning game for white. So Yuangi, of course, calculated all of this after king b3. He said, thank you, I've had enough, and he resigned the game. So that being said, now I will mention that this was a game from the classical time format, and so 2 full points for Magnus Carlsen, which means that, now, short spoiler for those of you who are not interested in the results, maybe skip some 30 seconds. Magnus Carlsen is the 2019 Altibox Norway Championship winner with 1 round to spare. In round 9, he faces Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, but he can lose tomorrow and he will still win the Altibox Norway Championship. So pretty much tomorrow he faces Caruana just for the rating and, for glory. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Really an astounding performance by world champion Magnus Carlsen. I would like to thank Robert Baker, Forrest Rhodes, Rafael Gurhao, Brak Armani, and Emir Zech for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, most likely with another game from round 8, and then tomorrow we are finishing this championship with round 9. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Women's World Chess Championship. It's round 4 of the match. Ju Wenjun, the reigning Women's World Chess Champion, versus the winner of the candidates tournament, Alexandra Goryachkina. And it's a really exciting game, and up until game 4, the 3 previous games were drawn. There were chances for both sides, but in the end, all of them ended in a draw. And before we check out the game, we do have some nice photos to check out of this game. So here it is. There's Ju Wenjun before the game starts. Let's just enjoy that for a second. There you have Goryachkina. She's always looking like she's very angry or like she's coming to get you, but I think she's just very focused, well, at all times of the match. And also here's a nice photo of the two of them. It's the starting position, basically, a few moves into the opening. So that being said, let's check out the game. And also, the match is being played in Shanghai, China. Only the first 6 games, then the other 6 games will be played in Russia and Vladivostok. And it's a 12-game match. The prize fund is €500,000, so it's half of what was the prize fund in the Carlsen versus Caruana match in 2018 in London. But I'm pretty sure I've seen an interview with FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich where he said that they have plans for the next year. It was last year's interview, so I think they're talking about this year, that they are really trying to equalize men's and women's prize funds. And of course, the winner gets 60%, loser gets 40%, unless there's a tie. If there's a tie for 12 games and they have to go into tiebreaks, then it's a 55% to 45% deal. So that being said, let's check out the game. Game 4. So Ju Wenjun opens with d4. We have d5, c4, and c6, the Slav defense. We have knight to f3, knight to f6, and then now knight to c3. Goryachkina captures, d captures on c4, and now a4, controlling d5. And now bishop to f5 is the most popular move here. However, Goryachkina goes for e6. We have e3, and now c5, going for the center right away. This has all been played before. Bishop captures on c4, captures, and knight to c6. Putting pressure on the center, continuing development. We have castles by Ju, and the bishop to e7. And here, queen to e2, also one of the possible ideas, but Ju Wenjun goes for d5. So the knight is under attack, you have to react to this, and the king is still in the center of the board, so it does make sense to try something. We have e captures on d5, we have a trade in the center, knight captures, bishop captures, and now black takes this opportunity to castle, as if you don't castle now, things could get ugly. So castles, and white continues developing pieces. You could mess up black's pawn structure here with bishop captures on c6, but then you give black the bishop pair, and well, that's just not worth it. So bishop to e3, continuing development, and now we have bishop to f5. Veselin Topalov had this position in 2017 in Gibraltar Chess Festival against Kantor, and he defeated him with bishop to f6. But here, Goryachkina goes for bishop to f5 instead, developing an undeveloped piece. So queen to b3, putting pressure on the f7 pawn, maybe knight can come to e5 or g5 sometimes in the future, and also putting immediate pressure to the b7 pawn. So here, there is one game where knight to a5 was played, but here we have knight to b4, and this is a new move. So it is as a move 14 that we have a completely new game, and this is basically where our game starts, as both of them surely prepared very, very nicely for each other, openings-wise. So here, if you go after the pawn, it's not really the greatest decision, because if you capture just rook b8 and the bishop has no squares, you could make a square for the bishop with the knight to d4, freeing the f3 square for the bishop while also attacking the undefended bishop here. Problem is, after this bishop moves and you go back, then just knight to c2 opens up an attack on the queen, and also the rook is under attack, so you will lose the exchange here. So after this knight to b4, we have rook f to d1. Already, Ju Wenjun has a threat of just bishop captures, picking up the queen here. So queen to a5. Now, just getting the queen into the game, developing connecting rooks. Also, there's the threat of just knight captures bishop on d5, since now the bishop is attacked twice. And here, a very interesting move. We have knight to e5. So what do you do here? Well, you don't really have an option here. So we have knight captures bishop, we have rook captures bishop on d5, and now getting the queen out of the way, queen to a6. And now white has to be prepared for bishop to e6. Bishop to e6 would just win material. So it's a very big threat. You have to react to it somehow. And here, Ju Wenjun goes for the very nice knight to d7, which opens up once again an attack towards this undefended bishop, and also offers a trade here, bishop for knight. So Goryachkina doesn't enjoy that. She just goes bishop to e6 now. This will win the exchange, but also your rook on f8 is under attack, so it's just a trade. We have knight captures on f8, king captures, and now queen to b5, forcing the trade to happen on d5. As if you don't react, the rook will just move, and if you capture, then the rook will recapture, and well, white will be on the exchange. So you have to capture on d5. Bishop captures on d5, queen captures on d5, and now rook to d8, getting the rook into the game without wasting time. And if you think about it, it's actually black who's up in development, but the rook on a1 is actually very useful now, as it defends the a4 pawn. So queen back to e4, and now h6, not allowing this pawn to remain a target, while not worrying about queen to h7. If queen to h7, then you can just play f6, and any checks will be met with king to f7, and the king will be very safe on f7. It's a light square, white no longer has a light square bishop, so it would work out very well. So white also creates some breathing room for the king with g3, and now b6, as both of these pawns are targets, so the queen can't really move, so b6 pretty much takes care of everything. We have rook to c1, now with ideas of bringing the rook to the 7th rank with rook to c7, so now f6. It's a very interesting idea, because, well, one would think that you will not play f6 unless provoked, for example, if queen comes to h7, then okay, f6. But Gurachkin decides that it's better to do it preemptively. So f6, king to g2, improving the position of the king, and then now rook to c8, just offering the rook trade. We have rook captures, queen captures, so now it's 2 queens, 2 bishops, and 5 pawns each, and queen to d5. So for the moment, the difference is that white has a very active queen, and this is why white is better for the moment. So of course, black wants to counter that. Gurachkin goes queen to e8, preparing to trade queens. So the king has to defend the d file. We have h4, and now queen to d7, just defending. We have queen to g8 check, bishop to f8 blocking, and now queen back to c4. So just exploring the territory. With h5, h5 by black, preventing further expansion on the king side by white, and now king to h2, not allowing the king to be exposed on any light square diagonal, such as this one. So king will be safer there, and the d5 pawn will always be protected as it's on a dark square. So the bishop protects. We have bishop to e7, and now b3. We have king back to f8, and now queen to c2. Again, seeing what's happening here, maybe you can somehow go after this pawn as it is on a light square. So bishop to d6 by black, and now queen to e4. Just again a nice centralizing move with the queen. And here Gurachkin is not satisfied with just repeating moves after bishop to e7, so she offers a trade with bishop to c5. Now, the downside to this idea is that, well, you ruin your pawn structure, you get 2 isolated pawns on the queen side, and you also allow white to really push this pawn all the way to a6, so that's the downside. So, of course, Juan captures, we have bishop captures, b captures, and now a5, continuing to push the pawn. We have queen to e7, now offering a trade, but first queen to a8 with check. You cannot block with the queen since the a7 pawn falls, so king to f7, and now a6. So that's already a very nice pawn there. We have g6 by black, and now queen to d5 with check. If queen b7, you're just going to ignore white. Of course, you're just going to continue playing here. We're putting on f6, and it's just going to be a queen stalemate. So, after g6, we have queen to d5 with check, king g7, and now queen back to b7, now with the threat of capturing the queen, but it's just king f8. We have king to g2, now white wants to get the king into the game as well. We have king to e8. And now again queen back to a8 with check, king f7, and now queen to d5 with check, repeating the position a few times. And now king to g7. This is move 43, so I forgot to mention it is now not allowed in this match to offer a draw before move 40. So here they are allowed to offer draws. So king g7, and now king to f3, improving the position of the white king as much as possible. If you could get the white king somewhere here and then trade queens, of course you would be completely winning, but that's easier said than done. Of course the black queen will not allow that. So king to f8, Gurachkin repeats, queen to b7, again repeating, and now king to e8. And now here is the question of the game. Now that your king, of course we already had this position when the king was on h2, we had it when the king was on g2, now we have it when the king is on f3. So does this change anything? Is the king and pawn endgame much better, winning equal for white or not? So this is what you have to decide. So feel free to pause the video and try to figure out what to do here and how to continue. Well, I'll give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who decided to trade queens and go into a king and pawn endgame, we'll go back to that. And for those of you who decided on something else, congratulations, as that is exactly what Ju decided to do. So she played queen back to d5. We have king to f8, and then now comes king to f4. So trying to increase the activity of the white king even further before even attempting a queen trade. So black, of course, doesn't allow this. Queen to c7 check, and now king to e3. King to e4 is also possible, but maybe you don't want to allow black any trickery. You will have to calculate every move, every check black has to make. So king back to e3. Maybe you can now transfer the king somewhere here. Maybe pick up the c5 pawn. But now queen to c8, and now queen to b7 again. If you continue with the king, then it could be dangerous if the black queen infiltrates. Also, the pawn is under attack, so you have to react to that. So queen to b7 defending, and now queen back to d8, not allowing the white king to cross anywhere. Sorry, those are weird arrows towards the c4 square. So king back to f3. We have queen to e7 again defending, and now we again reach this exact same position. Okay, the king is on f8 instead of on e8, but it doesn't really matter since after a capture happens, it's the same recapture. So here Ju decides that now it's time to capture the queen. So here we have queen captures, king captures, and it's the exact same position. So congratulations to those of you who decided to trade queens when I asked it the first time. And now g4. The point is you want to weaken the king side as much as possible, so you have access to this pawn. So if captures, then you will have access to this pawn. That's how you want to continue. With king to d6, captures on h5, and now king to e4. So preventing the black king from, sorry about that, grabbing more squares in the center. And white has a more active king now. White king is already on the 4th rank, and well, the black king still hasn't reached the center of the board. So what do you play here? Well, there are 2 ways you can do this. You can go left or you can go right. If you go king to e6, you want to prevent the white king from going after this pawn. It's not a problem. King f4, and black is unable to gain opposition. That's one thing you always need to watch out for. King d5, now you're going to go king to f5. And now king d4, you're going to play not this, because then captures and you will capture this, and then black c pawn will also be very fast. You're going to go king to e6 instead. So now if you force the king to c3, which is what black will do, now you don't capture, you go king d5. So if captures, then you have captures. So black will defend it, king to b4, and now you're going to play king to c6. And now using such sneak thieving, so to say, you will reach the b7 square, pick this up, and now your a6 pawn is extremely strong. So if king a5, then you go king to b7, you capture it, you move, and then you promote the pawn to queen. So this is what happens if black goes king to e6. So of course Gurachkin tried king to c6, but now f4. Again, you're waiting for black to decide if he's going to go back with king to d6 or he's going to go king to b5. Gurachkin goes king to b5, goes after the pawn here, but now king to d5. If you go king to f5, it's not going to be great, because king b4, again picking up this pawn, and then this pawn marches forward. So after king b5, we have king to d5. So if captures, you can always capture here, and now you have to decide what to do. A lot of ideas are possible. Of course, if you capture on a6, then you get king captures on c5, king a5, and now you want this position, but you want it to be black's move. So f5. You force black to make a move. Now his king has to go away. He cannot approach the pawn. He either has to move or play a6. Doesn't really matter. But now you have king c4. Again, you do not allow any squares to the black king, and only after the black king moves, then you go king d5, and now you go after this pawn. King b5, you're going to go king d6, king b4, king captures on f6, king captures on b3, king g6, and now of course a5. You can pretty much see who's faster. a3, queen, pawn here, and now anything wins for white. You just put the queen here, block the square. Even if Black promotes it to a queen, you're just going to pick it up and queen the other pawn after you eliminate the h5 pawn. So that's what happens if you capture the a6 pawn. So Goryachkina went f5 instead, but now it's again a different story. King to d6. King to b6, again gaining opposition. You don't want to trade here. So king b6, and now king to d7, even better because now black is unable to gain opposition. So now you either capture and you allow king here, and then the king will capture on c5. So Goryachkina goes king to a5 instead, but now again not king to c6 because if king to c6 then you can capture, and after captures king a5 we get to the position that we already discussed, but it's white to move. White wants this position where it's black to move. So after king a5, not going king c6 but king c7 instead, and now it works. So king captures on a6, king to c6, white gains the opposition, king a5, and now you capture. Now it's the exact same position, only it's black to move, so you cannot use any of these squares, you can only go up the board. So king a6, now b4, taking away the a5 square from the black king, king b7, and now king to d5. And here, it was in this position on move 63 that Alexander Goryachkina resigned the game, and the first victory of the match goes to Ju and Jun, taking a victory in game 4 of the match. So just to demonstrate how easy it is to win this, it's not all that easy. It's actually down to one tempo, because once this king grabs the b4 pawn, well, is on b4, and after white king eliminates this guy, the f pawn queens on f8, which delivers check to b4. So the problem for Goryachkina is white queens with check. So if you run it out, king b6, king e5, you go here, you captures, now the king moves anywhere, a5, now you start f5, a4, now f6, a3, f7, a2, and it seems like you're both queening, but not really, because queen f8 comes with check, black has to move, and again queen g7, just keeping an eye on the queening square, and again, you will not care even if black promotes to queen, you can just capture this pawn, queen the h pawn, and then checkmate the black king. So yeah, really impressive stuff, and as Francois Andre Danica said, pawns really are the soul of the game, as you can see here. So Ju and Jun demonstrated that very nicely. So yeah, that's game 4 of the Women's World Chess Championship 2020. I hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Harald Hutter, Marco Mietinen, Adam Lever, Michael Buckley, and Bradley Peterson for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the good stuff, and of course, happy birthday, Paul. I know your birthday was yesterday, but I did not release any videos yesterday, so sorry about that. Now, getting back to the match, it's still the 1921 World Chess Championship match between Emmanuel Lasker and Hosiyar Capablanca. This is game 8. I decided to skip game 7 because Capablanca didn't really try anything with the white piece. It was a very short game and a quick draw, but I will put a link to it in the description below, so if you want to just check out the moves to game 7, just a few quick, easy trades, and then they agree to a draw. But the first link in the description below will take you to game 7 if you want to check that out. Now, getting to game 8, Lasker still down a point in the match, and he now has the white pieces. So let's see how this works out for both of them. Lasker, with the white pieces, opens with d4. We have d5, knight to f3, knight to f6. Sorry about that. And here, we don't have the Queen's Gambit decline, but rather c4 and c6, so the Slav defense. And here, Lasker goes for e3, and here Capablanca says that this is one of the rare lines where black doesn't have any issues developing the light square bishop, which is more often than not a problem in such lines. So bishop to f5 before closing up this cage with e6, with knight to c3, and now e6. So as you can see, the bishop is now freely developed, controlling this very nice diagonal, and it's a much better position than, for example, if this bishop was inside of this cage, for example, on d7 or here. And if you want to develop it via fianchetto, then you have to play b6, bishop b7, move the knight, move the rook, play c5 at some point to release the bishop. So this is an optimal setup for black, and black has to be very happy about this. Bishop to d3, and here Capablanca more than happily trades it. Bishop captures, we have queen captures, and now, as you can see, Capablanca has his pawns on light squares. He has a dark square bishop, which can roam around freely, on the dark squares, so it's a nice position, and he has a good bishop. With knight b to d7 now by Capablanca, and Lasker, sorry about that, castles. And bishop to d6, just putting the bishop on this very nice diagonal. And e4 now. Here Lasker is threatening e5, he wants to win material here. So Capablanca trades with pawn captures, knight captures, queen captures, and here Capablanca castles. Probably also possible is just knight f6, kicking the queen away and then castling, but Capablanca has a different idea. He wants to leave the f6 square open for his queen. So here Capablanca castles with bishop to d2, and now Lasker wants to bring his bishop over to c3 to control this very nice diagonal, and now queen to f6. Capablanca is preparing queen to g6. Like I said, he's still up a point in the match. He wants to trade queens here, and he just wants to take it easy. If Lasker wants to push for a point, then Capablanca will get his opportunity to maybe take a 2-point lead in the match, maybe. So rook ad1. Getting the rook to a nice d file as the bishop is coming to c3, and perhaps the position can open up, and now queen to g6. Capablanca offers a queen trade. And now you could avoid the queen trade, but then maybe queen to c2 can be annoying. It's not like you will capture on d2 because rook b1 can be annoying, as then white also will get some counterplay, but still Lasker doesn't want to do anything crazy. We have queen captures on g6, now capturing towards the center, a very principled reply by Capablanca. H captures on g6, and bishop to c3 now, just putting the bishop to a much more useful square. We have rook f to d8, and rook f e1, and the bishop to c7. Now Capablanca wants to get rid of all of the pieces from the d file, so his rook has nice control over the d file. King to f1, Lasker improves the position of his king, and now knight to f8. You might think about why not knight f6, but what is the knight doing on f6? And if you have some other ideas, maybe you want to play f5, create a nice outpost for the knight on f6. That is a good plan, but there's no way to actually execute it because, well, the e6 pawn is weak, so f5 is not an option. But Capablanca finds a way how to improve his position. So first, knight to f8, and here Capablanca says that a student of the game should really study the movements of the knight here. So if you consider yourself a student of the game, you should study how the knight moves in this game. Bishop back to d2 by Lasker. Now Capablanca wants to play f6, get the king over into the game via king to f7, and then strength to the center. And the knight from f8 is nicely guarding this pawn here. So with f6 by Capablanca, and now h4, Lasker doesn't want to move to g5 and g4. We have king to f7. Now the king is once again defending the e6 pawn. So first, part of the plan has been achieved. Now the knight can return, and then you choose a different square. We have g3 by Lasker, and now knight back to d7. So the knight did everything it needed on f8. So here, Capablanca's plan is to get the knight over to b6 to c8, and then over to e7. And from e7, which will be the second part of Capablanca's plan, he wants to get it to d5. But that's the third part of the plan, where Capablanca first has to figure out how to create an outpost for his knight on d5. Lasker goes bishop to e3, and now comes knight to b6. Capablanca still, with the maneuvering. With rook to c1, not interested in b3. Once you push a pawn, you can never unpush it. So why, better not do anything rash. Rook to c1, and now knight to c8. And here, rook to e2 by Lasker. Just improving the position. And here, Capablanca plays knight to e7. And finally, this knight really did a lot. It came to, from d7 to f8, then back to d7 to b6 to c8 to e7. And like I said, now Capablanca wants to get it on d5, which is an excellent outpost, but the problem is the c4 pawn guards the d5 square. So Capablanca's idea is he wants to play a6, rook b8, he wants to push b5, attack the c4 pawn, and then maybe create an outpost for his knight on d5. And Capablanca also says about his position here that the position is unassailable. Now, I had no idea what unassailable means, so I had to Google it. So for those of you who don't know what unassailable means, it means unable to be attacked, questioned, or defeated. So here Capablanca says about his position that there's no way for white to push for anything here. Now, that's a really nice word, and I'm probably going to use it a lot of times in my future videos, so I do hope you enjoyed that as well. Unassailable. Now, Lasker goes rook to c3, and here we have a6. Capablanca is now ready to push b5 and attack the c4 pawn, which defends the d5 square. Lasker prevents it with a4, and now rook 8 to b8. Again, Capablanca is preparing b5. So we have b4 by Lasker. Here he's ready to capture and give up the d5 square, but he wants to push a5 and create a pass pawn for himself. So Capablanca goes for it with b5, c captures on b5 with a captures on b5, and now Lasker pushes a5. So Capablanca is pushing a little bit, but the end result is that Lasker gets a passed a pawn for himself. But on the other hand, the d5 square is now free for Capablanca's knight. Bishop to d6 first, threatening to win the b4 pawn, and here the rook has to move from here to b3 to defend it. Because if you play something like rook to b2, then the knight comes to d5 with a double attack against the pawn and on the rook, and now you can go into some rook captures on c6, bishop captures on b4 ideas, but it's black was really, it's not that black is better or anything, but Lasker just doesn't want to allow Capablanca to dictate the tone of the battle here. So rook to b3, and now comes knight to d5, again with a double attack against the pawn here, and bishop to d2, just nicely controlling all of the squares the knight can go to, and also a double defense to the b4 pawn. With rook d to c8 by Capablanca, and here in this position the game was adjourned, and incredibly when the game continued on move 30, it was in this position that Capablanca and Lasker agreed to a draw, because after they've analyzed the position carefully for quite some time, they decided that there was no way to push for the win. Because if you check out the position, okay, Lasker does have a pass pawn, but it's very hard to push it. One such example will be because, for example, this rook and bishop are stuck guarding the b4 pawn. You cannot move them, otherwise you're going to lose that. So you could try something like rook e1 to maybe get the rook over to a1 and start pushing your pass pawn, but still it really does nothing. For example, if you go, let's say rook e8, just getting the rook over here, there's no way to do it. Or if you try something like rook to e8, preparing maybe e5 if white decides to move the rook from the e file, which also white shouldn't do. White should really keep an eye on this square here because there aren't a lot of breakthroughs in the position. e5 is one of the breakthroughs in the position, and white really shouldn't allow it. But still, you could go rook to a1, and now you will never be able to push a6 because once you push a6, rook a8 is coming, rook a7, the other rook is coming over here, and you will lose the a pawn because white will still not be able to defend it as this rook is stuck guarding the b4 pawn. So it's really not possible. So although white does control more space here, white should be better here. Lasker decides it's better to live and fight another day than to overpush something and be down 2 points in the match. And Capablanca is happy with his lead in the match so far, so he agrees to a draw, which is very nice. So I decided to show game 8, even though I mean there wasn't a lot of fight going on, but there was a fight, and especially the knight maneuvering was very nice and also unassailable. I'm very happy to have learned that word. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Game 8 of the 1921 World Chess Championship match between Emmanuel Lasker and Hosiyar Capablanca. I would like to thank Jeff Graves, Fabian Wick, Dane Botvarec, Konstantinos Kafetopoulos, and Alexander Vanos for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the Capablanca saga, and of course checking up on your suggestions. And if you remember, I mentioned that you're welcome to send me emails regarding the. I will be reviewing other chess channels. I don't know. I thought I was pretty clear, but I thought if you are the owner of the channel, because I don't know if I will be able to review someone's channel without their approval or without their permission. If I show some of the content from their channel, they might, copyright strike me. So you're welcome to suggest channels for me to review, but I will only be able to mention them if you are not the owner of the channel, as I do not have permission to use any of the content from there to make a nice review. That's pretty much everything I want to say. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, I'm back to my hometown and we are continuing the coverage of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz tournament. It's Levin Arnon versus Yuan-Gi, the first day of the Blitz, so this is a Blitz game, and it's really a game that will make you feel better about all the games that you play after you see it. So without further ado, let's just check it out. Levin with the white pieces opens with c4. We have the English opening with c6, sorry, not d4, obviously, c4, the English opening with c6, knight to f3, d5 now, with e3 and the knight to f6. We have d4, now comes g6, and now knight to c3 is the main line here, but we have b4 by Levin. Bishop to g7, you could also try maybe something like e5 to open up an attack against the b4 pawn here and deliver it with check, but then you could get something like d captures on e5, and after bishop captures on b4 with check, let's say bishop blocks, you trade here, captures, and then after knight to e4, it seems like it's doing something, but let's say you go bishop, queen b4, you prevent castling, but then just queen e7, and black is perfectly fine here. So you could do it, but it's a forcing line, and black decided not to do it. So instead, after bishop to g4, Yuan-Gi just continues development with bishop to g7, and now comes bishop to b2. Sorry, bishop to b2. We have castles, and now knight b to d2. Levin continues development. We have a5, attacking the developed pawn chain here, and now just b5, advancing the pawn, and now a4, preventing white from pushing a4, but also maybe preparing queen to f5 at some ideas, but also rook to a5, as you'll see in the game. And here we have rook to c1. Ivan played one game such as this one in 2010 against Bu, and he won a very nice game, but the game continued differently. We have bishop to f5 by Yuan-Gi, and now bishop. There are two games in the database where bishop to a3 was played, but here bishop to e2 is a new move by Levin, and it is basically as of this moment that we have a completely new game. So d captures on c4, we have bishop captures on c4, and now c captures on b5, and now bishop captures on b5. We have queen to b6, which is a very nice idea, as Levin's king is still in the center of the board. You are attacking the light square bishop here. The light square bishop cannot move as you lose the dark square bishop here. So queen e2, you have to defend. We have queen to e2, and now the move we discussed. Rook to a5, just piling up on the bishop on b5. And the only way to defend is rook, sorry, not that, rook to c5. The bishop is now nicely defended, but the rook seems a bit misplaced here, and the queen isn't all that great on e2. So knight b7, attacking the rook, and you could try something like bishop captures on d7 here, but it doesn't really work. For example, bishop captures on d7. First you get rook captures on d5, and then after the pawn captures the rook, d captures on c5, you lose the bishop on b2, just queen captures on b2. So instead, after knight b7 with knight to c4, now Levin gets an attack on the rook and the queen, and well, the queen is much more important than the rook, so you have to move the queen. With queen to d8, and here, not capturing on a5 right away, first Levin goes for rook captures on f5. And okay, we have g captures on f5, and now, again, not capturing right away. If you play knight captures on a5, it is possible, but then after queen captures on a5, you get knight to d2, just blocking, and the game continues like this. We have a different idea. Levin first plays bishop captures on d7. We have knight captures on d7, and now knight captures on a5. Queen captures on a5 with check, and queen to d2. So Levin preferred this idea. He wanted to trade queens to go into an endgame. where he would have one pawn against 2 pawns on the queen side, but he likes his chances. The bishops are of the same color, and the black dark square bishop is somewhat locked in the position. But here Yuangi decided that he will not allow Ari on the castle, and that he does not want to trade queens. So here we have queen to b5, preventing castles. We have queen to e2. Levin now offers a queen trade once again, and queen to b4 with check. Queen to d2, and now queen to c4 with check, again preventing castles and threatening to capture on a2. So you can, if you now block with the queen a2, you're going to lose the a2 pawn. The problem is you can't really save the pawn. If you play pawn to a3, this saves the pawn, but then rook c8 wins the game, as white doesn't have a good move here. You can't move your queen anywhere. Black's control of the c file is completely dominating. You can never castle. You could try queen to e2 now, but if you try queen to e2 now, you just lose a piece. For example, you can just capture on e2, and after the king captures, deliver rook to c2 check, and now you just pick up the bishop. So that's not going to happen. So it's not possible to play a3 here. Levin went queen to c3, again offered a queen trade, but now Yuangi just captures the pawn. We have queen captures on a2, and now all of a sudden Yuangi has a very strong pass pawn on a4 that's ready to be pushed. So Levin takes this opportunity to castle kingside as soon as possible. We have castles, and now knight to b6, getting the knight into the game. We have rook to a1, pushing the queen back, and now queen to c4. Now Yuangi wants to trade, and indeed, if queen captures, knight captures, attacks the bishop, you have to move it. Then comes rook a8, and now you start pushing the pass pawn. It's a very dangerous position for white. So after queen to c4, we have queen to a5, and now queen to b3, defending the knight and attacking the bishop on b2. We have queen captures on f5, and here we have e6 by black. Also, it's possible just queen captures on b2, which will be met with rook to b1. After the queen moves, you're just going to pick up the knight. So black doesn't like this. First, just e6, trying to get the queen away from there. Then you're going to capture on b2 if the queen ever leaves this diagonal, which the queen doesn't. We have queen back to b1 by 11, and now comes knight to c4, threatening to capture the bishop here. Black will be up a piece if this is possible. So what do you play here with white? There really is no good move here with white. For example, if knight g5, if you threaten mate with queen captures on h7, just f5. The mate is prevented, and now you could try knight captures here, and yes, you will get a rook for 2 pieces, but it doesn't really do you all that much. Or you don't even have to do it. You can play rook f6, and now you can either capture knight, you can capture the bishop here. It's just a very nice position for black. So after knight to c4, you could try a rook to a2, defending the bishop, but then you get a3, and again you're lost. If you capture, you lose the rook. Knight just captures it, and if you move the bishop, you lose the queen on b1. So here 11 for the lack of a better move, played bishop to c1. He just moved the bishop out of the way, and yeah, it now seems that everything works. He offers a queen trade, but everything doesn't really work here. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this mysterious idea that black has in this position. While I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you have just found a mate in 2. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, queen d1 check. This is just over. This is game over. White has only one move, that's knight d1, and queen captures on e1. This is checkmate. But Yuangi misses this idea after bishop to c1, and he plays queen captures on b1, which is really interesting because a move prior to this one, we said that white has no good moves, and if Levin played any other move, Yuangi would have probably won the game on the spot. But here, Levin played the move that loses the quickest, so black has a mate in 2, and Yuangi doesn't see it. So sometimes things like this can happen even between super grandmasters. So with queen captures on b1, Yuangi traded queens. We have rook captures, and now he prepares to push his pass pawn. So okay, maybe he saw this, maybe he saw that this was winning, and then he decided not to look any further. We have rook captures on b7 by 11, a3, rook back to b1, a2, and now rook to a1. So okay, for the moment, Levin's rook is stuck guarding the a2 pawn. So let's see what happens. With e5, black really wants to open up the center and free his dark square bishop, but Levin just ignores him. King to f1. Now Levin starts to bring his king into the game. We have e captures on d4, and now knight to b6. Just getting the knight into the game. You want to play knight to d5, knight b3, knight c2. From c2, the knight attacks the rook on a1, and if black can do this, then it's game over. But Levin, of course, will not allow that. King e2, we have knight to d5, and now bishop to d2, preventing knight to c3 or b4. So rook to a3 by Yuangi, and now king to d1. We have rook to a4 going after the pawn, but now just king c2. No longer is it important, as if you move the rook, you're going to lose the a2 pawn. But here it's important to mention that both of them were very low on the clock. I believe both of them were below 10 seconds. So here we have bishop captures, grabbing the pawn. We have knight captures, and now rook captures on a2. So Levin is now up a pawn, which is very interesting as he was completely lost. Yuangi had mate in 2. But okay, rook c4 check. We have king d3, and now rook to g4 going after the pawns here. We have rook to a5, threatening the knight, and now knight f4 check. With bishop captures, rook captures, and now f3, preventing the rook from capturing the pawn. And now it's 3-2. This with perfect play, this is a draw. But it's a blitz game. Both players have a few seconds on the clock, so anything can happen. We have rook to b4 by black, and now rook g5 check. King to f8, and now king to e3. The king will now try to support the pawns. We have h6, rook to g4, and now rook back to b2, trying to grab the pawns from behind. We have king to f4. Well, if the white rook moves, we have rook to b5 now. We have rook to b5 now, and here comes king to g3. Rook to a5, and now king to h4. We have rook to b5. Waiting, black has to wait for white to push. We have rook to e4, and now king back to g7. We have g3, rook to b2, and now king to h3, still guarding the pawn. We have rook to f2 now, attacking the f3 pawn, and rook to g4 check. King to h7 and rook f4, defending and attacking the f7 pawn. King back to g6, defending the pawn, and now g4. Going for king g3, the rook will move, you will start pushing your f pawn. We have rook to a2, and now comes king g3, rook back to a1, and now h4. We have rook to g1 check, king to f2, attacking the rook, and now rook back to a1. We have h5 check, king to g7, and now rook to f5. Making room for the king to enter the game. Rook a2 check, king g3, and now rook to a3. Both players still with only a few seconds on the clock. I think at some point they even reach a second on the clock, then they get their increment, so it's possible to play this. Rook to e5, and now rook to b3. We have king to f4, now preparing to push g5. Rook to a3, and now first rook to e3, defending the f3 pawn. Rook a4 check, king to f5, and now rook a5 check. And here 11 blocks. So rook e5, we have rook back to a3, attacking the f3 pawn, and now finally f4. We have rook to f3, and here rook e2. You want to play rook g1 so you can push your g4 pawn. Although it's questionable how if this is even possible. I mean, to push for more than a draw. It's always possible to push. What will come out? That's for your opponent to decide. We have rook back to f1, and now rook g2. We have rook to f3, and then now g5. H captures, king captures, and now rook back to f1, and here h6 check. We have king to h7, and now f5. So keeping the pawns near, you want to try and play king f6, grab the pawn here, if possible, if black moves the rook, and black has to move the rook if he's to keep a draw. We have rook to a1, now comes king to f6, and now rook to a6 check, allowing white to capture the f7 pawn. We have king captures on f7, and now a very interesting position. You are not allowed to capture the pawn. If you capture the pawn, for example, king captures on h6, you get rook captures on g6 with check, nicely connecting, and after the rooks are traded, the g pawn will just queen without a problem. And another thing you also can remember, it could be something that happens in your own games. If you get this position where rook captures on h6, then again you're lost due to f6, and now you will not be able to untangle. For example, if rook h3, you try to get the rook to the other side, rook e2. Now comes king to h6, king to e7, preparing to push the pawn. Now rook a3, preparing to deliver checks. f7, now comes rook to a7 check, king to f8, and now king to g6. And here is why white wins this. King g8. And now whatever you play, you either queen the pawn. If you check, then you block with rook to e8 and then queen the pawn. And of course, if you capture, then it's just rook g1 check. You have to keep an eye on the rook, rook f2 check, king moves, and now you just grab the rook, and now you of course win by easily checkmating the black king. So after king captures on f7, rook to a7 check by Yu Yanggi. We have king to f6, and now rook to a6 check. We have king to g5, and only now rook captures on h6, where white has no more tricks left. We have rook to e2, and now comes rook to a6. We have rook to e7 check. And now comes king to g8. And here we have f6 and the rook to a1, and it was in this position that players agreed to a draw, as this is a well-known drawn endgame where white will not be able to push the pawn any further, as black can always just continue checking the white king, and you will not be able to both keep an eye on the f-pawn and also block the checks from the black rook. For example, if you push f7, then king f8, rook b7, and now whenever you try to bring your king closer, the black rook will just keep checking you, and any other line will also end in a draw. So yeah, after rook to a1, the game ended in a draw, which is very interesting. I think before the tournament they asked the players which is your favorite kind of win, and I think Levin said, I'm not sure if it was Levin, but I think Levin said that his favorite kind of win is the one where he's like completely lost, and then all of a sudden he wins the game, which almost happened here, but then in the end it didn't, as the game ended in a draw. But yeah, really just insane. I really thought that after you see this position that after bishop to c1, you will feel much better about your own games, as well, a super grandmaster rated more than 2750 missed queen to d1 check. So that's just incredible. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Mohammed Yassin, Christopher Gribben, and Henry Thompson for contributing to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check all my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing with a few more games from this Rapid and Blitz event, checking up on your suggestions such as this one, and of course continuing the Capablanca saga. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day.